Chapter 1. Selling the company headquarters right from the start. System? Brother system. Sister system? Daddy. Chen Chen incessantly called out to the system in his mind. Isn't there always a system accompanying rebirth or transmigration? Where's my system? Hurry up and activate. After calling out for quite some time without any response, Chen Chen resigned himself to observing his surroundings anew. If only my little AI were here, I wonder how long it would take to create her in this world. Chen Chen muttered to himself. I'm here, little AI. I'm here. What the hell, you're here? Greetings, host. I am little AI, your artificial intelligence assistant. You can unlock technology by completing various tasks. You need to say the wake-up word to awaken me. Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Having a system is reassuring. It's just as I thought. A system is essential for transmigration. So if I don't call out little AI at least once in my life, you will never appear, right? Hello, host. The wake-up word for little AI is little AI. Please remember it. I remember. I remember. Now, I hereby announce the first task launch, the Red Star Mobile Phone Generation 1. What the hell? Launching the Red Star Mobile Phone Generation 1. What is the reward? The reward is unknown. Please check after completing the task. After assimilating the memories, Chen Chen realized he had become the chairman of a mobile phone company named Red Star. Founded by Chen Chen's father, Chen Yunlong, in 1998, Red Star primarily engaged in mobile phone manufacturing and research and development. During the wild era of the mobile phone market, a plethora of counterfeit devices emerged. Back then, Chen Yunlong relied on various black technology counterfeit phones, such as detachable camera lenses capable of independently recording videos, which could then be transferred to a memory card. Furthermore, there were phones that could alter background sounds during calls, hailed as an essential device for appeasing suspicious wives. The impressive array of black technology from Red Star left a lasting impression on users, and after accumulating initial capital, Chen Yunlong established the Red Star R&D Center, beginning the transformation into a legitimate phone manufacturer. However, the good times were short-lived. As the era of counterfeit phones waned, the wave of smartphones swept in, intensifying competition in the mobile phone market. Currently, the mobile internet and 3G and Huaxia are rapidly advancing, and Red Star, a company that had thrived on counterfeit devices for over a decade, was struggling to keep pace with the times. Sales were gradually declining, and market share was being eaten away by competitors and several foreign companies that a few years ago, Chen Yunlong built the Red Star Industrial Park and R&D Center in the capital, investing heavily in chip development to alter the global perception of Huaxia's mobile phones. Unfortunately, the R&D of mobile phone chips was beyond the capacity of Red Star, and years of continuous losses ultimately led to Chen Yunlong's heart attack and demise. Before his death, Chen Yunlong entrusted Red Star to Chen Chen, hoping he could rejuvenate the company, shedding the label of a counterfeit phone manufacturer and leading the resurgence of Huaxia's mobile phones. However, the original owner of this body, upon taking over Red Star, completely neglected the company, spending his days either racing cars or with young models, leaving Red Star entirely in the hands of Chen Yunlong's old friends to manage and sustain. Chen Chen reflected on the fact that the original owner had scarcely visited the company in the past few times. The current mobile phones in production primarily relied on collaborations with carriers. Some sales channels and partners were gradually distancing themselves from the control of Hongxin Company. Fortunately, as long as the R&D department remains, everything will be all right. With the R&D department intact and the system's assistance, we shall undoubtedly recreate a mobile phone empire. Chen Chen genuinely feared that he had inherited a mess, but it appeared that he had lucked out. Not only was there a complete hardware R&D department, but the chip department also possessed a considerable degree of strength. The company was not lacking in funds, manpower, or factories. The only issue was that, without a captain at the helm, the company was uncertain of its direction for transformation. With a certain level of technical prowess and the capability to develop chips independently, this was indeed an auspicious beginning. Chen Chen barely had time to eat before he turned on his computer to check the current market situation. The Fruit Company has just launched its latest flagship phone, the Fruit 4. Samsung Company plans to release a large-screen phone, Note 1. This year, the sales of domestic mobile phones by Hongxin have plummeted out of the top 3. The new leader of Hongxin Company seems to have abandoned the firm. Chaos appears to have ensued. A young director of Hongxin was spotted holding hands with a woman in public by netizens. A man sold his kidney on the black market to purchase a fruit phone. Reading the news online, Chen Chen felt a bit embarrassed. He had always prided himself on maintaining a clean reputation in his previous life. With a cold cash reserve of 4 billion, he had only occasionally indulged in foot treatments. He was solely focused on ideals, avoiding any violent means. Indeed, the fruit phone is worth kidney. Is the frenzy surrounding the fruit for truly warranted? Chen Chen had not experienced the madness of the fruit 4 era in his former timeline, where individuals went so far as to sell their kidneys for the latest fruit phone. There were even some young women without any source of income who spent several nights exchanging their beauty for a new fruit phone. These individuals had a specific term associated with them. Another name they were known by was Apple Machine.it. Was said that a certain website had a dedicated video section where every year during the release of new fruit devices, a plethora of high-quality videos would be uploaded. After finishing his meal, Chen Chen headed to the garage, preparing to drive to the company. Goodness, 4 or 5 sports cars, each more dazzling than the last. After a lengthy selection process, he discovered they were all excessively ostentatious. Reluctantly, Chen Chen chose to drive his father's previous vehicle, a Maybach, to the company. This was, after all, the most understated car in the garage. Chen Chen's Hongxing company was located in the colorful building of the capital. This building complex had been entirely purchased by his father a few years prior as the company headquarters. Remarkably, in his previous life, he had been preoccupied with the prospect of purchasing a property for the company in the capital, only to find that upon arriving in this world, the property had already been secured. What were those lyrics? What my father provided was neither too much nor too little. Quite substantial indeed. In a few years, even if he sold the building, he could lead a carefree life. What was he thinking? Chen Chen intended to elevate Hongxing Mobile to greatness, aspiring to make it the world's foremost brand. How could he even entertain the thought of selling the property? Upon arriving at the company, Chen Chen noticed the receptionist's gaze towards him held an unusual quality. Could it be? It appears that this individual is indeed no ordinary character. Ascending to the 12th floor via the elevator, I was greeted by the hurried figure of a security guard. Uncle Liu, why the rush? Turning his head, the guard Liu was taken aback upon realizing it was Chen Chen calling out to him. This young man had scarcely visited the company over the past year. Today seemed unusually auspicious. Chapter 2. A company that cannot survive without subsidies. Mr. Wang from Huaxiao Mobile just called to inform me that the government intends to gradually abolish subsidies and purchase policies. I am preparing to pay Mr. Wang a visit to inquire further about this situation. The operators are halting subsidies? If they cease, then they cease. It is not a matter of great concern. Chen Chen recalled that back on Earth, operators began to phase out subsidies around 2012, which left several established companies struggling to adapt, ultimately vanishing in the tide of progress. What do you mean it's not a big deal? Our company, Hongxing, relies entirely on operator subsidies to maintain our sales volume. That if they truly stop the subsidies, I cannot fathom how we will proceed with our business. Liu, looking at Chen Chen, spoke with a tone of exasperation, as if he wished he could instill a sense of responsibility in him. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Chen recognized that he had neglected the company's affairs since the passing of his grandfather. Liu had been the sole pillar supporting the entire organization. Uncle Liu, please do not be so anxious. I believe that the cessation of subsidies from the operators could be a blessing in disguise, compelling us to adapt and innovate. Adapt? In what direction? Perhaps towards a bar-themed transformation. You, my dear boy, leave me at a loss for words. No. Uncle Liu, I will learn from you how to manage the company properly and refrain from frequenting bars. After all, he was to teach Mr. Lei the art of mobile phone manufacturing. He could not afford to be led astray by the temptations of indulgence. He resolved to abstain from bars starting tomorrow. Complete sobriety. From the remnants of the original owner's memories, Chen Chen understood that Liu was the most trusted confidant of his grandfather, an esteemed figure who had once fought alongside him to establish their empire. Since the elder's passing, Liu had been the linchpin that prevented Hongxing from descending into chaos. Although he had attempted to guide Chen Chen on several occasions, the latter remained oblivious to the company's affairs, indulging himself in a life of excess. After several attempts, Liu had resigned himself to the notion that as long as Chen Chen refrained from gambling, he could live as he pleased. You claim you won't visit bars unless necessary? Does that imply you will return when the occasion arises? Liu, no longer in a hurry to meet with Mr. Wang, resumed his admonishment of Chen Chen. I ask you, Chen Chen, your father entrusted this vast enterprise to you. Is this how you intend to honor his legacy? Consider this. How many times have you graced the company with your presence in a year? You hardly come, and when you do, you bring the receptionist along. How am I to respond to you? Let us speak in the office. We must avoid creating a poor impression. You are aware of the importance of maintaining a good image? Yet, when you indulge in revelry and pursue young models, you seem unconcerned about the impression you leave. Only Lu dared to chastise him, thus any other individual would address him with utmost deference, greeting him as Mr. Chen. The sentinel scrutinized Chen intently. Although a faint scent of alcohol still lingered, he seemed markedly transformed, though it was difficult to pinpoint exactly how. Speak, what brings you to the company this time? The company's funds are now all earmarked for specific purposes. You can no longer withdraw them at will. Uncle Lu, that's unfounded. I merely came to the company to take a look. I intend to take full charge. Upon hearing this, Lu Weiming approached with a skeptical expression, placing his hand on Chen Chen's forehead. You're not feverish, are you? Will you really come to work on time? Indeed, Uncle Lu, I will be punctual starting tomorrow. I cannot simply abandon the responsibilities left by the old M.N. Lu Weiming regarded Chen Chen with a mixture of doubt and curiosity. By the way, Uncle Lu, you mentioned the operators are set to see subsidies? When will that happen? Sighing, Lu Weiming responded, this morning, President Wang called to inform me that the government has implemented a policy to gradually eliminate subsidies. Having collaborated with us at Hongqing for many years, he called to prepare me mentally. Chen Chen pondered for a moment. It seemed a transformation was indeed imperative. Clinging to the operator's past successes was no longer viable. No worries, Uncle Lu. Aside from the mobile division, how are the other departments faring? Lu Weiming raised his gaze and scrutinized Chen Chen deeply before replying. Aside from the mobile division, our chip department is currently in the most dire straits. Several key leaders have approached me multiple times, expressing their desire to leave Hongqing, but I've managed to dissuade them. Since President Chen's passing, the company has been engulfed in chaos. Despite my efforts over the past year, I have failed to halt the downward trend in performance. Our flagship model, the 906S, has flopped miserably, and we are adrift, lacking direction for transformation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen proposed, let's do this, Uncle Lu. We should swiftly discontinue several models and concentrate our efforts on developing a new one. We must pivot towards the internet. Transitioning to the internet? Lu Weiming regarded Chen Chen in astonishment. He had considered this shift himself. Yet transforming a company with over a decade of history towards such a novel direction seemed daunting. Precisely. We are currently witnessing a rapid evolution in mobile internet. We need to concentrate our resources on this frontier. Despite the current decline in performance, Hongqing still enjoys the trust of a significant consumer base. If our inaugural model succeeds, Hongqing can reclaim its position among the top 3 domestic manufacturers. IT is, in essence, a matter of life and death. Lu Weiming rose, scrutinizing Chen Chen from head to toe once more. Had this young man truly undergone a change, or was last night's cheap wine to blame? Chen Chen mused. Could closing the door, the security guard steadied himself, contemplating whether this young man was truly a wayward soul seeking redemption. Chen Chen rose to his feet, surveying the office he had scarcely visited. The desk was immaculate, and the books upon the shelves bore no trace of dust, suggesting regular maintenance. On the desk lay a photograph of the elder and a leader shaking hands. With a sigh, Chen Chen tucked the photograph away into a drawer and exited the office, intending to assess the current state of the company. Greetings, Mr. Chen. Hello, hello. He exchanged pleasantries with those he encountered, nodding in acknowledgement. Although he had only visited the company a handful of times, the employees generally recognized him yet. He had primarily withdrawn funds without overseeing operations. The company now faced the looming threat of bankruptcy, and the employees harbored a sense of resentment. What's that young man doing back at the company? Since Mr. Chen passed, I hardly see him around. Enough of that. We still have Mr. Lu, after all. With a company as large as Hongqing, his presence or absence makes no difference. Though their conversation was hushed, Chen Chen's keen ears caught their words. He shook his head in self-deprecation and continued his stride toward the research and development department. Chapter 3. The Technical Legacy of Father Ah. Young Chen has arrived, a rare visitor indeed. Dr. Zhou greeted Chen Chen with a stoic expression. Chen Chen pondered to himself. Was the original owner truly so unlikable? Dr. Zhou was a prominent figure in the research and development department, someone whom the elder had expended great effort to bring back from the United States. Upon arriving at Hongqing, Dr. Zhou diligently upheld the legacy of Elder Chen, successfully developing several models that garnered market acclaim. Come now, Uncle Zhou, let us not jest. In my previous ignorance, I failed to appreciate the importance of my presence. I assure you, I shall learn from the elder and arrive punctually at the company every day. Chen Chen responded earnestly. Dr. Zhou circled around him with curiosity, exclaiming, "Oh, is the sun rising from the west? You, of all people, will come to work daily?" "Well, Uncle Zhou, I merely wish to observe our R&D department and ascertain if there are any challenges," Chen Chen declared. Upon hearing this, Dr. Zhou sighed deeply. In truth, the R&D department faced no significant challenges, but there was an undeniable sense of a lack of direction. When the previous general manager Chen was at the helm, the team was vibrant and full of enthusiasm. Since his passing, although General Manager Liu had shown interest in the R&D department, he was overwhelmed with other matters within the company. Consequently, the department continued to operate under the original directives set by the late General Manager Chen. No real challenges, merely a lack of direction. Ever since the passing of General Manager Chen, our department has been at a loss as to what to pursue, Dr. Zhou lamented. A lack of direction? How can there be no direction? Chen Chen inquired, intrigued. With so much technology, it seems implausible to lack a development path. We proposed to develop new charging technology, but the higher-ups deemed it unnecessary. We suggested creating a new screen. Yet they argued there was no market for it and thus no chance to recoup costs. General Manager Liu is perpetually busy, so we continue to follow the late General Manager Chen's plans, focusing on developing a new lens module. A new lens module? To what stage has it progressed? Chen Chen asked. Dr. Zhou produced a lens, stating, "This is our latest technology, featuring a stacked structure with 7 lenses. While it still slightly lags behind Sony's V439 lens module, it is already at an internationally competitive level." Chen Chen took the small lens module and remarked, "Well, I must say it is quite exquisite. Though I may not fully grasp the specifications, being in the realm of international excellence surely counts for something. Our flagship device this year did not incorporate this lens, citing cost considerations. I genuinely do not understand how they can be so reluctant to use a flagship lens while attempting to produce a flagship device. It's already 2011. And yet they produced a side-sliding full keyboard phone. What were they thinking?" Noticing Dr. Zhou growing increasingly animated, Chen Chen quickly shifted the conversation, saying, "Let us not get too worked up. This year, we will develop a new flagship model, and it will utilize this lens. You mentioned advancements in charging technology. Have there been any breakthroughs?" "None, merely theoretical. Our researchers attempted dual-path charge pump charging, but it failed. The headquarters did not approve the project or funding, so further research was halted." "What about the chip department?" Chen Chen's primary concern remained the semiconductor industry. He was utterly astonished to discover that his predecessor had strategically positioned the company in this sector several years in advance, leaving behind a substantial legacy. According to Old Liu, they had completed the simulation testing of 28-nanometer chips last month. However, the company had not allocated funds for production, and it was likely that Old Liu was seething with frustration. Hearing Dr. Zhou's remarks, Chen Chen began to comprehend the chaos that Liu Weibing had referred to. The research and design of chips had been accomplished, yet production was not initiated. The camera modules were developed, yet the new flagship devices were never utilized. Future fast-charging technologies lacked both projects and funding. It was no wonder that Liu Weibing mentioned that several leaders from the chip research institutes were contemplating departure from Hongqing. Faced with a bleak outlook for the company's return to stability, one could hardly blame them for seeking other opportunities. Assuring Dr. Zhou, Chen Chen expressed, "Do not worry. I shall return to the company tomorrow. I will first learn from General Liu on how to manage the company. As for the projects and required funding on your side, please prepare, and after tomorrow's senior management meeting, I will provide my approval." Chen Chen hastened to reassure Dr. Zhou, recognizing the immense talent within the research department that must not be allowed to slip away. Dr. Zhou, softened by his words, spoke earnestly to Chen Chen, "Young Chen, when your father sought me out in the United States, he made several visits. Like the ancient tale of 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was old Chen's sincerity and emphasis on research and development that persuaded me to return to China. After joining Hongqing, old Chen kept his promises. While we cannot claim to be the foremost in national research strength, we are certainly among the top 3. Since old Chen's passing last year, I have witnessed our market share being gradually consumed by several companies. This turmoil stems from the disarray at higher levels. Young Chen, learn diligently from your Uncle Lu. I sincerely hope you can revive Hongxing, just as your father did. With that, Dr. Zhou gestured to Chen Chen, indicating he could take his leave. Observing Dr. Zhou's somber mood, Chen Chen refrained from further conversation and exited the company. As he drove home, reflecting on the day's revelations at the office, he found solace in the fact that the research capabilities remained intact. Other matters seemed momentarily insignificant. Gazing at the dashboard and console of his vehicle, he recalled Lei Jun's electric car and mused that while the Maybach was impressive, it lacked a certain technological flair, exuding an air of business rather than innovation. In contrast, Lei Jun's new energy vehicle allowed users to control functions via voice commands and manage home appliances, which was quite exhilarating. Wasn't that more appealing than a flashy sports car that struggled to navigate curbs? In his room, Chen Chen continually browsed the internet for updates on current technological advancements. Had the smartphone voice assistant, Fruit, not yet been launched? Were batteries predominantly around 1,500 mAh? Was the highest pixel count still 26 million from Huawei Technology, utilizing a 5-lens setup? Were charging speeds capped at 5v1? 2A. Did foreign smartphones command 79% of the Chinese market? Was 4G technology anticipated to be deployed within the next decade? What a jest! The technological advancements of this world appeared to be strikingly similar to those of Earth in 2011. Upon inquiry, I found no company by the name of Xiaomi. Rather, there exists one called Dami, founded by Lei Busi. However, this enterprise primarily focuses on software, with its subsidiary Failiao fiercely competing for market share against Tencent. Additionally, there is a company named Huawei Technology, which primarily specializes in communication-based stations, with mobile phones as a secondary venture, much like the current Hongxing, relying on operator channels for distribution. Nevertheless, recent online reports indicate that Huawei has appointed a new head for its mobile division this year, a person named Yu Qingbei. Chapter 4. How about you take charge of the African business? The following day, under the meticulous preparation of the butler, Chen Bo, Chen Chen entered the company conference room clad in formal attire. Instantly, the buzzing chatter ceased as all eyes turned towards the young CEO. Dressed impeccably, he certainly cut a fine figure. Lu Weibei rose, murmuring softly before addressing the assembly, "Let us welcome President Chen." Applause erupted, whether genuine or feigned. The volume was certainly substantial to Chen Chen's ears. I sincerely appreciate everyone's unwavering support for the company over the past year. Due to personal circumstances, I have been unable to be present and grasp the situation. From today onward, I will return to the company, and I hope we can cooperate to enhance the prosperity of our Hongxing Corporation. Regarding the recent decline in our performance and our future development, I invite everyone to share your thoughts and opinions boldly today for discussion. President Chen, I propose we intensify our collaboration with the operators to continue increasing our shipment volumes, suggested Su Guangyi, who was originally responsible for liaising with the operator channels. However, upon learning yesterday that the operators intended to cancel subsidies and exclusive sales, his position became precarious, leading to other contemplations. President Chen, the crux of the matter is not merely the decline in performance, but rather our transition in the face of the smartphone wave. I suggest we abandon low-end channel devices and focus entirely on developing high-end flagships, proposed a younger executive who stood up. You are correct. What is your name? President Chen, I am Cui Chen, and I joined Hongxing 2 years ago. All right. Please draft a proposal and submit it to my office. This year's flagship devices have suffered tremendous losses. They hardly qualify as flagships. Chen Chen noted Su Guangyi's dissenting opinion and promptly called him out. Su Guangyi, it seems you have a different perspective. Please share it for discussion. President Lu, President Chen, I do not have much to say, but considering how our high-end flagship devices have failed so miserably this year, I fear that pursuing flagships again might lead us to. Su Guangyi's words trailed off, but the implication was clear. Another failure would bring unbearable financial pressure. In the past, a failure might have been inconsequential as the company's revenue and performance were on an upward trajectory. Now, faced with an overall decline, another setback could be dire. Manager Su makes a valid point. However, I believe we should pursue the flagship while not completely abandoning the low-end devices. As for those operator channel devices, we should cease them as necessary, Chen Chen concluded. Immediately, Su Guangyi stood in opposition. Young President Chen, operator channel devices account for 80% of our shipment volume. How can we simply stop them? If we eliminate these models, what happens to Hongxing's revenue? No, I oppose this. Hearing dissent from the ranks, Chen Chen responded decisively, asserting, given manager Su's concerns, let us proceed with cutting a portion of our operator channel devices in the Huaxiao mainland, while for our overseas business, particularly in Africa and India, we shall refrain from making any immediate changes. Manager Su, would you be willing to take charge of the operator channel business in Africa for the time being? After Chen Chen spoke, Su Guangyi's face immediately turned a shade of crimson. What on earth? Is there even business for us in Africa? Chen Chen was unrelenting. If he returned to the company only to have his first suggestion dismissed, it would signal a future where his voice would carry even less weight. The marketing department is to temporarily suspend television and offline marketing, awaiting further instructions, while the market department should gather information on products from other companies to present to my office. Since I, Chen Chen, have returned today, I shall take full responsibility for this company. From now on, the research and development department will report directly to me. Minister Su, if you have any objections, I suggest you spend a few years studying in the Africa Business Division before reporting back to me. That will be all for today. The mobile development and R&D departments should remain, while the others may leave. Chen Chen's inaugural meeting could not be deemed a success, nor a failure. However, insisting that Su go to Africa certainly established his authority. Even if these individuals were temporarily resistant to him, so what? He is the owner, the decision-maker. Should you dare to undermine me, I shall send you to Africa for some real-world experience. Were it not for the current reliance on these individuals for the company's operations, Chen Chen would have preferred a complete overhaul from top to bottom. Regardless, he would wait for further investigations. The necessary actions would be taken, particularly concerning the individual named Su. Make haste and depart. As the attendees filed out of the conference room, Chen Chen settled into his chair with a sigh of relief. Uncle Lu, what on earth is going on with Su Guangyi? I've long wanted to deal with him. Not only has he been accepting kickbacks, but he has also been colluding with other companies, thinking I was oblivious. Turning to Dr. Lu from the R&D department, Lu Wei said, Dr. Lu, I've already spoken with finance regarding the funding for your chip production. It should be arriving shortly. Please coordinate with the team in Taiwan to prepare for the production. Understood. Mr. Lu, everyone, let us move to my office. I have a new idea I wish to discuss with all of you. The group followed Chen Chen to his office, and once seated, he retrieved a design blueprint from his drawer. This is my design for 2 mobile phones. One is a budget model priced around 100 yuan, and the other is a mid-range model costing approximately 2,000 yuan. I intend for the company to fully develop these 2 models and sell them online at cost price. The group examined the blueprints closely. The designs were quite polished, though some internal configurations might require reworking by the R&D department. Mr. Chen, we already have a budget model in our product line. There is no need to create a new mold. In response, Chen Chen covered his head with both hands, exclaiming that while a budget model exists, what quality is it? Opening 2 applications causes it to lag terribly, and with a mere 256 megabytes of memory. It is fundamentally a generic model with no design whatsoever. For this budget phone, I intend to equip it with 1 gigabyte of memory, utilizing the latest MediaTek MT6725 processor. Additionally, it must feature front and rear cameras with a battery capacity exceeding 2,000 mAh. Such specifications would render the device competitive in the market. As for pricing, I am willing to compress it to the lowest possible extent, even if it means incurring initial losses. A few individuals gasped in astonishment. Accepting losses? This youngster certainly possesses remarkable audacity. However, I remain uncertain about the market's reception of this device. Should we encounter further setbacks, it would indeed be a dire predicament. Dr. Wang, we need to restart our endeavors in charging technology, lens development, and battery enhancements. Should funds be insufficient, please approach me for approval. I wish to launch it in conjunction with the smartphone. Will that be feasible? Rest assured, Mr. Chen. Our charging solutions will undoubtedly align with the progress of the phone's development. It is entirely achievable. Chen Chen smiled and applauded. At least the old gentleman's company still retains a strong sense of unity and formidable capability. Uncle Lu, please summon the head of our mobile system. I wish to discuss matters with him. Chapter 5. Is Pinduoduo available now? When it comes to the system, Chen Chen felt a wave of frustration wash over him. To call it cumbersome would be an understatement. Yet, it serves its purpose. To claim it as user-friendly would also be misleading. It functions adequately. Essentially, it is a native Android system devoid of any local adaptations. All right, I shall summon him, said Lu Weiqing before stepping out. Chen Chen then turned to Dr. Liu and inquired, Dr. Liu, can our chip genuinely reach international mainstream standards? After a moment of contemplation, Dr. Liu replied, in simulation tests, its performance is on par with the Snapdragon S2 by Gaodong. However, precise performance metrics will require the return of the production samples for thorough testing. Chen Chen nodded. As long as the design capabilities remain competitive, that suffices. Following the conventional trajectory, the technology for mobile processor chips will undoubtedly become increasingly complex. Even if domestic chip production is currently unfeasible in Huaxia, at least for the next decade, we shall remain unscathed by sanctions from the United States. And what about a decade hence? Perhaps Hongxing will develop its own lithography machines and fabricate chips independently. Before long, Lu Weiqing returned with a young man, not yet 30, to Chen Chen's office. Xiao Chen, this is Zhao Jijia, who is responsible for maintaining our system. Zhao Jijia, sporting a buzz cut, appeared rather shy as he stood there, awkwardly greeting Chen Chen. Good day, President Chen. Do not be anxious. Please, have a seat. Upon noticing that Chen Chen had matters to discuss with Zhao, Dr. Zhou and Dr. Liu, along with the others, took their leave. President Chen, how may I assist you? Zhao inquired. Well, I intend to develop a deeply customized UI for our Hongxing, akin to what the Mi company has done. I find our current native Android system exceedingly inconvenient, often plagued by bugs. As the conversation turned technical, Zhao Jijia's nerves seemed to dissipate. He began recounting the numerous times he had brought these issues to the company's attention over the past year, but to no avail regarding the approval for a new UI. Actually, I have harbored this idea for quite some time. However, due to the company's turmoil this past year, we have been unable to fully develop it. Nevertheless, the preliminary design is complete among a few of us, and with sufficient engineering resources, we can expedite its completion. As he spoke, he unveiled his phone to show Chen Chen the newly designed UI. It embraced a flat design aesthetic, appearing notably more youthful. Yes, let us proceed in this manner. The functionality may be limited, but stability is paramount. I will coordinate with Manager Liu to ensure you receive the necessary resources. Aiming for a simultaneous launch with the new phone, Chen Chen assured. Thank you, President Chen. After Zhao Jijia exited the office, Lu Weiqing regarded Chen Chen. Realizing that this young man had indeed transformed, now focusing on the essentials. A mobile phone fundamentally consists of these components: the chip, the screen, and the system. The chip influences speed, the screen affects visual appeal, while the system determines user experience. It is now 2011, and Lei Jun has surprisingly managed to engage in a back-and-forth with Failiao and Penguin. The updates for MIUI are not as frequent, and the user base is not as vast. One wonders if Lei Jun will continue to pursue the mobile phone market. Should he refrain, I, Chen Chen, shall seize the opportunity in the internet market. If Lei Jun does proceed, then we shall see who truly prevails in this arena. It remains to be seen whether your esteemed legal department or my Red Star excels more. Time swiftly passes. A month has elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lu Weiqiang has observed that Chen Chen indeed comes to the company daily, just as he had claimed. Under his meticulous guidance, Chen Chen has now grasped the company's processes, although he shows little interest in human resources and administrative management, focusing instead solely on the UI department, sales development department, and research and development department. Dr. Liu has been in the beautiful islands for a month, and there has yet to be any news regarding the chip production. However, the good news is that the mobile phone development department has produced a prototype of the budget phone designed by Chen Chen within this month. The rationale is quite simple. Red Star previously relied on operator channels for sales, primarily dealing with budget phones. Many molds require only slight modifications to be utilized. Furthermore, due to the excellent cooperative relationship with MediaTek, they have dispatched several seasoned engineers to assist Red Star in development adaptation. Upon examining the prototype presented by the Mobile Development Department, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Although the deeply customized UI is not yet operational, the simplified version runs smoothly on this device, alleviating the system's burden despite the absence of numerous features. After all, the performance of the MT6725 processor speaks for itself. When will we be able to commence mass production? Chen Chen inquired, playing with the engineering device. Director Chen, once the engineering machine's testing is successful, we are poised to initiate mass production. However, as you mentioned, eliminating the operator channel poses a challenge. Our self-built mall is still incomplete. So where would be the most suitable venue for sales? Last time, platforms like these were established by Lei Jun and others. Chen Chen thought it would be straightforward, but he was surprised to find that after a month, Red Star had merely constructed the framework without fully operationalizing it. Shall we distribute to other channel merchants? This would necessitate leaving sufficient profit margins for them, contradicting Chen Chen's intention to sell close to cost. What about selling on CAD and DOD platforms? Just as Chen Chen pondered this, a knock on the door interrupted him. Come in. Xiao Chen, I heard the engineering machine has come off the line. Chen Chen looked up to see Lu Weiqiang and promptly handed him the device. Lu Weiqiang examined it thoroughly, testing its functionality, and found it quite smooth. By the way, what is our production cost for this device? Given the use of 1 GB of RAM and this relatively new processor, the mass production cost is approximately 800 yuan. I suggest we set the retail price at 999 yuan to ensure decent sales. 999 is too expensive. 899 or even 799 would be more appropriate. Lu Weiqiang was nearly rendered breathless by Chen Chen's remark. At a cost of 800, selling at 799 is quite implausible. Uncle Lu, please reach out to the media. We should organize an online launch event to generate buzz for the new device. However, since our self-built platform is still under construction, we will have to resort to selling on the CAT and DOD platforms. By the way, Director Chen, today a platform called Pinduoduo visited our company, hoping we could join their platform. Pinduoduo? Is it already operational? What is its scale? According to their claims, it is a newly established e-commerce platform that emphasizes affordability. I have a thought. Did they mention anything about subsidies? Lu Weiqiang gazed at Chen Chen in astonishment, pondering how this young man was aware of the subsidies offered by Pinduoduo. Chen Chen responded, Ask anyone. Who doesn't know about Pinduoduo's hundreds of billions in subsidies? Uncle Lu, please provide me with the contact information of the person in charge at Pinduoduo. I would like to arrange a meeting with him. Meanwhile, you should prepare for mass production. The new phone will be named the Shining Phone Generation 1. Uncle Lu, please reach out to the media to organize an online launch event. I will confirm the timing shortly. Chapter 6. The sales champion of Pinduoduo Chen Chen swiftly established contact with the business manager of Pinduoduo. Upon learning that he was to meet with the president of Hongxing, his excitement was palpable, causing his flesh to tremble. Despite Hongxing's evident decline in performance, it remains a relatively renowned mobile phone manufacturer in the country. Securing a partnership with such a notable company would undoubtedly be a significant accomplishment upon his return to the company. Shortly after noon, a rotund figure entered Chen Chen's office. Hello, President Chen. My name is Guan Yushi, the marketing manager of Pinduoduo. You may call me Xiao Guan. Xiao Guan? Sales champion? Chen Chen scrutinized this so-called sales champion, who wore spectacles, appeared portly, and clutched a briefcase, exuding an air of nervousness. Chen Chen approached and patted Guan Yushi on the shoulder, saying, I'm not older than you, so calling you Xiao Guan seems inappropriate. Manager Guan, please take a seat. He then retrieved a can of ice-cold cola from the refrigerator and handed it to him. Please sit, Manager Guan. Let us converse over drinks. I don't have any tea in the office, only this. Guan Yushi had recently graduated from university and joined Pinduoduo not long ago. Although he held the title of marketing manager, he primarily engaged in business development, reaching out to larger merchants and manufacturers for partnerships with Pinduoduo. Recently, he had faced many dismissive glances in his business endeavors, and Chen Chen's warm reception left him feeling somewhat flattered. President Chen, you are too kind. Thank you. Chen Chen settled down as well, but rather than broaching the topic of subsidies immediately, he inquired, Manager Guan, I am not very familiar with Pinduoduo. Could you provide me with some insights? This statement was sincere. Although Pinduoduo had become a sensation in the previous life, he was not well acquainted with this early-formed entity in this world. Certainly, President Chen, Pinduoduo was established in January of this year, and we have just completed 6 months. Currently, we are seeking to onboard various reputable merchants and manufacturers. 6 months? Chen Chen's brows furrowed. Guan Yushi noticed Chen Chen's expression. Unlike coastal cities, Beijing is an inland city and the political center, where merchants exhibit less commercial sensitivity compared to their counterparts in coastal areas. Some merchants are even disinterested in Alibaba's Taomao platform, let alone a newly established Pinduoduo, which contributes to the cold shoulders Guan Yushi frequently encounters in his business pursuits. President Chen, although we have been established for less than a year, our transaction volume surpassed 100 million yuan last month, with over 20 million paying users. Moreover, we have obtained a payment license and now possess our own payment system. Chen Chen silently acknowledged this in his mind. While the current figures lag behind Taomao, as someone with experience, he had no doubt regarding Pinduoduo's rapid expansion. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Guan Yushi appeared contemplative. as if he had more to say. Sure enough, after a few seconds of thought, Guan Yusha remarked, President Chen, for esteemed manufacturers like Hongxing, we plan to introduce a subsidy program and traffic support. Upon hearing the word subsidy, Chen Chen realized that the main course of discussion had arrived. What does the subsidy entail? Dear Mr. Chen, it is as follows. When your products are listed on our platform, Pinduoduo, after passing the rigorous evaluation, we will offer a portion of subsidies. This arrangement not only benefits the customers, but also enhances your sales, while simultaneously increasing our user base. It is a scenario of mutual advantage. Furthermore, we will provide you with traffic support, amplifying the visibility of your products, along with various collaborative rankings from Pinduoduo. To my knowledge, no major mobile manufacturer has yet established a presence on our platform, has it? Guan Yusha awkwardly scratched his head and replied, currently, there isn't one. I sincerely hope that you, Mr. Chen, can be the first major manufacturer to join us at Pinduoduo. Rest assured, once you come on board, the subsidies will be at their maximum level, and the traffic support will be equally substantial. After saying this, Guan Yusha adjusted his glasses and looked earnestly at Chen Chen. The sincerity in Guan Yusha's eyes left Chen Chen rather moved. I agree to join. However, you may need to consult with your superiors. I not only wish to establish a presence, but also to acquire shares. Before long, Guan Yusha completed the coordination with the marketing department. The Hongxing store was successfully launched on Pinduoduo, although products have yet to be listed. The name is quite straightforward, Hongxing Mobile Flagship Store. Manager Guan, remember to inform your leaders that Hongxing Company wishes to acquire shares in Pinduoduo. Guan Yusha, filled with excitement, readily agreed. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will contact my leaders right away. Once the products are listed, I will coordinate with you. As soon as we finalize the products for listing, we shall discuss the subsidy amounts. It appears that securing Hongxing's entry brings Guan Yusha a step closer to becoming the sales champion. Meanwhile, within the confines of the rice company, after wrapping up a media conference announcing their foray into the mobile phone market, Lei Busi plunged back into his office. After all, a startup has countless matters to attend to. Competing with Penguin has proven to be a daunting challenge, with failure looming on the horizon. Despite Lei Busi's best efforts, the decline of Feiliao has been challenging to mask. The Penguin's deep-rooted presence in the communications market has made it exceedingly difficult. Since they leveraged QQ for user acquisition, their growth has been exponential, while Feiliao's user growth has continued to plummet. Now, Lei Busi has decided to redirect his focus away from Feiliao and concentrate on another hardware product from the Rice Company, the Rice Generation 1. The concept for the Rice Generation 1 was conceived personally by Lei Busi, who even enlisted a specialized hardware development team for this endeavor. After nearly a year of exploration, he is poised to launch the Rice mobile phone in August. Since they cannot compete with Penguin in instant messaging, it seems prudent to change lanes. The Rice Generation 1 embodies the collective effort of the entire Rice Company. Unlike established hardware manufacturers like Hongxing and Huawei, Rice, as a nascent enterprise, had not anticipated the challenges of hardware development. However, Rice's inherent advantage lies in its internet-driven DNA, a trait that the traditional manufacturers lack, as they remain complacently reliant on telecommunications operators. Unbeknownst to many, the era has transformed. We now reside in the age of mobile internet. A company devoid of the essence of the internet cannot endure and will inevitably be rendered obsolete by the tides of time. We, as rice producers, must carve out our own path through competitive pricing. Chapter 7. Refreshments prepared for the media after finishing his tasks on Pinduoduo. Chen Chen took a moment to open his computer and refresh the news. Soon, a headline titled Lei Jun makes a comeback to launch a smartphone captured his attention. Intrigued, he clicked on it and discovered that Lei Jun was holding a media conference to announce his second venture and the impending release of the Xiaomi phone next month. Chen Chen closed the webpage and pondered for a moment. Since he could not become a partner in this life, he decided to fight instead. Let us see which is superior, your Xiaomi phone or my Red Star phone. However, he felt a touch of frustration. The funds in the company's account were insufficient, and he could not afford to develop a flagship device. The development department was still finalizing a mid-range model based on his designs, while only the low-end shining phone was ready for mass production. This time, let you, Lei Jun, take 99 steps ahead, while I reveal my 100-meter sword. He picked up the phone and called Lu Weiqing. Uncle Lu, please contact the media. On the 1st of next month, we will hold an online launch for our Shining Generation 1. Old Lei, I wonder if you have a system in this life. Even if you do, I am not afraid of you. Let us see if your Xiaomi legal team is more formidable or if my determination is stronger. There can only be one Jobs in the mobile phone industry. It must be me, Chen Jobs. Chen Chen had been growing, as evidenced by the screenshot from 600 chapters later. Having pumped himself up, he began preparing for the small launch event scheduled for a week later. After all, in his previous life, it was always old Lei who held the press conferences, and he had little experience. He couldn't just start by saying, "Our shining phone is so affordable, it will take your breath away." Time swiftly passed to July 2nd. In the grand conference hall of Red Star Company, Chen Chen looked at the media reporters armed with cameras and microphones, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he accepted the microphone from Lu Wei-Chin and stepped onto the stage. Upon seeing Chen Chen, the reporters began to whisper among themselves. They had thought it was a press conference called by Lu Wei-Chin, but instead, it was this inexperienced Chen Chen. Who is this kid? Isn't he supposed to be uninvolved with Red Star's affairs? How did he come to host a press conference? I want to see what he has to say. Chen Chen observed the murmurs from the reporters and the incredulous expressions of the company personnel nearby. Clearing his throat, he began. I sincerely thank all media reporters and friends from the digital community for attending this press conference at Red Star. Over the past year, many changes have occurred at our company. I have recently taken over, and the first thing I did upon returning was to create our brand new shining phone. As he spoke, he pulled a sample device from his pocket and held it up for the cameras. A shining phone? I've never heard of Red Star having such a series. Didn't you hear what young CEO Chen just said? He personally crafted this upon his return to the company. Is this for real? Can he really build a phone? I thought he only knew how to drink and flirt. Disregarding the peculiar gazes from those around him, Chen Chen continued his presentation. Our Shining One, the first generation, is equipped with MediaTek's latest dual-core processor, the MT6572, which boasts an impressive single-core frequency of up to 1.4 GHz, delivering remarkable performance. Additionally, we have outfitted this device with a screen featuring a resolution of 480 by 320 pixels, ensuring a more vivid and high-definition experience. The battery is a robust 2,000 mAh, providing straightforward and enduring power. Notably, our Shining One is designed with dual cameras, featuring a rear camera of 1.3 megapixels and a front camera of 0.3 megapixels. Finally, the system interface is powered by our deeply customized Starry UI, developed by Hongxing Company, significantly enhancing the phone's fluidity. As Chen Chen pressed the remote in his hand, the large screen displayed the complete specifications of the Shining One. Processor, MediaTek MT6572 dual-core 1.4 GHz, screen, 4.1 inches with a resolution of 480 by 320. Memory, 1 GB 2 GB, battery, 2,000 mAh, cameras, rear 1.3 megapixels, front 0.3 megapixels, operating system, deeply customized Starry OS based on Android 2.3. Observing the specifications on the screen, the bloggers and reporters began to take photographs and engage in discussions. This screen resolution, is it not an eyesore? Indeed. And what can MediaTek accomplish? I suspect even opening QQ would cause it to lag. This little Chen's phone is no different from the previous low-end models from Hongxing. Is this what it means to create a smartphone? Chen Chen surveyed the room, noting the disdain not only from the media but also from some company personnel. Is this it? Finally, he addressed the audience regarding the pricing. The retail price of our phone is $799, with a limited-time offer on Pinduoduo for $749. I hope all media friends will remember this when writing and publishing their articles. In addition to this phone, I would like to extend my sincerest apologies to our fans. Over the past year, we at Hongxing have let down your trust and affection, largely due to my personal shortcomings. In the future, we at Hongxing will strive to present more sincere products, and I hope you will continue to support us. The Shining One is our first earnest creation, but certainly not the last. Thank you, esteemed media representatives. We at Hongxing will soon provide tea and refreshments, along with a Shining One for each of you, and I hope you will enjoy it. After bowing to the audience, Chen Chen exited the stage, returning the microphone to Lu Weibei. Upon hearing about the refreshments and complimentary phones, the media reporters exchanged knowing smiles. It seems this young Chen is quite considerate, though he mentioned tea and snacks. Everyone understood the underlying sentiment. Subsequently, the attendees departed Hongxing, satisfied with their gifted phones and the refreshments in their envelopes, ready to compose their articles and disseminate the news. Before long, the internet was abuzz with reports about the earnest creation of young Chen from Hongxing. The Red Star has unveiled a new series of smartphones, with a limited time price of $749, boasting specifications that outshine numerous 1,000 yuan models. The prodigal successor of Red Star has returned, presenting a remarkable creation. Here are 10 compelling reasons to consider the shining one. It is astonishing. A phone with 1 GB of RAM is launched at merely $749. Is this a manifestation of humanity's distortion or a decline in morality? The internet is abuzz. The youthful and affluent Chen Chen of Red Star is engaging online. As Chen Chen perused these media headlines, he felt a sense of relief that the refreshments he prepared had proven somewhat useful, at least sparing him from sensationalized gossip. However, he pondered whether this phone could restore Red Star's reputation and market presence. Xiao AI, are you there? I am here. What about the rewards for the phone launch? Could they not be transmitted directly to my mind this time? Organizing data is quite exhausting. Please specify a medium, and I will send the rewards accordingly. Chen Chen exhaled deeply. If it were to be like the previous 2 books, with information sent directly to his mind, the task of organizing the data alone could be overwhelming. Had he not stayed up late sorting through data, he might have collapsed from exhaustion. Upon returning home, Chen Chen connected his treasured hard drive to the computer. One was full, and another was also filled to capacity. The contents therein made him blush with embarrassment, an overwhelming amount of 4K material. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he formatted one of the drives, and Xiao AI promptly transferred the data onto it. 18 watt charging. Quite satisfactory. At the very least, in the realm of charging, we can once again lead the pack. Chapter 8. The first order of Pink 60 in 2011 is a resolution of 320p still in use? ISNT that screen a veritable eyesore? What? A mere 1G of RAM for $749? If that screen is indeed functional, then any inability to see must lie with my own vision, not the phone itself. Where can one find such a bargain at $749? What exactly is Pink 60? ISNT Red Star on the brink of collapse? That side-sliding full keyboard phone released earlier this year nearly blinded me. Good grief. It's 2011, and you present a sliding keyboard phone. Many netizens harbor skepticism towards the news disseminated by the media. After all, it is common knowledge that last year, CEO Chen of Red Star passed away. And the new CEO, Xiao Chen, seems preoccupied with revelry, neglecting the company's affairs entirely. The sudden emergence of a phone priced at $749 with relatively impressive specifications raises eyebrows, particularly the inclusion of 1G RAM, which is hard to fathom. It's worth noting that during the time, most 1,000 yuan phones barely offered 1G, with the majority equipped with only 512 megabytes, and budget phones featuring a mere 256 megabytes. Moreover, what is the Xingyou OS? Red Star has actually revamped its system interface? Can this group of senior citizens truly design a system interface? It appears to adopt a youthful and refreshing flat design style. Soon, the dazzling Model 1 was listed on Pink 60. The product title boldly proclaimed 100 genuine product guarantee. Official self-operated, with a promise of compensation for counterfeits and nationwide warranty. Zhang, responsible for managing the store, appeared bewildered and hastily inquired, CEO Chen, what does this mean? Will our claims constitute false advertising? False advertising? Chen Chen's gaze abruptly fixed on Zhang Weichao. Are we not offering genuine products? Zhang Weichao, sensing Chen Chen's penetrating stare, pressed on, CEO, we currently have very few offline outlets, making it impossible to provide nationwide warranty. Are you foolish? As long as it can be sent to our company, we will provide repairs. ISNT that a nationwide warranty? The others fell silent. Lu Qi, age 22, had just graduated from a vocational college. Like many of his classmates, he entered the workforce immediately after graduation, proudly becoming a salesperson. After a long day of work, Lu Qi finally returned to his rented apartment, his stomach growling with hunger. He retrieved some noodles from the cupboard and boiled them while sinking into bed to relish the much-needed rest. Having worked for nearly a month, he felt increasingly dissatisfied with his current phone. He was eager to purchase a new one. Indeed, like most salespeople, he needed to make numerous calls daily and add clients' contact information. In just a month, he struggled to distinguish between his personal life and work. His QQ was flooded with work-related messages, and he despised this monotonous existence. With a sigh, Lu Qi dropped the noodles into the boiling water and, after a moment's thought, cracked an egg into the pot. A simple dinner was soon concluded. While slurping his noodles, he opened a shopping platform, preparing to select a mobile phone. As a newly employed intern, he possessed scant savings. Purchasing a phone was a significant expense. No matter what, he resolved to replace his current device, opting for a budget-friendly option, even if it meant subsisting on instant noodles for another fortnight. Lu Qi's demands were modest. He sought a robust battery and seamless operation of Failio, WeChat, and QQ, with the ultimate goal of minimizing costs. With such a limited budget, he hardly dared to contemplate options from fruit sanctions. Affordable mid-range devices from Nokia, ZTE, Huawei, and Samsung began at around 1,000 yuan. Reflecting on his 3 years of university life with a Lenovo laptop that had never faltered, he decided to stick with the Lenovo brand. After all, Lenovo was a reputable name. Before long, he discovered the most economical Lenovo smartphone, one that was indeed functional. However, upon seeing the MediaTek 4971 processor with a frequency of 1.2 GHz, Lu Qi furrowed his brow. Further inspection revealed 256 megabytes of RAM, 1 gigabyte of internal storage, and a typical battery capacity of 1,580 mAh. Priced at 100 yuan, the device lacked aesthetic appeal, merely a black frame encasing a 4-inch screen. Yet, Lu Qi dismissed this concern. Performance was paramount. Nonetheless, the memory specifications left him questioning its usability. Wasn't T256 megabytes akin to his current phone? Moreover, the price of 100 yuan already exceeded his budget. He resolved to explore other options. If necessary, he would settle for this one. Reluctantly, Lu Qi continued to browse for other smartphones. He stumbled upon news that Xiaomi was venturing into the mobile market, and the specifications seemed impressive. Rivaling foreign brands priced over 4,000 yuan, yet available for just over 2,000 yuan. However, he needed to make a purchase soon, and the 2,000 yuan price tag was also beyond his means. At that moment, his phone displayed a notification at a painfully slow pace. If you're a brother, come and give me a slice. Pinduoduo. Lu Qi recalled that a promotional salesperson had previously urged him to download the app. As fellow salespeople, why rush? He decided to download it. Upon opening Pinduoduo, he noticed that the phones listed were indeed cheaper than those on other platforms, yet upon examining their specifications, he realized they were mere knockoffs. It seemed he would have to grit his teeth and buy the Lenovo model after all. Another month of instant noodles loomed ahead. The thought made the noodles in his mouth suddenly turn unpalatable. Just then, Pinduo's homepage refreshed with a new listing. Red Star S Masterpiece. Dual-core 1 GB RAM phone. Limited time at 749 yuan. The lowest price online. National warranty. Fake one. Pay 100. Upon seeing this, Lu Qi felt his instant noodles regain their flavor. After all, his current phone was from Red Star. Although it was sluggish, its quality was beyond reproach, having accompanied him through thick and thin, remaining remarkably durable. Perhaps the marketing copy on the homepage had an irresistible allure, prompting Lu Qi to click on it. 100 genuine. Fake one. Pay 100. In the official flagship store of Hongqing, Lu Qi continued to scroll down through the product details and, indeed, he stumbled upon the advertised 1 GB of RAM. Observing the specifications, his pace of eating noodles gradually slowed. Such a configuration, is it aiming for the heavens? Although the screen resolution was not particularly high, it was comparable to others. And astonishingly, it even featured a front-facing camera. Furthermore, the battery capacity was substantial, reaching 2,000 mAh. Pushing the bowl of noodles slightly away, Lu Qi picked up his phone to scrutinize the specifications closely. Indeed, this was exactly what he desired. Moreover, Hongqing had been a reputable brand for over a decade. After perusing the details repeatedly, the noodles in his bowl had congealed into a lump, yet Lu Qi felt increasingly exhilarated. If the specifications were truly as described, they would undoubtedly meet all his requirements: smooth operation, ample memory, and a robust battery. That was sufficient. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Qi opted for a group purchase. And after entering his bank card details and linking his Pinduoduo wallet, he decisively pressed the payment button. At that moment, the gears of fate began to turn. Remember this individual, as they will be of significance later. Chapter 9. If you are a brother, come and chop me. Having successfully placed the order, Lu Qi promptly shared the link in the university dormitory group chat. Brothers, you won't believe what I've discovered. Hongqing has released a smartphone with such remarkable cost-effectiveness. A dual-core 1.4 GHz processor and 1 GB of RAM. At that moment, everyone was freshly graduated, and their camaraderie was still vibrant. Instantly, the QQ group buzzed with excitement. Eldest son, come on, Lu, just spare me. I've already helped you chop once. Now seeing this link makes me want to hurl. Lu Qi, I merely wish to share. I never asked you to chop again. Lu's face flushed with embarrassment. Recalling how just days ago he had rallied classmates and friends to help him negotiate a discount on a pair of slippers, which only succeeded after countless attempts. Second son, wow Lu, this phone is quite the bargain. Only 749. I'll buy one as soon as I get my paycheck this month. Third son, you two are quite bold. With Hongxing on the brink of collapse, you still dare to purchase their phones, boasting dual-core and 1 GB of RAM. If this phone works, I might as well use it to power a fan on 5 settings. Sun Lei. Chen Chen was keenly monitoring the situation of the shining phone. After its launch on Pinduoduo, he remained in the online store department. Half an hour had passed since the listing, yet there was still no activity, causing Chen Chen to feel anxious. The fate of a turnaround hinged on this very phone. Finally, by evening, the customer service account received its first purchase notification. Once the first sale occurred, Pinduoduo's viral marketing kicked in, and soon after, the second, third, and even the 100th sale followed. Few by the time Chen Chen returned home after 10 o'clock, over 2,000 units had been sold. Such figures marked a commendable beginning. He wondered if sales would surge following the news. It seemed prudent to expedite the development of their self-built mall, as they could not afford to abandon offline channels entirely. It was easy to relinquish them now, but rebuilding later would prove significantly more challenging. As the night shift guard, who had just finished work, noticed Chen Chen still busy at 10 o'clock, he nodded in approval. If genuine reform was in progress, it would justify the hardships endured over the past year to sustain the company. The next morning, the first task for Chen Chen upon arriving at the office was to check the sales status of the Shining One on Pinduoduo. Mr. Chen, as of 8 a.m. today, we have sold a total of 12,000 units of the Shining One, with over 8,000 sold on Pinduoduo. Upon hearing that over 10,000 units had sold overnight, Chen Chen was elated. He waved his hand generously at the office staff, declaring, "You've worked hard. Everyone will receive a bonus this month." Hearing of the bonus, Xiao Zhang, responsible for the online store, instantly perked up. This past year, the company's salary disbursements had been sporadic, and bonuses had not even crossed his mind. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you." The office erupted with sounds of surprise, as it had been ages since bonuses were distributed. Beijing, Junshare Tiandi Building, Demi Headquarters. As Lei Jun entered the office, Lin Bin, the president of Xiaomi, hurriedly approached him with his phone in hand. "Mr. Lei, Hongxing launched a smartphone priced at $799 last night, equipped with a dual-core 1 GHz processor and 1 GB of RAM." "What? 1 GB of RAM?" Lei Jun exclaimed, astonished not by the specifications of the phone, but rather by the price of $799. He had tirelessly negotiated with suppliers and manufacturers, even braving earthquakes and nuclear leaks to discuss screen procurement, with the overall material costs exceeding $1,400. Coupled with various assembly fees, logistics costs, and taxes, he had initially planned to price his product at $1999, believing it would significantly disrupt the smartphone market. He never anticipated that Hongxing would directly offer a model at $799. However, upon reviewing the overall specifications, Lei Jun felt a sense of relief. This product was not on par with his own. The MediaTek 1 GHz processor could only manage basic tasks like making calls and using QQ, nowhere near the capabilities of the superior processors he had procured. There was no cause for alarm. "Mr. Lei, I'm not merely commenting on their specifications and pricing. I'm reflecting on the remarkable integration and negotiation skills of these established smartphone companies. If Xiaomi were to negotiate for this device, we would undoubtedly struggle to reach a price of $799. I suspect Hongxing isn't even aiming for profit with this phone, perhaps even selling it at a loss." After a moment of contemplation, Lei Jun acknowledged the truth in this observation. Xiaomi was currently facing reluctance from component suppliers, who were unwilling to provide stock, let alone engage in negotiations. We at Xiaomi are an internet company. Our unmatched efficiency is our key to success. While these established companies possess various integration and negotiation capabilities, they are loath to sacrifice profits or adapt, which is why I believe Xiaomi will ultimately prevail. Precision, focus, efficiency, and speed. These are the 7 essential principles of the internet that I have distilled. Reflecting on this, Lei Jun opened his computer to search for information about Chen Chen. He was aware that Qin Yunlong, the president of Hongxing, had passed away last year, and in the ensuing year, the company had scarcely released any new devices. The flagship model they finally launched quickly fell behind the market upon its release, indicating that Hongxing was in disarray. Soon, he found a video of Chen Chen unveiling the Shining One. After watching the entire presentation, Lei Jun pondered. The young man did not appear to be a mere playboy, and his apologies during the launch seemed quite sincere. However, previous reports of his escapades, such as entering hotels with young models, purchasing limited edition sports cars, and covering entire bar tabs, cast a different light. It was understandable, considering Chun Yunlong had passed away at under 50. Abruptly entrusting such a vast enterprise to a young man in his 20s. Reflecting on his own achievements at a similar age, Lei Jun recalled how he completed 4 years' worth of university credits in just 2 years, had his programming included in textbooks, and became the general manager of Kingsoft at 28. Leading the company to its IPO. This young man pales in comparison to himself. As time progresses, the sales of the Shining One have surged on platforms such as Pinduoduo and Miaoduo, accumulating over 500,000 units within a mere month. Undoubtedly, Pinduoduo accounts for the majority of these sales. Due to securing the entry of Hongxing, Guan Yushi has been promoted, ascending to the esteemed position of regional manager in the capital. Although each unit of the Shining One sold incurs a loss of 50 yuan for Pinduoduo, the founders' faces remain beaming with joy. While it is the investors' funds that are being expended, the paid users gained are indeed from Pinduoduo itself. Chapter 10. The launch of the Mi August 1st, 16, 2011, at the 798 Art District in the capital city. The Mi company held the launch event for their inaugural smartphone, the Mi One. As a devoted fan of the brand, Chen Chen was, of course, eager to attend this momentous occasion. He proudly took his seat in the front row as an honored guest. Having previously witnessed the fierce competition between Mi company and its counterparts through various channels, as well as the success of their MII operating system, a considerable fanbase had emerged. Even Chen Chen had to concede that the early iterations of the MII system were impressively smooth and user-friendly, far surpassing the hastily launched Starry OS from his own company. It seemed he would need to draw inspiration from this success upon his return. Borrowing ideas is not shameful, it is merely a form of learning. The venue was filled with enthusiastic Mi fans, some of whom had traveled from distant corners of the country, while many were local supporters from the capital. As for the presence of hired attendees, Chen Chen could not ascertain. Once Lei Jun took the stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, and Chen Chen joined in the ovation. Subsequently, Lei Jun began to unveil their product. This product represents the heartfelt dedication of the Mi company, a culmination of the dreams of 7 devoted individuals. Our Mi One is equipped with the world's fastest dual-core processor. It boasts a clock speed of 1.5 GHz and incorporates an embedded GPU module, enabling swifter graphic processing. As Chen Chen observed Lei Jun passionately presenting, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of boredom. Why the ennui? This was the 3rd launch event he had attended. Due to the prior censorship of 2 books he had written about Xiaomi, this was indeed his 3rd experience. Soon, the large screen behind Lei Jun displayed the comprehensive specifications of the Mi One. The device measured 125 mm in height, 63 mm in width, and 12 mm in thickness, weighing approximately 150 grams. In terms of design, as Lei Jun had admitted, there was hardly any embellishment. The front consisted solely of a touchscreen, encased in a slightly raised plastic bezel, with the entire device constructed from plastic material, including the midframe. Why, one might wonder. Was the midframe also made of plastic? Simply put, it was cost-effective. To keep the price at an affordable 1,999 yuan, every possible expense was minimized. Even in 2024, there remain numerous smartphones with plastic midframes. Thus, the material choice was inconsequential. What mattered most was consumer preference. After detailing the specifications of the Mi One, Lei Jun began to recount the challenges faced during its production, navigating the risks of nuclear leakage and earthquakes while negotiating screen supplies with Sharp, and the difficulties in finding a suitable manufacturing partner. It was a litany of trials and tribulations. Once these stories were shared, it was time for the most eagerly anticipated moment, the price. Speculations had circulated online, ranging from 29.99 to 27.99 yuan, with whispers suggesting that Lei Jun might even sell the phone for 999 yuan. Regardless, there was a palpable excitement in the air as everyone eagerly awaited the announcement of the price of the Mi One. Before announcing the price, let us first examine the prices of high-end flagship models available in the market. The Galaxy series from Samsung is priced at over 4,300, while Apple's models exceed 4,700. HTC's G and 1 series are also priced above 3,700, and this year, our domestic Redstar 903 is priced at over 3,200 yuan. It appears that Lei Jun even compared the price of his unsuccessful flagship model, the Redstar, leaving Chen Chen with a sense of despair as he covered his face. It was truly embarrassing, and one wonders what gave those individuals the audacity to set a price of 3,999. Suddenly, Chen Chen was jolted by a resounding sound. Without a doubt, It was the announcement of the price, 999. A minor spectacle, indeed. He had seen those four massive golden characters countless times before. Without even glancing up, he could surmise it was 999 just by instinct. Lei Jun is indeed impressive. The audience, who had been silent for a full half-minute, erupted into a frenzy. Discussions online had been rife, and no one anticipated that Lei Jun would set the price of the rice one at 999. With such specifications, as Lei Jun had pointed out, which foreign manufacturer does not charge over 3,000? Yet Lei Jun priced it at 999. And how could the audience not be electrified? In the past, such a notion would have been unimaginable. As Lei Jun departed the stage, the audience began to gradually leave the venue. Hadn't Lei Jun mentioned that this phone would be in high demand? It was imperative to rush home and make a reservation. After the conference concluded, Chen Chen did not leave, but, with the assistance of the staff, made his way backstage. Spotting Lei Jun approaching from afar with outstretched hands, Chen Chen felt a whirlwind of emotions. In previous lives, Lei Jun had treated him like an elder, always willing to heed his opinions regarding the rice company. This time, however, since they were now rivals, he thought, "Mr. Lei, I wish you great success with the rice one." As Lei Jun drew near, Chen Chen promptly offered his congratulations. This was indeed sincere. Given the current situation and historical patterns, the rice one was bound to be immensely popular. "Mr. Chen, you are truly remarkable at such a young age. I noticed your recently launched dazzling smartphone has effectively dominated the low-end market." Their hands then clasped together. "Mr. Lei, I would like to visit your rice company to learn about the workings of an internet enterprise. I hope this is convenient for you." Lei Jun, showing no sign of displeasure, replied directly, "You are always welcome, Mr. Chen. We at Rice would be delighted to have you visit for an inspection." Lei Jun did not belittle Chen Chen due to his youth. Instead, he adopted a humble demeanor, refraining from using the term learn and opting for visit for an inspection instead. "Let us exchange contact information. Once you are free, I shall certainly pay a visit. You are always welcome." They then exchanged business cards, considering that the Rice one had just been launched, and based on Rice Company's usual operations, it was likely that not a single unit had been produced yet. Various matters and challenges have kept Lei Jun preoccupied. Might I seize this opportune moment? While the Mi 1 lacks production capacity to expedite the launch of our mobile phone, Chen Chen is aware that the Mi 1 has experienced a protracted ramp-up in production, with large-scale deliveries not expected until next year. As it is only August, this affords us a mere 4 months to prepare. Otherwise, once the Mi 1 commences large-scale deliveries, any subsequent product launch may fail to generate the same fervor and attention. After all, Xiaomi inherently attracts significant traffic. With this thought in mind, upon returning to the company, Chen Chen promptly urged the team to hasten the development of Project 1's mid-range smartphone. The designation 1 signifies the highest priority and represents the inaugural smartphone of the rejuvenated Red Star initiative. Chapter 11. The rice with no goods to sell. Upon returning to the office, Chen Chen was greeted by Lu Weibing, who entered and remarked, "Little Chen, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Chen Chen, perplexed, wondered how there could possibly be both good and bad news. "Shouldn't it all be favorable?" "Let us start with the bad news," he replied. "The production of our chips at TSMC has hit a snag because their 28-nanometer process is not yet mature." "And the good news?" "The encouraging news is that our chips, based on the 32-nanometer process, have successfully completed tape-out. Dr. Liu is preparing to take the next flight back to the company." Chen Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could there be any real bad news? Typically, TSMC 1T have their 28-nanometer process ready until next year. For now, utilizing the 32-nanometer technology is quite acceptable. As long as the performance tests yield satisfactory results upon his return, we shall be fine." When it came to chips, Chen Chen truly admired the visionary elder he had never met. He had assembled an exceptional chip team, allowing Chen Chen to avoid starting from scratch in this domain. This was a substantial legacy that he was determined to leverage wisely. Furthermore, the development of the Hongxing 1 was contingent upon their chips. The Gaodong version had already been adapted and was set for mass production by the end of the month. "I propose we launch the Gaodong version directly," Chen Chen suggested. After all, the S2 chip has been validated by the market and is indeed a remarkable product. After listening to Lu Weibing, Chen Chen nodded in agreement. The explosive success of the Rice 1 was foreseeable, even if he were to match its specifications and pricing. It was unlikely he could keep pace with its momentum at this stage. Moreover, he had no intention of adopting the same price point. Given that Rice had priced their product at $19.99, Chen Chen did not mind adding fuel to that fire. After all, the Gaodong chip incurs a cost of 50 per unit, which was beyond what his chip required. With initial costs already invested, if sales exceeded 3 million units, the production cost for his chip would only exceed 200 renminbi. Additionally, Hongxing's bargaining power was significantly stronger than that of Rice, allowing some suppliers to accept lower prices. Considering the outsourcing fees, Hongxing had a long-standing partnership with Foxconn, which would undoubtedly result in lower manufacturing costs compared to Rice 1. Overall, it appeared that Hongxing 1 could achieve a more competitive price using its own chips than Rice 1. The only factor now was time, whether Hongxing could manage to produce the phones during the period when Rice 1 lacked capacity. Once Dr. Liu returned and the tests were successful, all resources would be concentrated on chip development and adaptation, followed by preparations for mass production. Let us schedule the launch event for next month, Chen Chen declared. Upon hearing Chen Chen's intention to hold the launch next month, Liu Weibing anxiously interjected, "Little Chen, isn't that a bit rushed? We might not even finish the adaptation work by then, and even if we launch, we won't have any phones to sell." Chen Chen recognized that Liu Weibing was still bound by traditional thinking, a stark contrast to the internet mindset of Rice. No, Uncle Liu. This time we must study the Rice Company and ignite a revolution in efficiency. We shall stock up whenever possible, and even if we cannot stock, we will learn from the Rice Company, adopting a zero-inventory approach and producing based solely on orders. As I mentioned earlier, we need to streamline our personnel structure. We should not fear having fewer people, as long as we can focus on the essentials. For those outdated traditions that yield little efficiency, it is high time to take decisive action. In the end, Chen Chen's tone grew somewhat stern. Having spent a previous life immersed in the Rice Company, he had witnessed the seamless operational efficiency there, and now, observing the sluggishness of Hongxing, it felt akin to a decaying elder. To effect change, we must wield a heavy hand. Individuals like Su Guangyi should not be allowed to linger, otherwise, I might as well consider dispatching him to Africa. Then there is the camera department, which consists of 12 individuals, featuring 2 heads and 3 managers, who's actually doing the work. By the way, what about that UI designer? The last time he mentioned his proposals for a new UI were repeatedly rejected, yet he still has a head and a manager above him. These individuals are nothing but a drain on resources. What use do they serve? The head of the UI department must be technically proficient and report directly to me. Listening to Chen Chen's myriad complaints, Liu Weibei could only manage a wry smile. He was well aware that the company's management structure was rather bloated. However, without Chen Chen's return, he couldn't take drastic measures regarding layoffs. It's prudent not to cut the active workforce. One misstep could jeopardize the core operations. You are more familiar with the management team, which is comprised of non-technical personnel. You can decide how to proceed. Indeed, trimming some management positions could keep the company running. But if one were to inadvertently dismiss someone essential, an entire department might collapse. Chen Chen was keen to avoid such a blunder. Seeing Chen Chen in low spirits, Liu Weibei decided to return and contemplate the list of potential layoffs. On his way back, he pondered the essence of internet thinking versus traditional thinking. In Liu Weibei's traditional mindset, a batch of phones should first be produced, then released for sale, with subsequent orders adjusted based on sales performance. If sales were strong, production could be ramped up. If not, it would be reduced. The advantage of this method is that once the phones are released, they are immediately available for purchase, sparing consumers from the frenzy of buying rush, allowing for convenient buying at any time. However, there are drawbacks. If a particular model receives poor market feedback, the surplus units will need to be discounted, necessitating storage, logistics, and dealing with components that depreciate by the moment. In contrast, Lei Jun's internet thinking advocates for releasing products first and then manufacturing according to customer orders. This approach conserves considerable funds and alleviates inventory pressure. For instance, the Rice Company sells their bags at a price of 169. Could other manufacturers replicate that? They could, but at a loss or minimal profit. However, the Rice Company dares to do so because they bear no inventory burden, producing only upon receiving an order, immediately dispatching from the factory upon completion. The profit margin, after all expenses, amounts to merely a few or several units of currency, with the profit deriving from the intermediary inventory channels. When Lei Jun contemplated the creation of a power bank, he consulted numerous manufacturers, inquiring whether a unit could be produced at the price of 65. Many manufacturers simply shook their heads, asserting that such a price was unfeasible. Many would have relinquished their ambitions at this juncture. Yet Lei Jun was undeterred. He sensed an opportunity. If others could not produce it for 65, then should he succeed, the market would undoubtedly be his to conquer, as we have all witnessed. The power bank priced at 69 experienced an extraordinary surge in sales, with millions sold within less than a year. Little did anyone know that Lei Jun, the pioneering mind who first applied internet thinking to product development, now finds himself in a state of joyful yet troubled contemplation. Although the first generation of the rice product was unveiled, there exists only a mere handful of over 1,000 engineering units, with not a single true mass-produced unit in sight. Confronted by the clamorous demands of netizens and fans online, Lei Jun truly faces the paradox of a happy dilemma. Chapter 12. Ascending to greatness with the launch of the Xiaomi Mi 1, both the smartphone and the Xiaomi brand swiftly gained immense popularity across the internet. In 1999, one could procure a device with formidable performance and specifications that rivaled those of foreign giants, priced at a mere 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. What more could one desire? Just dive right in. However, when many eager fans flocked to the Xiaomi official website, they were greeted by a reservation page. What? Why is it not available for purchase? Haven't you heard Lei Jun say that one must reserve first before sales commence? This implies that Xiaomi has unveiled a mere PPT phone? Yet, it cannot entirely be dismissed as such. Lei Jun had indeed prepared a limited stock for sale. Regrettably, the quantity was a mere 1,000 units, each a numbered engineering sample. At 10 a.m. on August 17th, the 1,000 engineering prototypes of the Xiaomi Mi 1 were listed in the store. In the blink of an eye, they vanished. With over 100,000 people vying for these scant units, they truly disappeared in an instant. Subsequently, Xiaomi opened another round of purchases for 100,000 units. Again, within mere minutes, the fervent consumers had snatched them all up. However, these 100,000 units were not readily available. They were a promise from Xiaomi. They collected the funds first and would then proceed with production. Chen Chen observed the news surrounding Xiaomi online, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that a production volume of 100,000 units was merely a 3-day capacity for Hongqing. They could achieve it in 2 days at full throttle. Yet, for Xiaomi, this posed a significant challenge. They faced a myriad of issues concerning materials, subcontracting, taxation, invoicing, and packaging. To fulfill this order of 100,000 units, it was likely that Lei Jun would require 2 months. Moreover, Chen Chen recalled that next month a typhoon would make landfall in Thailand, disrupting a supplier of respiratory lights and directly halting the availability of components for the Mi 1. With this thought, Chen Chen promptly picked up his phone and sent a message via Hongqing's official Weibo account. A fresh start, Hongqing Generation 1, surpassing the ultimate. This post swiftly attracted the attention of tens of thousands. Generation 1 of Hongqing? Did you not launch that a decade ago? Surpassing the ultimate? More like surpassing the ridiculous. You should just close down instead of attempting a fresh start. If all else fails, sell it to Lei Jun. Just look at the Mi 1, the value for money and the pricing. It's a massacre. I have been using Hongqing phones for 10 years. I've been with this brand since Mr. Chen launched the first generation, accompanying me from my student days to now, as I marry and raise a family. Now that Hongqing is set to unveil the first generation again, I hope you carry on the legacy and continue to enhance our domestic smartphones. Stop being sentimental up there. How can this Chen Chen even be compared to old Master Chen? Just 2 months ago, he was at a bar declaring, all expenses for the evening are on Master Chen, and now he can directly hold a press conference. Are you kidding me? Chen Chen observed the myriad comments from netizens, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the extravagant lifestyle of his predecessor. Fast cars, young models, and an extravagant tab at the bar. Save for abstaining from certain excesses, he indulged in nearly everything. Chen Chen took a moment to respond to a loyal fan of a decade. Thank you for your unwavering support of our Red Star. I would like to offer you a ticket and round-trip fare, and I warmly invite you to our launch event, where I will personally exchange your device for our latest Red Star Generation 1. Amidst the hectic demands placed upon him, Lei Jun, in a rare moment of respite, came across Chen Chen's post and promptly liked and shared it, proclaiming, "Welcome back to the Red Star Mobile." Not only Lei Jun, but several industry luminaries also expressed their approval, including the newly appointed Yu Qingbei, who lent his endorsement with a simple like. Observing the well wishes from these esteemed figures, Chen Chen understood that their gestures stemmed from fond memories of the late patriarch. If the roles were reversed, he mused, they would likely only extend polite sentiments. Before long, Lu Weibing arrived at Chen Chen's office, bursting through the door exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, have we not completed the adaptation? Are we in such a rush to launch?" Upon noticing Lu Weibing, Chen Chen responded with earnestness, Uncle Lu, it's not urgency. The buzz surrounding the Mi one is at its peak. And with Lei Jun unable to supply products, this is our opportune moment. By the way, Xiaochen, Lu Weibing continued, Doctor. Lu just messaged me to say that our chip has successfully powered on. After testing, there are no issues, and we have already commenced adaptation. He inquired whether we would like to name the chip. Name it? Chen Chen pondered for a moment. He nearly blurted out Popeye S1, but reconsidered. Recalling the omnipresent scrutiny of the Mi legal department, such a name might lead to unfortunate repercussions. After a brief pause, he asked, Uncle Lu, do you have any suggestions? How about Red Star C1? That stands for Chen, symbolizing the significance of our late patriarch to Red Star. Contemplating further, he added, Red Star C1 lacks a certain gravitas. What do you think of Ling Xiao S1? An ancient adage states that to achieve greatness, one must ascend to the skies. Thus, the name reflects our ambition. Listening to Chen Chen's somewhat obscure reference to classical Chinese literature, Lu Weibing mulled it over and found it quite appealing, despite not fully grasping its nuances. All right, we shall call it Ling Xiao S1. I will inform the marketing team and Dr. Lu. Once Lu Weibing departed, Chen Chen found himself savoring the phrase he had just quoted from Bio Pussy, explanation of stagnation, appreciating the profound resonance it held. The synthesis of modern technological brilliance. Named with the elegance of ancient Chinese civilization, indeed, it possessed a distinctive charm. Lu Weibing was quick and highly efficient. Soon, the internet was abuzz with the anticipation surrounding the Red Star Generation 1, particularly the term Ling Xiao, which soared to the trending charts. There were murmurs about how the late patriarch had invested heavily in chip development during his lifetime, and now the results were finally manifesting. Alas, what a pity for the late patriarch, a remarkable entrepreneur burdened with a son who seemed to lack ambition. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the name he chose was undeniably captivating. What was said above is indeed accurate. The mere mention of this chip evokes a sense of ascending to the celestial palace. The name Ling Xiao carries an air of magnificence. Is this moniker attributed to the esteemed Mr. Chen? I doubt it. I have heard from individuals within Hongqing that it was actually crafted by their young General Chen. Though I cannot quite recall the source of inspiration, it was something about embracing something, rather convoluted and difficult to remember. Isn't it said that this young man is lacking in scholarly pursuits? Yet he managed to conceive such a name? Surely, it must have been bequeathed to him by another. I am determined to attend this press conference. One can only imagine the delight if he were to proclaim, the entire audience's expenses shall be covered by young Master Chen. That would be quite amusing. Whether he will take the stage as the principal speaker remains uncertain. It could very well be the product manager or a road guard who steps forward. However, your words do lend it a certain flavor. Haha. Chapter 13. All is ready, only the east wind is missing as the anticipation for the impending release of the Hongqing first generation online reached a fever pitch. Lei Jun sensed an unsettling shift. The Hongqing was merely capitalizing on his own popularity. My own generation of rice, touted in advertisements as the world's fastest rice mobile phone. The Red Star boldly claims to be even faster. They promote their device as equipped with the world's highest frequency dual-core processor. Yet, the Red Star follows suit in boasting the fastest processor, Ling Xiao. How shameless. It has always been I, Lei Jun, who seizes the popularity of others for marketing. How could there be someone like a plaster sticking to my own fame for promotion? Upon witnessing such a pixel-perfect imitation by Red Star, Lei Jun felt a surge of excitement. It signifies that his Xiaomi phone is undoubtedly a triumph. After all, a mobile phone manufacturer with over a decade of history would not place such emphasis on its original Xiaomi model otherwise. However, one cannot ascertain the extent of Red Star's foundational strength. After mobilizing a sufficient number of engineers for the UI department, Chen Chen finally welcomed the inaugural version of the Xingyao OS after a span of 2 months. With a team comprising several mid-level engineers and hundreds of junior engineers, they dedicated themselves to the development of the new operating system's user interface, achieving a direct launch within just 2 months. This exemplifies the depth of Red Star's capabilities. Subsequently, Chen Chen and Lu Weiming arrived at the company's system UI department. Upon entering the office area of this department, Zhang Weichao promptly approached to greet them. Indeed, now that he had removed the titles of minister and 2 managers from his head, he stands as the primary person in charge of this department, directly accountable to Chen Chen, Mr. Lu. Subsequently, Zhang Weichao led the 2 individuals to a designated testing area. Here, several engineers were already engaged in evaluating the fully developed version of the Xingyao OS. Various prototypes were present. Not only those from Hongqing, but also devices from manufacturers such as Xiaomi, Huawei, and HTC. Mr. Chen, I procured this Xiaomi engineering model at double the price, he remarked. Reimbursement will be processed shortly. Over the past few months at the company, Chen Chen had grown quite familiar with Zhang Weichao, given their relatively similar ages. Zhang Weichao was no longer reserved in his interactions and would occasionally share a lighthearted jest. All the experimental smartphones were developed based on the Android system, encompassing Xiaomi's MIUI and certain native Android versions. The primary focus was to compare and test the fluidity and retention of background applications. Of course, paramount to this was the smoothness of operation, as it is the most critical factor for consumers when purchasing a smartphone. Mr. Chen, in accordance with your directives, we have refrained from adding numerous extraneous features to the UI, as that would bloat the system and adversely affect its fluidity. Upon hearing Zhang Weichao's words, Chen Chen picked up a prototype to test it. Indeed, smoothness was of utmost importance, as it directly influenced the reputation and sustainability of Hongqing. Subsequently, Zhang Weichao gazed at Chen Chen, a hint of hesitation on his face. Mr. Chen, I speak your mind directly. There is no need for hesitation. After spending these months together, you ought to understand my disposition well enough. Just say it. Zhang Weichao appeared to have made a resolute decision as he spoke. Mr. Chen, while we are engaged in foundational optimizations, we have conceived an idea. What idea? Chen Chen inquired. The operation of Android necessitates recompilation within the Android virtual machine during software initiation, which significantly contributes to the sluggishness of mobile devices. We were pondering whether it might be feasible to either recompile or bypass this process entirely. Such an approach would greatly enhance both the performance of the software and the fluidity of the system. Moreover, it addresses the perennial issue of fragmentation within the Android ecosystem. However, this notion may require us to allocate additional engineering resources. Upon hearing Zhang Weichao's words, Chen Chen nearly lost his grip on his phone. Are we truly venturing into the development of our own operating system? While Zhang regarded this merely as an optimization strategy, Chen understood that it was akin to rewriting an entire operating system. He placed the prototype down and patted Zhang Weichao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "This is a brilliant idea. There is substantial potential here. However, your immediate priority must be to refine the current operating UI. I will dedicate time to discuss this concept with you in detail. Rest assured, your idea will come to fruition, but given that the company is just beginning to find its footing, embarking on this project now would be too risky. You understand my meaning, correct?" Zhang Weichao nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. As long as Chen Chen did not dismiss the idea, he felt assured. In his view, this path was undoubtedly the correct one. Only by rewriting the foundational code and altering the operation of the Android virtual machine could they ultimately resolve the issue of sluggishness. Soon after, Chen Chen began to examine the various testing devices. Although the interface of their proprietary mobile operating system remained somewhat rudimentary, its performance in terms of fluidity, background management, and heat generation was commendable. Notably, the new interface completely abandoned the dreary, outdated aesthetic, rejuvenating the entire mobile experience. This was what Chen Chen found most gratifying. With such results in the first version of the system, it was hard for him to express any dissatisfaction. In Zhang Weichao's eyes, the Xingyao OS he led the development of, while perhaps lacking in functionality and user-friendliness compared to MIUI and not as fluid as iOS, still stood out favorably against products from other manufacturers. Subsequently, Zhang Weichao presented a report on the operational interface of their mobile system to Chen Chen, smiling as he said, "Mr. Chen, it appears that our Xingyao OS is quite commendable." Chen Chen took the testing data from his hand and scrutinized it intently. After reviewing the entire dataset, he found it somewhat perplexing. However, Zhang Weichao had thoughtfully included comparative analyses, which indeed showed promising results. At the very least, in terms of fluidity, it ranked just below Apple's iOS, outperforming Xiaomi's MIUI. "Well done, Xiaozheng. Your department will receive bonuses this month," Chen Chen declared loudly to the office area, prompting an immediate cheer from the staff. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. There is no need for gratitude. This is what you rightfully deserve. The engineers are the most invaluable assets of our company. Without you, everything would merely be a castle in the air. Xiaozheng, please expedite the testing process and address any bugs promptly. The upcoming release of the Hongqing Generation 1, featuring the Xingyao OS, is a crucial component." Upon departing from the System UI department, Lu Weiqing couldn't help but reflect that indeed, with Chen Chen's return, the entire company has transformed. Subsequently, the two made their way to the RD department. The high-pressure charging solution that he had previously presented to Dr. Zhou should now be in the process of mass production for the 18-watt charger. Dr. Zhou, has our 18-watt charging solution been completed? Chen Chen inquired as he entered. It has indeed been finalized. Your proposal aligns perfectly with the one developed by our colleague Xiao Li in the lab, and it has resolved a long-standing issue he faced. He is currently working on the next generation of chargers based on this solution. Chen Chen mused to himself, of course, products from our system are bound to be exquisite. Now, all that is left is for the winds of fortune to blow. Chapter 14. A challenge to compete. Time hastily slipped by, and before long, it was September 20th. 2011. The launch event for the first-generation Red Star was scheduled for 2 p.m. that afternoon, within the confines of a certain industrial university's sports arena in the capital. A number of spectators had already gathered at the entrance, awaiting entry. Although the Red Star brand had experienced a decline in performance and had not released any noteworthy mobile phones in the past 2 years, the company still retained a degree of allure. After all, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Within the venue, Road Guardian was organizing staff for the final equipment adjustments. He had initially intended to take the stage himself for this significant launch event, but, unable to refuse Chen Chen's insistence, he reluctantly conceded the spotlight to him. As time passed, fans and media members gradually entered the venue, some of whom were loyal followers specially arranged by Road Guardian. He was apprehensive about the possibility of Chen Chen facing an awkward silence. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the lights in the auditorium began to dim. Taking a deep breath, Chen Chen, clad in casual attire, stepped onto the stage. Upon reaching the center, a spotlight illuminated him. Good afternoon, everyone. I sincerely appreciate each of you for attending our Red Star product launch. Many in the audience, unfamiliar with him, were greeted with a brief introduction. I am Chen Chen, currently the head of Red Star Technology, 24 years old, and unmarried. The mention of his single status elicited laughter from the audience, leading some to jest that he was there to seek a spouse. Upon returning to the company this year, my first project was the Red Star Shining One, a phone priced at $799. It has garnered immense consumer affection since its release, with sales surpassing 3 million units to date. I am truly grateful for your support. Following his statement, conversations erupted in the audience as they realized that the well-performing $799 phone with 1 GB of RAM was indeed his brainchild. I bought it for $749, and it has proven to be remarkably smooth. Observing this young CEO, many questioned why he was often portrayed as lacking competence online. Ah, you're unaware. Let me tell you. With a press of the remote in his hand, visuals of the Red Star One began to scroll across the large screen. Our Red Star One features a sleek front-facing design, appearing as a seamless expanse of screen. The back is crafted from advanced polymer nanomaterials, ensuring a comfortable grip. Through our research, we discovered that this latest polymer material is 31 lighter than its predecessor and boasts a 50 increase in abrasion resistance. Additionally, the device's curved design allows it to fit snugly in your palm, enhancing the overall comfort of use. However, a mobile phone's appeal extends beyond mere aesthetics. Its internal components are equally vital. Just a month ago, our competitors unveiled the world's fastest Gaodong S2 processor, boasting an astonishing clock speed of 1.7 GHz. But today, we proudly present our Lingxiao chip, developed on a 32-nanometer design, achieving an even swifter clock speed of 1.8 GHz. As our promotional poster proclaims, there is no fastest, only faster. The Lingxiao S1 chip is built upon our independently developed Lingxiao architecture, renowned for its exceptional command set management. Consequently, this chip not only boasts formidable performance but also achieves remarkable energy efficiency, with power consumption being notably low. This chip was conceived under my father's leadership during his lifetime, taking over a year to come to fruition. It embodies both my father's dedication and the collective effort of the entire Hongxing team, symbolizing a significant advancement in China's semiconductor design industry. A fervent applause erupted in the venue. However, the accolades were not directed towards Chen Chen, but rather in honor of the late Mr. Chen and this domestically produced chip. It is widely acknowledged that foreign smartphones dominate the domestic market, asserting their presence with little regard for consumer choice. Even among domestic brands, apart from Huawei, most companies resort to utilizing foreign chips. Now, a manufacturer has emerged with the capacity to present a chip designed and developed independently, meriting the audience's commendation. Some may ponder the significance of merely a high clock speed. How does its performance compare to the Qualcomm S2? Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the large screen. Our engineers serendipitously retrieved a smartphone equipped with the Qualcomm S2 processor from the waters near Zhongguancun, and we invite you to examine the comparison images. As our competitors have suggested, if you wish to evaluate performance, let us run the benchmarks. The Hongxing first generation, powered by the Lingxiao S1, achieved an impressive score of 18,000 points. In contrast, a competitor utilizing the Gaotong S2 only managed to reach 16,000 points after being subjected to freezing in a refrigerator. Our Lingxiao S1 is undoubtedly the fastest smartphone in the world. No one seems to pay attention to the arrangement of Chen Chen's words. All eyes are fixed on the large screen. Watching as the animation depicts the Rice first generation being removed from the refrigerator, achieving a score of 16,000 points, while the Hongxing first generation, after completing a gaming session, effortlessly scores 18,000 points. I noticed that some audience members appeared skeptical. How about this? I will demonstrate the performance of a Hongxing first generation smartphone live for everyone to see. Chen Chen understood that there would undoubtedly be skeptics doubting the remarkable scores achieved by the Hongxing one, equipped with the Lingxiao S1. Given the historical performance of Hongxing's mobile devices, such skepticism from the audience was entirely reasonable. Shortly thereafter, an engineer ascended the stage, brandishing a Hongxing one. After Chen Chen showcased the device to the audience, he gestured for the engineer to adjust the large screen, enabling everyone to view the images on the phone. Soon, as the staff signaled with an OK gesture, Chen Chen promptly launched a benchmarking application known as Antutu, a widely utilized performance testing software. Please stay tuned. As we are currently at room temperature, no freezing involved. Chen Chen's words elicited another round of laughter. However, the atmosphere in the venue had already been energized by him, with the rhythm entirely dictated by his presence. Before long, the Hongxing number 1 achieved a score of 17,600 points. There is no need for speculation. The previous score of 18,000 must have been attained in the laboratory. Enough said, given the exceptional Lingxiao processor. I am unequivocally inclined to purchase a unit for the price of 1,999. What a fanciful notion. If Hongxing were to sell their phone for less than 3,000, I would gladly broadcast my self-consuming excrement. Observing the remarkable performance, the audience began to engage in animated discussions. Everyone's curiosity was piqued by Chen Chen. It appears that this phone possesses an appealing aesthetic. However, the pricing remains uncertain. A superior chip undoubtedly deserves a commendable display. Our Hongxing Generation 1 features an 800 by 480 resolution screen, measuring 4.2 inches, providing an exceptionally high-definition experience. Many may wonder how such a screen and processor can be deemed extraordinary. What does the claim of being more extraordinary than extraordinary truly mean? Please watch the video. Chapter 15. The Red Star 1 generation of 1998. In a video presentation, several mobile phones from various manufacturers were displayed on a table, all powered off. As the power was activated, all phones commenced charging simultaneously. The footage sped up to reveal that the Red Star 1 generation completed its charging first, freezing at a remarkable 61 minutes, while the other devices typically finished charging over 2 hours later. The video illustrated that our Red Star 1 generation, equipped with a larger battery, also boasted a significantly quicker charging speed. In contrast, the other devices generally had battery capacities not exceeding 2,000 mAh, with the largest, the Rice 1 generation, merely at 1,900 mAh. Our Red Star 1 generation, however, features an impressive 2,200 mAh battery, achieving a full charge in just 61 minutes. This accomplishment is a testament to our formidable technological reserves, as we have outfitted this device with an 18-watt charging specification, while other manufacturers are limited to a mere 5V1A. 5-watt charging? What does our 18-watt charging signify? We are leagues ahead. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the audience. 18 watts? A full charge in 61 minutes? Astonishing. Furthermore, we have equipped the Red Star 1 generation with dual cameras, front and rear. The rear camera features our self-developed stack lens module with 7 elements, offering 8 million pixels and enhanced light intake, allowing for stunning photographs even in dimly lit environments. The front camera utilizes the OV390 lens, boasting a resolution of 1.3 million pixels. In addition, I would like to introduce the latest Starry OS interface that powers our Red Star 1 generation. This interface is the culmination of our dedicated engineers' efforts, marking a departure from outdated styles to a fresh design. Firstly, we have eliminated the drawer-style secondary menu, placing all applications directly on the home screen. Secondly, all icons and animations have been meticulously redeveloped for enhanced aesthetics and fluidity. Thirdly, our engineering team has undertaken extensive optimization of the underlying Android files, ensuring the device remains smooth during prolonged usage and addressing the common issues of Android devices overheating or freezing unexpectedly. As Chen Chen concluded his presentation on the UI, Lei Jun, present at the launch, exhibited a change in demeanor. What is this? What differentiates it from my MIUI? One could hardly say it's not strikingly similar. Chen Chen, you rascal, are you still hoping to learn from us at Rice? Learn? What nonsense. If you were to join us, we'd be left with nothing but our undergarments. It was not only Lei Jun who noticed the similarities between the Starry OS and MIUI. Many audience members already using MIUI acknowledged the resemblance as well. Unfazed, Chen Chen continued his presentation, insisting that it was not plagiarism but merely a case of inspiration and adaptation, if you will. Now, we arrive at perhaps the most eagerly anticipated segment, the pricing announcement. Before revealing the price, I would like to pose 2 questions to everyone, if I may. As the security guard listened to the sparse applause, he mused that it was indeed beneficial to attract a paying audience. Otherwise, the young man would be facing an awkward silence at this moment. Is our Red Star Generation 1 aesthetically pleasing? Indeed, the volume of applause noticeably increased. For the design of this mobile phone is commendable, boasting a variety of colors and interchangeable shells. As long as the audience finds our Red Star Generation 1 visually appealing, it would validate the efforts of our designers. Regarding the price, due to the utilization of self-designed and developed chips and lens modules, along with rapid charging capabilities and a memory configuration of 1G8G, the cost may exceed the audience's expectations. Observing Chen Chen's increasingly hesitant demeanor, the audience's heart sank. Surely it couldn't be over 3,000, could it? The executives at Red Star initially intended to set the price at $29.99, but after an overnight discussion, I managed to persuade them, and thus our prices. The audience held their breath, awaiting Chen Chen's revelation. Slowly, several numbers appeared on the large screen. 98. The audience gazed at the yet-to-be-finalized price, but their hearts had already begun to ease. Even $29.98 would be an exceptional value. Moreover, since Chen Chen had kept them in suspense, it was highly likely not to be $19.99. However, Lei Jun's heart sank as he stared at the 98. Could it be that they would price it at $19.98? He thought to himself, while he could overlook the imitation of their advertising in the UI resemblance to MIUI. He genuinely feared Chen Chen would make a reckless decision with this pricing. Our final price is $1,998. With Chen Chen's declaration, the audience erupted into unprecedented cheers and applause. Lei Jun, stunned, leapt from his seat. How dare he? The procurement price of our first-generation device was nearly $2,000, even if Red Star offered a slightly lower price. Selling at $19.98 would mean no profit for them. Unlike us, they do not have internet projects. What was their motive? Those nearby glanced at Lei Jun, and he could only suppress his unease and sit back down. Isn't the price of $19.98 quite sincere? Indeed. Chen, you are the most impressive. Does everyone want one? Yes. Very well. Security, please ensure that everyone purchases a Red Star Generation 1 before they leave. Haha. Laughter resonated throughout the venue. Just a jest. For those in the know have likely deduced that our Red Star phone is being sold at a loss, as we simply wish to forge friendships without any profit motive. Next, our Red Star Generation 1 will open its reservation channel on our official Red Star website. You can also search for and download the Red Star Mall app to make a reservation purchase. We will officially launch the first batch of 200,000 units next Friday at 10 a.m., and we hope everyone will come to support us. The press conference has now concluded. Please exit in an orderly manner. Thank you all. As Lei Jun vacated his seat, a sense of bewilderment enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Our team at DAMI labored for an entire month to produce a mere 10,000 units. Yet you, with a mere flick of your tongue, boast of 200,000 units in stock. You even mimic our launch timing. To hell with you, Friday at 10 in the morning. Observing Chen Chen briskly descend the stage, Lei Jun felt no inclination to engage in conversation and instead made his way towards the exit. Conversely, Yu Qingbei, the new head of Huawei's mobile division, approached him with enthusiasm. Mr. Chen, you truly are a remarkable young talent. The Hongxing One from 1998 has truly opened my eyes. You flatter me, Mr. Yu. Huawei is the elder statesman of domestic smartphones. It is I who should take a page from your book. The two exchanged warm handshakes and business cards. Mr. Chen, we at Huawei will also host a press conference at the year's end. I hope you can grace us with your presence. Absolutely, absolutely. Please Please, continue with your endeavors. I shan't intrude any longer. Watching Yu Chen Bei depart, Chen Chen realized that he too was a formidable player in this digital realm, a seasoned fox within the software industry. Chapter 16. Hey, don't leave, old 8. Hey, the brother who said he'd eat his own words if the Red Star one was priced below 3,000, don't go. Zhang Fuguei disregarded the shouts from behind and hastily made his way outside. What the hell? 1998. Have you considered my feelings? I'm not old 8. Is it truly plausible for Red Star to incur losses merely to befriend its users? Zhang Fuguei certainly did not believe so. The press conference had concluded. Yet various rumors surrounding the Red Star one began to proliferate online. The trending topics on Weibo prominently featured the Red Star one, even surpassing discussions about the first-generation Rice phone and a certain celebrity's divorce, soaring into the top 3. Wasn't he Red Star on the brink of collapse? How is it that they are unveiling self-developed chips and a new phone from 1998? One cannot deny that the configuration of the Red Star one is indeed extraordinary. Its specifications and pricing could be likened to a fierce strike that could obliterate Rice Phone's offerings. Have you not noticed that Chen Chen is quite handsome? He hardly resembles the scandalous figure portrayed in the news. Come on, upstairs, you may speak of the phone, but do not mention Chen Chen. He is merely a spoiled rich kid. What does he understand? Do not speak of my husband in that manner. The comments and news circulating online were diverse and peculiar, encompassing a wide array of opinions. Yet, one sentiment was unanimous. The Red Star one had indeed captured the public's attention. It was a stark contrast to the last time Red Star was trending, which was due to the passing of Elder Chen. Lu Weibing gazed at the news online, nearly brought to tears. Elder Chen, rest easy. It seems this Chen Chen is capable of inheriting your legacy. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, at the headquarters of Rice in the Wanshi Tiandi building, Lin Bing was seething with indignation. This Chen Chen and Red Star are indeed shameless. Not only have they plagiarized our marketing strategies, but they have also copied our MIUI and even our pathway. In the office, Lin Bing's expression was one of fury. After all, the configuration of the Red Star one was comparable to that of the first-generation Rice phone, and leveraging Red Star's formidable resource integration and bargaining power. They had managed to price it at 1998. They were clearly competing head-to-head with Rice. Lin, there's no need to be upset. Red Star will not comprehend the intricacies of cost-effectiveness. They mistakenly believe that selling at a loss to undercut our prices will secure a victory over us. Lei Jun calmly remarked, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. Do you know why Red Star dares to stock only 200,000 units this time? With their capabilities, such pricing should warrant a stock of at least 1 million units. Wouldn't you agree? Why? Because they are out of cash. Just a few days ago, Su Guangyi mentioned that Lu Weibing's loan application was denied by the bank. Lin Bing pondered for a moment, conceding that Lei Jun's observations held merit. Ever since Red Star eliminated its channel distribution, the company's revenue had plummeted by 90%, resulting in the immediate dismissal of Su Guangyi, the channel director. It was not just Su Guangyi. Many members of Red Star's management had been laid off. It appeared that the company was facing significant internal financial turmoil, most likely related to their funding. Lin Bing had worked in the motorcycle industry for many years and was well aware of the exorbitant costs associated with chip manufacturing. Numerous companies had been driven to bankruptcy by the pursuit of chip development. My apologies, Mr. Lei, he said, slightly flustered. He then took a sip from a can of cola on the table and continued, however, one cannot underestimate the foundation of Hongxing. Their 18-watt charging technology is truly enviable. Achieving a direct charging power of 18 watts is remarkable. As for the chips, it goes without saying that this is beyond the capabilities of DAMI at present. This charging technology genuinely leaves DAMI yearning for more. One could say that the 18-watt charging of the first generation of Hongxing represents a revolutionary advancement in the charging domain. Currently, most smartphones on the market are lamentably limited to a mere 5 watts, and even the latest HTC series merely reaches 7 watts. Still a considerable distance from Hongxing's 18 watts. Just look at Hongxing, presenting lens modules and unveiling their formidable 18-watt charging. It seems they are indeed making a desperate bid for survival. Victory would mean continued glory, while failure would bring them perilously close to collapse. In truth, Lei Jun's speculation was quite astute, but even in failure, they would not face immediate bankruptcy. They would merely fall behind by a few months or half a year in development. After the press conference, Chen Chen felt as though he had undergone a transformation. Initially, facing an audience of over 2,000, he felt a tinge of nervousness, but as the event progressed, this anxiety morphed into exhilaration. akin to a child eagerly showcasing a new toy to friends. Having arranged all the sales preparations, he entrusted the remaining matters to Lu Weiqing and drove home. Eager to discover what rewards Xiao AI would dispense this time. Xiao AI, are you there? I am. What rewards accompany the product launch? The reward consists of technical and production documentation for 1080p resolution screens. Screens? That's splendid. With this, I won't need to order screens from Sharp anymore. Producing them myself will save a substantial amount of costs. Furthermore, there are currently no smartphones with 1080p screens available. If I suddenly produce a phone with a 1080p screen, wouldn't that allow me to dominate the competition? Xiao AI, please transfer the data to the hard drive. I am ready. Chen Chen connected a newly purchased top-tier hard drive to his computer, reluctant to format any of the existing drives in his drawer that contained invaluable learning materials. Understood. Host. The data has been dispatched. After backing up the data from the hard drive in 2 copies, Chen Chen finally felt at ease to sleep. Unbeknownst to him, the online community was already in an uproar. Hongxing first generation relies entirely on imitation. Your promotions are plagiarized. Your UI is copied. Everything is a sham. You are nothing but a counterfeit phone manufacturer. Hey upstairs, let us not forget that Hongxing initially was indeed a counterfeit phone manufacturer. Just a larger scale imitation. Who would have imagined that after more than a decade, Hongxing would remain steadfast in its original intent? Inevitably, they continued to imitate. You may as well give it a rest. Who decreed that the realm of user interface design could solely belong to your esteemed brand? Our Xingyao OS is an original creation. Thank you very much. Moreover, our Hongxing first generation is available for merely $19.98, boasting specifications that surpass your product. Even if you were to proclaim that Hongxing lacks originality, you cannot deny that it possesses its own distinctive design. As for the so-called cutting-edge 18-watt charging technology, while the industry standard is a safe 5 watts. Are you not concerned that your 18-watt system could lead to catastrophic battery failures? After posting this statement on the forum, Zhang Fugui flexed his wrists. Realizing it had been quite some time since he engaged in such an intense verbal exchange, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. And what of the 7-element lens module? I cannot shake the feeling that it bears a striking resemblance to Sony's latest offering. Could it be that you merely adapted someone else's design and affixed your own label to it? Chapter 17. Screen Patent. As for the Lingxiao S1 architecture, it strikes me as merely an ARM architecture clad in a new guise. Where is the originality in its development? Do you comprehend the complexity involved in creating proprietary chips, particularly in terms of instruction set architecture? To the individual above, your assertions are futile, regardless of how you argue. The Hongxing first generation launched in 1998. You claim that the Lingxiao architecture is not independently developed, yet its performance rivals that of the Gaodong S2, priced at $19.98. You suggest that its camera can compete with Sony's latest lens modules. Then, is $1,998 not even more compelling? Given this price point, should it cause my battery to explode? I would still commend its rapidity. As a decade-long fan of Hongxing, I have arrived uninvited. And the insights shared by the esteemed blogger have only fortified my resolve to purchase a Hongxing device. Zhang Fugui sat despondently in his chair, watching the incessant flashes of 1998. It was utterly disheartening. I cannot fathom where all these decade-long fans have emerged from. No matter what one says, the response remains unwavering. I am from 1998. Clenching my fist, I resolve that Hongxing shall be prepared. I cannot allow myself to lose face like this. When sales commence, I will certainly seize a unit and scrutinize it thoroughly. I refuse to believe there is no flaw to uncover. As the day of the sale approached, numerous netizens eagerly prepared for the purchasing frenzy. The scenes of the Dami 1 launch linger vividly in my mind. I merely hope that Hongxing, being a major manufacturer, can afford a higher production capacity. Soon, at 10 in the morning, as the purchasing interface opened, eager netizens surged into the Hongxing Mall. This is far easier to secure than Dami. I managed to grab a blue one. I got a black one. Regrettably, this launch featured only the Unicom version. I wonder when the telecom version will be available. Alas, I have already purchased the Dami one, yet I remain in the dark regarding the shipment timeline. Contrary to my expectations, the stock did not vanish in mere seconds. The initial batch of 200,000 Unicom 3G versions took a full 7 minutes to sell out. Chen Chen scrutinized the sales data. At times, rapid sales can incite fear. Conversely, sluggish sales provoke even greater concern. One worries that consumers may not resonate with this model and refrain from purchasing. Uncle Lu, please post an update on the official blog, stating that our first batch of 200,000 Hongxing first-generation units sold out in 5 minutes and will be shipped within a week. After coordinating with Lu Weiqing, Chen Chen proceeded to the R&D department, instructing Dr. Zhou to examine the technical specifications of this 1080p screen and to expedite the patent application. While walking, he pondered whether to adopt Dami's strategy of creating scarcity to promote the Hongxing first generation. After careful consideration, Chen Chen decided against it, although such tactics might generate buzz. They could equally inflict significant damage on the brand's reputation. There was no need for deliberate scarcity in the initial phase, simply managing the supply would suffice. At the press conference, one might claim not to be profit-driven, merely seeking friendship. Yet, in reality, which enterprise engages in charity? With a selling price of $19.98. The material cost is barely below $1,400. The remainder comprises taxes and other expenditures. It is merely a matter of controlling the initial sale quantity, awaiting a decline in material costs and an increase in production capacity before pursuing profit. Upon arriving at the R&D department, Chen Chen handed a hard drive to Dr. Zhou. Uncle Zhou, this hard drive contains the latest screen technology. Please take a look and expedite the patent application. Dr. Zhou, intrigued, accepted the hard drive and inquired. The latest screen technology? How new is it? We already have manufacturers in Huaxia mass-producing 720p screens, albeit at a slightly higher price. It's 1080p, Chen Chen replied. Not only does it encompass the technology, but it also includes the complete production process. Dr. Zhou's hand trembled slightly as he grasped the hard drive. While the technical specifications were comprehensible, the production processes were notoriously elusive. For instance, the same chip produced by TSMC using different methodologies exhibits vastly divergent performance. Without probing into the origins of this technology and process, Dr. Zhou connected the hard drive to a computer and began to scrutinize the contents. After a while, he rubbed his temples and remarked, I have only a rudimentary understanding of screen technology, and I'm not quite grasping this. I'll call in Old Li, rest assured. He has been with us at Hongxing for nearly 8 years and is reliable. Acknowledging with a nod, Dr. Zhou stepped out and soon returned with a middle-aged man. This is Old Li, our main screen specialist at Hongxing. Chen, he needs to review this technical documentation. Without further ado, Old Li nodded at Chen Chen and approached the computer to examine the information. Impressive. The technical parameters of this screen are entirely internationally leading, and it even includes a complete production process. With this, establishing our own panel production factory is no longer a distant dream. Where did this technology come from, Chen? Old Li exclaimed, marveling at the findings. However, as he finished his inquiry, Dr. Zhou gently nudged him, reminding him of the sensitivity of the question. Realizing his misstep, Old Li promptly adjusted his tone. Chen, should we consider building our own panel production factory? With this technology, we would undoubtedly gain a competitive edge. Establishing a factory entails substantial investment and excessive time, which we cannot afford. The most prudent approach is to secure the patent and collaborate with an existing panel factory for development and production. Chen Chen had long since resolved. After all, Hongxing lacked the capability to invest in a panel factory. The cost would be at least 4 to 5 billion, and to supply screens for all of Hongxing's mobile devices would likely exceed 100 billion. Currently, leading panel manufacturers in Huaxia include BOE, Tianma, and, notably, Huaxing Optoelectronics. This year, Huaxing has just inaugurated a colossal factory, a project jointly promoted by the Shenzhen government and TCL, rumored to have a total investment exceeding 20 billion renminbi. Old Li was well-versed in domestic panel manufacturers and swiftly identified several potential partners for collaboration. Huaxing Optoelectronics seems promising. I've heard about their Shenzhen project, which has significant investment, and TCL boasts formidable panel technology. Chen Chen decided to proceed with the collaboration with Huaxing. Old Li, Dr. Zhou, please expedite the organization of the materials and initiate the patent application, as well as the arrangements for collaboration with Huaxing. I will arrange for Uncle Lu and Old Li to visit Shenzhen. Understood, Chen. After the Road Guardian announced on the official blog that all 200,000 units of the Red Star first generation had sold out within 5 minutes, he promptly turned his attention to the production of the next batch. It can be said that during Chen Chen's absence from the company, the Road Guardian was the busiest person there. However, upon Chen Chen's arrival, the Road Guardian found himself even more occupied. Yet, this busyness brought him joy, as it signified a promising future. Chapter 18. Bonuses are the true path. With the remarkable success of the first batch of Hongxing 1, when Chen Chen arrived at the company the following day, Everyone sincerely greeted him with, "Good morning, General Chen." The triumph of the Hongxing One reinvigorated the remaining employees, instilling in them a renewed sense of loyalty and affection for the company. However, such sentiments were not entirely genuine. The underlying reason was that Chen Chen had distributed bonuses to all, even to the security guard at the entrance. A simple greeting costs nothing, so why not indulge in it? As the adage wisely states, to seek wealth, one should bear fewer children and plant more trees. As long as salaries and bonuses are adequately provided, employees brim with enthusiasm. Otherwise, even the daily promotion of the 996 work culture would bear no fruit. As Chen Chen stepped into his office, Lu Weibei followed closely behind. "Good morning, General Chen," Lu greeted with a smile, addressing him with a more respectful title. "Please, have a seat," Chen Chen offered as he poured a cup of hot tea for Lu. After all, the busiest person in the company at present was indeed Lu Weibei, overseeing everything from promotions to materials and production for the Hongxing One. "General Chen, I contacted Foxconn yesterday, and they have completed preparations for 200,000 units. Shipping will commence today. I will continue to follow up on subsequent matters." Lu Weibei then opened his portable notebook, took out a pen, and added, "The materials for the second batch are ready for production at any time. However, our current reservation count exceeds 300,000. How many units shall we produce for the second batch?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Chen replied, "With a reservation volume of 300,000. It is likely to continue increasing over the next few days. Let us prepare for 300,000 units for the second batch, releasing reservations once a week." 300,000 units? Might that be a bit insufficient? Since yesterday, our reservation count has already surpassed 300,000, and by the next sales opening, it may exceed 1,000,000. Wouldn't 300,000 be too little? Lu Weibei expressed his confusion over such a limited stock. Consider the case of rice. It took 2 months to deliver fewer than 20,000 units. Yet consumers patiently await their turn. You are aware of the profit margins on our phones. The initial costs are not fully covered, yielding only a mere profit of several dozen yuan per unit, with a profit margin of under 2. Next month, we anticipate a further reduction in component prices. Moreover, by emulating Rice's strategy of controlling early shipment volumes, we can maintain the phone's popularity. Excessive stockpiling would hinder cash flow. And I have other uses for these funds as I plan to develop a truly flagship phone." "Another flagship phone?" Lu Weibei expressed concern. "I worry that we have only just begun to gain traction. We should not take overly large steps." Reflecting on the earlier missteps with the 903 series flagship at the beginning of the year, Lu recalled the cold sweat that ensued. Had he not decisively halted production, implemented price cuts, and persuaded the carriers to package some units as contract phones, the Hongxing brand could have been dragged down by a single phone. Even during the time of old Chen, selling merely a few tens of thousands of units of a so-called flagship phone was already considered a significant achievement. Once again, the flagship model is in the works, and Lu Weiqing is genuinely apprehensive. "Uncle Lu, there's no need to be anxious, since I am determined to develop a flagship device. Success is inevitable. Even if sales do not meet expectations, we will not incur losses, so rest assured. Moreover, if we do not pursue a flagship, we will forever be shackled by the label of a knockoff. There are still netizens who claim that our Hongxing is merely an old knockoff from over a decade ago." Chen Chen continuously reassured Lu Weiqing. However, since Chen Chen had already resolved to develop another flagship, Lu Weiqing had no choice but to comply. "By the way, Mr. Chen, the popularity of our Hongxing One has surged to the top 3 on the trending charts, with an upward trajectory." Speaking of popularity, Lu Weiqing was thrilled. "As long as there is buzz, sales will follow. Even if your phone is subpar, there will always be skeptics ready to take a chance. I am curious to see just how flawed your device is. I might just buy one to test it myself." Emphasizing a contrarian approach, he added, "Having popularity is beneficial. The primary focus now is to package and dispatch the first batch of phones. Once consumers receive our devices, our popularity will be sustained for a while." The two continued to deliberate other company matters in the office before Lu Weiqing excused himself to attend to shipping logistics. In the capital, at the rice company, Lei Jun gazed at the news announcing the swift sellout of the Hongxing One within 5 minutes. His already weary demeanor, due to supplier issues, grew increasingly somber. After tirelessly negotiating with suppliers, it had taken immense effort to secure a partnership with Jinling Ingwada for contract manufacturing. Now, with the Hongxing One riding a wave of popularity, he had secured orders for a staggering 100,000 units. Yet, various issues prevented the fulfillment of these orders. Yinkishing. How long until we resolve the factory issues? Hongxing has already sold 200,000 units, yet our 100,000 orders remain unfulfilled. Reluctantly, Lei Jun placed a call to Yan Kushing, stationed at Jinling, Yinghua to Mr. Lei. We are doing everything in our power to resolve the chip processing issue. Please grant me a little more time. I assure you it will be resolved within 3 days. Upon hearing Yan Kushing's time frame, Lei Jun despondently rubbed his forehead. 3 days to resolve the issue, then production could commence. However, given the current output, delivering the remaining 90,000 units would likely take an entire week. Lei Jun estimated that Hongxing's production capacity was approximately 200,000 units per week, even under suboptimal conditions. If Foxconn operated at full capacity, they could potentially produce over 50,000 units daily. Fortunately, Foxconn had prioritized production for the Fruit phone, their largest client, which was a mixed blessing for Rice. Why is it that I initiated the internet phone trend, yet you, Hongxing, have surged ahead of me? In reality, Hongxing's production capacity was not as extensive as Lei Jun presumed. As he suspected, Foxconn was fully committed to manufacturing the Fruit phone, and even orders from long-standing clients like Hongxing had to be deprioritized. What Lei Jun remained unaware of was that the Road Guard had already established a cooperative arrangement with BYD for manufacturing. Presently, the Hongxing budget smartphone, the Shining One, is produced under the auspices of BYD. This exemplifies the formidable strength and heritage of a long-standing manufacturer. Much like in the future, after successfully transforming, Huawei swiftly surpassed Xiaomi in both sales and technology through its robust research and development capabilities and its adeptness in integrating supply chains and distribution channels, even temporarily outpacing Fruit Company prior to facing sanctions. Chapter 19. The turmoil of public opinion as time gently flowed by. The inaugural batch of 200,000 Red Star Model 1 phones was finally dispatched within a week. Consumers in cities close to the Chen Chen factory, such as the imperial capital, swiftly received their devices. At this juncture, all those who had purchased or were contemplating the acquisition of the Red Star Model 1 were fervently eager to ascertain whether the phone truly lived up to the extravagant claims made by Chen Chen during the launch event. At the event, Chen Chen had emphatically criticized rival brands, boldly proclaiming their charging capabilities to be markedly superior. The allure was undeniable. While the aesthetic appeal of this device may not rival that of the iPhone, the price of $19.98 was undeniably enticing. How on earth did you receive yours so quickly? Mine has only just shipped. Let us see if the charging speed is as remarkable as they claim. I've already begun my tests. I just watched videos for several hours on this phone, and the battery still hasn't depleted. Forget about charging. I'm enamored with this substantial battery. Seeing all of you with the Red Star Model 1, I can't help but feel my iPhone 1 has lost its charm. But I've already purchased it. I'm part of the first batch of users, so I suppose it's settled. With the delivery of the Red Star Model 1, review videos began to emerge online. Most digital influencers maintained a fairly impartial stance, as manufacturers were not yet engaged in promotional tactics, allowing for a more objective evaluation of the device. However, it wasn't too long before a video titled Old Zhang Talks About Phones garnered widespread attention. While everyone is extolling its virtues, I, Old Zhang, shall address the shortcomings of this phone. In my view, the rapid charging feature, which Chen Chen touted at the launch event, might lead one to believe it's a groundbreaking technology. In reality, such advancements are already commonplace among brands like Apple and Samsung. Why haven't they implemented it? Because they deem current rapid charging technology to be immature, with safety concerns outweighing the allure of speed. This is genuine user-centered design. Do you think Apple and Samsung are uninterested in developing rapid charging? They could effortlessly introduce more efficient charging solutions at any time. Apple, you're right. I prioritize safety. Samsung, don't be absurd. I simply lack such rapid charging technology. Moreover, with the advent of easily replaceable batteries, I can change a battery in a mere 20 seconds. No matter how fast your charging is, can it compete with the speed of swapping a battery? Thus, this so-called black technology of rapid charging is utterly superfluous. Having addressed charging, let us now consider the design. Observe the Red Star Model 1. Its rear casing possesses an unwarranted curvature. The frame is composed of plastic, and the 3 functional buttons are inexplicably symmetrical. This is simply unacceptable. Phones should embody a rectilinear form akin to that of Apple. That is true design. That is technology. Chen Chen, I suspect you are insinuating me. Furthermore, the so-called Lingxiao processor that Chen Chen boasted about during the launch. What uses a processor devoid of supportive technologies such as IPS, baseband, and RF, all of which are still reliant on American innovations? Ultimately, one must still pay patent fees. Therefore, let us refrain from glorifying domestic products. These so-called Chinese smartphones are merely adept at price wars. What else can they achieve? Having discussed mobile phones, let us turn our attention to the company, Red Star. It is widely acknowledged that Chan Yunlong's Red Star initially emerged through imitation and replication. A decade has passed, yet the company remains entrenched in mimicking other smartphones, devoid of any proprietary core technology. In essence, it operates merely as an assembly plant. Such claims of being a national enterprise are farcical. Imitation is imitation, and it will remain so indefinitely. After posting the video and lengthy article, Zhang Fugui flexed his wrists, prompting those who called him old to witness his critique. Can anyone assert that my observations lack objectivity? Or accuse me of maligning Red Star? Absolutely not. A replaceable battery. What use is rapid charging if it is irrelevant? Even if the Lingxiao chip is purportedly designed in-house, it still relies on proprietary solutions from others, a veritable truth. I am indeed a little genius. Red Star shall not receive my concession without offering refreshments. My refusal to delete my post is a matter of spiritual compensation. Zhang Fugui intends to stir the waters. Anticipating Red Star will be compelled to clarify, yet my assertions are rooted in reality, explanations will be inadequate. However, the aftermath of this essay did not unfold as Zhang Fugui envisioned. The comments were overwhelmingly filled with 1998. Old Zhang, I expected you to be an impartial blogger. Yet it seems you two are spouting nonsense. This phone costs only $19.98. What more do you desire? As for concerns regarding charging safety, do I care? If this phone, priced at $19.98, were to explode while charging, I would commend its explosive speed compared to others. Is it truly so trivial that our nation has finally birthed a company capable of independently designing and developing chips? Yet, you dismiss it so easily. The blogger's words do hold some truth. Indeed, the Lingxiao processor still employs foreign technology for its baseband and RF components, necessitating the payment of patent fees. This is an incontrovertible fact. To the aforementioned old Zhang, speak openly rather than lurking under a pseudonym. The absurdity of symmetric buttons, why not mention that the Red Star Generation 1 can actually make calls? Comparing it to a device priced over $5,000 is laughable. From the moment you made that comparison, I was determined to purchase the Red Star Generation 1. Lei Jun, upon reading this essay, felt a surge of indignation. While he indeed places significant emphasis on marketing, his original intention was to bring unique products to our nation. This cannot be disputed. Should this smear campaign against Red Star lead Chen Chen to believe I, Lei Jun, was behind it, what then? Naturally, it could generate traffic and sales for our rice. Chen Chen, upon viewing Zhang Fugui's video and article, merely chuckled. Such individuals are always around. The notion that the likes of Fruit and Samsung can produce faster charging speeds than 18 watts is absurd. Can they showcase one? Even if Cook himself were present, he would not match the speed of our Red Star. The suggestion that Lei Jun orchestrated this is even more nonsensical. Chen Chen has faith in Lei Jun's character. At least the Lei Jun of today. However, what Chen Chen did not anticipate was that the majority of the comments below were in defense of Hongxing. They formed an orderly queue to praise the year 1998. Indeed, it is 1998. What more could one desire? Did you not see that my phone only earned me a mere dozen yuan? Oh, now it has risen to several tens, as production capacity has increased and various costs have diminished. After 2 days of brewing, the outcome of this video surprisingly led netizens to urge the official Hongxing account for shipments. This was something Chen Chen did not foresee. Hurry up, Hongxing. Do not follow the example of rice. The rice I ordered over a month ago has yet to be shipped, and I have already returned it to purchase from you instead. As the saying goes, even a broken boat has its nails. Thus, expedite production. For my longsword has long been eager and restless. I have no objections to the rush purchases, but could you not provide a larger quantity? During the last rush, I experienced a momentary lag in my internet connection, and it was gone in an instant. Chapter 20. New model solutions in the realm of the mobile phone market. Certain pivotal years herald significant transformations, and those manufacturers adept at seizing these market shifts are rewarded with their rightful share. Over the past decade, the inaugural revolution was ushered in by the advent of the iPhone, which redefined the very essence of smartphones. The smartphone supplanted feature phones, capacitive screens replaced resistive ones, and full touchscreens emerged as a substitute for physical keyboards. During this epoch, companies like Apple and Samsung ascended powerfully, while those such as BlackBerry, Motorola, and Nokia, who were slow to perceive the changing tides, failed to capitalize on the opportunity, gradually fading into the annals of history. According to the prevailing trends of global development, the forthcoming decade is punctuated by two significant milestones. The first occurred around 2016, when the introduction of the Mi Mix unveiled the groundbreaking concept of the full-screen display. While other manufacturers, led by Huawei, made significant strides in photographic technology, mobile photography began its evolution towards dual, triple, and even quad-camera systems, with pixel counts rapidly advancing to surpass 100 million and eventually reaching 200 million within a few years. At this juncture, a notable shift took place as the original Chinese quartet, aside from Huawei, saw the exit of three competitors from the mainstream market, giving rise to the emergence of the new quartet of giants, comprising Xiaomi, Huawei, Oppo, and Vivo. Concurrently, Samsung lost its foothold in the Chinese market. From 2012 to 2015, the pace of mobile upgrades was not particularly rapid. Some devices enjoyed life cycles extending up to 18 months, exemplified by the Mi 2 and Mi 4 series. Given the lack of substantial breakthroughs in mobile technology during this period, Xiaomi adopted a strategy of scarcity marketing to enhance and prolong the appeal of its devices, proving to be an effective means of maintaining consumer interest. However, this approach does carry certain drawbacks, potentially harming the brand's reputation. Nevertheless, for a rapidly developing company like Xiaomi, this was not a pressing concern. The impact on brand reputation? One must prioritize growth before addressing such issues. Conversely, the Red Star brand, under Chen Chen's leadership, could not rely indefinitely on this strategy to sustain interest. Its primary mission now is to restore its reputation and regain users. Consequently, following a month of limited releases, the first generation of Red Star phones has transitioned to unrestricted sales. Consumers can now purchase them anytime at the Red Star Mall, as well as on platforms like Matewan and Pinduoduo. The initial phase of Red Star's online strategy has been largely accomplished. The next phase involves reigniting the development of high-end devices, leveraging their substantial profit margins to maintain the dwindling offline market. Today, we have convened to discuss the restart of our high-end mobile phone development. I invite any opinions you may have. The heads of various departments present exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Ultimately, Chen Chen directly called upon Chen, who had previously advocated for an all-out effort to develop high-end phones during the last meeting. Please share your thoughts. Reluctantly, Chen stepped forward and addressed Mr. Chen, stating, "I believe we should refrain from relaunching high-end models at this moment. Currently, the market's acceptance of domestic high-end devices seems rather disheartening, particularly following the development of the P series by Huawei." Chen's words elicited a nod of agreement from the guard, a reminder of previous missteps. The high-end device developed by Hongxing earlier this year had met with complete failure. And the two high-end models, P1 and P1S, released by Huawei this year, have also seen dismal sales figures globally. It is estimated that the combined sales of these two models have not even reached 1 million units, even with their global distribution. Given that Hongxing currently lacks an overseas market, pursuing high-end models seems unwise. Are you intimidated by the 903 series or by Huawei's setbacks? The 903 series faltered due to the company's insufficient grasp of the market dynamics. In today's landscape, can a device with a side-sliding full keyboard truly succeed? As for Huawei, they have yet to find their direction, and aside from its ultra-thin design, their phone lacks any notable features. However, the new device we are poised to develop promises significant breakthroughs, justifying a high-end price point. Dr. Zhou, please share your insights to instill confidence in everyone. Upon concluding his remarks, Chen Chen ceded his position to Dr. Zhou. Dr. Zhou approached the conference table and commenced his presentation beside the projector screen. Our research lab at Hongxing has developed cutting-edge technology, a 1080p display, for which the patent application has been approved. Oldly is currently collaborating with Huaxing Optoelectronics on this development. This display represents a world-leading technology, and our high-end device will be the first smartphone globally to feature a 1080p resolution. Moreover, we have made strides in charging technology. While the exact production capacity in watts is still under experimental evaluation, it will undoubtedly exceed the 18 watts of our Hongxing one. Beyond the display and charging, we have introduced a novel interface technology that allows for insertion on both the front and back, boasting faster data transfer speeds and enhanced durability. This is currently in the first stage of patent application. Regarding the chipset, TSMC has confirmed that a new 28-nanometer process will be launched by mid-next year, enabling mass production of our Lingxiao S2. In summary, our upcoming high-end device is far from mere speculation, boasting an array of advanced technologies that significantly diminishes the possibility of failure. Of course, achieving sales exceeding 200,000 units would be deemed successful, Chen Chen added, conservatively estimating that the sales might reach around 1 million units, merely to alleviate the apprehensions of those present. The company will not cease to exist due to a single failure. Hongxing has firmly established itself, throughout October alone, with 6 sales events. The cumulative sales of the Hongxing One have surpassed 2 million units, and the company currently enjoys substantial cash reserves. Furthermore, the Shining One, priced at 799, continues to sell, yielding over 40 yuan profit per device after cost amortization. Chen Chen picked up a blueprint from the table and handed it to a few individuals, then continued. This is my concept for the new device. The screen should be at least 5 inches, the battery preferably above 3000 mAh. With a glass front panel and a metallic middle frame and back, all designed as a seamless body. The group began to discuss the blueprint and soon reached a consensus. Mr. Chen, this is feasible, but the estimated cost will exceed 2,000. If we initiate the project now, and if all goes smoothly, we can align with the mass production of the Lingxiao S2 chip. Very well, Chen. You were previously responsible for the development of our high-end models. I am entrusting this smartphone to you as the product manager, and you will report directly to me. Chen stood up, taken aback. Previously, he had been responsible for gathering development ideas but had never led an independent project. He had always worked with supplier proposals and directives from leadership. Feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders, he nodded resolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will do my utmost to succeed. Chapter 21. Year-end bonus. As the year 2012 quietly approached, the entire Hongxing company was enveloped in a festive atmosphere, heralding the first jubilant year-end since the passing of the venerable Chairman Chen. It was rumored that Chen Chen intended to distribute year-end bonuses to all employees. The sales of the Hongxing Generation 1 had already surpassed 4 million within a few months of its release. Although the recent ramp-up of production for the Rice One had slightly affected supply, nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The dazzling Generation 1, priced at 799, had achieved a remarkable shipment of 7 million units over the course of 6 months, bringing smiles to the faces of the founders of Pinduoduo. Despite the nearly 200 million yuan invested in subsidies for this mobile phone, it was merely the investors' money, intended for expenditure. What concern was it of ours? As December unfolded, Chen Chen pondered how to further unite the company. After much contemplation, he realized he lacked the oratory skills to invigorate his colleagues. The sole effective method, it seemed, was to distribute money. This was, perhaps, the most potent source of motivation for the employees. Thus, bright and early, Chen Chen convened a high-level meeting in the conference room. With a singular focus, the distribution of funds. Over the past 6 months since my return to the company, I am immensely grateful for your support. It is with your collective effort that Hongxing has regained its footing. Today, we shall not discuss projections for 2012 or delve into KPIs. Rather, our focus is simply on one thing: distributing bonuses. I am not a miserly figure. I recognize the hard work each of you has contributed, especially our team members in system operations and hardware development, not to mention our quietly dedicated research and development department. Given that the company only turned a profit in the latter half of this year, the year-end bonus may not be as substantial as you might hope, Chen Chen declared. A palpable silence fell over the room as everyone awaited the specifics of what this modest bonus would entail. Was it merely a token sum or something more substantial? Fortunately, our financial standing is relatively robust at this moment, so I have decided to allocate a portion of our funds as a year-end benefit. I hope that you will continue to strive for excellence in the coming year and contribute to the growth of Hongxing. With a resounding cheer, the conference room erupted in applause. Chen Chen was unaware that last year, due to the passing of the elder Chen, there had been no year-end bonuses at all. Even during his tenure, the funds had never been generous enough to offer such rewards. In those days, the management team was far larger, and the majority of the bonuses undoubtedly went to them. The current management, primarily composed of technical personnel, was well aware of the previous state of year-end bonuses at Hongxing. They believed that as the company flourished, Chen Chen would certainly bestow even more generous bonuses and benefits. This year, we shall simply hold a modest annual meeting, where we can enjoy a meal together and partake in a lottery. After a year of hard work, it is time to unwind a bit. Upon finishing his remarks, Chen Chen found the room abuzz with lively discussions as everyone eagerly began to refine the plans for the annual meeting. Last year, the esteemed Mr. Chen passed away, plunging the entire company into disarray. Chen Chen, indifferent to the turmoil, showed little inclination towards organizing the annual meeting. Ultimately, we hope that this year-end bonus will be executed with fairness, justice, and transparency. I implore everyone not to harbor grievances based on the amount received. I firmly believe that with the growth of Hongxing, I shall ensure a more generous distribution of bonuses next year. After a round of applause, the meeting concluded. However, shortly thereafter, notices were posted around the company, allowing employees to estimate their year-end bonuses based on the information provided. Excerpts of Chen Chen's announcement regarding the bonuses began circulating in various departmental groups. Through subtle hints from Hongxing employees, news of the nearly bankrupt company's intention to distribute year-end bonuses rapidly spread online, trending on multiple platforms. As the Spring Festival approached, many employees from various companies were eager to discover the extent of their own year-end bonuses. Observing Hongxing's bonuses, they could only feel envy and resentment. Our boss, in stark contrast, when asked about bonuses this year, casually remarked that his performance warranted a direct reward of a sister-in-law. Such a company is truly the epitome of my dream workplace. Is there a need for janitorial staff? I would even settle for a security position, with no expectation of a year-end bonus, purely for the love of keeping the premises tidy. While you all anticipate bonuses, my boss has only offered me a hammer. A hammer? That's not too shabby, as our company has merely provided AP. Regardless, employees vented their frustrations about their respective companies and bosses, despite all being companies. The disparity is astonishing. Nevertheless, this year-end bonus saga has once again propelled Hongxing into the limelight. Where there is attention, there is traffic. Where there is traffic, there are sales. It is imperative to sustain this momentum, for only then can netizens continuously remember you. The most successful marketing strategy from the past was undoubtedly when a rice brand spent $2 million to rebrand its logo, transforming it from a square shape to a more rounded design. Netizens have expressed that they could easily achieve such results for merely 200 yuan, alleging that the rice brand was defrauded, and they have been tagging Lei Jun to prompt him to take action. This has incited considerable online fervor. In truth, even if Lei Jun were to invest that $2 million to generate buzz, he would struggle to achieve a comparable effect. Chapter 22. Core Technology. As the mode in the Red Star headquarters of the colorful city park in the imperial capital, Dr. Liu was intently focused on the screen, awaiting the experimental results in the chip department's laboratory. Behind him, some were tasked with recording data, others were fixated on the display alongside him, while yet others operated computers. The laboratory's access control was activated by Chen Chen, who had changed into work attire and entered the lab. Dr. Liu, has the simulation test for the Lingxiao S2 been completed? Chen Chen inquired eagerly upon entering. Dr. Liu, who had been absorbed in his work, looked up at Chen Chen and replied, the testing is currently underway. We are in the process of running the circuit-level simulation results. He continued to explain. Once this circuit-level simulation passes, we will proceed to logical synthesis, transforming the circuit into gate-level configuration for further simulation tests. Only after these pass can we evaluate the power consumption and timing satisfaction of our Lingxiao S2. You might want to rest in the adjacent lounge for a bit. I will notify you once we have results, he suggested. Just as Chen Chen was about to step out, he heard Dr. Liu add. Old Zhou mentioned that there have been breakthroughs in their fast-charging technology. You might want to check that out. All right, I'll head over to Dr. Zhou's. Chen Chen responded as he exited and took the elevator to Dr. Zhou's department. Initially, he had anticipated the simulation tests to be swift, but he soon realized their complexity. It was no wonder so many manufacturers struggled with chip development. Unlike in a few years' time, where chips would routinely operate at 7 nanometers or 5 nanometers, the current Red Star chip team, consisting of just over 100 researchers, would find it nearly impossible to complete chip design and development. In the future, one would need a research team numbering in the thousands to even consider entering the chip field. Reports suggested that Huawei's research team alone exceeded 10,000 members. The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down Chen Chen's spine. Arriving at the research department, he found it adjacent to the chip division, with one being a 4-story building and the other a 3-story one. Skillfully, he accessed the door control, where Dr. Zhou was also busy. President Chen. Upon noticing Chen Chen, Dr. Zhou immediately set aside his work and approached him. I was just about to call you. Our fast-charging technology has made significant progress based on your ideas. Let us go take a look together. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the fast-charging team of a dozen individuals was preparing for a new round of experiments. Seeing Dr. Zhou leading Chen Chen, the team leader, Ding Ping, promptly rose to greet them. President Chen, we have developed a new generation of fast-charging technology based on your Type-C interface and our previous dual charge pump concept. It is truly a revolutionary technology. Unlike the past, where technological rewards were dispensed by systems, Red Star possessed its own research team. Sometimes, providing them with a vision or direction for the future was sufficient for them to achieve rapid breakthroughs in technology. Chen Chen gazed at the confident fast-charging team, intrigued by the technological breakthroughs they could achieve with the 18W charging technology and Type-C interface over the past 6 months. Ding Ping led Chen Chen to a testing station and handed him a pair of goggles, stating, "This is our dual-route charge pump fast-charging system, developed in accordance with General Manager Chen's high-voltage fast-charging plan and our previous research." Chen Chen observed the heavily modified phone before him and gestured for Ding Ping to continue. Our previous 18W fast charging utilized a high-voltage scheme, but before the current enters the battery, there is a voltage reduction process that results in the loss of some energy, diminishing efficiency and causing the phone's temperature to rise. I pondered, since the reduction process incurs efficiency losses, why not incorporate a charge pump? The principle of a charge pump is to generate high voltage through the capacitive accumulation effect, allowing current to flow from a lower potential to a higher potential. Look here. General Manager Chen. Ding Ping pointed to the modified Red Star Generation 1 on the testing station, and Chen Chen noted a distinctive feature. The power line behind the phone's charging port consisted of 2 separate lines, each connected to a power source, with a small device in between, presumably the charge pump they had mentioned. We input a high-voltage current of 20 V at 2A at the power source, which then travels through the dual circuit. The dual circuit divides the 2A current, resulting in 2 streams of 20 V at 1A, which subsequently pass through 2 charge pumps. The power line is also specially designed, having replaced the original copper wire with tinned copper, capable of handling greater currents and voltages. As the current traverses the charge pump, the voltage is lowered, yielding 2 streams of 5 V at 4A. Now, observe here. Following Ding Ping's, Chen Chen noticed the 2 circuits converging. The 2 circuits merge into one, allowing us to achieve a substantial current of 5 V at 8A, thereby realizing a charging power of 40 W. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Chen Chen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. This dual-route charge pump solution is indeed impressive. We have now achieved a maximum of 40 W in dual-route configurations. Have you tested the single route yet? Ding Ping promptly clarified. In single route, we have reached 33 W. Any higher poses safety risks and requires further research. That's sufficient. 33 W is currently more than adequate. We must expedite the patent application process. I am concerned that other manufacturers may discover the role of the charge pump upon disassembling our phone and charger. Our patent has already been submitted in the first application queue, Dr. Zhou interjected. Having worked at Red Star for many years, he understood the significance of this technology to the company. The application has been submitted, but given that the Spring Festival has just passed, we have yet to receive any updates. According to our current charging power of 40 watts, it takes less than 30 minutes to fully charge the Red Star Generation 1. In the future, as we continue to make breakthroughs, this power will only increase. All right, I shall await your good news. I wish for you to swiftly surpass 120 watts. Even reach 200 watts. If a dual charge pump is insufficient, then let it be a triple or quadruple. Chen Chen's words elicited a burst of laughter from those in the laboratory. With technological advancements, everyone was filled with joy. In fact, there are currently no smartphones on the market that exceed a power of 10 watts. Even the 7-watt HTC is considered relatively fast. Of course, when compared to the 5V1A offerings of the likes of Apple and Samsung, and especially against the Red Star, it pales in comparison. Not to mention our laboratory's 40 watts. Even the commercially available Red Star Generation 1 with its 18 watts would be outperformed in an instant. Is our 40-watt technical solution ready for application? Chen Chen posed a pivotal question. While a laboratory is indeed a laboratory, some companies, according to netizens, boast of having fast-charging technologies of 200 watts or even 500 watts lying dormant, yet they still release the safe and swift 5V1A. Well, it is like this. General Chen, our dual charge pump solution is indeed fast, but do not beat around the bush. Speak plainly if there are issues. Our Type-C interface features 24 metallic contacts, allowing for perfect compatibility with our new fast-charging technology. However, the original interface is certainly inadequate. The former micro-USB interface has only 5 contacts, 4 of which are for data transmission. Even though we have modified the Redstar Generation 1's interface to support 18 watts, it is impossible to utilize the micro interface with the current 40 watts. What do I care? In the future, all our smartphones will utilize Type-C. And it is likely that the entire world will adopt the Type-C interface. This is not a concern. Furthermore, we have yet to finalize the charger end. It requires an embedded chip to automatically recognize our smartphone's fast charging and adjust voltage and current accordingly. This is manageable. The issue lies with the charging management IC chip. Correct? You should discuss this with Dr. Liu. If you can resolve it yourselves, then do so. If not, seek customization. It can certainly be addressed. However, the price of the dual charge pump is also a concern. In the upcoming period, while continuing to research the dual solution, you must also enhance the single solution as soon as possible, ensuring that the cost is as low as possible while still maintaining safety. Our flagship phone this year must incorporate this. Understood, General Chen. Just before leaving, Chen Chen recalled something. If a dual charge pump can double the charging power, then wouldn't a manufacturer from the previous generation using dual batteries also be able to double the charging power? With this thought, Chen Chen turned to Ding Ping and said, Team Leader Ding, have you considered that if we can apply a dual charge pump to enhance power? What about dual battery cells? After stating this, Chen Chen exited, leaving Ding Ping stunned. He quickly pulled out his notebook to document the proposal, muttering to himself as he wrote, dual battery cells for charge pumps. 200 watts, 500 watts. Having just left the fast-charging team, I arrived on the first floor when the internal phone on the desk began to ring. Dr. Zhou approached and answered the call, his demeanor instantly transformed with excitement. Old Liu, have we succeeded? President Chen is with me. We shall head over immediately. After hanging up, Dr. Zhou hurriedly grasped Chen Chen's arm and made his way to the chip department in the adjacent building. President Chen, Old Liu just informed me that the simulation tests have passed. Let us go see for ourselves. Upon swiping the access card for the chip laboratory, the jubilant cheers from within were unmistakable. President Chen, our Ling Xiao S2 simulation has passed. It's a success. The chip's performance design has met our expectations. The circuit power consumption is normal, and all functional modules are operational. Observing the elated team members, Dr. Liu wore a smile. Yet he doused their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. Let us not celebrate prematurely. Although the simulation tests have passed, the actual performance remains to be determined post-tape-out. Whether we can achieve successful tape-out is also a question. Our journey is far from over. Only when we successfully test the tape-out will we truly have succeeded. Dr. Liu's words instantly silenced the laboratory, as everyone realized that passing simulation tests does not necessarily guarantee that the produced chips will meet expectations. This is closely tied to the manufacturing processes as well. It's all right, Dr. Liu. We are still delighted that we passed the simulation tests, Chen Chen reassured. Turning to the team in the lab, once you successfully test the tape-out, I will award you with bonuses again. Starting this month, every member of the chip research department will receive a 20 salary increase. Thank you, President Chen. Thank you, President Chen. The significance of this 20 should not be underestimated. For these engineers were high-caliber talents recruited by the late Mr. Chen from various places, with some entire teams brought over. Their annual salaries are quite substantial, and a 20 increase is no trifling matter. However, beyond monetary considerations, Chen Chen prioritized retaining these talents. As long as he could keep the engineers, he would not hesitate to invest all of Redstar's profits into research and development. Technology is the primary productive force. Engineers are a company's most precious assets. Chen Chen has always borne these two truths in mind and has acted upon them. While pursuing finance might yield quicker and greater profits, what significance would that hold? Some technologies cannot be purchased with money. They must be painstakingly developed through one's own efforts. In research and development, there is no shortcut for overtaking. In this single day, Redstar's formidable research capabilities have provided him with 2 trump cards, which will become Redstar's moat. Who would dare claim that Redstar lacks core technology? Chen Chen is prepared to thrust the chips and fast-charging innovations right before their eyes. For a technology company, core technology is indeed the fortress. Chapter 23. There is only one God in Huaxia, have you heard? This time, the company has surprisingly chosen to conduct a tape-out for a firm on the Huaxia mainland. Moreover, it is the highly challenging latest 28-nanometer process, yet it has failed. Since when did we have another chip company in Huaxia? It is not merely a chip company. It is a mobile phone company, and their smartphone processor chip has encountered failure today. Experts from the United States are currently investigating the matter. Is it not the case that only Guangdong is testing the latest 28-nanometer chip process? How has another mainland company emerged? Could it be that there is an issue with their circuit design? It remains unclear, but it is said that the fault lies with us. In the treasure island of Huaxia, at TSMC, several engineers on break are engaged in lively discussions, sharing their gossip. The failure of chip mask manufacturing is exceedingly common for TSMC, the largest foundry, as most cases stem from issues within the chip company's circuit designs. However, this situation is somewhat different. According to rumors, TSMC has summoned a large number of chip experts, even recalling several renowned figures from laboratories in the United States to address the current process issues. To put it succinctly, there are two categories of global chip foundries. One is TSMC, and the other is everyone else. TSMC commands 70% of the global chip foundry order market. Even such a giant faces challenges with the newly introduced 28-nanometer production process, underscoring the significance of this breakthrough. It is essential to recognize that this 28-nanometer process will continue to evolve for the next decade and beyond, with chips based on this technology being ubiquitous. Some may wonder why, when everyone else is advancing to 7-nanometer and 5-nanometer processes, there remains a market for 28-nanometer technology. The answer lies in its maturity and cost-effectiveness. Currently, TSMC's 28-nanometer process is the 27nm process, which signifies low performance and low power consumption. For instance, the recently successful trial production of APQ8064 by Guangdong, which does not incorporate HKMG but instead utilizes Xiaoan technology, is not particularly suited for high-frequency operations. However, the Lingxiao S2 brought in by Dr. Liu and its associated technology are based on the second-generation 28nm process, where HP denotes high performance. The introduction of HKMG allows for further enhancement of the chip's operating frequency while, compared to the LP process, exhibiting lower leakage at the same frequency. In TSMC's research room, American chip expert Wilson gazes at the circuit diagram for Lingxiao S2, exclaiming in awe, "Oh my God." He is visibly shaken by the revelation. Beside Wilson, a group of individuals clad in white lab coats share similar sentiments of astonishment and curiosity, pondering when Huaxia acquired another chip design team. The chip industry circle is indeed quite small. Any slight disturbance is known to all, including who possesses superior architecture and remarkable circuit design capabilities. As this expert group continues their investigation, a liaison from TSMC enters and inquires, "Professor Wilson, esteemed experts, have you identified the cause of this tape-out failure? The clients have been persistently urging us and have explicitly stated that their circuit design is flawless." The tranquil atmosphere was disrupted as Wilson regained his composure. "Oh my God. The LP process they proposed is our latest technology. How could they possibly know? Furthermore, their designed DSP processor astonishingly employs a dual-core architecture, a groundbreaking innovation that requires us some time to refine." Once this revelation was uttered, other experts also began to realize the implications. They scrutinized the DSP processor's circuit diagram, finally identifying the root of the problem and understanding why the silicon chip had failed. The TSMC factory is currently processing the APQ8064 based on the LP process, and the DSP processor was assumed to be single-core, leading to the erroneous belief that the Lingxiao S2 was also a single-core design. To their surprise, this Red Star chip team had audaciously innovated. I wish to have a thorough discussion with the team behind this chip design. It would be a tremendous loss for Huaxia to retain such a team. Only our country offers a suitable platform for their development. Wilson outright expressed his intentions to poach talent. Although his words were somewhat harsh, the truth remains that prospects are indeed more promising in our country than back home. Leading the charge is Dr. Liu Yuanzhang from Huaxia, who is currently taking a break. As he practiced the awkward pronunciation of Liu Yuanzhang, Wilson left the seminar room, preoccupied with his thoughts. Now that the issue has been identified, TSMC's engineers will take charge of refining the process and resolving the dilemma. In the lounge, the public relations manager from TSMC sat beside Dr. Liu, persistently persuading him to wait a little longer. "Manager Liu, please be patient. Our company has engaged experts from our country to investigate the cause of this failure. Since you assert that your design is undoubtedly sound, results should emerge shortly. Moreover, we could take this time to explore and enjoy the scenic beauty of our beloved Huaxia Island, along with our distinctive beetle nut beauties." As the PR manager inched closer, Dr. Liu had no choice but to rise and pace around the room. The scent emanating from the manager was quite enticing. Dr. Liu felt as if this were not a chip manufacturing facility at all, but rather something else entirely. Our CEO, Mr. Chen, has issued a firm directive. I simply wish to expedite obtaining the chips for testing. If you cannot ascertain the cause, please proceed according to the contract. His words resonated with conviction, each syllable underscoring Dr. Lu's stance. A beauty trap? I have traversed the world for many years. I have seen it all. Dr. Lu could not help but feel anxious. Having spent over 2 months on the island, just last month, Gaotong released their latest APQ8064, also known as the S4 chip. And now the entire high-end project of the company hinges upon this chip. Although TSMC has voluntarily shouldered the responsibility and financial burden for this silicon failure, precious time has undeniably been squandered. Just as Dr. Lu awaited anxiously, the lounge door was pushed open. A foreigner, with a distinctly peculiar command of Chinese, greeted him. Yuanjiang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Dr. Lu, noticing the blonde foreigner, surmised he might be a chip expert from the United States. You can speak English, I understand. Dr. Lu replied fluently in American English. The sight of the blonde foreigner attempting Chinese was quite discomforting. Wilson quickly switched to English and inquired, Dr. Lu, was the Lingxiao S2 chip designed and developed by your team? Is there a problem? I have stated countless times that our chip design is flawless. Any failure in the trial production is undoubtedly due to your processing issues. No, Dr. Lu, you've misunderstood. I am not implying that there is an issue with your chip. Its design is impeccable, I can assure you on my honor. The failure this time is due to TSMC's processing problems. The issue has been identified, and they are working diligently to rectify it. I came here to invite you and your team to join our laboratory. Your laboratory? Dr. Lu asked, puzzled, wondering what this foreigner was up to. Indeed. I wish to invite you to collaborate on developing the latest technologies. Talents like you should not be confined to China. Our country can provide everything you need. I can guarantee, on my honor, that once you agree, you will immediately receive a green card from our nation. Dr. Lu finally grasped the foreigner's intent. He was here to poach talent. After nearly 2 months of waiting, instead of resolving issues, he was focused on recruitment and using his honor to guarantee a green card? Did Dr. Lu truly lack such a thing? Bah. Moreover, in our China, there is but one supreme deity, the Jade Emperor of the highest heavens. Your God? Nonsense. Dr. Lu suppressed his anger and addressed Wilson and the cameras in the room. If your company lacks the necessary technology, it would be prudent not to waste each other's time. As for your God, I'm afraid I only believe in our Chinese deity. Dr. Lu, I merely wish to offer you a better research environment and improved benefits. Moreover, your country simply. Enough. I have no interest in your worthless green card. My sole focus is on our chip. As soon as Dr. Lu finished speaking, another figure entered the lounge. Observing Dr. Lu on the verge of fury, he spoke up. The issue has been identified. Our engineers are working diligently on upgrades. And the factory is expediting your chip production. It is currently in the first sequence, and I am confident you will see the finished product within a month. Dr. Lu turned to the middle-aged man, the vice president of TSMC. His presence indicated that the foreigner's views were merely personal opinions. Witnessing the vice president's demeanor, Dr. Lu softened his tone. I will wait a little longer, hoping for a successful outcome this time. Chapter 24. The Outlook of Huawei Deep City. The terminal business division of Huawei has finally found its footing after a series of internal adjustments. The company's founder, defying popular opinion, appointed Yu Qinbei as the head of the terminal business. Upon assuming his role, Yu embarked on sweeping reforms. Upon learning that operators would gradually eliminate subsidy policies, Yu, mirroring the approach of Hongqing, promptly slashed 80 of the operator channel devices. Unlike Hongqing, however, Yu resolved to propel Huawei towards the high-end market, aiming to reshape its brand image. As for the low-end segment, there remained the residual 20 of operator channels. Huawei possessed the capital to abandon the low-end market and transition to high-end offerings, as its other business sectors could continuously provide substantial funding. After all, how much profit could be generated solely from selling mobile devices? How could it sustain a chip team of hundreds? Huawei holds a definitive advantage in communication technology on a global scale, having flourished in the mobile market at the dawn of the 21st century due to its robust communication technology. While it may not rival giants like Nokia and Motorola, it has garnered a respectable reputation. Leveraging its advanced base station technology, Huawei formed alliances with domestic operators, becoming one of the 4 major Chinese brands, often referred to as the Chinese Cool Alliance. Just as Huawei's mobile business was reaping significant rewards from collaborations with operators, the mobile market underwent a seismic transformation. The foremost change was the replacement of feature phones by smartphones, followed by the widespread adoption and promotion of 3G in China. The executives and founder of Huawei swiftly recognized these market shifts and began to alter the company's strategy. In the past, consumers prioritized signal quality and call clarity when selecting mobile phones. Yet, in the era of smartphones, communication technology is no longer the primary factor driving consumer choices. During this smartphone revolution, Huawei continued to rely on partnerships with operators to launch new intelligent products. However, as subsidies and exclusive sales diminished, this growth model became increasingly untenable in the current mobile landscape. In Yuqingbei's ambitious plan to penetrate the high-end market, the P1 and P1S models were pivotal products. Regrettably, these devices did not achieve significant market acceptance, with global sales failing to surpass 1 million units. The initial foray into the high-end market ended in failure. Mr. Ren, I am willing to resign for the losses incurred by the company and hope to provide an explanation, Yuqingbei said, his countenance reflecting despair. The P1 series has been completely withdrawn from the market, and the sales of the P2 model continue to languish. Faced with internal dissent, you decided to resign in an attempt to quell the unrest. Mr. Ren, the founder of Huawei, rarely pounded the table in frustration. It's not that simple. You wish to resign after a failure? Do you expect me to pay for the next leader's tuition? No. You must ensure the success of the mobile business before you can consider resigning. Following this outburst, Mr. Ren calmly added, what is there to fear in 1 or 2 failures? It is merely a loss of under 200 million. It does not signify that the failure of your mobile division will lead to our company's demise or bankruptcy. Mr. Ren, Yuqingbei gazed at the founder he trusted immensely, momentarily rendered speechless. Do not fear failure. In the years leading up to the establishment of Huawei, I encountered far more failures than you. Did I falter? Did I succumb to fear? Yet, I persevered, step by step, transforming Huawei into the formidable entity it is today. I have full faith in your strategy. Proceed boldly and audaciously, for our company will provide the necessary support. Success in the high-end mobile market is seldom achieved in just 1 or 2 attempts. Listening to the founder's words, Yuqingbei felt a resurgence of confidence. Mr. Ren was indeed correct. The transition to high-end products is not easily accomplished. Mr. Ren, I now understand what must be done. I will continue to oversee the development of our new models upon my return. Please, share your thoughts. It is as follows, Mr. Ren. The team at Samsung is planning to launch a large-screen phone with a display size exceeding 5 inches. I was contemplating whether we could concurrently develop a new model with a large screen and long battery life while continuing with the P series. I even have a name in mind, the Mate series. Furthermore, the most prominent domestic smartphone manufacturers, aside from Hongxing, are the Mi company. Their internet phones have garnered considerable consumer affection. Given the rise of mobile internet, we at Huawei can also establish a distinct internet brand. We could spin off the Chanwan series into its own brand, dedicated to our internet endeavors. Upon hearing this, Mr. Ren nodded appreciatively. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, You possess quite the vision. I find no fault in your ideas. Once a path is chosen, let us commit to it wholeheartedly. With Huawei's technological prowess, we will soon catch up to these manufacturers. Within the company, I am here to support you. Pursue your ambitions freely. As Yuqingbei exited the Huawei headquarters, he felt a lightness envelop him. With Mr. Ren's backing, there was nothing beyond Huawei's capabilities. At last, my skills have found their purpose. However, the thought of the developing Huawei P6 series brought a wave of concern. The overall development progress was remarkably swift, as Huawei has been a veteran in mobile manufacturing for many years. Yet, it was the chip that posed a challenge. Mr. Ren insisted on leveraging the mobile division to propel the chip department, which had only recently made strides. The chips produced mainly supply the mobile sector. I hope the new process for the Kunping chips proves to be effective. With that thought, he opened the car door and departed from the Huawei headquarters. Meanwhile, Chen Chen, upon reviewing the message from Dr. Liu, felt overwhelmed. The chip trial had failed, and the next opportunity would not arise for another month. The new generation model from Hongxing had nearly completed development and awaited the return of the chips for adaptation. Chapter 25. The 14mm smartphone. Are you joking? In contrast, Lei Jun of Xiaomi appeared remarkably at ease. After several months of fine-tuning and ramping up production in 2011, the first-generation Xiaomi phone had now stabilized its monthly shipment at over 500,000 units. The entire Xiaomi team was quite satisfied with the sales figure. Moreover, the development of the next-generation model progressed smoothly, thanks to the experience gained from the Xiaomi One. In May 2012, Gaotong held a global launch event in the United States, unveiling their brand new processor, the Gaotong APQ8064. Lei Jun promptly established contact with Gaotong, securing the latest flagship chip, codenamed S4. Given the fruitful collaboration with Xiaomi during the previous generation, Gaotong sent its engineers to assist Xiaomi's team in adapting this chip. Through scientific internet access, Chen Chen also learned about the S4 launch event. At this stage, Gaotong was not yet akin to Intel in its incremental approach. It consistently offered the latest manufacturing processes and technologies. Gaotong announced that the S4 series would be the last to bear the S designation, transitioning to numerical naming conventions. Henceforth, high-end chips would be designated as Series 8. Mid-range as Series 6, and low-end as Series 4. This new nomenclature would provide manufacturers and consumers with a clear distinction of performance across different series. The previous naming convention of APQ and S series had led to a lack of awareness among consumers regarding Gaotong's various mobile processors. Only those who genuinely examined these products could discern whether a certain smartphone utilized a high-end flagship chip. For instance, some manufacturers in later years misleadingly promoted their true octa-core processors, using low-end chips to masquerade as high-end series. By adopting a numerical naming system, consumers could easily ascertain the performance of a smartphone's processor at a glance. During the launch event, Gaotong emphasized that the S4 chip was manufactured using TSMC's 28-nanometer process technology, with the core upgraded from a dual-core to a novel big. Little architecture featuring 4 cores, achieving a remarkable clock speed of 1.6 GHz. In terms of GPU, it transitioned from the previous generation Adreno 310 to the upgraded Adreno 320, resulting in a 40 enhancement in graphical processing performance. Overall, this was an exceptionally commendable mobile processor. After consulting with specialists in their chip research department, Chen Chen discovered that their own Lingxiao S2, in terms of design performance, was nearly on par with Gaotong's S4. However, it fell short in GPU capabilities, with its overall graphical processing power approximately 20 lower than that of the S4. Nevertheless, this was still a significant improvement, as the new generation Lingxiao S2 had incorporated a DSP digital signal processor, marking a substantial advancement over the Lingxiao S1. Chen Chen was confident that, with the assistance of Xiao AI, their chip team would eventually produce a complete SoC. Unlike the current situation, which required standalone processors, ISPs, and modems, all of which incurred additional patent fees, the road ahead is long and winding. Observing the announcement released by Rice, Chen Chen couldn't help but wonder about Lei Busi's urgency. Was he truly in such a haste? Just as Rice unveiled the S4 series in the United States, Lei Busi promptly declared the domestic launch of this chip. Unbeknownst to Chen Chen, Lei Busi bore his own burdens. After all, it was clearly Rice's first generation that made the initial debut, and it was also Rice that first ventured into the internet arena. Yet, due to production capacity issues, they rose early only to miss the bus, with all the limelight claimed by the Red Star first generation. With the sales of the first generation meeting expectations and the development of the second generation progressing smoothly, Lei Busi was eager to commence the pre-launch of Rice's second generation this June. Nevertheless, Chen Chen was not in a rush. By the timeline, the Gaotong S4 had yet to enter mass production, and Rice's launch event typically took place on August 16th, the anniversary of its founding. Hence, this pre-launch was of little significance. He still had over 2 months to prepare for the new high-end series and the Red Star second generation. Currently, domestic smartphone brands such as Zhonghua Qualian, Rice, Berry Clan, as well as Giant, TCL, Bodeo, and Tianyu are undergoing a gradual reshuffle. The established brands are falling behind, while emerging manufacturers are rising. This time, the screen for our Red Star second generation will not utilize a Sharp display. Although Sharp screen offered exceptional display quality, it was significantly more expensive than domestic alternatives. Thanks to our deep collaboration with Huaxing Optoelectronics, our R&D department, alongside engineers from Huaxing Laboratory, has developed a mass-produced 720p screen based on our technology, and we will be using our own display this time. Mr. Chen, the costs associated with the customized screen from Huaxing primarily lie in the mold development, and Huaxing has completed the production line modifications and is ready to commence production at any moment. Old Lee is correct. As long as our sales are sufficiently high, the cost per screen will decrease. These past few months at Huaxing have been arduous for you. I will instruct the finance department to issue you a bonus in the coming days. After spending several months at the Huaxing factory, Oldly returned to Red Star following the completion of the production line modifications and trial production of a batch of screens in June. Currently, the life cycle of the Red Star first generation is nearly halfway through, and the second generation is already in development. Naturally, Chen Chen harbored high hopes for the new Red Star second generation, aiming for total sales to exceed 10 million throughout its life cycle, with a vision of reaching 20 million not being entirely out of reach. Since it remains positioned as a cost-effective model, unlike the new flagship which employs a metal chassis, it will continue to utilize high-polymer nanomaterials, plastic, to save costs without compromising quality. However, in contrast to the hurried launch of the previous generation, the company's design team will meticulously refine this phone. The first step involves applying a coating and frosted finish to the back cover, ensuring that the resulting rear shell, while still plastic, possesses a certain tactile quality. Plastic possesses various drawbacks. However, one notable advantage is its minimal impact on signal reception. In the latest flagship model, engineers have long grappled with this issue, ultimately deciding to incorporate plastic antenna openings along the metallic frame of the device. In contrast, the Red Star 2 has alleviated such concerns entirely, opting for an all-plastic design that imposes no hindrance on signal quality. Nonetheless, regardless of the design, all considerations must yield the battery life and performance. The initial proposal astonishingly suggested a thickness of 14 millimeters, a daunting one, for centimeters, prompting Chen Chen to feel an overwhelming urge to hurl the design draft at them. Goodness, it is 2012. What is the meaning of a phone that measures 14 millimeters in thickness? Have you not observed that Huawei's devices boast a profile of less than 7 millimeters? Chen Chen finally comprehended the reasons behind the declining market share of Red Star. With a development department like this, who wouldn't shake their head in dismay? Chapter 26. I made a decision against my ancestors. Xiaomi has confirmed the adoption of the Gaodong S4 chip for the second generation. Xiaomi is set to make another groundbreaking debut. Is the preheating for the Xiaomi 2 happening this early? I just acquired my Xiaomi 1 not long ago, and it seems outdated already. Do you understand? Xiaomi is being pressured by Hongxing. Just look at the sales of Xiaomi 1 compared to Hongxing 1. It feels as though the two companies are preparing for a showdown. Let them compete fiercely, ideally driving the price down to $15.99. The ultimate beneficiaries would be us, the consumers. A fixed price, $999. Let's post the link. $999 is just a fantasy. The preheating by Xiaomi has sparked extensive discussions among netizens, with everyone speculating whether the Xiaomi 2 will maintain the $1999 price point or go even lower. However, this trending topic was soon overshadowed by another piece of news. The domestic antivirus software company 390, led by Zhou, announced its foray into the smartphone market. In today's society, the affluent possess their exquisite devices, while we, the common folk, are left with affordable phones? I vehemently oppose this notion. We at 390 strive to provide quality, affordable smartphones for our users. Consequently, I, Zhou, made a decision that contradicts our ancestors. We will venture into hardware. We at 390 will collaborate with the renowned domestic manufacturer, Coolpad, to launch a special 390 model, priced at merely $14.99. The instant Zhou shared this on Weibo, the internet erupted. When did it become so simple to produce smartphones? A company specializing in antivirus software can also manufacture phones? It feels as though I have transcended time, just a year ago. The only options for phones were those foreign brands costing $3,000 to $4,000. In less than a year, we witnessed Xiaomi at $19.99, followed by Hongxing at $19.98. And now the 390 special model at $1,499. It's almost surreal. Transcending time? Ask me if the extraordinary varies. It's not as if cars are flying in the sky. For too long, foreign companies have harvested profits from our homeland. It is time for our domestic brands to rise. Why is there such a tendency to undercut prices? I, Long Outyen, am not short on funds. Why should I settle for less? Why can't we create high-end domestic devices? I'm utterly tired of the constant stream of Apple, Samsung, and HTC. I anticipate high-end domestic products. I echo the call for high-end domestic devices. As Yu Qingbei read these comments from affluent netizens, he nearly burst into tears. Don't you want high-end domestic phones? We have them at Huawei. The P2 and P2S are both high-end priced, yet I haven't seen you purchasing them. Long Outyen. I am not lacking in money, but your phones aren't even promoted domestically. I have no idea about their quality. Is there such an urgent demand for high-end devices among netizens? Should Xiaomi also consider producing a high-end model? Otherwise, if we keep offering phones at $19.99, Consumers might think we are only capable of creating devices within that price range. After listening to Lei Jun's words, Lin Bing furrowed his brow. Lei's assertions were not without merit. Without high-end devices, consumers might doubt our ability to produce quality smartphones. Mr. Lei, I believe we must indeed venture into the high-end market, but certainly not at this juncture. Our brand has only just established itself in the mobile domain. It is far too premature for us to pursue the high-end segment. Do you not recall last year's Hongqing 903 series and this year's Huawei P2 series? Although many online voices express a desire for high-end products, their wallets reveal a different truth. They prefer to purchase from the brand that offers the most economical choice. Upon hearing Lin Bing's perspective, Lei Jun pondered for a moment before responding. Since the timing for high-end devices is not favorable, what if we directly develop a low-end smartphone? A model priced below 1,000 yuan, perhaps around 899 yuan, seems quite reasonable. Lei Jun had long harbored the idea of producing low-end devices, but the nascent stage of the brand had hindered its ability to invest in such a venture. Now, with revenues nearing 10 billion yuan in just 6 months, securing additional funding could indeed enable entry into the low-end market. The low-end market is characterized by volume and affordability. To penetrate this sector, sufficient capital is essential. Otherwise, small-scale orders of tens of thousands of units would not yield the best prices. In Lei Jun's vision, establishing a foothold in the mid-range market would pave the way for success in the low-end segment. He envisioned creating a budget-friendly smartphone that does not compromise on quality, thereby attracting users. Once a robust user base is established, further plans could be executed. As for the notion that low-end devices are not lucrative, that is undoubtedly true. However, the potential earnings from low-end devices are limited. Once the user base grows, pre-installing software and pushing advertisements could prove more profitable than merely selling hardware. Who claims that low-end devices do not generate profit? They indeed do, Lei Jun remarked. Consider the many young individuals fresh out of school and entering the workforce. They often have limited funds. These users may take years to evolve into loyal customers of our brand. Yet, if we produce a budget model, they could become our users immediately. Mr. Lei, since you are inclined to pursue low-end devices, we must prepare for a new round of financing. Additionally, this new project requires a suitable leader. Currently, I am managing another project and cannot take on the responsibility of a new device line. It was evident that Lin Bing, as the president of smartphone business at the brand, was already overwhelmed with his duties, and adding a budget series would indeed stretch him too thin. With this in mind, Lei Jun inquired, Lin Bing, do you have anyone in mind to recommend? You have spent more time in this industry than I have. Who could potentially lead this new series? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bing's eyes brightened as he replied, I have someone in mind. But you will need to recruit him. He is still employed, though. Who? Lei Jun asked. Lu Weiqi. Lu Weiqi? Indeed, that is correct. He is currently with Jianye, likely overseeing their overseas operations. His professional capabilities are exceptional. I have interacted with him several times while in Europe, Lin Bing responded excitedly. Since Lin Bing has praised Lu Weiqi's exceptional abilities, he must possess some noteworthy skills. I shall first gather some information about him and see if I can establish contact. Lei Jun searched for Lu Weiqi's resume on the computer and inquired with a few acquaintances. However, after reviewing the information, Lei Jun felt that this individual did not stand out in any remarkable way. Nevertheless, since Lin Bing has asserted his capabilities, it is worth making an initial approach. What Lei Jun does not realize is that he is not the only one who has set his sights on Lu Weiqi. Chen Chen is also keenly interested in the man who has propelled Redmi to its zenith. Chapter 27. General Lu, come to the bowl. The rationale is quite straightforward. Within the Red Star organization, apart from a handful of specialized engineers, there exists a dearth of individuals who truly comprehend the market and can independently manage a project. Although Lu Weiqi possesses commendable capabilities, he remains entrenched in the antiquated mindset characteristic of Red Star, rendering it challenging for him to adapt to market transformations. Assigning him responsibilities related to human resources or handling company affairs is relatively effortless. In Chen Chen's eyes, he is merely a tool. Should he be tasked with overseeing a product, Chen Chen genuinely fears that he might end up creating a mobile phone with a sliding full keyboard. Uncle Lu, we can commence the pre-launch of our new flagship as planned. Seizing the buzz around the special 390 model, as netizens have been clamoring for a high-end flagship, we at Red Star are poised to deliver. By the way, please assist me in contacting someone. I wish to recruit him. Who? Lu Weiqi inquired, curiosity piqued. However, Upon noticing the stack of documents on the desk and the dark circles under Chen Chen's eyes from the recent overtime dedicated to the new device, he quickly understood. It was evident that Chen Chen sought a professional manager. Lu Weiqing was aware that he was lagging in response to market shifts and was particularly oblivious to contemporary internet marketing strategies. Lu Weiqi. He should currently be the vice president of Jiani. I wish to lure him over, specifically to oversee our mobile phone operations. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Weiqing recalled hearing about Lu Weiqi, who had previously managed Jiani's overseas operations. However, as the smartphone wave surged, Jiani's overseas ventures began to falter, leading to a decline in their domestic market share as well. The board of Jiani summoned Lu Weiqi back, placing him in the role of vice president in hopes of reversing the declining revenue of Jiani phones. Despite his year-long tenure in this position, the situation at Jiani did not ameliorate. Instead, it succumbed to a severe financial shortfall. Now, as Chen Chen expressed interest in recruiting this individual, Lu Weiqing felt compelled to assess the man's capabilities. President Chen, I know a bit about Lu Weiqi, yet he does not seem to possess any standout qualities. If you are in search of a professional manager or assistant, I can reach out to some headhunters. No, Uncle Lu. You are unaware of the true extent of this individual's abilities. His lackluster performance at Jiani is attributable to the company's shortcomings, not a reflection of his skills. Placed within our Red Star, he will undoubtedly surpass your expectations. Please assist me in contacting him to see if we can arrange a meeting. Very well. I shall reach out shortly, but I still advise you to deliberate carefully. Rest assured, Uncle Lu, I am well aware. In his heart, Chen Chen thought, how could I not recognize this person's capabilities? In a previous life, Lu Weiqi was instrumental in establishing Xiaomi's foothold in the Indian market and other international arenas. Upon returning to China and assuming leadership of the Redmi brand, he elevated it to unprecedented heights. After Lei Jun ventured into automobile manufacturing, he took on the role of general head of mobile business for the entire Xiaomi group, even serving as the primary speaker at product launches. Netizens proclaimed that if he merely substituted the Xiaomi logo with Jiani's, it would signify a triumphant resurgence for Jiani. Recently, Lu Weiqi found himself in a perplexing situation. He had not expressed any intention of resigning, yet several headhunters had reached out to him in recent days. The current state of Jiani was not one of utter despair. Although its domestic market share had been steadily declining, his efforts over the past year had at least halted a rapid decline in revenue. Given another 2 years, he was confident that Jiani could reclaim its position among the top tier of domestic manufacturers. The condition for this, however, was sufficient authority. Otherwise, with a president looming above him and several major stakeholders directing from behind, what could he truly accomplish? Not only headhunters were reaching out. Even the founder and chairman of Dami, Lei Jun, personally called to arrange a meeting. Sighing deeply, Lu Weiqi lamented his situation, feeling as though he possessed the skills to slay dragons but lacked the opportunity to demonstrate them. The thought of changing jobs surfaced in his mind for the first time. He decided to meet with Lei Jun. Perhaps he would indeed consider a future with their company. With that thought, Lu Weiqi gathered his belongings and prepared to leave the office. Just as he was about to rise, the phone rang again. Upon seeing that the caller was Lu Weiqi, he paused momentarily. Could it be that Hongxing also wished to recruit him? After a brief conversation with Lu Weiqi, it became evident that Hongxing was indeed interested in discussing a potential opportunity with him. With a solid rapport with Lu Weiqi, he ended the call and drove to Blue Island CAF. Inside the CAF, a server approached with the menu and presented it to Chen Chen and Lu Weiqi, inquiring, "Gentlemen, would you like to drink?" "I shall have a latte," said Chen Chen. "Just a glass of water for me, thank you," responded Lu Weiqi. "Very well, gentlemen. No need for formality." Chen Chen, not fond of bitter coffee, opted for plain water. After the server departed, he gazed out the window. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man, guided by another server, approached them. "President Lu, it's been a while," he greeted. "President Lu, please take a seat. Would you like to drink?" Lu Weiqi hurriedly pulled out a chair for Lu Weiqi. "An Americano, please, thank you," Lu Weiqi replied to the nearby server. "This must be the promising President Chen," Lu Weiqi remarked. "It's a pleasure to meet you. You flatter me, President Lu. Compared to you, I am merely a junior. I have much to learn from your experience." After exchanging polite pleasantries, Chen Chen directly stated his purpose. "President Lu, I would like to invite you to join us at Hongxing." Chen Chen's candor did not surprise Lu Weiqi. Instead, he inquired, "President Chen, I am doing well at Jiani. There seems to be no reason for me to consider joining Hongxing." "President Lu, I am aware that your current situation at Jiani is less than favorable. You have a president above you, and the stakeholders often interfere, which hampers your strategic plans. Moreover, it seems Jiani is facing some financial challenges as well. Thank you. Upon receiving the cup of coffee from the waiter, Lu Weiqi took a sip and remarked, "It seems that President Chun has conducted a thorough investigation into both me and Jinli. Indeed, I am now the vice president. But I am confident that it won't be long before I ascend to the position of president of Jinli. Now, you Xiaochun, have the opportunity to become the president of Hongxing." Ignoring the anxious demeanor of the bodyguard, Chen Chen continued, "Not only will you be the president, but you will also be the direct overseer of our new brand at Hongxing." Lu Weiqi nearly fumbled the coffee in his hand. This young Chen was indeed audacious, offering him the position of president right off the bat, stirring a genuine excitement within him. A new brand? What brand? We are planning to independently launch the Hongxing Shining series from last year, creating a new brand that will primarily target the budget smartphone market. No one is more suited for this position than you. Lu Weiqi remained silent, sipping his coffee thoughtfully. Observing his demeanor, Chen Chen was not perturbed and continued. In addition to the new budget smartphone brand, we also have plans for a new flagship device. I believe Mr. Lu will soon see the promotional materials. Do you have the confidence to lead Hongxing to become the premier domestic brand and venture beyond these borders? President Chen, your business vision is impeccable, but I am no longer a fervent youth in my 20s. You wish to ignite my passion and ambition to entice me to switch sides, am I correct? Unfazed by his thoughts being laid bare, Chen Chen gazed sincerely at Lu Weiqi and said, "I genuinely wish to invite you to join us at Hongxing. I am seeking your assistance, and I hope we can together build Hongxing into a magnificent enterprise." Lu Weiqi remained motionless, seemingly engaged in a mental struggle, and Chen Chen did not intrude upon his contemplation. What about the remuneration? Lu Weiqi articulated each word with deliberation. Chen Chen's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, "Rest assured regarding the compensation, I will offer you an annual salary at a market rate elevated by 30, along with stock options." Upon hearing the mention of stock options, the bodyguard, Lu Weiqi, anxiously interjected, "Xiaochen, while we can negotiate the remuneration, you must carefully consider the equity. Currently, aside from Lu Weiqi's 7 stake, all remaining shares of Hongxing are held by Chen Chen, who possesses stakes worth hundreds of billions based on the current market valuation. Fear not, Uncle Lu. I have given this ample thought. Mr. Lu is worth it." Lu Weiqi recognized that Hongxing was virtually under Chen Chen's full control, as even during Chen's grandfather's time, not a single share was relinquished for financing. The mere mention of stock options indicated Chen Chen's genuine regard for him. "Very well, President Chen. This matter is of great significance, and I must contemplate it further." "Understood. I shall await your favorable response, and I believe that Hongxing will be your optimal choice. Perhaps?" Lu Weiqi sighed. Chapter 28. The mobile phone can fold since the emergence of rice. Hongxing has experienced a resurgence, with offline brands like OPQO and VLVO continually expanding, while Jiani's market share has been steadily declining. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The real issue lies in the fact that Jiani's owner harbors a penchant for dubious practices, which ultimately became the final straw for Lu Weiqi's determination. "Mr. Lei, Lu Weiqi has already joined Hongxing. Our actions have been a step too slow," Lin Bing remarked. Listening to Lin Bing, Lei Jun felt little turbulence within. He had always harbored doubts regarding Lu Weiqi's capabilities. Even if he had attempted to reach out, it was merely with a mindset of experimentation. If they managed to recruit him, they would evaluate him for a period before deciding whether to entrust him with significant responsibilities. If they failed to recruit him, it would not be a considerable loss for Jiani. "That's all right. I have already contacted a headhunter who has found a professional mobile phone manager named Wang Huiding for me." Wang Huiding? Lin Bing was unfamiliar with this name, having never heard of such a figure in the domestic market. Indeed, he is a product manager at Lianxiang. "I have reviewed his resume. It is quite impressive, and his skills are commendable, so I had the headhunter assist in bringing him on board. He should be starting in a few days." Seeing that Lei Jun had found a suitable product manager, Lin Bing refrained from further comment. On the contrary, at Hongxing, Chen Chen was overjoyed at Lu Weiqi's joining. After leading Lu Weiqi to gain a deeper understanding of the company, Chen Chen, with a serious expression, said to Lu Weiqi, "Old Lu, you have just joined the company, and I initially intended for you to acclimate first. However, time is of the essence, and I must assign you the task of developing the new model immediately. Mr. Chen, please specify the task. I, Lu Weiqi, will surely accomplish it. Our Shining series has been on the market for over a year now. It is time to prepare for a generational upgrade. I am currently focused on the new flagship and the second generation of Hongxing, so I am entrusting the upgrade process to you. Are there any specific requirements for the upgrade? Should we maintain the low-cost strategy? Precisely, while ensuring a certain level of performance. We should aim to make it as affordable as possible. Currently, in the budget phone sector, Hongxing is ahead of the curve, and we must continue to expand this lead. Capturing the market with our low prices. Understood, Mr. Chen. Observing Lu Weiqi delving into research materials, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Entrusting the Shining series to him is a safe bet. Just ensure that he does not produce anything akin to the K20 or K50 that could undermine the Hongxing series. In this budget phone sector, last year's Rice only officially initiated its project in the latter half of this year, with a release expected in the following year's second half. Meanwhile, I had already begun planning this budget phone series over a year ago, giving us a significant head start. As for other manufacturers seeking to enter this market, they likely will not do so until the year after next. Even the quicker reacting Huawei will not unveil new models until the latter half of next year, as they are currently focused on breaking into the high-end market. The Berry Clan's Berry Blue series, for instance, only entered this sector after witnessing the success of Rice. Since Hongxing has strategically positioned itself ahead of the competition, it is imperative to further amplify this advantage. Chen Chen eagerly anticipates witnessing the expressions on Lei Jun and Yu Chengbei's faces when they enter the budget smartphone market, only to discover that Hongxing has established a monopolistic presence. That would surely be quite entertaining. Accompanying the second wave of new device teasers from Hongxing, netizens seem to have taken notice. Is Hongxing truly intending to venture into the flagship territory? Mr. Chen, while I do not oppose your foray into flagship devices, I earnestly hope you refrain from introducing yet another sliding cover design. Such a prospect terrifies me. Insider information reveals that Hongxing's new flagship will be fully equipped, featuring an upgraded version of their proprietary Lingxiao S2 processor, which boasts significantly superior performance compared to Gaodong's S4. Is that not a deception? Apart from Apple's processors, which domestic chip can surpass Gaodong's S4, renowned as the current king of benchmark scores? We just expressed a desire for domestic flagships, and you immediately announce plans for a flagship device. What if I were to declare our intention to produce foldable phones? Would Hongxing venture into that realm? To those dreaming above, the notion of foldable phones is preposterous. If such devices were feasible, I would live stream consuming 5 tons of excrement. Screenshot taken. 5 tons. You certainly possess an impressive appetite. Nevertheless, on a serious note, the 2 models overseen by young Mr. Chen indeed seem quite promising, and I personally look forward to your new flagship. 2 models? Did not young Mr. Chen only unveil the Hongxing Generation 1? What is the other one? It is evident that you have not engaged with the cutting-edge technology. Currently, the pinnacle of the smartphone category on the Pinduoduo platform is the dazzling Generation 1 released by young Mr. Chen last year, priced at $799. It comes equipped with a mere 1 GB of RAM, earlier than last year's Rice. $799 for just 1 GB of RAM. Had I known, I would have gifted it to my father instead of the Lianxiang he purchased, which cost over $900 and provided only 512 megabytes of memory. Chen Chen, observing the comments from netizens, took a moment to like the remark from the individual who claimed he would consume 5 tons of excrement if foldable phones became a reality. However, the insider information is indeed that internal, as it was leaked by Hongxing employees following directives aimed at muddying the waters and stimulating discussion. The rationale is straightforward. Dr. Lu's second round of chip production has succeeded, and after testing and adapting the chips at Hongxing, their performance has proven unexpectedly robust. Once TSMC commences mass production, Chen Chen will undoubtedly be eager to disseminate news about the Lingxiao S2 online. Currently, online platforms are abuzz with discussions about Hongxing's new flagship, though the majority remain skeptical. Conversely, numerous domestic manufacturers appear somewhat anxious, as they have previously attempted to penetrate the high-end flagship market, only to falter. Take Coolpad, for instance, which once aspired to be a leader in the high-end domestic market, launching several models with starting prices exceeding $4,000, only to end up incurring significant losses, now relegating itself to the mid-range and low-end segments. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity that troubles us but the inequity. Why should we, as several manufacturers, fail while you, Hongxing, succeed? It seems implausible. Among the most apprehensive is Yu Chengbei of Huawei, who, upon viewing Hongxing's promotional poster boasting bigger than big, has unequivocally deduced that Chen Chen is also eyeing the market for large-screen smartphones and intends to enter this arena. The development of the new large-screen smartphone is still underway. Despite the engineers working tirelessly, it is improbable that the project will be completed in just 2 months. Typically, the launch event for the Hongqing series is scheduled for September, and with July already upon us, it seems unlikely that Huawei will manage a premature release, unless they resort to presenting a mere conceptual device. Yu Chengbei finds such an endeavor beneath him, and moreover, if the product is released without capitalizing on the initial excitement, only to be delayed for several months, the fervor will have undoubtedly dissipated by then. Yu Chengbei has invested his utmost dedication into the new large-screen Mate series, meticulously overseeing every aspect from design to component compatibility. Should this phone fail, even the founder might not be able to safeguard his position. Resignation would be his only avenue left. From Dami's perspective, observing the promotional build-up for Hongqing is quite troubling. Last year, the launch of Hongqing was strategically placed right after the unveiling of Dami 1. Following Dami 1's announcement of a price tag of $19.99, they introduced the Hongqing 1 at a price of $19.98, boasting superior specifications, yet costing 1 penny less than Dami 1. Wasn't that a direct affront? This year, Lei Busi is apprehensive that after the release of Dami 2, Hongqing might again unveil a product at $19.98. Nonetheless, the launch date for Dami 2 has been firmly set for August 16th, with a predetermined price of $19.99. It resembles a game of rock, paper, scissors, where Lei Busi makes the first move, followed by Chen Chen. How does one navigate such a convoluted landscape? Chapter 29. The fortified Rice 2. Upon receiving the invitation sent by Dami, Chen Chen summoned Lu Weiqi, contemplating whether he would like to accompany him to the unveiling. The launch date for Rice 2, as anticipated, was set for August 16th, mirroring last year's schedule. Old Lei Busi has sent several invitations. Would you care to join me for the event? After a moment of reflection, Lu Weiqi replied, Mr. Chen, I am swamped with responsibilities, and discussions regarding the collaboration with Huasheng for the new screen remain unfinished. I shall have to decline. Come along. It will only take 2 or 3 hours. Let us witness the surprises that Rice 2 has in store for us and learn from each other, Chen Chen urged. After some persuasion, Lu Weiqi reluctantly agreed to accompany him to the launch event for Rice 2, eager to observe and learn. As an internet enterprise, the fervor surrounding Dami was undeniable. Even before the commencement of the event, the venue was teeming with fans who had traveled from across the nation, engaged in lively discussions about the star of the show. Rice 2. Dressed in his customary shirt and jeans, Lei Jun took to the stage to reflect on the previous year's Rice 1 before officially unveiling Rice 2. He subsequently announced the cumulative sales of Rice 1, which had reached an impressive 5.3 million units. As a company that has only been established for 2.5 years, our first smartphone has garnered immense affection from consumers, reinforcing my determination to excel with Rice 2. I hope that today's unveiling will present our fans with a satisfactory offering, Lei Jun remarked, his warm smile radiating youthful exuberance, prompting profound reflections from Chen Chen. At that moment, Lei Jun appeared remarkably vibrant, his wrinkles not as pronounced as they would become in later years when he ventured into the automotive industry, embodying a spirit that suggested he could grasp the world within his hands. Yet, after his foray into car manufacturing, Lei Jun seemed weary in the face of fierce competition from various automakers, only finding solace upon revealing the pricing. How Chen Chen longed to continue creating smartphones alongside Lei Jun. Alas, his formidable legal department left little room for collaboration, forcing him to forge his own path as a rival. Unaware of Chen Chen's contemplations, Lei Jun passionately elaborated on Rice 2 from the stage, a presentation Chen Chen had memorized through 4 prior experiences, while Lu Weiqi appeared captivated, seemingly absorbing the essence of the discourse. The Gaotong S4, a chip of remarkable prowess, boasts 4 cores, 2 powerful cores for multitasking and 2 smaller cores for routine low-load scenarios, achieving a harmonious balance of performance and energy efficiency. We are proud to globally debut this chip, renowned for its benchmark prowess, the Gaotong S4. Lei Jun proclaimed. Our Rice 1 featured a custom screen from Sharp, and I believe many fans have directly experienced its exceptional quality. Rice 2 continues this tradition with another high-resolution custom display from Sharp, boasting an astonishing resolution of 1280 by 720. Due to its custom nature, the cost of this screen is exceedingly high. However, in our pursuit to provide fans with an exceptional visual experience, we have invested significantly in the customization of this display. After discussing the chip and screen, Lei Jun emphasized some of the internal components of the Mi 2, such as the touch panel and antenna. Finally, He revealed that the Mi 2 is equipped with a 2,500 mAh battery, and the charging power is 18 watts. Chen Chen was momentarily taken aback by the mention of 18 watts. Indeed, one should not underestimate domestic manufacturers. The Mi did not adopt the Type-C interface, opting instead for the original Android port, yet in just a year, it has elevated the charging power from 5 watts to 18 watts. Clearly, considerable effort has been invested. I can only describe our Mi 2 in 3 words. It is extraordinary. Our Mi 2 is truly remarkable. As the audience erupted in cheers, Lei Jun brought the conference to its conclusion, leading into the much-anticipated segment, the price announcement. What will be the price of our Mi 2? $1,799. $19.99. The crowd was filled with various shouts, yet the majority called out for $19.99. Regardless of whether their guesses were accurate, they shouted fervently. Just in case, Lei Jun decided to set the price at $17.99. Chen Chen waved his arms and joined the audience in chanting for $19.99. Lu Weiqi, seated nearby, looked on somewhat helplessly at his new boss, a mere 20-something, yet the atmosphere was undeniably electric. The chorus of $19.99 swelled, seemingly threatening to shatter the roof. Lei Jun had just unveiled a new phone, yet the price of $19.99 had already resonated deeply with the audience. With a smile, he raised his hands to calm the crowd, then excitedly waved his arms and declared, "All of you have guessed correctly. The price of our Mi 2 remains at $1,999. Instantly, the audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. This upgraded Mi 2, with its impressive specifications, is truly a testament to our commitment to value at a price of just $19.99. Equipped with the world's fastest Snapdragon S4 processor, a custom sharp 720p resolution display, a 2,500 mAh battery, and 18-watt fast charging, the Mi 2 is available for only $19.99. As Lei Jun concluded his statement, the large screen displayed the specifications and pricing of the Mi 2. $216 for $19.99, $232 for $21.99. Lu Weiqi, intrigued, glanced at his enthusiastic boss and remarked, "Aren't you the CEO of Red Star? Aren't you competitors with me? Why are you acting like an ardent Mi fan?" Chen Chen replied, "Indeed. I have been a fervent Mi enthusiast for 4 generations. This time, our production capacity has seen a significant increase. We will be releasing 300,000 units for immediate sale next Friday. We hope for your generous support." With the conclusion of the launch event, discussions surrounding the Xiaomi 2 swiftly surged to the forefront of online conversations. However, the focus of the discourse predominantly revolves around the upcoming Red Star launch in a fortnight, with many eagerly speculating on how Red Star will price their offering. The Xiaomi has already unveiled its specifications, and now all eyes are on Red Star to see what innovative technology they will introduce this time. I have refrained from placing an order for the Xiaomi, as I await your announcement. The Xiaomi 2 is priced at $19.99. Will you maintain a price of $19.98? Based on my extensive experience in the tech industry, I anticipate that Red Star may face challenges in determining an appropriate price point. It is worth noting that the previous generation of Red Star phones was sold at near cost, potentially incurring losses. It seems unlikely that Red Star would adopt such a pricing strategy again, as a company of their magnitude requires financial resources and profit for growth. I will venture a guess that the price for the Red Star 2 might be set at either $2,299 or $2,499. As for their so-called high-end flagship, the information currently available is scant. Thus, we can only glean insights from promotional posters and limited details. They are rumored to utilize the Lingxiao S2 processor and a unique display, leading me to speculate that the price may range between $29.99 and $34.99. Any higher price point may prove unsustainable for domestic brands. The analysis by the blogger known as an Old Fish is quite reasonable and has garnered considerable approval. While I find Old Fish's predictions to be relatively fair, I cannot concur with the notion that domestic brands cannot support prices exceeding $3,000. Provided that Chen Chen can deliver innovative technology, I believe there are ample consumers in our nation willing to pay. An Old Fish. It is not that I harbor disdain for domestic phone manufacturers. Consider Huawei, and then reflect on the early days of Lianxiang and Coolpad. Did any of those manufacturers not dream of achieving high-end status initially? This cannot simply be altered by an accumulation of specifications. It pertains to brand identity. Currently, many consumers exhibit a blind admiration for foreign brands, such as those represented by certain Fruit and Samsung, presuming that foreign products inherently justify their price. At present, our domestic brands have not established a high-end reputation in the minds of consumers, and I fear that Red Star's proposed high-end flagship may ultimately culminate in failure. Chapter 30. The Chen, Lei, Comparative Method. Chen Chen and Lei Jun, among others, have taken note of a video titled An Old Fish. Indeed, his assertions are not unfounded. Domestic brands have, after years of endeavor, still been unable to penetrate the high-end market dominated by the fruit triad. The only contender capable of challenging them, Huawei, has directly fallen victim to sanctions imposed by the United States. Observing the myriad discussions online, Chen Chen's sole point of interest is the revelation that Lei Jun has purportedly embraced the practice of selling in real time. Lei Jun responded, "We cannot avoid spot trading. You must closely follow my lead. If I lack inventory, the limelight will undoubtedly shift to you." The launch of the 300,000 units of the rice second generation sold out in a mere 3 minutes, and Lei Jun, upon reviewing the figures, breathed a sigh of relief. While netizens expressed a desire to wait and see the pricing of the Hongxing second generation, many ardent fans of rice opted to make immediate purchases of this latest iteration. "We must expedite the shipping of this batch of phones. We aim to release them before the Hongxing launch event. I cannot shake off this ominous premonition," he mused. What is Chen Chen's fixation on opposing us? We are 1999, while he is 1998. Lin Bing found Chen Chen's relentless pursuit perplexing as well. He harbored serious concerns that the Hongxing second generation might maintain a price point of 1998. It was not that rice could not afford to price lower. Given the current sales volume, it was feasible. However, the duration to reach a break-even point would be excessively lengthy. Lin Bing calculated that if priced at 17.99, rice would incur a loss of over 100 yuan per unit initially, necessitating sales exceeding 4 million units to reach equilibrium. In essence, only after selling 4 million units of the rice second generation could subsequent sales avoid losses, with profitability not attainable until sales surpassed 6 to 7 million units. The risk was substantial. Following internal deliberations, it was resolved to set the price at 19.99. Although facing potential pressure from Hongxing's forthcoming moves, this pressure was deemed manageable. A price adjustment could be made a few months post-launch. Thus, Lei Jun ultimately decided upon 1999, regardless of rice and Lei Jun's sentiments or acceptance. The launch event for the Hongxing second generation approached as scheduled. The chosen venue for this event was a sports arena at a certain industrial university in the capital. Unlike the previous occasion, this time, nearly 3,000 attendees were present, thanks to ticket distribution through various channels and fan circles. Chen Chen also extended invitations to renowned domestic manufacturers, as well as several digital influencers and media representatives. In the front row guest seating, Lei Jun toyed with the rice second generation in his hands, observing the audience queuing to enter. He turned to Lin Bing and remarked, "This invitation is rather intriguing. I wonder whose idea it was. I suspect they have a significant surprise in store regarding their screen. It seems unlikely to be small, as evidenced by the touch panel included in the invitation. The invitation from Hongxing featured a meticulously packaged touchscreen panel, allowing one to infer the screen size of the Hongxing second generation or the new flagship. A 5.5-inch screen. How well will the market embrace this bold dimension? It seems Hongxing is taking quite a risk." As Lei Jun ceased to speak, Lin Bing also fell silent, pondering internally whether to develop a large-screen smartphone for me. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, Chen Chen briskly ascended the stage, clad in a bespoke casual suit that lent him an air of business sophistication. "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the launch event for our new products at Hongxing. I am Chen Chen." With that, he bowed respectfully to the audience. Chen Chen has adopted a remarkably humble demeanor this time. This exemplifies the attitude that young people should embody, after all. He is still youthful in the realm of smartphone development. Lei Jun listened to the conversations among several veteran industry leaders seated in the front row. His expression one of disdain. "In the world of smartphones, aside from myself, Lei Jun, there is only this Chen Chen. As for the rest of you, you shall inevitably find yourselves relegated to the annals of history." Last year, after we launched the Hongxing One, it swiftly dominated the market with its outstanding specifications at a price of 1998. Today, I am thrilled to introduce its upgraded version, the Hongxing 2. Let us first examine the aesthetics of the Hongxing 2. Upon finishing his statement, a rendering of the Hongxing 2 appeared on the large screen behind him. The image showcased 4 different colors of the Hongxing 2 standing proudly at the center. Visually, the design continued the legacy of its predecessor but adopted a more youthful overall style. It is available in 4 distinct hues: orange yellow, black, white, and sky blue. From the rendering alone, the Hongxing 2 does not appear cheap. In fact, the matte finish on the back imparts a sense of luxury to the user. Once again, We have utilized high molecular nanomaterials for the Hongxing 2, but we have innovatively altered the craftsmanship of the back cover. This cover undergoes 6 processes and is colored 3 times to present these varied textures and colors before you. As for the frame, it remains plastic. However, Chen Chen did not mention this. This is not the focal point. It is of little consequence. The most crucial component of a smartphone is undoubtedly its internal processor core. The Hongxing 2 continues to utilize our self-developed processor, now equipped with the latest Ling Xiao S2 chip. This processor features 4 cores with a clock speed of 1.7 GHz and is built on TSMC's cutting-edge 28-nanometer process. It not only delivers robust performance but also boasts excellent power efficiency. Based on our tests, this chip achieves a score of 27,000 with ease. Of course, our engineers did not recover the so-called Gaotong S4 from the waters of Zhongguancun. But I happened to stumble upon a competitor's second-generation phone on my way to the launch event. Let us compare it to our competitor's device. In Antutu benchmarks, their second-generation phone scores 25,000, while our Hongxing 2, powered by the Ling Xiao S2, effortlessly reaches a remarkable score of 27,000. As for the competitor's claim that the Gaotong S4 is the benchmark king, I must firmly disagree. The new champion of benchmark scores is none other than our Ling Xiao S2. The screen of our Red Star second generation measures 4.7 inches. This time, we have opted not for the custom display from Sharp, but instead for a domestic LCD Retina screen from Huaxing Optoelectronics. Its resolution stands at 1280 by 720. And we have enhanced the touch response rate by 25, resulting in superior responsiveness. To provide users with a more intuitive understanding of our phone's capabilities, I shall compare it to the model from a competing brand that I chanced upon today. With the press of a remote control, a comprehensive comparison chart appeared behind Chen Chen. Damn it! Lei Jun exclaimed, his visage darkening as he gazed at the comparison chart displayed on the large screen. Creating comparison charts using the specifications of competitors' phones was among Lei Jun's favorite pastimes, as it showcased the prowess of his own device. However, now that his freshly launched phone was being juxtaposed against Chen Chen's model, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Chapter 31. The terrifying charging power. Although the name on this comparison chart reads competitor's second generation, anyone who has kept abreast of recent developments is aware that this refers to the second generation of the Xiaomi product. Lei Jun gazed at the comparative image on the screen, reminiscing about the exhilaration he felt during last month's launch event when he showcased the comparison between the 3 stars and the 390. His composure began to unravel. Chen Chen remarked, "Did you teach this?" It was evident that many attendees at this press conference possessed a profound understanding of Xiaomi smartphones. As the user profiles of the 2 brands have become increasingly similar, naturally, they recognized that the chart depicted Xiaomi's second generation. I apologize. I displayed too many images and inadvertently omitted the introduction of other configurations. Chen Chen jested, turning to scrutinize the comparison on the chart. Laughter erupted from the audience. The chart not only contrasted processors but also examined battery and charging capabilities, as well as camera specifications for both smartphones. Processor, Ling Xiao S2 versus Gaotong S4 screen. Huaxing Custom HD 720p versus Sharp 720p camera. 6-layer stacked 13-megapixel lens versus 13-megapixel operating system. Xingyao OS versus MIUI V4 charging. 27W versus 18W battery. 2,700 mAh versus 2,500 mAh. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the screen comparison. Regarding charging, I trust that everyone has a clear understanding of our Red Star's capabilities. From the comparison chart, it is evident that our competitor, after a year of endeavor, has finally matched the charging power of our Red Star 1 from last year. This is indeed a significant advancement. The competitor has worked diligently, and their efforts are commendable. However, I must apologize. Our Red Star 2 has achieved a charging power of 27W, surpassing our competitors significantly. I hope they can accelerate their pace. In terms of battery, our Red Star 2 is equipped with a substantial 2,700 mAh battery, complemented by our 27W fast charging, alleviating any concerns about battery life. As I have reiterated, we are far ahead in charging technology. Our Red Star 2 boasts the fastest charging speed globally. Of course, records are meant to be broken, and this record may only stand for a few minutes. Chen Chen's statements piqued the audience's curiosity. If 27W charging power can only hold a record for a few minutes, does that imply that upcoming smartphones will feature even greater charging capabilities? Before introducing the next smartphone, Let us first take a look at our memory specifications and pricing. As for the price, there is little to discuss. The competitor has made their move, and we shall respond in kind. Our Red Star 2 remains at an astonishing price of $19.98. Now, regarding our second smartphone, allow me to build some suspense. Let me first explain why I have ventured into the realm of high-end smartphones. My university years were spent in the United States, where, across the vast ocean, I rarely encountered domestic smartphones, even if there are some in the eyes of foreigners. Our domestic smartphones from the land of Huaxia pale in comparison to brands like Apple, Samsung, and Nokia, with many candidly dubbing our devices as mere electronic refuse. My father embarked on a career in the mobile phone industry when I was quite young, and I have encountered an array of devices during his lifetime. I often heard him lament the day when our domestic smartphones would captivate foreign consumers to such an extent that they would exclaim, "God." The words of Chen Chen plunged the audience into silence, particularly among the representatives from domestic smartphone manufacturers seated in the front row. Although Chen Chen's remarks were somewhat harsh, they were undeniably stark truths. The decline of domestic products has led many to believe that local brands cannot compete with their international counterparts. This mindset lingers even after several years, with some consumers deliberately pursuing foreign brands when making purchases. Since I took over Hongxing, the dream of creating high-end smartphones has perpetually occupied my thoughts. I yearn for the day when our Huaxia phones will astonish the world. To this end, I have named our flagship device Kunping. As the saying goes, the great rock rises with the wind, soaring to an altitude of 90,000 miles. I hope that one day our Kunping smartphone will soar high, reaching the heavens. Chen Chen's words were met with applause, not only reflecting his aspirations but also the hopes of many from Huaxia. Who wouldn't desire our domestic smartphones to gain global recognition and praise akin to that of Apple and Samsung? However, several established manufacturers shook their heads, suggesting that we are still too young and inexperienced, and that creating high-end products is not as simple as it seems. Hasn't everyone here strived for high-end success? Haven't we all faced market failures? Only Lei Jun clenched his fists in agreement. Chen Chen's words resonated with him, encapsulating his own aspirations and goals. Let us discuss charging directly. Our new Kunping smartphone is set to shatter the charging records of the recently released Hongxing 2. This is the groundbreaking technology one bring to you today. In just 28 minutes, our Kunping smartphone will be fully charged. This remarkable achievement stems from our cutting-edge interface technology, which you may refer to as the Hongxing interface or the Type-C interface. As the audience gazed at the Type-C interface image displayed on the large screen behind Chen Chen, their foreheads furrowed in confusion. It is still 2012. And the world has yet to fully standardize the ordinary micro USB. Now, Hongxing is proposing a new interface standard? Perhaps the audience was not well acquainted with the Hongxing or Type-C interfaces, so Chen Chen pressed the remote control and proceeded to elucidate the technology to the attendees. In summary, the advantage of Type-C is its speed. Not only does it facilitate rapid data transmission, but it also boasts accelerated charging capabilities. With our Hongxing mobile phones, users can simply pick up the charging cable and connect it without the need to discern between the front and back. It's entirely hassle-free. Furthermore, all future models of Hongxing phones will adopt this innovative approach, including the recently introduced Hongxing 2, which also features a Type-C port. Our Kunping mobile phones utilize Type-C interface technology. Thus, one may wonder, what is its charging power? A staggering 40 watts. The charging power of our Kunping mobile phone reaches an astonishing 40 watts. 40 watts? Is that for real? Is 40 watts safe? Chen Chen's mention of 40 watts caused the audience to collectively gasp in astonishment. While other manufacturers have only recently transitioned to 10 watts, with Xiaomi offering 18 watts. You present a remarkable 40 watts? How utterly astounding. Chapter 32 The starting price of the Kunping smartphone. Mr. Chen, how have you achieved such rapid charging speeds? A fan eagerly inquired, rising to his feet. It's not solely due to the Type-C interface technology. The secret behind our swift charging lies in an innovative advancement known as charge pump technology. This principle utilizes the accumulation effect of electric charge through capacitors to generate high voltage, allowing current to flow from a lower potential to a higher potential. In essence, we can facilitate rapid charging while ensuring safety. Perhaps many might argue that fast charging necessitates a smaller battery, but that is not the case. The battery in our Kunping smartphone surpasses that of any other smartphone on the market, boasting an astonishing capacity of 3,000 mAh. Having discussed charging and battery, let us turn our attention to the processor. I believe many have already speculated. It remains our Lingxiao S2, but in the Kunping smartphone. Its clock speed has been elevated from 1.6 GHz to 1.8 GHz. As for the most crucial component, the screen, I present to you our second groundbreaking technology. The Kunpeng smartphone features a 1920x 1080p display. It is the world's first smartphone to possess a resolution of 1080p. This screen is a product of collaboration between our Hongxing and Huaxing Optoelectronics, representing a truly domestic innovation. Mr. Chen's words instantly ignited fervent discussions among the audience. Currently, there exists no other smartphone in the world with a 1080p resolution. How could Hongxing possibly present one? Moreover, it is domestically produced? Surely, this must be an exaggeration. Presently, very few domestic panel manufacturers can even produce 720p screens, and they often suffer from light leakage. To assert that this is a domestic product may be misleading. Could it be that they are passing off Samsung products as indigenous? Mr. Chen, as far as I know, no manufacturer in our country possesses the capability to produce or develop 1080p screens. Is Huaxing truly that remarkable? Surely, they cannot be purchasing Samsung screens and claiming them as domestic. Soon, an audience member well-versed in the industry voiced their skepticism, prompting Mr. Chen to respond with patience. This screen emerged from our Hongxing laboratory in the first half of this year, after we brought the complete set of materials and processes to Huaxing Optoelectronics. We collaborated to develop it. The patent for this screen is already accessible. You may verify it on our national patent website. I assure you that this vital screen is unequivocally a domestically produced component. Lei Jun, seated in the audience, appeared visibly uncomfortable. During the earlier launch of the second generation of Hongxing, the emphasis had been on the processor as the most critical element, comparing it to the Xiaomi 2. Now, the focus had shifted to the screen as the most essential feature. Truly, it seems whatever they excel at becomes their focal point. Upon hearing Mr. Chen attribute the technology to the Hongxing laboratory, Yu Qingbai's earlier excitement plummeted. He had initially believed that the breakthrough originated from Huaxing Optoelectronics, with Hongxing merely procuring it. If Hongxing could utilize it, then Huawei could certainly do the same. As a high-end global brand, how could the Mate series forego such an advanced display? However, Chen Chen asserted that Hongxing was responsible for the research and development, while Huaxing Optoelectronics merely handled production, leaving Huawei with little opportunity. It seems likely that Hongxing will monopolize this segment of the market for an extended period. As for other manufacturers' 1080p screens, they do exist, but none have officially been integrated into smartphones yet. The latest screen from Samsung features a 1080p resolution. Yu Qingbei inquired about the pricing, only to find that the manufacturers were exorbitantly demanding, refusing to negotiate, claiming exclusivity, and saying that HTC was already in line for their product. This left Yu Qingbei infuriated, nearly causing him to slam the table in frustration, a feeling he was unaccustomed to. Nevertheless, Chen Chen's approach inspired him. If he could collaborate with Huaxing Optoelectronics to develop screens, why couldn't Huawei do the same? Recently, a manufacturer called Jingdongfang approached Huawei for a potential collaboration. Setting aside those thoughts for the moment, Yu Qingbei continued to listen as Chen Chen introduced the Kunpeng smartphone, eager to see what new technologies Hongxing might unveil. Now, let me present the design of the Kunpeng smartphone. Admittedly, the order of our presentation is somewhat inverted. Typically, we would introduce the design before detailing the specifications. However, the remarkable configuration of the Kunpeng smartphone has made the equally impressive design seem less significant. The large screen showcased the design of the Kunpeng smartphone, featuring a non-removable battery and an integrated body with a metal brushed finish complemented by sandblasting treatment. This sandblasted exterior provides a more comfortable tactile experience. Many fans might wonder why the back of the phone appears to have two cameras. Indeed, the Kunpeng smartphone employs a dual-lens design. The primary lens boasts an impressive 16 million pixels across 7 elements, while the secondary lens is a 2-megapixel depth sensor, allowing for the capture of depth in photographs and emphasizing the subject being photographed. This blurring technique helps to isolate the subject from a cluttered background, mitigating the impact of unavoidable environmental factors on the focal point. In other words, using our Kunpeng smartphone to capture portraits elevates the subject's vivacity, rendering them more pronounced. Although the competition in smartphone photography has yet to reach its peak intensity, and it may not be the most mainstream parameter, possessing excellent photographic capabilities is undeniably a compelling selling point. This method of photography is typically reserved for cameras and cinematography, and for the first time, we have brought it to smartphone photography. This is a bold endeavor. Hongxing aims to democratize advanced technologies, making them accessible in devices we can personally engage with. Chen Chen then began displaying sample images captured by the Kunpeng smartphone on the large screen. Observing the vivid portraits against the blurred backgrounds captivated many photography enthusiasts in the audience. Particularly, several female attendees could not help but exclaim in awe. "This is a photograph of our Great Wall of China. Doesn't it appear remarkably majestic?" Furthermore, the images captured in our portrait mode showcase stunningly beautiful subjects. Next, we present a selfie taken with our remarkable 5-megapixel front-facing camera, which delivers exceptional quality. As samples continuously scroll across the large screen, the audience gains a clearer understanding of the photographic capabilities of the Kunpeng phone. Now, we arrive at perhaps the most crucial aspect, the pricing. Let us first revisit the specifications of the Kunpeng phone. It boasts the globally leading Ling Xiao S2 processor with a commendable clock speed of 1.8 GHz. It features the fastest charging technology worldwide, with a super-fast 40-watt charging capability that can fully recharge the device in just 30 minutes. It is the first smartphone to offer a 1080p display with an impressive brightness of 420 nits. The device is crafted with a seamless all-metal body and is equipped with a dual-camera module coupled with a brand-new photography algorithm. This phone's specifications are truly beyond description. The technology it encompasses can only be deemed as cutting-edge, particularly for the year 2012. Naturally, a high-end smartphone comes with a corresponding price, which is set at $3,499. For the configurations, 332 is priced at $3,499 and 464 at $3,999. Observing the prices displayed on the large screen, the audience's reaction was not as fervent as anticipated. Perhaps the price exceeded many expectations. However, the Red Star 2, which starts at $1,998, is a straightforward choice for many. Most individuals assumed that a premium offering from Red Star would not exceed $3,000, so the starting price of $3,499 has deterred quite a few. Nevertheless, this is inconsequential. As these individuals were not the intended target audience for the Kunpeng phone, they belong to the demographic of the Red Star 2 and the Mi 2. The user profile for the Kunpeng phone primarily consists of tech enthusiasts and business professionals. Our Red Star 2 and Kunpeng phone will officially go on sale at 10 a.m. on the 12th of this month, with reservations opening immediately after the conclusion of this event. This brings our launch conference to a close. Thank you all for your attention. Chapter 33, 4G Baseband Xiao AI. I am here. What rewards accompany my product launch? Given that the host has independently surpassed fast charging technology, the rewards are as follows. Reward 1, a novel battery improvement plan. Reward 2, an innovative 4G baseband chip technology. Reward 3, an artificial intelligence data model. The battery technology improvement plan currently holds limited influence. It appears the original reward from the system should have remained the fast-charging solution. However, since the Hongqing laboratory is now capable of autonomously advancing charging technology, it has been directly transformed into a battery technology initiative. The most advantageous reward is likely the 4G baseband technology. It is essential to recognize that the current 4G technology standards are predominantly controlled by a few major foreign corporations, necessitating the payment of patent fees for its utilization. Furthermore, preparations for the integration of 4G into networks will commence by the end of next year. As for the artificial intelligence data model, with this in place, Xiao AI can debut sooner than anticipated. After claiming the rewards, Chen Chen finally found time to explore online discussions regarding these two mobile phones. The Kunpeng phone boasts a 3,000 mAh battery. My iPhone barely surpasses 1,000. This battery life must be extraordinary. Truly astonishing. Is this new phone destined to defy expectations? Why install such a massive battery? The battery of the Hongqing second generation is also considerable. Does Chen Chen suffer from battery anxiety? Who can say? The Hongqing seems to be revolutionizing charging capabilities. Last year it was 18 watts, this year 27 watts, and the Kunpeng has aggressively jumped to 40 watts. This phone indeed seems promising. If not for financial constraints, I would undoubtedly purchase one. The launch event was quite grandiose, however. I remain curious about its practical performance and whether it justifies the nearly 4,000 price tag. An old fish, please emerge and provide your evaluation. An old fish. Come and conduct a review. An old fish. I am grateful for the support from friends and the invitation from Chen Chen. I attended the entire launch event. And to summarize, there are two key points: cost-effectiveness and domestic production. The cost-effectiveness is straightforward. The Hongqing second generation and the Xiaomi 2 are priced at $1999 and $1998 respectively, making them virtually no-brainer choices, depending on which system you find more user-friendly. As for the distinctions between the two phones, it primarily involves the differences between domestic and sharp screens, with their performance being quite comparable. If you are a gaming enthusiast, I would recommend the Xiaomi 2, as the Gaodong S4's graphic processing capabilities surpass those of the Hongxing second generation. This is evident from their Antutu benchmark scores, with the S4's GPU score exceeding that of the Ling Xiao S2 by a remarkable 25. Although the Ling Xiao S2 boasts a higher clock speed, it is a challenging decision, especially since the Hongxing 2 offers quicker charging speeds. Regarding the Kunping phone, I find myself at a loss for words. Before the launch event, I stated that domestic phones could not support a price above 3,000, and that domestic manufacturers lacked advanced technology to justify such pricing. Chen Chen's Kunping phone has certainly contradicted my assertions. Let us first discuss the charging capabilities, which undoubtedly represent the fastest in the world. The power of 40 watts is indeed a remarkable feat. It is estimated that even with 2 years' time, other manufacturers would struggle to match this speed. I recall that last year, some claimed that a certain fruit company and a certain Samsung had developed even faster charging technologies in their labs. Yet we have yet to see them implemented. What surprised me was the progress made by Xiaomi, as they astonishingly achieved an 18-watt power output within just 1 year, an accomplishment worthy of commendation. It seems that Lei Jun's assertion of Xiaomi being a technology company is indeed truthful. Now, let us turn our attention to the display. I wish to convey that this screen marks a significant advancement for domestic manufacturers. Historically, panel technology has been our Achilles heel. When TCL initiated the Huashing Optoelectronics project, Samsung invested in technology and brought in a comprehensive production line. Presently, looking at the share composition of Huashing, Samsung's stake has dwindled to less than 10, while Hongxing has acquired 7, positioning itself as the 4th largest shareholder. This indicates that the 1080p technology has indeed been jointly developed by Hongxing and Huashing, possibly even through equity investment, signifying Hongxing's commitment to promoting domestic component manufacturing. As of now, without having access to the actual device, it is impossible to assess the quality of the screen or to compare it with other smartphones, as there is currently no other phone on the market boasting a 1080p resolution. The substantial battery and fast charging capabilities you mentioned are likely intended for the Ling Xiao S2 and this display. Otherwise, with a 5-inch screen at 1080p resolution, a typical 2000 mAh battery would scarcely last a day. Given the configuration and certain technologies of the Kunping phone, the starting price of $3,499 is indeed justifiable. However, the ultimate number of buyers remains uncertain. I would hazard a guess that 500,000 units might be sold in 2012. Many netizens, after reading An Old Fish as commentary, have taken to Zhang Zhang's comments, eager to voice their opinions. Who says the internet has no memory? They clearly recall his claims last year regarding the superior charging technologies of the Fruit and Samsung. Yet, a year later, these manufacturers still rely on a mere 5V1A power output. Zhang Fugui, irritated by the netizens' mentions, wondered why they still clung to his comments from last year regarding Hongxing. However, Zhang Fugui has witnessed his fair share of intense online disputes, and this level of contention pales in comparison to the more heated exchanges elsewhere. With a quick rotation of his wrist, he prepared to retaliate. Zhang Zhang's comments. Although I did not attend the launch event, I have gathered sufficient information through online reports and live coverage to form a clear understanding of these two smartphones, which, in my opinion, are nothing short of trash. One domestic screen was heralded as revolutionary at the launch event. Those unaware might have thought it was extraterrestrial technology. In reality, it turned out to be merely a 1080p resolution, a standard that Samsung had already discontinued last year. The only reason it was snatched by Hongxing for the premiere was due to its recent mass production and high initial cost. As for the claims regarding brightness and resolution, they hold little significance. A resolution of 1080p, aside from increasing power consumption, does not enhance image clarity. Moreover, beyond a resolution of 720p, the human eye is incapable of discerning any difference. What purpose does such high resolution serve? Setting aside the issue of resolution, let's talk about domestic screens. I do not mean to disparage Huashing Optoelectronics, yet their production lines are operated by Samsung. How could they possibly surpass Samsung? Moreover, when it comes to charging, I stand firm in my assertion that fast charging is of little value. Do not mention charging to full capacity in 30 minutes. Even if one could achieve it in 3 minutes, it is still not as swift as simply replacing the battery, which I can accomplish in a mere 20 seconds. Furthermore, the notion of developing a Type-C interface specifically for charging is perplexing. How could a domestic manufacturer master an interface that even Apple has not perfected? Currently, the micro interface has just reached a standard, and now you introduce a Type-C. When I am out and about with your Red Star phone and it runs out of battery, I am left without a usable charging cable. This is not convenience. It is a regression in history. While everyone else comfortably uses micro, Red Star insists on being exceptional for the sake of attention. As for the starting price of $3,499, that is even less realistic. I dare to wager with a certain old fish that by the end of this year, calculated from New Year's Day, if the Kunpeng phone manages to sell 200,000 units, I will concede you the victory. Chapter 34, The Charging Patent of the Red Star, An Old Fish, a Wager? Old Zhang, the gadget expert. If the Kunpeng phone sells over 200,000 units, I shall livestream myself consuming excrement. Haha, that old Zhang is at it again, seeking to feast at our expense. A screenshot has been taken. I shall ensure I provide him with a grand surprise later. Old Zhang. The Kunpeng phone features an integrated body, rendering battery replacement impossible. Nonetheless, I believe old Zhang's assertion is not entirely unfounded. The Kunpeng phone may indeed struggle to justify such a lofty price point. Huawei has released several high-end models, with starting prices around $26.99, never exceeding $3,000. Yuqingbei, finally. Someone remembers that I too have developed a few high-end models. Feel free to discuss. I am merely preparing to acquire the top-spec Kunpeng phone online. Not for any particular reason, but simply to witness if its charging speed is as rapid as claimed. The rise of domestic phones, the Kunpeng phone. Domestic processor Ling Xiao S2 domestic 1080p screen, truly made in China. Domestic flagship, starting at $3,499. Shocking. Domestic phones actually. Much like the differing opinions between an old fish and old Zhang, the online community is polarized regarding the Kunpeng phone. One faction believes the Red Star cannot uphold the $34.99 price tag, certain that the Kunpeng phone is destined for failure, regardless of the discussions among netizens. The Red Star 2 and Kunpeng phone are set to launch, with pre-orders for the Red Star 2 exceeding 1.9 million, while the Kunpeng phone garnered over 700,000. As the clock struck 10, the purchasing portal on the Red Star official website opened promptly. To everyone's astonishment, the Kunpeng phone sold out within mere seconds. The Red Star 2 also vanished entirely within a minute. Wait, Chairman Chen, how many units did you prepare? Why did the Kunpeng phone disappear in the blink of an eye? Did everyone not claim they would not buy this phone? I specifically chose the most expensive version yet failed to secure one. A rush? Is the Kunpeng phone truly a matter of competition? Look at my screenshot. Kunpeng phone 464 in silver has been successfully paid for. The shameless individuals upstairs, honestly, did the Red Star not release a few thousand units? It seems everyone was unable to secure one. In truth, Chen Chen had indeed prepared a substantial inventory of the Kunpeng phone, with an initial batch of 50,000 units. He never anticipated such fervor from netizens for this model. Selling 300,000 units of the Red Star 2 within a minute is certainly not unprecedented. Just look at me, it sold out in 1 second. As for whether there were truly 200,000 units, that remains uncertain. We sincerely thank everyone for their support of the Red Star. The next batch of Red Star 2 and Kunpeng phones will be available for sale next Friday. Chen Chen, Huawei Headquarters Laboratory. How is it? Have you figured it out? In the laboratory, Yuqingbei anxiously inquired while observing the disassembled Kunpeng phone on the testing platform. We are currently conducting tests. Please hold on a moment, Mr. Yu. Suppressing his impatience, Yuqingbei pulled up a chair, waiting patiently by the side. The Kunpeng phone has been released, and Yuqingbei managed to acquire one through alternative channels. He is exceedingly eager to uncover the secrets behind its charging capabilities. Presently, Huawei can only produce a charging power of 12 watts, and even in the laboratory, it barely reaches 15 watts, falling short of the 18 watts offered by rival brands. Although the engineering version of the Mate series has been finalized, the introduction of the Kunpeng phone has awakened his competitive spirit. They boast a remarkable 40 watts of charging power. With the Mate series offering consumers merely 12 watts, Yuqingbei is discontent with such a significant disparity. Determined, he decided to remain in the laboratory and explore whether disassembling the device might reveal their rapid charging technology. Director Yu, we've made progress, a technician exclaimed, prompting Yuqingbei to rise swiftly. Just as Chen Chen had indicated, both the Kunpeng phone and the Red Star 2 utilize the charge pump technology mentioned during the launch event. And they have incorporated a charging control IC on the charger end. I'm not concerned about that. I merely wish to know if we can leverage this technology to enhance our own charging power, Chen Chen stated. The technician sighed. Director Yu, I just checked. And Red Star has applied for patents on their charge pump technology, covering not only single path but also dual and triple path technologies, each with distinct patents. Can we circumvent these patents and develop our own fast charging solution at Huawei? Yu Qingbei was unfazed by the existence of patents. He was determined to find a workaround and, if necessary, negotiate with Red Star later. Isn't Red Star pushing for domestic chip production? They must lack certain communication technology patents, which could allow for cross-licensing of patents. While circumventing is possible, it will require time. Moreover, with the traditional micro USB interface, we would need to undertake significant modifications. The micro interface has only 5 contact points, whereas the Type-C interface possesses 24. This inherent design supports fast charging. Otherwise, even if we transplant this technology, we cannot achieve Red Star's power output. Upon hearing that time was a factor, Yu Qingbei grew anxious. The Mate series is currently in dire need of time. He wishes to seize the momentum of Red Star's so-called high-end domestic flagship to directly launch Huawei's Mate series. The high-end market caters to a limited audience. If Red Star secures a foothold first, Huawei will face exponentially increasing challenges and competition. As for the online chatter claiming that the Kunping phone cannot justify its high price, Yu Qingbei dismisses such remarks as nonsensical. He views the Kunping phone as highly competitive and potentially the first domestic model capable of establishing itself in the premium segment. If we utilize their patents and transplant this technology, how long until we can reach the power output of the Kunping phone? He inquired. The technician pondered for a moment before responding. If we employ the Type-C interface and utilize their patented solutions, we could likely exceed 18 watts within a month. How much? Exceeding 18 watts? Yu Qingbei asked. Yes, Director Yu. However, to achieve Red Star's 40 watts, we still have a considerable journey ahead. I will discuss the Type-C interface matter with Hongxing. Since Chen Chen is keen on promoting this interface, I believe he would not mind if we, as domestic manufacturers, join in the promotion. As for the charge pump solution, I urge you to expedite your efforts in seeking a new alternative that circumvents Hongxing's patent. After speaking, he hurriedly departed from the laboratory. The technicians inside shook their heads, pondering how difficult it would be to bypass the existing patents. Chapter 35. The desire to form an alliance within the confines of the Rice laboratory. The engineers, after dismantling the Kunping phone, discerned that the Type-C interface, from any perspective, far surpasses the previous micro interface. The sole drawback lies in the fact that Rice lacks the authorization for the use of this interface. After considerable contemplation, Lei Jun resolved to personally visit Hongxing to discuss the matter of interface authorization with Chen Chen. Each time Lei Jun encountered Chen Chen, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from this young man. Their initial meeting occurred during the launch event of the Rice One, where Lei Jun experienced a profound sensation, particularly in the complexity of Chen Chen's gaze directed towards him. Due to the hurried nature of their first encounter, the subsequent year saw little interaction between them. It was only after Chen Chen unveiled the 1998 model of the Hongxing series that they truly became rivals. On September 16th, Hongxing received a visitation request from Rice. Lei Jun chose not to contact Chen Chen through personal means. Instead, he adhered to company protocols, suggesting that there might be collaborative business discussions at hand. Chen Chen, taken aback by Lei Jun's sudden request for a meeting, contemplated the implications before ultimately agreeing. At present, Hongxing and Rice share no significant business dealings. The fact that Lei Jun himself sought to visit Hongxing implied that he must have an interest in negotiating something, likely pertaining to charging technology, screen panels, or the Type-C interface. Although Rice had achieved an 18-watt charging capability, which, despite being somewhat inferior to Hongxing's offerings, was unlikely to warrant a personal meeting. As for the screen panels, it was evident that the exclusive rights to the screen on the Kunping phone resided with Hongxing. Furthermore, with Rice currently enjoying a fruitful relationship with Sharp, there seemed to be no incentive for them to abandon Sharp in favor of negotiations with Chen Chen, who was not a panel supplier. Upon reflection, Chen Chen discerned that Lei Jun's visit was likely centered around discussions regarding the Type-C interface authorization. The launch of the Kunping phone had brought significant attention to this interface and its rapid capabilities, and it was clear that Lei Jun would not overlook this opportunity. Rice's ambition to advance its fast-charging technology necessitated their engagement with this interface. The implications of Lei Jun's visit were profound, especially when considering the fates of Geely and the Berry tribe. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Chen felt a swell of apprehension. A recent visit to the Berry tribe had revealed a significant void in their core mobile and marketing operations, while a trip to Geely had shown the absence of engineers from their research institute. Now, with Lei Jun approaching Hongqing, how could one not feel trepidation? The entire Hongqing team regarded Lei Jun's visitation with utmost seriousness, and both Chen Chen and Lu Weiqi personally descended to welcome him. After exchanging pleasantries, the conversation in Chen Chen's office finally turned to the crux of the matter. "Mr. Chen, I am here today to discuss." Lei Jun began, only to be interrupted by Chen Chen, who posed a perplexing question that left Lei Jun momentarily bewildered. "Mr. Chen, well, it is indeed quite impressive. Considering that your esteemed company, Red Star, has been diligently cultivating its presence in the mobile phone industry for many years. As for your purpose for visiting today, Mr. Lei, I have a good inkling. It pertains to the authorization of the Type-C interface. I hereby grant permission for your company, Xiaomi, to utilize it free of charge." "Mr. Chen, that is not the case. This." Chen Chen's straightforwardness left Lei Jun somewhat perplexed. He had anticipated a lengthy discussion and had even prepared himself for a potential fee, only to find that Chen Chen had preemptively agreed before he could voice his intentions. "Mr. Lei, you are aware that our charging technology at Red Star is currently at the forefront globally. While I am granting you free authorization to use the Type-C interface, it is imperative that your future charging solutions must adhere to our Red Star charging protocol. Mr. Chen, I will pay the annual authorization fee for your Type-C interface. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Upon finishing, Lei Jun stood up to depart, but Chen Chen, seated on the sofa, softly remarked, "Mr. Lei, your company, Xiaomi, has been selected for the 863 program, has it?" Hearing Chen Chen's words, Lei Jun was taken aback, halting his steps toward the exit. The 863 program had only recently been communicated to him by the government in the capital. How could Chen Chen possibly know? Could it be that Red Star has also been included in the 863 program? "Mr. Chen, you jest. Our Xiaomi is merely a nascent company. Having been established for just 2.5 years, how could we be selected for the 863 program? However, your Red Star, with its current endeavors in domestic chips and screens, would indeed be a prime candidate for selection by the capital's government. Very well, allow me to see you off. Mr. Lei, as for the patent authorization fee for Type-C, there is no need. I intend for Red Star to spearhead the establishment of a Type-C alliance to collectively promote the proliferation of this interface. The patent will soon be publicly authorized internally." After bidding farewell to Lei Jun, Chen Chen hardly had a moment to rest before receiving a call from Yu Qingbei. Without needing to guess, it was undoubtedly about the Type-C interface authorization. Upon sharing his plans to establish the alliance, Yu Qingbei refrained from further comments. Observing Lei Jun's reaction, it appeared that Xiaomi had also been inducted into the 863 program. Initially, Chen Chen had assumed that the Redmi series was merely a strategy by Lei Jun to capture users, but it was evident that there was substantial energy propelling Redmi forward. It was time to hire an assistant. Otherwise, managing everything single-handedly was indeed exhausting. Being with Lei Jun was far more relaxed. He only needed to articulate his ideas. As Chen Chen stretched lazily, he mused about the qualities he desired in an assistant. Black stockings, white stockings. Yet, regardless of the type of assistant he hired, the talent beneath him could not compare to the founders of Xiaomi, each of whom possessed remarkable capabilities and professionalism. One could assert that the success of Xiaomi is significantly attributable to these co-founders. Should I consider poaching someone? Wang Chuan was out of the question, as he was an old friend of Lei Jun, and the Xiaomi television was a product of his efforts. Huang Jiangji was also not an option, being Lei Jun's college classmate and roommate. Thus he would certainly be outmaneuvered. Suddenly, a name flashed across Chen Chen's mind. Zhang Feng must have just resigned. If he could intercept him, then his Red Star mobile power supply and several projects could be entrusted to him. As for the television project, Red Star is undoubtedly committed to it, as it is a crucial component in bridging the household screen. TCL also manufactures televisions and is even a leader in the domestic television industry, yet procuring Huaxing's television panels remains feasible. Currently, Red Star has established a profound collaboration with Huaxing, not only exchanging a technological process for equity, but also jointly creating a new screen laboratory with Huaxing, preparing to develop small panel screens together. Chapter 36, The Standard of Red Star on his way back. Lei Jun pondered the meaning behind Chen Chen's numerous statements and the implications of the so-called alliance. Shaking his head to dismiss those impractical thoughts, he began to contemplate the 863 project. In truth, Even without this initiative, Lei Jun had already been preparing to launch a budget smartphone with commendable performance. The rationale was straightforward. The market had long suffered from the prevalence of counterfeit products. Of course, these were merely platitudes. Talk of eliminating the existence of imitation devices and promoting the advancement of the entire industry was nothing but empty rhetoric. The fundamental reason was singular. The current income and consumption levels in China were insufficient to sustain a mid-range smartphone market valued in the millions or even billions. For the average consumer seeking a smartphone, price remained the foremost consideration. After all, given the state of the Chinese economy, which was on the cusp of taking flight but had not yet soared, only an affordable budget smartphone could achieve widespread distribution and capture market share in users. Once users were acquired, the possibilities for further development would be boundless. Lei Jun had already conceived a name for the budget smartphone series, Hongmi, signifying red rice, a nod to their own red-tinged heritage as a manufacturer. Upon returning to the company, Lei Jun convened a high-level executive meeting. Lin Bing, Hong Feng, and others observed Lei Jun's serious demeanor. Their curiosity piqued. Given the developments of the past year with Xiaomi, it had been a long time since Lei Jun had displayed such an expression. Mr. Lei, did the negotiations with Red Star not go well today? Dr. Zhou inquired cautiously. Tasked with collecting hardware development information and possessing deep knowledge of the new Type-C interface, Red Star has agreed to grant us the Type-C interface license. And it will be free of charge. Free? When did Red Star become so accommodating? Several co-founders expressed their surprise. Are there no additional conditions? None at all. It is completely free. Chen Chen intends to establish a Type-C interface alliance, and any manufacturer that joins this alliance can utilize the interface at no cost. The group was taken aback. Red Star's ambition was evidently substantial. As the saying goes, third-rate companies produce products, second-rate companies build brands, while first-rate manufacturers set standards. This small initiative by Red Star regarding the Type-C alliance unveiled their aspiration to define industry standards. Joining this alliance and utilizing the Type-C interface would necessitate that our chargers be compatible with their charging protocols. I believe that mutual compatibility would benefit our domestic manufacturers in China. Hence, I propose we be the first to join. After some contemplation, the others concurred with Lei Jun's assessment, recognizing the potential for this standard interface and charging protocol to be collectively promoted by Chinese manufacturers on the global stage. Pausing for emphasis, Lei Jun continued, after the inaugural sale of Red Star's second generation, our Xiaomi 2 was not significantly affected. However, I have an inkling that Chen Chen is orchestrating a grander scheme. Therefore, I have decided that we will open purchases for our Xiaomi 2 every week. And after a month, we will commence immediate sales. I harbor concerns that if we resort to hunger marketing, users may indeed gravitate towards Hongxing. Mr. Lei, I concede that the mobile phones produced by Hongxing are commendable. However, the competitor currently lacks available stock. Should we reconsider our strategy? Initially, my plan was for the Dami 2 to be fully available for purchase in December. Li Wanwan, our marketing expert, voiced his thoughts while fixated on Mr. Lei. In truth, his excessive concentration on marketing led him to overlook the production capacities of the two distinct manufacturers. As Mr. Lei mentioned, Dami's current capacity can reach its peak within a month, allowing for immediate availability for purchase. Conversely, Hongxing has established decades-long partnerships with several OEMs, such as BYD and Foxconn, who are their significant clients. They can ramp up production at will, with the transition from announcement to peak capacity occurring in less than a month. Should Hongxing conclude its ramp-up phase and commence sales while Dami is still engaged in hunger marketing, users unable to procure Dami will inevitably shift their allegiance to Hongxing, given the overlapping demographics of their customer bases. While Dami remains preoccupied with the potential loss of users and market share to Hongxing, rather, it should be recognized as market share, not merely online market share. Since Dami currently lacks a physical presence, the only offline transactions are through scalpers. Presently, over 20 distributors across the nation constitute Hongxing's remaining offline channels. In the past, under Mr. Chen's leadership, Hongxing did not possess dedicated stores, primarily collaborating with offline retailers and operator outlets. During a year of turmoil, Hongxing's products faltered. And following Mr. Chen's arrival, the two models introduced were online value-oriented offerings, yielding insufficient profits for distributors, who naturally lost interest. Fortunately, this time, the Kunping phone is positioned as a high-end flagship, with a relatively elevated price that also affords ample profit margins for offline sales. The remaining 20 distributors are not major local players, yet Mr. Chen is quite satisfied with the outcome. This time, he has allocated 200,000 units of the Hongxing 2 and 100,000 units of the Kunping phone for offline focus. Upon closer inspection, each distributor is only tasked with a few thousand units. Although these distributors may not be significant provincial agents, they manage numerous smaller distributors capable of absorbing this inventory. For a high-end model like the Kunping phone, while it can sell in the offline market, it is certainly not the most sought-after model. A store might only manage to stock 3 or 4 units at most. In total, with the Hongxing 2 and Kunping phone combined, there are 300,000 units, and the distributors have minimal objections, their primary concern being pricing. They are aware that value-oriented models do not yield substantial profits, merely attracting customer traffic. What price can Mr. Chen offer for the Hongxing 2? Observing the eager distributors, Mr. Chen did not keep them in suspense and promptly disclosed the supply price for the Hongxing 2, 1840. Upon hearing this price, the dealers furrowed their brows. Hongxing does not permit itself to impose additional charges, leaving a profit margin of less than 200, which is exceedingly meager. And what of the Kunping smartphone? With a starting price exceeding 3,000, it is implausible that its cost remains as high. Chen Chen observed the dealer's intense gazes fixed upon him. Understanding that they were undoubtedly dissatisfied with the slim margins associated with the Hongxing 2. For a smartphone priced at 2,000 yuan, a profit margin of less than 10 is simply insufficient for the offline market. Chapter 37. The Ecological Chain Initiative. The price of the Kunping smartphone is set at 3,000 for the lower configuration and 3,300 for the higher one, Chen Chen stated slowly. Although the distributors remained somewhat dissatisfied, they refrained from voicing further complaints. The Kunping smartphone boasts an array of top-tier specifications, alongside the world's first charging and display technologies. Offering such a product at this price indicates a significant commitment from Hongxing, with a profit margin of 500 for the lower configuration and 700 for the higher. This profit is comparable to that provided by competitors OPQO and VLVO, demonstrating Hongxing's earnestness in collaborating with distributors. The total cost for the Kunping smartphone stands at 2,900 yuan for the lower version and 3,200 for the higher one, with most of the profits allocated to the distributors. For Chen Chen, who aims to rebuild the offline channels, this arrangement is acceptable. To progress further, smartphone manufacturers must recognize the future trends in mobile development while also learning to share profits with consumers, which in turn fosters a positive reputation. A business thrives when all parties benefit together. This lesson was gleaned from Lei Jun, who only invests in acquaintances. Even in the rice business, despite having sufficient capital for independent investment, he still seeks partners and investment firms to collaborate. The online market is a substantial opportunity. Yet the offline market presents an even larger prospect. When the rice business faced challenges online and sought to expand offline, it discovered that OPQO and VLVO had already cultivated this space for years, reaping considerable rewards. Currently, Hongxing lacks the requisite funds to establish its own offline stores. And Chen Chen does not possess the bandwidth to develop the offline market independently. To grow its offline presence and marketing, Hongxing must collaborate with these distributors. In today's market, partnering with distributors and operators is the most expedient means of expanding offline. As for the Kunping smartphone and the Hongxing series, the focus will surely shift towards online and operator collaboration for the upcoming Shining series. The prices and costs are evident. How can a smartphone priced in the hundreds still yield a profit of over 1 or 200? Would such a device even be functional? I hope our collaboration proves fruitful. Rest assured, our production capacity will ramp up this month, and I will ensure delivery to you by the end of the month. For any future inquiries, please reach out directly to Mr. Liu from Hongxing, who will oversee our offline channel operations moving forward. I trust you are somewhat familiar with Mr. Liu. Greetings, I am Liu Weiqi, and I will be responsible for liaising with you all. We are old friends, so feel free to discuss any matters openly. Mr. Liu. Certainly, responded the distributors, who had previously interacted with Liu Weiqi during his tenure at Jinli. It was unexpected to see him transition to Hongxing. The collaboration with the distributors has unfolded remarkably smoothly, although the second generation of Hongxing does not offer exceptionally high profits. It possesses sufficient appeal to attract significant foot traffic to the stores. The Kunping smartphone has allocated a considerable profit margin, naturally encouraging various dealers to continue their collaboration with Hongxing. After bidding farewell to these dealers, Chen Chen smiled at Liu Weiqi and remarked, "Old Liu, you will have to exert yourself more from now on, haha. I see that your intention in bringing me on board was to wear me out. Currently, I am responsible for the shining smartphone, in charge of the company's branding, and overseeing offline dealers. Even a donkey and a production team wouldn't have such a workload. Lu Weiqi, wearing glasses, chuckled in response, to those who can, more shall be given. I will arrange for a raise for you. By the way, old Lu, if you have any suitable managers, please introduce them to us at Hongxing. Relying solely on you is insufficient. Once our business expands further, we may truly find ourselves overwhelmed. We are in dire need of talent. At this point, Chen Chen suddenly felt a twinge of regret for having assembled too many individuals in the management team. However, contemplating the matter further, he dismissed the thought, realizing that retaining those individuals would likely lead to even greater regret. As the two conversed while walking, they encountered the hurried Lu Weiqi just as they exited the elevator. Xiao Chen, I was just looking for you. A few days ago, you mentioned the general manager of Yinghua, Zhang Feng. I have made contact with him. Oh, what did he say? Does he agree to join us at Hongxing? Zhang Feng hasn't given a definitive answer, but he is willing to visit our company and discuss further. Great. If Zhang Feng can join us, we will have a lead for the new project. Chen Chen exclaimed excitedly, raising a fist in triumph. A new project? What new project? How come I am not aware of this? Lu Weiqi, intrigued by their conversation, wondered, as the company had not recently initiated any new endeavors. Moreover, as the CEO of Hongxing, he felt he should be the first to know of any new projects. Well, Lu, I currently only have a preliminary concept. It has not yet been formally implemented. It is the ecological chain plan. The ecological chain plan? What is that? Both Lu Weiqi and Lu Weiqi inquired simultaneously. I plan to invest in and incubate a series of subsidiaries and products over the next 2 years. These entities will primarily focus on peripheral products for Hongxing, leveraging our brand for sales and operations. Simultaneously, I aim to advance our home vehicle integration initiative. Initially, I intend to start with commonly used items such as power banks, table lamps, and power strips, gradually expanding to small household appliances, and eventually to larger items like televisions and air conditioners. By utilizing gateways and Wi-Fi, we will connect all these devices to our smartphones, with the phone serving as both the control and computational hub, achieving a state of interconnectedness. What began as a smart home initiative has evolved. I believe that in the next decade, new energy vehicles will emerge as a pivotal trend, and the screens in cars will represent the final link in our home vehicle integration. Once we complete this loop, Hongxing will remain invincible. Chen Chen succinctly outlined his vision, delivering it with an ease that left the two listeners gasping in astonishment. The ambition of the plan was undeniable, yet it was fraught with challenges. So, you are suggesting that we not only venture into the home appliance sector, but also develop our own Hongxing automobiles? Lu Weiqi asked earnestly, narrowing his eyes. Indeed, the realm of new energy vehicles is poised to become a significant focal point in the coming decade. This year, the state has plans to introduce Tesla into our homeland, intending for it to serve as a catalyst that will invigorate the development of our own new energy vehicle industry. In this regard, we at Hongxing must prepare ourselves well in advance. Lu Weiqi has also heard about Tesla's impending entry into our market. He had previously considered ordering a vehicle, but upon learning that it would no longer require direct importation, he decided to hold off for a while. After all, the president's funds do not come effortlessly. As the three conversed while walking, guided intentionally by Chen Chen, they arrived at the Chip Research Institute within the Hongxing Industrial Park. Currently, the Hongxing Chip Research Institute boasts over 200 engineers, which, in Chen Chen's view, is far from sufficient. It is essential to recruit more talents from the chip industry. Lu Weibing chuckled wryly, remarking, Xiao Chen, it is easier said than done. Finding specialized talents in the chip industry is no simple task. This team was initially assembled with great effort by your father, who scoured the nation for top-tier professionals. Dr. Lu, in particular, was persuaded to join Hongxing after your father made 3 trips to the United States. After more than half a year of effort, Lu Weibing managed to expand the team by only a few dozen members, bringing the total to a meager 200. While this scale is considerable for many enterprises in our country, it pales in comparison to the vast teams of major corporations such as Huawei and Sanctions. Chapter 38. Signing the non-disclosure agreement. When Dr. Lu led his team in the design of the Lingxiao S1, the entire team comprised over 100 members. The primary reason for achieving this feat with such a modest workforce was that the chips at that time were not as intricate as they would later become. Last year, the technology was still at 45 nanometer and 32 nanometer processes. This year, it has already advanced to 28 nanometers, and soon to 14, 7, and 5 nanometers. This evolution signifies an increasing number of transistors within chips, leading to a more complex and extensive design process. Furthermore, the development of chips extends beyond just CPUs. It is increasingly shifting towards integrated system-on-chip (SoC) designs. Within a chip's SoC design team, there is a clear division of labor, with distinct teams responsible for CPU, GPU, ISP, DSP, and more. As the number of transistors escalates, the difficulty of design intensifies, which in turn necessitates a growing number of engineers. Chen Chen surveyed the multitude of engineers before him, confident that with the continuous growth of Hongxing, an increasing number of talents would opt for this platform, thereby expanding the chip team further. After all, top talents tend to have similar remuneration across various companies. Their primary concern lies in the prospective development of the company or platform. Today, I present this technical document, and all present must sign a non-disclosure agreement. Apart from Dr. Liu and Liu Weibing, who were already privy to the details, all engineers, including Liu Weiqi, gazed at Chen Chen in astonishment. After signaling Dr. Liu to produce the non-disclosure agreement, Chen Chen continued, "In the next 2 to 3 years, we in Huaxia will gradually commence a vigorous promotion of 4G networks." During the 3G era, the entirety of patent technology was monopolized by foreign companies. Now, we have proactively developed a 4G baseband chip that not only fully accommodates existing 4G network standards, but also supports our own TD-LTE 4G network specifications. Most importantly, this baseband entirely circumvents current foreign patents and boasts accompanying communication technologies, including multimode, multi-frequency, LTE dual-card support, and RF capabilities. This represents a significant stride in our ability to break through foreign technological blockades. Once all present had signed the non-disclosure agreement, Chen Chen handed over the hard drive containing the complete set of technical documents to Dr. Liu. Hoping they could thoroughly grasp this technology and integrate the baseband into their CPU within the next 1 to 2 years. On their way back, Liu Weiqi excitedly inquired of Chen Chen, "Mr. Chen, where did you acquire this technology that even our own engineers are required to sign a non-disclosure agreement?" Liu Weibing nudged his arm, signaling him to refrain from asking too much. Recognizing the unspoken cue, Liu Weiqi, acknowledging Chen Chen's silent smile, wisely chose to remain quiet. The mobile phone baseband is merely the first step. In the future, Hongxing will undoubtedly need to develop its own independent ISP and DSP, as well as integrate a neural processing unit, NPU, within the chip. By the way, Uncle Liu, have there been any new developments from other domestic manufacturers recently? Liu Weiqing opened the memo on his phone and remarked, "Next month, the Berry clan will hold a dream launch event at the Water Cube. While Huawei is anticipated to unveil a new flagship device in November, the information I've received suggests it will be a large-screen model. Well, the Berry clan should also be gearing up for their concert. I must attend. As for Huawei, could their new device possibly be from the Mate series? It's still uncertain. But I've heard that Yu Chongbei has codenamed the new phone M." Chen Chen pondered silently, realizing that his butterfly effect had altered the timeline. Typically, Huawei's Mate series would not debut until March of next year, yet it is set to be released in November. This indicates either Yu Chongbei is in a hurry, or the success of the Kunping phone has instilled him with confidence. Chen Chen understood that starting next year, competition in the smartphone market would intensify, fostering a plethora of diverse devices. Currently, aside from the screen and charging capabilities, the Red Star still relies on suppliers for other configurations. It is not that they are incapable of designing independently. Red Star is vigorously expanding its engineering team, with some engineers embarking on missions to collaborate with major suppliers in hopes of developing unique features. Moreover, concerning new battery technology, Chen Chen entrusted this endeavor to the fast-charging laboratory, as fast charging and battery performance are inherently linked. Higher charging power necessitates superior battery cells for support. The fast-charging lab has now grown to over 30 members, divided into 3 groups: the fast-charging team, the battery team, and the power team. Chen Chen felt little concern regarding the new batteries, as Xiao AI had already provided a comprehensive improvement plan. They merely needed to replicate the new battery according to the technical documentation, apply for a patent, and subsequently collaborate with battery manufacturers for production. Chen Chen harbored immense expectations for the performance of the new battery. As September drew to a close, nearly a month had passed since the release of the Kunping phone and Red Star 2. The 3 sales events had allowed the reputation of these 2 devices to begin to flourish. Users who had purchased the phones, after a fortnight of usage, began sharing their opinions online. Distinct features of the Starry OS 2.0, which powered the Kunpeng phone, began to be uncovered by netizens. The operation was smooth, the design aesthetically pleasing, and it was remarkably user-friendly with a comprehensive range of functions, showcasing strong applicability and practicality. Originally, I intended to wait for the new Fruit phone, believing that only it could spearhead the revolution in smartphones. However, after witnessing the specifications and technology of the Kunpeng phone, I couldn't resist acquiring one. After 2 weeks of use, I find that aside from the system fluidity and animations which do not quite match the Fruit phone, an inherent flaw of Android, the Kunpeng excels in other aspects, particularly in charging and photography, completely outperforming the Fruit phone. Lao Yao, a seasoned enthusiast in the digital realm, expressed this sentiment, leaving many astonished. His post clearly illustrated that he had begun to liken the Kunpeng phone to a worthy rival of the Fruit phone. The rise of smartphones is attributed to the Fruit brand, and in the eyes of many domestic enthusiasts, the Fruit phone and Steve Jobs are indeed eternal legends. Many users who have purchased the Kunpeng phone have commented below, affirming that what old you stated is indeed commendable. The Kunpeng phone is capable of justifying a price tag exceeding 3,000 yuan. Old Zhang, I remember the wager you made. I have taken a screenshot. And when the time comes, I shall certainly present you with a grand outcome. Haha. Currently, the sales of the Kunpeng phone have surpassed 40,000 units on both cat and dog platforms, in addition to several thousand units on Pinduoduo. It seems that this time old Zhang will truly indulge. An old fish, let's not dwell on old Zhang for now. Instead, let me share my experience from the past half-month. One word: swift. Not only is the system fast, but the charging and photography are also remarkably quick. Chapter 39. The arrogance of HTC. Let us first discuss charging. In a room at a comfortable 18 degrees Celsius, I utilized the Kunpeng smartphone until it automatically powered off before commencing the charge. Within a mere 15 minutes, it reached an impressive 54, and by 27 minutes, it soared to 81. Ultimately, it took just 38 minutes to achieve a full charge, though this falls slightly short of the half-hour promise made during the launch event. Achieving such a remarkable feat within 40 minutes is indeed commendable on a global scale. Now, regarding the system, initially, I believe that the absence of mention from Chen during the conference indicated a lack of noteworthy features. However, upon usage, I discovered that there truly was little to elaborate upon. This is not a critique. Rather, it underscores the remarkable stability of the Xingyao OS 2.0. It lacks ostentatious features, instead focusing on solid optimization. Throughout the past fortnight, I have scarcely encountered any bugs. The fluidity of the Xingyao OS 2.0 left a profound impression on me, as the responsiveness of the software and the speed at which applications open are exceptionally seamless. It is evident that the system team at Hongxing invested significant effort into foundational optimization. Lastly, let us turn our attention to photography. I am uncertain whether the multi-lens approach is the right path, but as it stands, the dual-camera setup indeed delivers superior results in portrait photography compared to a single lens. When compared to the latest offerings from Apple, it holds its ground in terms of both capture speed and image quality. This is undeniably a significant advancement for domestic smartphones. As for drawbacks, the first is its weight. The incorporation of a large battery and a metal chassis results in a total weight of 179 grams, which is noticeably heavier than many devices available on the market. Additionally, there is the issue of heat generation. While normal usage does not elicit a feeling of excessive warmth, playing games while simultaneously charging leads to a noticeable increase in temperature. I sincerely hope that Hongxing can refine this aspect in future iterations, allowing for a more tempered experience during simultaneous charging and gaming. Thus concludes my discourse. Accompanying image: who agrees and who disagrees? A post by an old fish garnered over 10,000 approvals within a few days, prompting even Chen Chen to leave a comment expressing his agreement. Indeed, charging while playing does cause the phone to heat up. Coupled with the Kunpeng smartphone's metal body, which aids in heat dissipation, users can distinctly feel the rise in temperature. Energy conservation is an immutable law. Chen Chen examined the sales data. Having launched in early September, there were 3 sales events over 3 weeks, each time offering 100,000 units. The total sales of the Kunpeng smartphone have now approached 350,000 units, for a device with a starting price exceeding 3,000 yuan. This achievement leaves Chen Chen quite satisfied. As for the Hongxing 2, there are no concerns whatsoever. In just 3 weeks, total sales across all platforms have reached 1 million units, not far behind the pre-released Xiaomi 2. Huaxia Treasure Island. HTC headquarters. Yang. The data indicates that our overall sales in mainland China for September have declined by 17 year-on-year, with a 9 drop in models priced above 3,000 yuan. The chief operating officer placed a stack of reports on Yang Quan's desk, signaling him to review the figures. A decline? Yang Quan, filled with curiosity, opened the report. Since HTC's entry into the mainland market this year, overall sales have consistently risen, with no month or quarter experiencing such a significant decline. Observing Yang Quan flipping through the report, Chief Operating Officer Sun Jie continued, "Indeed, General Manager Yang, our research indicates that two cost-effective competitors have emerged in the mainland market, namely Hongxing and Dami. The sales of their 1999 and 1998 models have surged recently. Last month, Hongxing even launched a model priced at 3499, which has adversely affected the sales of some of our models." After reviewing the report, Yang Quan cast the document aside disdainfully, stating, "Isn't that the Hongxing that recently announced its intention to form an alliance for Type-C interfaces and charging protocols?" "Yes, General Manager Yang. They have sent us an invitation to join this alliance." "How audacious," Yang Quan retorted. "A mere domestic company dares to pursue the formation of an alliance. It's sheer folly. They presume that their leading charging power entitles them to unify charging protocols. I truly wonder what the young General Manager Chen of Hongxing is thinking. Even when Qin Yunlong was still with Hongxing, he would never have approached us in such a manner." Noticing Yang Quan's growing irritation, Sun Jie cautiously inquired, "Shall we send someone to participate?" "No," replied Yang Quan. "Let us expedite the launch of our HTC Butterfly this month in the mainland. I want Hongxing to witness what a true flagship phone looks like. Originally, we were to globally debut the 1080p screen, but alas, this honor has been snatched by Hongxing." Speaking of this, Yang Quan's impatience was palpable. The HTC Butterfly was initially scheduled for release in October, featuring a 5-inch 1080p Full HD display with a remarkable pixel density of 440 ppi, with the screen sourced from Samsung being its primary selling point. However, it was preempted by the Kunping phone released in September. Last year, HTC's market value first surpassed Nokia, reaching $33.8 billion, making it the second largest mobile manufacturer globally. Following Apple, Yang Quan believed this was merely the beginning, yet it turned out to be the pinnacle. In June, HTC announced its exit from the Brazilian market and closed a research center in North Carolina. In July of the same year, it withdrew from the South Korean market. This year has proven tumultuous for HTC, beginning with a patent lawsuit against Apple last year, which resulted in multiple models being banned from sale in the United States after a failed outcome. The new flagship model, HTC One X, also faced issues due to its NVIDIA Tegra 3 processor, which overheated and caused significant performance lags, leading HTC to suffer considerable setbacks. Thus, this year, the HTC Butterfly decisively opted for a more reliable processor. General, is the price in the mainland still set at 4,799? Sun Jie cautiously inquired. Noting that since the latter half of this year, General Yang has been perpetually on the verge of fury. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage to articulate his thoughts, asserting that the future revival of HTC in the latter half of the year hinges solely on the Butterfly model. In Sun Jie's perspective, the mainland market starkly contrasts with the international arena, where competition among manufacturers is exceedingly fierce, particularly in the price range of around 2,000 yuan. Currently, the flames of conflict have yet to reach the price point where HTC operates, yet it is only a matter of time before this occurs. Sun, is this truly a concern for you? What else can those mainlanders do besides competing on price? Has the globally second-ranked HTC fallen to the point of contending with mainland manufacturers over pricing? Sun Jie sighed, realizing that General Yang remains ensnared in an illusory dream of global supremacy. The price of 4,799 yuan is still excessively high for the mainland, making it arguably the most expensive region for the same model. As Sun Jie exited, he cast a glance at the slowly closing office door. Perhaps arrogance may lead the Chinese market to irrevocably shut its doors to HTC. Chapter 40. The sales of the Kunping smartphone following the international launch of the Huawei M series. Its domestic release swiftly caused a sensation. As Huawei's inaugural flagship smartphone featuring a large screen, it boasts a 6.1-inch IPS display with a resolution of 720p, a substantial 4,100 mAh battery, and the latest K2V3 processor crafted in-house. The domestic pricing took Chen Chen by surprise, set directly at 3299, seemingly emulating or targeting a specific competitor. Chen Chen observed this peculiar shift but held no strong opinions, even though the competitor was directly benchmarking against his own Kunping smartphone. Currently, within the price range of 3000 to 4000, the Kunping smartphone from Hongxing stands as a formidable presence, with feedback from various distributors indicating robust market performance. Particularly among female consumers, the unique dual-camera capabilities prompted decisive purchases. By December, the Kunping smartphone had achieved total shipments of 1.8 million units across online platforms, with nearly 800,000 units contributed by the offline market. This sales figure officially confirms Hongxing's foothold in the 3000 to 4000 price segment. As for the market above 4000, it remains dominated by HTC, Samsung, and Apple. The HTC Butterfly, known as the Butterfly phone, faces significant competitive challenges in this higher price range in terms of product capabilities. It even lags behind the Kunping smartphone. Its elevated pricing can be attributed solely to brand premium. Chen Chen contemplated developing a model to directly confront the offerings of Samsung and Apple in the 4000 price bracket. But the current lack of brand strength among domestic manufacturers poses considerable pressure, particularly in terms of financial resources. The company's sales forecast for the Kunping smartphone's entire life cycle is approximately 5 to 8 million units, while the second generation is expected to achieve around 15 million units. Due to the elimination of numerous low-end channels, escalating shipment volumes has proven challenging, resulting in a relatively low sales ranking for Hongxing. However, in just over a year, transitioning from chaos to a thriving situation, Chen Chen finds himself quite satisfied. Currently, the entire focus of Hongxing is directed towards the imminent launch of a budget smartphone, which is poised to be the linchpin for the company's shipment volumes. Under Liu Weiqi's guidance, a rumor emerged online suggesting that Hongxing intends to redefine the budget smartphone segment. Subsequently, various speculations circulated wildly across the internet. What? Is Hongxing really aiming to redefine the budget smartphone? Hadn't they just ventured into the high-end market? Those who scoff at this notion are clearly unaware that Hongxing's Shine Series 1 has firmly held the top spot in sales on Pinduoduo for several months. With cumulative sales exceeding 3 million units, it is high time for an upgrade. While the Shine Series 1 offers ample memory, its 6725 processor is undeniably outdated. Mr. Chen, it is imperative that you consider launching budget smartphones at an earlier stage. Currently, the low-end market is predominantly occupied by counterfeit devices, with your Shining 1 being the sole exception. Moreover, the specifications of your Shining 1 are rather comparable to those of these counterfeit products. Speaking of counterfeits, consumers in China are quite incensed by the proliferation of substandard devices. The quality of these imitations varies significantly, and once purchased, customers are often left without after-sales support, leading to a frustrating experience where even basic applications can cause the device to freeze. As China's economy begins to gain momentum and people's lives improve, the majority of consumers still rely on inexpensive budget smartphones. This environment has allowed a counterfeit manufacturer named Nietzsche to expand aggressively, leveraging an overwhelming advertising campaign and establishing over 6,000 stores nationwide, achieving an annual shipment volume surpassing that of the entire Hongxing company. With its low price point and an appearance reminiscent of high-end brands, along with a user interface that closely mimics that of premium devices, Nietzsche's offerings are, in essence, blatant knockoffs. Many users who purchased Nietzsche smartphones eventually realized that their experience did not align with the advertisements, as issues like freezing and lag became commonplace. Chen Chen is aware that this is not Nietzsche's most fervent phase. Between 2013 and 2014, Nietzsche managed to open stores across the country, and remarkably, business was thriving. However, the brand perished due to its rapid expansion and the encroachment of Redmi, as its lack of after-sales support and subpar performance ultimately led to its downfall. The rumors circulating online have alerted several counterfeit manufacturers to the formidable strength of Hongxing, as it is evident that the most imitated devices in the market are the Hongxing 2 and the Xiaomi 2. Domestic counterfeit manufacturers have faced multiple setbacks. The first being the collaboration between operators and smartphone manufacturers to promote 3G, which resulted in subsidies for these manufacturers, thus diminishing their market share through promotions like free smartphones with prepaid plans. Furthermore, the emergence of the Xiaomi 1 inflicted another blow to these manufacturers, as they found themselves unable to compete with both high-end and mid-range offerings from Hongxing and Xiaomi, leaving them to scrape by in the budget smartphone market. Should Hongxing earnestly enter this segment, their fortunes may indeed take a drastic turn. Some counterfeit manufacturers are contemplating a transformation or even considering emulating brands like Meizu to revitalize their image. Meanwhile, others remain unconvinced, dismissing the rumors as mere speculation since they stem from unofficial sources. They question the prowess of Hongxing, wondering if they can truly dominate the low-end smartphone market in China. The veracity of online information can be ambiguous, yet Lei Jun finds himself convinced by the news, as he is preparing to enter this market himself. The new product line, codenamed H, has already seen one iteration scrapped, resulting in a loss of over 50 million in development costs. Nevertheless, Lei Jun is undeterred. He believes that the product must be functional, and he questions the rationale behind using a year-old MediaTek chip. Upon opening several applications, the device promptly crashes, rendering it utterly unusable in terms of fluidity. This new model is pivotal to the strategic development of the company in the coming years. Ultimately, Lei Jun has no choice but to personally oversee the creation of this new device. As he peruses the news from Hongxing, Lei Jun quietly sighs, pondering why his company always seems to lag behind. My H-series budget model has barely been in development for a short while, yet you are preparing for its launch. Fortunately, the film Charlotte S.W. has not yet premiered. Otherwise, Lei Jun would undoubtedly utter that iconic line. Chapter 41. Lei Jun's speculation. With the arrival of New Year's Day, Hongxing officially commenced the pre-launch campaign for the second generation of the Shine series. Employing a strategy reminiscent of Lei Jun's approach, it would be inaccurate to call it mere imitation, as the H series from Dami is still struggling to be born. In a previous life, Lei Jun recognized the potential of the Redmi series by observing the paid users and traffic on QQ Space, particularly among the youth who had just entered the workforce and possessed limited financial means, ideal candidates for the Redmi series. This marketing strategy, naturally, was directly replicated by Chen Chen. Leveraging the activities on QQ Space during the new year, the Shine 2 released promotional posters, granting users who successfully pre-ordered a chance to win a yellow diamond. In just a few days, the number of reservations for the new device soared to over 6 million. Lu Weiqi gasped at this figure, astonished. How terrifying. Collaborating with a major traffic provider like Penguin has proven remarkably effective, hasn't it? Observing the beaming smile on Chen Chen's face, Lu Weiqi felt compelled to commend him with a thumbs up. Chen Chen mused to himself, could a marketing strategy validated by Lei Jun not be formidable? After discussing the reservations, Lu Weiqi voiced his concerns. Xiao Chen, are we truly certain that the Shine 2 will maintain its price at $799? This price offers virtually no profit. When accounting for marketing and logistics, our costs have already escalated to over $760, leaving us with less than $40 in profit per device, not to mention the design costs. Chen Chen replied, what design costs are there for a budget phone? The suppliers can simply provide a plastic shell, and that suffices. Ah, old Lu. You still haven't fully grasped our strategy. Profit is secondary. Our primary goal is to swiftly capture the user base. Do you know how much profit the Shine I generated? A mere 13 per unit. Remember the ecosystem plan I previously mentioned? The user volume for this series is a critical component of our strategy. Its sales cannot be limited to merely millions or tens of millions. I anticipate that in the coming year, our shipments for the Shine series should exceed 20 million units. Chen Chen refrained from expressing absolute certainty, as the previous Redmi IS sales of over 40 million units were achieved in a competitive free environment. Presently, Hongxing faces competition from Dami. Lei Jun, witnessing the success of his Shine series, would undoubtedly respond swiftly, likely not waiting until July to launch. They might already be preparing. Understood, President Chen. Lu Weiqi acknowledged as he exited. Chen Chen scratched the back of his head, pondering whether Lu Weiqi was inherently contrarian. At this moment, in the offices of Huawei Company, Yu Qingbei was receiving commendations from the founder, who praised the success of the Mate series. It not only earned Huawei a stellar reputation, but its global shipment in the first month had reached 700,000 units, indicating unequivocal success. President Ren, Hongxing is planning to venture into the budget phone market, and I wish to utilize our Chuangwan brand to follow suit. Embrace the journey ahead. Having achieved initial success in the high-end market, proceed with your vision. I hold great faith in you. With renewed affirmation, Yu Qingbei exited the chairman's office. Although he remained uncertain about the configuration and price of the Red Star's Shining second generation, he was confident that the price would not exceed a reasonable threshold, likely falling around 899 or 999. The basis of Yu Qingbei's conviction lay in cost considerations, much like Huawei. Red Star was an established manufacturer with years of experience in the low-end market, exhibiting acute sensitivity to production costs. During the Shining first generation's release, Yu Qingbei had dissected the device, and with calculations from the company's specialists, it was determined that the total cost, including taxes and logistics, hovered around 785 yuan. This implied that Red Star made a mere profit of a few dozen yuan on each phone sold, and initially, it was likely a loss-making endeavor. Yu Qingbei resolved to adopt a wait-and-see approach, observing the strategies employed by Red Star before determining his own course of action. Should Red Star set their price at 999, he would counter with a device priced at 899 to compete. Conversely, if Red Star maintained a price of 799, he would reassess the positioning of his new model. At this juncture, Yu Qingbei was unaware that the budget phone market resembled a brutal battleground, with competition levels unparalleled by other price segments. Unlike the previous era, when Lei Jun hesitated to hold an online launch event, Chen Chen boldly organized the unveiling of the Shining second generation at the prestigious 798 Art District in Beijing. The venue, accommodating over 500 attendees, was filled to capacity with media representatives and enthusiastic fans, and Lei Jun, seated in the front row, felt a sense of camaraderie as he noticed not only his presence but also the attendance of Lao Wang, Zhou Hongyi, and Yu Qingbei. Lei, care to venture a guess on the pricing of Red Star's Shining second generation? Yu Qingbei inquired, turning toward Lei Jun. I believe it should be priced around 999 or 899. Anything lower would yield no profit. Zhou Hongyi interjected before Lei Jun could respond. I concur with Mr. Zhou. It's likely to be set at 899. What do you think, Lei? After a moment of contemplation, Lei Jun remarked, I suspect Chen Chen will price it the same as the Shining first generation at 799. 799? Again, 799? Upon seeing the incredulous expressions on their faces, Lei Jun added, how about we place a wager on this? Let us bet on Red Star's pricing. I predict it will be 799. Just a meal. Yu Qingbei found himself in a dilemma. Very well, let us wager a meal, but do not send me off to a roadside stall, Lei Jun. I refuse to believe Red Star will set the price at 799. My intuition suggests it will be 999 or 899. Yu Qingbei stood firm in his conviction. Agreed. Then let Mr. Yu indulge. Lei Jun chuckled. Lei, the conference has even commenced. How can you be so certain of your victory? What if I win? Yu Qingbei mused. I need to ponder which hotel to choose. Yu Qingbei felt a tinge of disbelief. After all, the press conference had yet to commence. Yet Lei Jun was already resolute in declaring the price to be 799. What audacity did this Chen Chen possess to command such a figure? Was it Liang Suiping who emboldened him? Meanwhile, Huang Zhang, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Mei Tribe was also poised to launch its own 1,000 yuan phone series. Yet he had not anticipated that these manufacturers would engage in such fierce competition, commencing with prices of 799 or 899. Lei Jun regarded Yu Qingbei, contemplating that none understood this young man better than he did. To capture the market at a low price, one must set the price significantly low, even to the extent of selling at a loss. Only thus could one swiftly penetrate the market. Chen Chen was merely playing with the remnants of my strategies. Chapter 42. Technology no longer elevated above all. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for attending the launch event of our Shining brand's new device. I am Chen Chen. Today, we are excited to unveil the second generation of our Shining brand mobile phone, the Shining 2. Let us welcome Mr. Lu Weiqi, the head of our Shining brand, who will be leading this presentation. Thank you all. Chen Chen's remarks stirred a buzz among the audience, as they speculated on the implications of his words. Upon hearing him refer to the Shining brand rather than the Shining series, the representatives from several mobile manufacturers exchanged apprehensive glances. The distinction between a series and a brand is significant. It became evident that Chen Chen's statement indicated the Shining series had been entirely separated to establish a new brand, rather than remaining wholly dependent on the Hongxing brand. As Lu Weiqi took the microphone and stepped onto the stage, he bowed to the audience and began his introduction. Hello everyone, I am Lu Weiqi, the head of the Shining brand. Our brand is dedicated to value for money and quality. Last year, when we launched the Shining One, it swiftly created waves in the market, and today, I am proud to present the Shining 2. With the press of a button on the remote control, the large screen displayed the design renderings of the Shining 2. We have retained the somewhat angular design of the Shining One, while redesigning the materials of the back cover and the feel of the body. Compared to its predecessor, our second generation is more resilient to drops and scratches, offering an improved tactile experience. Regarding the display, we have chosen a 4 5-inch IPS screen with a resolution of 720p, a component that represents a significant investment for the entire device. Many flagship models currently utilize screens of this resolution. And yet here we are with the Shining 2, a device priced below 1,000 yuan, also equipped with such a display, promising an experience akin to that of flagship phones. Is it truly that formidable? A budget device featuring a 720p screen? Do they not consider the cost of the display? Yuqing Bei in the audience appeared astonished. Despite the screen's quality being merely average, it is still 720p, after all. It is likely that Huaxing is supplying them with screens at a reduced price. I have heard they recently revamped several production lines to specialize in small-sized panels. Once the audience's murmurs subsided, Lu Weiqi continued his presentation. In addition to the display, the processor is also a crucial component. The Shining 2 has been developed in close collaboration with MediaTek, fine-tuning their latest quad-core processor, the MT6589. This processor is built on a 28-nanometer process, delivering impressive performance. With a peak frequency of 1.6 GHz across its 4 cores, it is undeniably a flagship processor. Yet, we have integrated this powerful processor into our Shining 2, which is priced under 1,000 yuan, to provide you with an exceptional experience. Lu Weiqi remarked that the processor in question is well known to Lei Jun, as Xiaomi is also refining it for adaptation to their budget devices, albeit with less than ideal progress. Those familiar with MediaTek's processors understand that they resemble a wild stallion. They require careful tuning and taming. Otherwise, even the most formidable performance remains untapped. To Lei Jun's surprise, Hongxing has collaborated with MediaTek for adaptation, a consideration he had not anticipated. It seems that Xiaomi could reach out to MediaTek to send engineers to assist in this endeavor. Regarding the camera, we have equipped the Shine 2 with an 8-megapixel rear camera, which boasts impressive resolution. Coupled with the calibration and algorithms from our Hongxing camera department, one could assert that the photography experience rivals that of flagship phones boasting tens of millions of pixels. As for the battery, Hongxing has thoughtfully provided a substantial 2,200 mAh battery. In terms of charging, Hongxing is currently at the forefront of global standards, and naturally, we aim to endow the Shine 2 with accelerated charging capabilities. At this juncture, Lu Weiqi paused as the audience eagerly anticipated the charging wattage that the Shine 2 would offer. It certainly could not be a mere 5 watts. Should Hongxing dare to offer such a low power rating, even at a price point of 499, it would lack credibility, as it would suggest a lack of sincerity. With superior charging technology at our disposal, it would be remiss to withhold it. Our charging power is set at 18 watts. I have had numerous discussions with General Chen regarding this matter. Our Shine 2 features a removable battery, so when it runs out, one can simply swap it for another. There is no pressing need for excessively high charging power, as it would only inflate costs. It is important to note that implementing such a charging solution would not be feasible without a significant investment. Charging powers of 5 watts and 10 watts incur minimal costs. Yet General Chen dismissed my proposal, emphasizing the importance of sincerity. If Hongxing possesses superior charging technology, why not utilize it? If the Shine 2 were to feature a mere 5-watt charging capability, how would consumers perceive Hongxing? Ultimately, I was persuaded by General Chen. Thus we settled on an 18-watt charging power for the Shine 2, which will also feature a Type-C port. Since Hongxing has access to superior technology, better interfaces, and exceptional displays, we shall ensure that even our budget devices benefit from these advancements. We have allocated 1 GB of RAM and 8 GB of internal storage, with support for a 32 GB memory expansion. In terms of pricing, after several rounds of discussions and repeated negotiations with suppliers, we have ultimately decided to maintain a price point of 799. There is nothing to conceal. Our Shine 2 is eager to forge friendships with everyone, wholly unmotivated by profit. With a charging power of 18 watts, a 4.5-inch 720p resolution screen, a MediaTek quad-core MT6589 processor, and a memory configuration of 1 GB 8 GB, complemented by a meticulously tuned 8-megapixel camera by Hongxing, we proudly maintain a price of 799. As the large screen displayed the memory specifications and price of the Shine 2, Lu Weiqi continued passionately with the microphone. In my perspective, technology is no longer aloof. It must serve each and every individual. Thus, Hongxing's ambition is to create high-quality technological products that are accessible to all. His words were met with resounding applause. The audience member Lei Jun resonated deeply with this sentiment, as he too had founded his company with a similar vision. We at Hongxing have prepared a gift for each audience member present today. Each will receive our latest Shine 2. exclaimed Lu Weiqi. "Oh, thank you, Mr. Liu. You are incredible." With the announcement of gifting a Shine 2 to each attendee, the brief launch event reached its zenith, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. It must be said, Lu Weiqi indeed possesses a certain charm. Of course, he looks good as long as he's giving away phones. They continued to cheer. Seizing the moment, Lu Weiqi added, "Our first batch of Shine 2 will debut tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock on QQ Space. And successful purchasers will also receive a complimentary month of Yellow Diamond. Thank you all. This launch event has come to a close, and remember, the debut is tomorrow on QQ Space, along with the Yellow Diamond giveaway." With that, Lu Weiqi stepped off the stage, yet the audience continued their spirited cheers in remembrance. Chapter 43. Mr. Yu. Don't forget to treat us. After the press conference concluded, the expressions of Lei Jun and his companions were far from pleasant, as they pondered how to contend with the dazzling configuration of the Shine 2. The price of $799 for such a remarkable specification was nothing short of a masterstroke. If Huawei were to market this device, it would undoubtedly be priced at $999, and if OV were to take the helm, it would likely soar to around $1,500. Now, with Hongxing retailing it at $799, how could they possibly compete? Mr. Yu, don't forget to treat us, Lei Jun declared as they approached the parking lot. Turning to Yu Qingbei, how can you be so certain that the Shine 2 is priced at $799 rather than $999? Lei Jun inquired, maintaining his composure. In truth, I'm not entirely sure that Hongxing will set the price at $799, he replied, a statement that only deepened Yu Qingbei's confusion. Both $999 and $899 could be viable price points, but they lack the element of surprise necessary to captivate consumers. Hongxing's strategic intent was evidently to seize the opportunity while major smartphone manufacturers remained oblivious to the entry-level market, leveraging an exceptionally high configuration at an ultra-low price to swiftly capture market share and secure users. This latter thought remained unspoken by Lei Jun, as it was his own strategy, only to be preempted by Hongxing. It seemed we truly needed to sound the alarm. Upon finishing his remarks, Yu Qingbei entered his vehicle, preparing to board the nearest flight back to Shenzhen. Alas, Chen Chen has truly mastered the art of futures trading. Although Hongxing continuously emphasizes friendship and a lack of profit motive, they still engage in aggressive purchasing. It is plausible that the initial batches may yield no profit or even losses, yet as orders accumulate and a qualitative shift occurs, coupled with Moore's law, supply chain costs will inevitably decrease, thus generating profit. Moreover, the strategy of thin margins for high volume is at play. Currently, the bulk of Huaxia's smartphone shipments consist of low-end devices. Despite the apparent success of the Shine 2 and the Rise 2 in internet sales, boasting sales in the millions, they pale in comparison to the low-end market. Let us return to the company. Understood, Mr. Lei, the driver responded, steering the iconic Maybach towards the headquarters of Rice. Inside the vehicle, Lei Jun closed his eyes tightly, contemplating countermeasures. The press conference had revealed Hongxing's formidable control over the supply chain and its adeptness in product positioning. For Rice, this was decidedly unfavorable. Hongxing's progress had been astonishingly swift, transforming from a traditional channel vendor into an internet channel powerhouse in a mere year. As a fellow internet vendor, Rice had been excessively passive. Initially, there was hope that Rice's participation in the 863 program would yield some governmental support. However, given the current circumstances, it was evident that Hongxing had also engaged with the 863 program, perhaps even laying the groundwork for their foray into the budget market prior to joining. Unlike the largely unheralded Shine 1, within just over an hour of the press conference's conclusion, the Shine 2 had surged to the 4th position on trending searches, climbing steadily. The entire internet is abuzz, as no one anticipated that the Red Star would increase its offerings without raising prices, still maintaining the remarkable price of $799 despite substantial upgrades. Compared to other manufacturers, the current counterfeit device producers are trembling in trepidation. The market space for counterfeit devices was already limited, relegating them to merely surviving within the budget phone segment. With the emergence of Red Star's $799 budget phone, it seems intent on consigning counterfeit devices to the annals of history. As for other manufacturers, they have yet to realize the vast potential of the budget phone market. By the time they come to this understanding, the competition at this price point will have intensified dramatically. For consumers, the presence of a manufacturer committed to producing quality products at this price level is met with widespread enthusiasm. Moreover, many young individuals are drawn to the dazzling phone that has collaborated with QQ Space, offering the added incentive of a Penguin Yellow Diamond upon successful purchase. Is this not akin to a windfall? The response is unequivocal, with the first batch of 300,000 dazzling phones launching the following day. They were sold out in less than 10 seconds. Lu Weiqi promptly announced that the second batch of 300,000 dazzling 2 units had sold out in under 5 seconds. This announcement rocketed to the second spot on the trending list. Mr. Lu, there is no stock left. When will the next batch be available? Mr. Lu, please expedite the restocking. If necessary, you might as well go to the factory and tighten some screws yourself. 300,000 units are hardly sufficient. We need another 300,000, 30,000 units daily. With numerous netizens flooding Lu Weiqi's social media and the official Red Star account with requests for stock, Lu Weiqi had no choice but to issue another announcement. The second batch of Dazzling 2 is currently in production, and we will launch it for sale next Friday on various platforms including Maogo, the Red Star official site, and Pinduoduo. Seizing the momentum, Pinduoduo initiated a reservation campaign, prominently advertising the Dazzling 2 with a limited-time subsidy price of only $769. For the second batch, Lu Weiqi placed an order for 500,000 units, planning to distribute 50,000 across various platforms and 300,000 on the Red Star official site. As for the third batch, its timing remains uncertain, pending a slight reduction in supplier prices before release. After all, one must consider the cost of operations, and maintaining excitement in the market is essential. Chen Chen speculated that even if Xiaomi were to respond to Red Star's challenge by accelerating the production of their Redmi phones, they would likely not debut until after the Spring Festival, possibly even as late as May. With several months required for production ramp-up, there remains ample time for the Dazzling 2 to shine. In addition to the success of the Dazzling 2, Lu Weibing brought more good news. Following his resignation from Indua, Zhang Feng, after a brief hiatus, has agreed to join Red Star, with his onboarding imminent. Chen Chen was overjoyed upon receiving this news, fully aware of Zhang Feng's capabilities. Aside from the incident of failing to register a trademark, which resulted in a theft, he has proven to be exceptionally competent, evidenced by his ascension to the position of general manager at Indua. Currently, Chen Chen has been overseeing the power bank and air purifier projects. Although he tends to be somewhat lethargic and lacks deep insight into these areas, he can only provide a conceptual framework, while the actual implementation must be left to his subordinates. Once Zhang Feng joins Hongxing, all these matters can be entrusted to him in their entirety, including the entire ecosystem of products. Naturally, options will be indispensable. Chen Chen certainly does not wish to follow in Lao Wang's footsteps, clinging to equity while allowing his subordinates to be poached. Chapter 44. My name is Zhang Feng, and I find myself in a state of great anxiety. I am a professional manager devoid of emotional attachments, and I never anticipated that I would become so sought after. The esteemed Lu De from Dami has fervently invited me to join their company, while my old friend Lu Weiqing from Hongxing has warmly encouraged me to visit and assess their organization before making a decision. After a brief hiatus, I ultimately chose Hongxing. Yet I soon found myself regretting that choice. I believed my career was poised for a renaissance, and upon joining Hongxing, I was appointed head of a department. However, my elation was short-lived, as I was immediately confronted with a formidable challenge. General Zhang tasked me with creating a power bank at a cost not exceeding 80 yuan, which not only had to support our rapid charging capabilities, but also adhere to stringent quality and design standards. I was truly overwhelmed. How could such a feat be accomplished? Chun, a colleague at the company, enthusiastically patted my shoulder, painting a grand vision of the future. He assured me that options and shares had already been reserved for me, promising that if I excelled in this project, I would be entrusted with overseeing the entire ecological chain of Hongxing, a burgeoning market. Indeed, I swallowed this enticing prospect. But when I arrived at what Chun described as the immensely significant ecological chain department, a chilling breeze swept through, and my heart sank. The entire department comprised only 20 individuals, myself included, with Chin's grand vision still lingering in my mind. I adjusted my mindset and engaged in discussions with the members of the ecological chain department, ultimately deciding to give it a try. Armed with the design schematics provided by Chen, I traversed numerous factories and suppliers, only to be met with a resounding no at every turn. I was genuinely anxious. As a professional manager, I could not afford to admit failure so soon after joining a new company. No man would declare himself incapable. I would prevail. After scouring countless factories in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, I finally discovered a facility capable of producing the shells for our mobile power banks. Overjoyed, I watched in awe as the skilled craftsman expertly molded the designs, nearly moved to tears. I opted for Panasonic's 18650 battery cells, encased in an aluminum alloy shell. Utilizing sandblasting techniques and a rounded grip design, thus infusing my inaugural product with an industrial design aesthetic. While mobile power banks typically retail above 100 yuan, with those of superior quality hovering around 200 yuan, I managed to craft this Hongxing power bank with a cost meticulously controlled at 77 yuan, meaning we would earn a mere 3 yuan on each sale. When I excitedly presented this power bank to Chen, he merely smiled and patted my shoulder, assigning me yet another task to develop an air purifier for Hongxing. I confessed my lack of experience in this domain and my uncertainty regarding how to create an air purifier. Chen promptly imparted a lesson. He took 2 layers of filter elements, affixed them to an oscillating fan, and demonstrated that this was, in fact, an air purifier. I was perplexed as to why there was a fan in his office during the cold winter months, but I began to grasp the concept. An air purifier is simply a fan combined with a filter. I could do this. Chen Chen was unaware of Zhang Feng's inner thoughts. He picked up a can of cola and walked to the window of the office, quietly gazing at the exterior of the building, savoring his moments of leisure. Having been in this world for nearly 2 years, he realized how arduous it truly was to manage a company. Every facet and department required his personal oversight, with only Lu Weiqi alleviating some of the burdens since joining Hongxing. Now, with Zhang Feng's addition, he merely needed to maintain control over the company's broader strategic direction. Managing a company often resembled navigating a vessel. The surface may appear calm, yet beneath lurk tumultuous undercurrents. A single misstep could lead to irrevocable consequences. Fortunately, the company had now firmly established its trajectory. The Hongxing 2, Kunpeng mobile phones, and Shining 2 were continuously invigorating the company with a steady flow of cash. At the beginning of this year, under his guidance, Lu Weiqi invested in several small enterprises or studios. In his previous life, he had preemptively invested in the Huami team and the Stone Company, ensuring he held controlling stakes. As he was unwilling to repeat the mistakes of the early days of Xiaomi, where he merely invested without holding control, leading to a situation where all supply chain companies sought independence. This ultimately resulted in Xiaomi's own ecosystem products not supporting their systems. Such a scenario was utterly intolerable for Chen Chen. While he could require Hongxing to refrain from participating in company management, it was imperative that Hongxing retained absolute control and influence within the company. He could not allow these companies to thrive at the expense of his own interests. Chen Chen had also witnessed Zhang Feng's capabilities. As the time taken from his proposal to the delivery of the final product was a mere 2 months, significantly swifter than the pace during his previous life at Xiaomi. The invested Stone team was engaged in the R&D of their first-generation product, while a recently acquired fan company produced a finished product in just a month, ready to be launched on the Hongxing marketplace soon. The fan that Zhang Feng was curious about was indeed delivered by the manufacturer, albeit somewhat incongruous sitting in the office during the winter. The fan was equipped with a built-in Wi-Fi module, allowing it to connect to Hongxing mobile phones for remote control and adjustments. In the future, apart from items that could not feasibly incorporate modules, such as towels and power banks, Chen Chen intended to emulate Xiaomi's model from his previous life, ensuring everything was interconnected. The central control device, boldly named Xingjia, mirrored his vision in both interface and operation. Chen Chen remarked, "Lazy, this time I shall take the lead. Can your Mijia still go online?" Over the past 2 months, Shining 2 swept through the market with an unstoppable momentum, facing no worthy competition. In January alone, it was launched twice, selling 800,000 units with ease. After the Spring Festival, Lu Weiqi employed a new marketing narrative, emphasizing that not only was it the first mobile phone for the youth, but also for their parents as their inaugural smart device. This marketing strategy triggered another surge in interest for Shining 2. Throughout the 5 sales events in February, a remarkable total of 3 million units were sold, coupled with the shipments through offline operator channels. This indicates that the Shine 2 has achieved an impressive sales figure of 5 million units merely 2 months post-launch. This surge has resulted in the BYD manufacturing facilities operating at full capacity in the forthcoming year. Alongside the Kunpeng smartphone targeting the high-end market and the Shine aimed at the low end, Red Star is resolutely focusing on the mid-range segment. Additionally, Chen Chen is poised to unveil a new product line, aptly named the CC series, which will emphasize sleekness and photography, specifically catering to the female demographic. As for the pricing, it is set to complement the Red Star 2 at $19.99 and the Kunpeng smartphone at $34.99, establishing a competitive mid-range price point. It is worth noting that in China, consumer purchasing power ranks women above the elderly, children, dogs, and men. If the aesthetic appeal is sufficiently high and the photography capabilities are exceptional, performance merely needs to be adequate, as few women today prioritize this aspect. Just as Oppo once illuminated the beauty of women with its soft light selfies, Chen Chen now intends to strategically position his offline distributors to capitalize on this market ahead of time. Chapter 45, Lei Jun. The pocket enthusiast in a secluded corner of a CAF in the imperial capital, Lei Jun was enjoying a cup of coffee with a remarkably poised woman. Mr. Lei, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to prioritize funding for our Qiming project. The woman, adorned with a subtle makeup, her lips curved in a serene smile, gazed at Lei Jun, who sat opposite her. Lei Jun displayed his signature smile, and he was no stranger to the woman before him, Su Ling, hailing from Qiming Investment. The founder of this investment firm, Tang Mingyuan, was an old friend of Lei Jun's, having been the first to invest when he established his rice company. Throughout subsequent financing rounds, Qiming Investment had also participated to some extent. Now, Lei Jun sought to secure additional funding to confront the impending launch of the Hongxing Shining 2, a notion he had contemplated since the previous year, though he had yet to determine which institution to engage. After the new year, Lei Jun's rice company prepared for financing, prompting Su Ling, who had been closely monitoring its progress, to reach out to him without delay. Following several days of negotiations between their teams, Qiming Venture Capital, led by Su Ling, successfully collaborated with Lei Jun's Shunwei Capital to invest $300 million, acquiring 1/9 of the rice company. This substantial sum was earmarked by Lei Jun for the forthcoming launch of the Hongmi series, having resolved to enter the budget smartphone market. He understood the necessity of being prepared to compete fiercely with other manufacturers. Miss Su, we are old friends, so I shall refrain from unnecessary pleasantries. I am truly grateful to Qiming Venture Capital for this financial contribution, Lei Jun expressed. Su Ling smiled in response, recognizing that his words were merely formalities. In his business dealings, he preferred not to act selfishly but rather believed in the principle of mutual profit, particularly since Tang Mingyuan of Qiming was a long-standing friend. Ultimately, it was she who owed Lei Jun her gratitude, as the rapid advancement of the rice company had attracted considerable capital eager to partake in its success. With the completion of its Series B financing, the company would not welcome new investments for the foreseeable future, making the choice of Qiming a gesture of goodwill towards an old friend. Mr. Lei, I suspect you are not merely focused on mobile phones, are you? Setting down her coffee, Su Ling gazed at Lei Jun across the table and inquired. As a professional manager at an investment firm, she possessed an exceptionally keen intuition, meticulously observing the progress of Demi and remaining attuned to its developments. Lei Jun, taken aback by Su Ling's remarks, was startled. He had yet to disclose his ecological chain plan to anyone, not even to investors, and he pondered how she had come to know of it. There's no need to be anxious, Mr. Lei. I have noticed that Hongxing Investment has recently been funneling capital into various smaller companies, particularly in the realm of home appliances. I suspect they are orchestrating a significant strategy. Given that both Demi and Hongxing are leveraging the internet to advance their mobile business, I would surmise that you, Mr. Lei, are unlikely to confine your aspirations solely to the mobile sector. This information comes at a cost, she added with a playful glint in her eye. Lei Jun, observing Su Ling's amused expression, refrained from providing a direct response. Currently, the mobile sector is the primary revenue stream for Demi, and all our future ventures will fundamentally rely on the mobile business as their foundation. The somewhat ambiguous remarks pleased Su Ling, from which she discerned that Lei Jun's ambitions extended far beyond mere mobile phone ventures. Mr. Lei, you shall cover the coffee expenses shortly. As a token of appreciation for the information I've provided, she suggested. As Lei Jun gazed at Su Ling, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Miss Su, our company is in search of a leader for a new venture. Would you be interested in joining our team at Dami? Upon uttering this, he felt a pang of regret, realizing that Su Ling possessed formidable capabilities and years of investment experience. It would be ideal for her to assume a role in ecological chain investments at Dami, yet she was still engaged in management at Old Tang's company, rendering his proposition somewhat impolite. Sigh, I can't help but want to snatch up talent whenever I encounter it, Lei Jun mused. He anticipated an outright rejection from Su Ling. Yet to his astonishment, she did not decline outright. Instead, she replied, certainly, I can consider it, although I am curious as to which aspect of the new business Mr. Lei envisions for me to oversee. Upon hearing her response, Lei Jun's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had not expected Su Ling to acquiesce. Her answer left him momentarily dazed. Really? What is the matter, Mr. Lei? After all these years, you still don't grasp my character? Su Ling observed Lei Jun's demeanor. Knowing she had her own intentions, his earlier remarks had made clear his ambition, indicating that he would not limit his focus to mobile phones alone. Had he not revealed his aspirations, she might not have so readily agreed. Hardware, software, and ecology, these constituted the triad that Lei Jun initially proposed for Dami, representing the most promising trajectory for future internet enterprises. Although Dami currently focused solely on mobile phones, Lei Jun was indeed committed to this developmental path. Had Mi Liao not faltered in its struggle against Penguin WeChat, the valuation of Dami's market might have already surpassed $50 billion. Having observed Dami's progress as an investment entity, Su Ling naturally harbored confidence in its future. Consequently, she was inclined to accept Lei Jun's invitation. However, she pondered whether old Tang would be amenable to letting her go from Qi Ming, the company he managed. Rest assured, you can invite Mr. Tang to dinner. I doubt he will take offense. Moreover, after years in this investment sector, I genuinely seek a change of environment and work approach. Lei Jun, with a resigned expression, regarded Su Ling. He had merely posed a casual inquiry, yet she had actually consented. It seemed he would owe old Tang another favor. But he felt a surge of joy within. After all, with Su Ling's involvement, he could entrust her with the ecological chain investment aspect entirely, allowing him to concentrate on the mobile business and strive for victory in the impending fierce competition with several manufacturers. Welcome to Dami. Lei Jun extended his hand, deciding to embrace Su Ling's entry into the company, for nothing is more vital than talent. Once they finished their coffee, they departed the CAF in succession. Lei Jun had an abundance of tasks awaiting him. Upon returning to the company, Wang Huoding brought forth delightful news. The Redmi series was fully prepared, and the factory had completed the production of the first batch of engineering prototypes, ready for full-scale manufacturing at any moment. Excellent! Lei Jun excitedly pumped his fist. He had awaited the development of the Redmi series for far too long. From the project's inception last year, through the discontinuation of the initial proposal, to this moment of completion, a span of 7 to 8 months had elapsed. During this time, it is likely that other manufacturers, witnessing the fervor surrounding the Hongqing Shanyao 2, have begun to prepare to enter this market. While they may not have been ahead of Hongqing, it is certainly not too late now. Let us promptly initiate the preheating activities. Our launch event will occur in April during the spring conference. Chapter 46. Chen Chen's assistant Mr. Chen, Xiaomi has announced that they will hold a spring launch in April. With that, she placed a cup of coffee on Chen Chen's desk. This was Chen Chen's newly hired assistant, Shen Rou, a 26-year-old graduate of the ancient capital's Transportation University. Selected from a dozen candidates, she may not have extensive work experience, but she possesses a keen sensitivity to data and operates with remarkable efficiency, which is why she was chosen to assist Chen Chen. As Chen Chen gazed at the coffee on his desk, he lifted it and took a sip. Initially, he had never been fond of such beverages, yet he had grown to appreciate its flavor. With the company in a phase of rapid development, there were countless matters demanding his attention. A spring launch? Indeed, according to their promotional posters, Xiaomi's spring event would likely unveil at least 3 new models. Current analyses suggest that one of these is a downgraded version of the Xiaomi 2, while information on the other 2 models remains scant. Chen Chen ruminated on the previous year's launches in April, recalling the Xiaomi 2s and the Xiaomi 2 Youth Edition, also known as the Xiaomi 2A. But he could not recall the existence of another model. Could it possibly be an early release of the Redmi series? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Given the sales figures of the Shine 2, Xiaomi would surely be able to estimate the impact, which might prompt them to expedite the development of the Redmi series. The previous year, it was launched in July, so an advancement to April was not entirely out of the ordinary. Assistant Shin, please inform Mr. Lu to prepare for a price reduction of 200 yuan on the Redmi 2. Additionally, we should issue a 79 yuan voucher to each customer who purchased it in March, applicable towards the forthcoming Redmi Power Bank. Price reduction, Mr. Chen? Our Redmi 2 is still far from reaching a point where a promotional price drop is necessary. Isn't it a bit premature? Shinro was perplexed by Chen Chen's directive. She had merely relayed news of Xiaomi's upcoming releases, and yet he had decisively ordered a price cut on the currently popular Redmi 2, which seemed illogical. It is not premature. You do not understand, Lei Jun. If we do not reduce the price now, the Redmi 2 will find itself at a disadvantage once their new models are unveiled. Understood. I will notify Mr. Lu immediately. As Shen Rou exited, Chen Chen reflected on his oversight regarding market dynamics, realizing he lacked the seasoned insight of Lei Jun. The first-generation flagship, the upgraded Xiaomi 2, not only received enhancements but also a price reduction. This strategic move left other manufacturers at a loss, with only the Redmi able to compete on price while maintaining product strength. Currently, the entire Redmi product line failed to cover all price segments, from the Shine 2 at 799 yuan to the Redmi 2 at 1,999 yuan. There were no models bridging this gap, and from the Redmi 2 to the Kunping phone, there was also a void in the 2,000 to 3,000 yuan range. Such a development was undeniably flawed. The forthcoming Xiaomi 2 Youth Edition would likely aim to fill the 799 to 1999 yuan price bracket. Beyond that, Xiaomi, like many domestic manufacturers, found itself unable to cover the entire spectrum of price points. Warwick offers particularly low-end contract phones, with the M series starting at 3,000 yuan and the P series available in the 2,500 yuan range. However, there is a notable gap in the market for budget phones priced under 1,000 yuan. Currently, OV has a diverse array of models in the 1,000 to 1,500 yuan bracket, yet they too lack a flagship model in the 1,500 to 2,500 yuan range. Upon opening his computer, Chen Chen commenced a strategic reconfiguration of the Hongxing product line. He plans to establish a Note series based on the Shine 2, thereby covering the mid-range market between budget and 1,000 yuan phones. As for models priced between 2,000 and 3,000 yuan, he is currently focusing on developing smartphones tailored for women. Having already submitted design proposals to the development department, his sole concern lies with whether the senior male staff at Hongxing can effectively cater to the female market. Reflecting on their previous developments, Chen Chen felt overwhelmed, recognizing a significant shortage of talent. It would be beneficial to recruit a few more product managers. Recruitment for Lu Weibing has not been particularly promising, as most candidates are fresh graduates who will require extensive training from Hongxing. Perhaps they should emulate Lei Jun and poach some talent? Chen Chen now understands why Lei Jun is so eager to snatch up talent. He finds himself in the same predicament. Xiao AI, he called. Are there any new tasks? Hello, host. The current latest task is to launch the Xiao AI speaker, and there are no other tasks at the moment. All right. The release of the Shine 2 did not yield any rewards for Xiao AI, instead directly assigning the new task of launching the Xiao AI smart speaker, which Chen Chen found quite exciting. At that moment, Shenro knocked and entered. Mr. Chen. I have informed Mr. Liu, and he said he understands. She then produced a document stating, according to the chip department's assessment, our new chip may not be able to commence random mass production in September as anticipated. It might be delayed until October or November. The current progress is not promising, and we cannot conduct tapeouts in April or May. The charging laboratory has achieved a peak of 120 watts, but the stability is lacking. The mass-producible version is at 50 watts, utilizing a single-path charge pump scheme. The new battery is still in the process of applying for an improved patent, which is expected to be approved by next month. The first version of the battery scheme has concluded testing, but the results did not meet expectations and will require further experiments and improvements. Currently, Team Leader Li is urgently coordinating with the factory. Whether we can achieve mass production by September will depend on the factory's progress. Is there any good news? Chen Chen rubbed his temples, realizing that as technology advances, the time, funding, and engineering resources required only increase, causing Hongxing's development to lag somewhat. Shenro continued to sift through the documents and soon paused. It has come to light that a competitor's M series has been reported to suffer from severe processor overheating, with noticeable instances of phone freezing and lagging. Many consumers are demanding that Warwick provide a solution, and the company is currently engaged in urgent public relations efforts. Is there anything else? We have invested in Stone Technology, and the first version of the sweeping robot is set to commence validation, with production anticipated in July. Minister Zhang Feng's air purifier project is progressing remarkably swiftly, and discussions regarding procurement with suppliers from the island nation have already begun. Is that all? Yes, Mr. Chen. That is all. By the way, Demi has sent an invitation, inviting you to their spring launch event on April 6th. Understood. You may leave now. Certainly, Mr. Chen. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me. Shenro's office is adjacent to Chen Chen's, and the two offices have been thoughtfully connected by a door, allowing Chen Chen to summon Shenro at any moment. We need to recruit. We must headhunt. Chen Chen steeled himself. What need is there for reputation? If we are to recruit, then we shall do so decisively. With a swift swing of the pickaxe, no wall is insurmountable. He picked up the phone and called Lu Weibei. Uncle Lu, please reach out to some headhunters. I wish to recruit a few individuals. Chapter 47. The early price reduction of Red Star soon. Lu Weibing arrived at Chen Chen's office. With the company now operating smoothly, Lu Weibing primarily focused on personnel affairs and internal management at Red Star, gradually distancing himself from the front lines of product development. This was a deliberate arrangement by Chen Chen, reflecting some of his own thoughts as well. Chen, whom are we targeting? Yang Tuo and Li Yijie. Yang Tuo was previously with Sansang Huaxia, and there are rumors that he intends to resign. It's likely that Huawei is also pursuing him. As for Li Yijie, I'm uncertain of his current position. You might want to look into it. We are in need of a new product manager. Both individuals were relatively familiar to Chen Chen. After joining Huawei, Yang Tuo transformed the company's marketing strategy. He believed that the previous promotional methods were akin to an old bear clumsily trying to gather sticks once a product's life cycle ended. It was forgotten, necessitating a fresh start for the next offering. Yang Tuo aimed to create continuity in marketing and branding. His influence was evident in campaigns like Elegant, Gentlemen Like Orchids, and The Life of a Gentleman. However, he also faced setbacks after being poached by Meizu. His Pro 7, featuring an avant-garde smart window design, fell victim to the underwhelming media tech, leading to its failure and resulting in netizens dubbing it a hemorrhoid. Undeniably, he was a person of considerable capability. As for Wei Siki, he was the product manager and lead presenter for the later CC series, Civi series, and the digital series. All right, I will act swiftly. Is there anyone else I should keep an eye on? Our product line is currently not sufficiently diverse. Please also be on the lookout for individuals with product development experience. By the way, if you have suitable candidates within the company, feel free to bring them over. Understood. I will return with a list for you. With that, Lu Weibing lowered his voice and added quietly, Xiao Chen, are you satisfied with the assistant I selected for you? I spent quite some time choosing. Very satisfied. They truly help alleviate many of my burdens. Haha, as long as you're pleased. I'll head back now. Inform Xiaoshen to notify you when there's news. In truth, the person Chen Chen most desired was Lei Jun. However, that was simply unattainable. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Jun harbored similar thoughts. If only Chen Chen could join to me. The Redmi series was on the verge of launch. Yet the pricing dilemma was causing Lei Jun considerable distress, making him feel as though he were losing his hair. Initially, he intended for his Redmi 1 to flood the market at a price of $799. Now, however, everything had been preempted by Chen Chen. Why was this young man always one step ahead? Setting the price at $799, identical to the Shining 2, offered little competitive edge. The processors were the same. The cameras nearly indistinguishable, and the materials and designs did not diverge significantly either. Had it not been for the completion of the design prior to the launch of the Shining 2, Lei Jun would have suspected that Wang Wei was merely copying the Shining 2. Chen Chen thought to himself, didn't he expect that? Did you? I've taken inspiration from you. If he were to set the price at $699, the payback period would extend significantly, requiring at least 6 months and sales in the millions. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly lead to substantial losses. Having prepared a substantial sum of $300 million for a fierce competition, one discovers that the barrel of the Shining Star 2 is pointed directly at one's head. The pricing strategy lacks competitiveness when set too high, inhibiting rapid sales expansion. Conversely, a lower price would inevitably lead to losses. Currently, the total cost of the Redmi 1 approaches approximately 750 yuan. Should we not consider a price point of 749? Let us deliberate on how we should price the Redmi 1. During the management meeting, Lei Jun commenced his persuasive discourse with the executives. From my perspective, a price of 749 not only safeguards our costs, but is also lower than the Shining Star 2, making it quite appropriate. Lin Bing was the first to express strong support for the 749 price point. However, Lei Jun shook his head slowly, articulating, we are engaged in the smartphone futures market. The law of more is well known. I estimate that the sales of the Shining Star 2 have already surpassed 5 million units, effectively spreading out their costs. If we price at 749, what will we do if they decide to cut their price by 100? His words caused several faces to pale. Indeed, one cannot merely focus on their selling price of 799, as they could easily lower their price. I propose we set our price at 699 and see if they have the audacity to match us. Lei Jun's declaration resonated in the conference room, startling those present. 699? Chairman Lei, I calculated this morning that at a selling price of 699, we would need to sell between 4 to 7 million units to break even, and over 7 million to achieve profitability. Unlike mid-range devices, the cost reduction potential for budget phones is limited. We must rely on volume to offset costs. I cannot support 699. I concur. I believe Chairman Lei is correct. Amidst the dissenting voices, Wang Huiding's affirmation drew the attention of the others. Noting their gaze, Wang Huiding continued, while 749 ensures cost recovery, our intention with this product was never purely profit-driven. It is fundamentally aligned with our company's strategic direction. The price of 749 lacks the allure necessary to captivate consumers. This is precisely why the Shining Star 2 did not adopt a price of 899. Despite being a 1,000 yuan phone, their configuration could easily dominate the market. Yet, Chen Chen chose to set it at 799, a price sufficiently low. Several months have passed, and the allure of the Shining Star 2 remains robust. Since we are prepared to incur losses, why not set a similarly low price? Upon Wang Huiding's conclusion, the group contemplated his words, and ultimately, Lei Jun decisively declared, 699. It is merely a loss we are prepared to absorb. Our accounts are healthy, and having just secured an additional $300 million, we can afford this. Let us proceed with a price of 699. Everyone, prepare to embrace the first challenge for our Xiaomi. As Lei Jun and his companions exited the conference room, Lin Bing's assistant hurriedly approached, crossing paths with Lei Jun. Mr. Lei, the latest news reveals that the Hongxing second generation has announced a price reduction of 200. And customers who purchase within a month will receive an 80 yuan shopping coupon. Additionally, the Shine second generation is temporarily reduced by 100. The assistant's words caused the expressions of those who had just exited the conference room to change dramatically, as they all turned their gazes toward Lei Jun. Just moments ago, he had mentioned the possibility of a price drop for Hongxing, but to his astonishment, the reduction occurred even before its official announcement. Chen Chen's market acumen is indeed remarkable. The pricing we had just deliberated at 699 was almost simultaneously matched by their new price. Should we perhaps reconvene in the conference room? Observing the somber expressions on their faces, Wang Huiding cautiously suggested. Chapter 48, a price reduction alongside an upgrade? Lei Jun is not akin to Boss Jia. He presently lacks the audacity to further lower the price of Redmi. Were it Boss Jia at the helm, whether the Shine 2 were priced at 799 or 699, he would decisively drop it to an astonishing 499, take it or leave it. After all, it is the investors who bear the loss, not Jia himself. There is no need to reconvene. We shall adhere to our original plan of 699, with an initial limited time discount of 50. This minor loss is still manageable for us. It appears I have underestimated Chen Chen. He has evidently prepared himself for fierce competition in the budget smartphone market. But I never anticipated it would escalate to such a bloody showdown. At that moment, Zhao Ming, newly appointed at Huawei, glanced at the announcement from Hongxing and promptly rushed to Yu Qingbei's office. General Yu, the Shine 2 has just seen a price cut of 100, now standing at 699. Are we truly prepared to engage in direct competition with Hongxing? Yu Qingbei was equally troubled. Entering the budget smartphone market was imperative, as it represented significant sales volume and a large user base, aligning with Huawei's next strategic objective. There was no room for withdrawal. Any news from Dami? Not yet, but I suspect they will unveil their budget smartphone at the press conference on the 6th. We are already trailing behind these two companies in terms of progress. And if our pricing exceeds theirs, the prospects for our Enjoy series. Zhao Ming did not voice the remainder, yet the implication was unmistakable. With insufficient product strength, pricing higher than the Shine 2 could spell disaster. Yu Qingbei was indeed troubled. The M series had sold millions globally within months. Initially believed to be Huawei's stride toward the high-end market and a milestone in its success. However, the K2V3 processor proved to be ill-suited. As temperatures rose, an increasing number of users reported severe overheating, noticeable lag, and, in some instances, outright crashes. While domestic consumers might grumble online, they typically accept their purchases without the option of return. In contrast, international consumers do not exhibit such leniency should issues arise without resolution. They are likely to file complaints with consumer associations. Consequently, Huawei had initiated product recalls and exchanges in some regions, incurring substantial losses. Although emergency measures had been implemented through a push notification system, the results remained unsatisfactory. The M series, with its large screen and metallic body, offered decent heat dissipation. But introducing a smaller model might indeed lead to significant setbacks. That's fine. Let them do as they please, pricing as low as they wish. Moreover, it is not we who should be concerned. Damn, he has far greater worries. Lei Jun is likely pulling his hair out over pricing strategies. As long as someone else is in a worse predicament, Yu Qingbei finds solace in his own situation. General Yu, according to our plans, the Enjoy X1 is set to officially launch in June or July, with development progressing swiftly. I am now considering further compressing the price, aiming to bring it below 700. After listening to Zhao Ming's words, Yu Qingbei pondered momentarily before dismissing his ideas. Since it is impossible to compete on price with them at present, it would be prudent to adopt a different approach. For the time being, pricing should not be a concern. As long as we execute effective promotions and narrate an engaging story, consumers would still be willing to pay several hundred yuan more than them. Yu Qingbei has no desire to engage in a price war with Hongxing. If I cannot outpace you in this race, I shall change my strategy. You may have lower prices, but I will focus on quality and design, ensuring that our products are more aesthetically pleasing. Capturing this essence is sufficient. After Zhao Ming departed, Yu Qingbei reached out to the Human Resources Department to inquire about the status of recruiting talent from Sansang. Xiaolu, has Yang Tuo shown any willingness yet? No. He insists that if he is to join Huawei, he must be given complete control over the brand management and marketing strategy. He believes our current product marketing is utterly inadequate. Upon hearing Xiaolu's words, Yu Qingbei could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, as Yang Tuo pointed out, Huawei, being in a transitional phase, lacks a coherent brand marketing strategy, and the market efforts are merely serving individual products rather than the Huawei brand as a whole. Contact him again and inform him that I have agreed. As long as he comes to Huawei, I will entrust all responsibilities to him. Yu Qingbei was determined. Recognizing that if Yang Tuo's brand marketing cannot salvage Huawei, even with Chairman Ren's support, his only recourse might be to resign in disgrace. As the date for the rice product launch approaches, excitement surrounding the new rice device escalates. Previously, there had been a mild pre-launch hype. Yet Lei Jun had not specified the exact date for the product to go live, making it impossible to confirm the launch event. Budget smartphones differ from other models. If your pricing is genuinely low enough, consumers would certainly be willing to wait for your PPT phone. However, without a competitive price advantage, and with either no stock or a month-long wait for availability post-launch, the momentum would be entirely squandered. Rumors suggest that this time, Rice is venturing into the budget smartphone market, although it remains uncertain how the product will compare to the Shine 2. The Shine 2, priced at 699 yuan, is exceptionally appealing. I have already placed my order, regardless of whether it is Rice or Xiaomi. I find it hard to believe that Rice's budget phone will surpass the Shine 2 in quality while being priced even lower. To be fair, Hongxing has indeed been commendable this time, offering compensation to users who purchased within a month. Who would have imagined in the past that a manufacturer would provide compensation after a price drop? It is quite unfortunate that my order date just exceeded a month. But I contacted customer service, and Hongxing graciously provided me with a discount voucher. This time, Rice is set to upgrade the Rice 2. I noticed that Hongxing 2 has already reduced its price by 200 yuan. If it weren't for my curiosity regarding the upgrades of Rice 2, I would have already succumbed to the allure of the Hongxing 2. I wonder what upgrades they will implement. Judging by the promotional materials, it might involve the processor. Do you think it is possible for Rice to upgrade while also reducing prices? Upgraded configurations at reduced prices. Are you jesting? It would be commendable enough if prices remain stable, let alone decrease. But is it truly impossible? Just look at Hongxing, which has compensated consumers with discount vouchers. Given Lei Jun's character, it indeed seems plausible. I boldly speculate that the Redmi 2 Pro will be priced at $1899. Moreover, I now firmly believe that among domestic manufacturers, only Redmi and Hongxing genuinely prioritize consumer interests. My father insisted on purchasing the Huawei Mate 1, and now it's painfully slow. Just yesterday, he nearly burned his hand while charging it. Can you believe he spent over 3,000 on it? I urged him to buy a Kunpeng phone, but he was adamant about Huawei, citing its long-standing reputation. Interestingly, I've seen reports online about Huawei recalling or replacing devices in certain regions. Thankfully, my father heeded my advice and opted for the Kunpeng phone. Now he boasts about its rapid charging and exquisite photography to everyone he meets. As for the Kunpeng phone, it hardly befits my esteemed identity as Yu Liangchen. High-end smartphones. Aside from the likes of Apple and Samsung, when will domestic brands earn the title of high-end? Counterfeits will forever remain counterfeits. To those clinging to your Apple and Samsung devices, I urge you to reconsider. The Kunpeng phone outperforms them in every aspect aside from the operating system. A 5V1A phone claiming to be high-end? I, Long Outian, vehemently disagree. Chapter 49. April of Rice. April is a significant milestone for the rice company, as it was established in April 2010. Now, in 2013, the rice company has flourished for 3 years, transforming from an obscure startup into a prominent mobile phone manufacturer with annual revenues reaching billions. Additionally, April marks the commencement of the Rice Fan Festival. On the day of the festival, Rice officially unveiled several new models during a series of events and a press conference. First and foremost is the Rice 2s, an upgraded version of the Rice 2. Externally, it bears a striking resemblance to its predecessor. However, during the press conference, Lei Jun deliberately contrasted the Rice 2s with last year's Red Star 2. After all, last year, Chen Chen paid considerable homage to competitors during the event. In terms of camera capabilities, we have upgraded to a 13-megapixel sensor, fully supporting 1080p video recording. Thanks to the dedicated efforts of our camera department over the past 6 months, the photographic performance of the Rice 2s has made significant strides, surpassing the capabilities of competitors' devices. Just look at the sample shots. Perhaps we should treat our camera team to some well-deserved rewards. On the processing front, we have upgraded to the Snapdragon 600 processor, which boasts a substantial performance improvement over last year's S4, excelling in both image processing and core frequency. The Rice 2s also incorporates a Type-C interface, which you are likely already familiar with. This interface offers superior transmission speeds compared to traditional USB connectors, achieving a bandwidth of 10 gigabits per second, almost double the speed of previous USB interfaces. Additionally, the encoding loss rate has significantly decreased. Moreover, the advantages of this interface extend further. Most notably, it enables faster charging. The charging power of the Rice 2s has been enhanced to an impressive 22.5 watts compared to the Rice 2. In collaboration with our esteemed partners, our charger will be fully compatible with the Red Star's Star Flash fast charging protocol, supporting up to 18 watts of charging power. After discussing charging and processing, Lei Jun placed particular emphasis on the newly upgraded MII V5. This system version has undergone extensive enhancements, introducing new features and shortcuts, such as the quick options that appear upon long pressing the home button, along with a complete redesign of the control center. In keeping with Rice's tradition, the pricing of the Rice 2s was revealed to be $19.99, prompting enthusiastic cheers from the audience. The phrase "more features for the same price" indeed resonated well. However, with Lei Jun's remark that the audience was celebrating prematurely, the displayed price swiftly changed to $17.99, igniting an even greater fervor among the attendees. The venue erupted with cheers and applause, seemingly on the verge of lifting the roof off the building. In addition to the release of the Mi 2S, there is also a lower-spec variant known as the Mi 2A, or the Mi 2 Youth Edition. This aligns with Xiaomi's long-standing tradition of launching a youth edition of a model to cater to various price points. The Mi 2A is equipped with the modest MSA8260A dual-core processor, while its other specifications are largely akin to those of the Mi 2, albeit with compromises in screen and camera quality. The most significant innovation of this device is the incorporation of near-field communication, NFC, technology. In 2013, although there were a few use cases for NFC in the market, its adoption was far from widespread. Nonetheless, at a time when NFC was not yet prevalent, the Mi 2A included this feature. Chen Chen recalled that in his previous life, this capability was predominantly promoted by Xiaomi, with NFC and infrared functionality becoming distinguishing features of the brand. As Xiaomi gained traction, the company negotiated with city after city to integrate its NFC technology into local metro and bus systems, a campaign that eventually proved successful. Utilizing Xiaomi's NFC for public transportation became exceedingly convenient, and it was not until other domestic manufacturers began to catch up that NFC support became commonplace. A decade later, the absence of NFC in a flagship device would be a source of embarrassment for its owners. The pricing strategy for the Mi 2A was strategically positioned to target competitors like the 390 and Alibaba S10, priced at 1,299 yuan. It effectively exploited the vulnerabilities of the 390, whose special edition was priced at 1,499 yuan. With similar specifications, including a Type-C interface and NFC, the Mi 2A placed significant pressure on the 390. It appears that this year, there is a pressing need to launch a model priced just above 1,000 yuan, lest they find themselves at a disadvantage against these competitors. Chen Chen was already contemplating the new model, recognizing that 2013 was a pivotal year. By the year's end, China would gradually begin to roll out 4G networks, marking the exit of established manufacturers and the emergence of new giants. As for Huawei's budget offerings, both Chen Chen and Lei Jun regarded them with disdain, as even the likes of 390, a newcomer, seemed to overshadow them. Rongyao S8860 was nearly obliterated by the Red Star 1 and Mi 1, leading to the demise of the Rongyao series. Otherwise, Yuqingbei would not have needed to introduce a new series during the launch event. While attendees listened to Lei Jun discuss the plight of low-income populations in China and their desire for genuine smartphones, Chen Chen sensed that this conference was merely a fade, an elaborate prelude to something greater. Indeed, after concluding his narrative, Lei Jun unveiled Xiaomi's new series, the Homey series. Due to QQ Space being preemptively partnered with Chen Chen's Shining 2, Lei Jun sought collaboration with NetEase for the Weibo reservation and premiere, as they had been long-standing partners since the launch of the Mi 1. In this collaboration with China Unicom, we proudly present the Homey Generation 1, which not only supports Unicom's 3G network, but also features dual SIM card capability. In terms of processing power, the Homey 1 utilizes MediaTek's latest flagship processor. After several months of in-depth adaptation and fine-tuning with MediaTek engineers, it fully unleashes its performance, ensuring a seamless experience when running various applications. The specifications are essentially a reiteration of previous offerings, as the overall configuration closely resembles that of the Shine 2, featuring the same processor, camera, casing, and materials. With a battery of comparable size, the sole distinction lies in the charging capabilities, with the Homey Generation 1 equipped with a 10-watt charging system. Regarding the display, Hongxing employs a screen from Huaxing Optoelectronics, while the Mi opts for a more economical Tianma screen. However, both are domestically produced and part of the 863 program, showcasing a mutual commitment to utilizing domestic components whenever possible. Chapter 50. The sudden price surge of Gaodong, to borrow a phrase from General Liu of Hongxing. Technology ought not to be aloof and inaccessible. Rather, it should serve every individual. In this era of rapid smartphone advancement, China still harbors a significant population of low-income individuals. Alongside many youths just emerging from educational institutions, they are in urgent need of an affordable yet powerful smartphone, which is precisely the impetus behind the creation of Homey phones. Now, one may wonder, what is the price of such an exceptional device? You may have already heard of the price reduction for the Hongxing Shining 2. As for the reasons behind this decrease, I believe you are somewhat aware. I shall refrain from elaborating further, as it is certainly unrelated to our Homey series. The audience erupted with knowing smiles as Chen Chen observed Lei Jun, who also wore a smile on stage, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. In his previous life, the Homey 1 was priced at $799, yet he had preemptively reduced it to $699. Moreover, with comparable specifications, his Shining 2 boasted certain advantages in charging and display. Thus, Lei Jun's pricing of $699 appeared to offer little competitive edge. Nevertheless, inexplicably, Chen Chen continued to feel a sense of unease. Surely, Lei Jun could not be emulating Boss Jia, selling phones at a loss. Last night, after an intense discussion with our senior executives at Xiaomi, I managed to persuade them the price of our Homey 1 is set at $699. The audience, still processing this price, was caught off guard when Lei Jun continued. 3 years ago today, we founded Xiaomi, a company embodying the dreams of 7 seasoned men. We aspire for all consumers in China to access high-quality, affordable technological products. Hence, the price of $699 is far from sufficient. We are pleased to announce an additional discount of 50 yuan. The formidable and durable Homey 1 can now be yours for just 649 yuan. This, of course, is a limited-time offer. All users who participate in the April pre-order will enjoy this price. As Chen Chen gazed at the screen displaying the price of $649, he was momentarily taken aback. Not only him, but many executives watching the live stream were equally stunned. Was this truly possible? Wait. Your Xiaomi is already on the brink of losing money at $699. A price of $649 would certainly result in losses, given that we all rely on domestic suppliers. The cost of such specifications is evident. General Huang, are we still producing budget phones? By Yangxiang, who was watching the live stream with Lao Wang, swallowed hard. This price was even more devastating than the $799 of Hongxing's Shining 2. Of course, why wouldn't we? With Alibaba's investment entering the market, budget phones represent a massive opportunity. Hongxing and Xiaomi cannot possibly capture the entire market. This is our chance to showcase the remarkable capabilities of our Berry clan. As for this price, if we cannot compete with them, then let us not. Our Milan configuration surpasses theirs, and with my personal touch and design. A slightly higher price is justifiable. Old Huang's thoughts are quite similar to you, Qingbei's. Since we cannot compete with you on price, we shall approach the competition from other angles, such as aesthetics, design, and compelling narratives. In the vast market of Huaxia, we need not worry about sales. It merely means we may sell slightly fewer units than you. With the Red Star and the first generation dummy priced at over 600. Can the second generation maintain such a price? Following the announcement of the 649 price, Lei Jun unveiled a bold strategy: immediate availability. Our Homie One reservation channel will open right after the conclusion of the launch event, with the debut on Weibo. We hope everyone pays close attention. After the event, Chen Chen returned to his car, contemplating how the company should respond next. No one anticipated Lei Jun's audacity to directly sell at a loss to counter the Red Star's dominance. At that moment, Shenro sent him a message: General Manager Chen. The Gaodong company has notified us that they will be increasing the patent fees starting next quarter. Upon receiving this news, Chen Chen set aside thoughts about Dami and immediately drove back to the company. Gaodong possesses numerous patents in 3G and 4G technologies, which are vital for their profitability. Although Red Star employs self-developed chips and processing, they still rely on Gaodong's patents for RF, communication, and other supporting technologies. Currently, Gaodong's patent fees are based on the manufacturing price of the phones, which is quite troublesome. This means that for every phone sold, a certain percentage of the manufacturing price must be paid as patent fees. This does not even include the already paid patent fees, which Gaodong categorizes as both pre-existing and subsequent patent fees. According to the manufacturing price of the Kunping phone, each unit sold incurs a patent fee of $9 to Gaodong, while each Red Star 2 incurs a fee of $6. While this fee may not seem substantial individually, once the 4G era arrives, Gaodong's patent fees will likely see a significant increase, potentially starting at double-digit dollar amounts. Of course, every dominant player has its era. Gaodong holds a leading position in the 4G era, but once the 5G era arrives, their dominance will likely be supplanted by other companies. Chen Chen also wishes to draw lessons from the past, emulating Huawei's approach to seize opportunities in the forthcoming 5G and 6G eras, thus gaining a certain degree of leverage for a higher standing. Otherwise, enduring arbitrary price hikes from Gaodong is quite distressing. Upon returning to the company, Chen Chen found Lu Weiqi and others already waiting in his office. Noticing their grim expressions, he inquired about the situation and why Gaodong had suddenly raised prices. General Manager, allow me to explain. After receiving Gaodong's notification, I reached out to some former colleagues and friends at Jinli, Tianyu, and Chuanxin, and they have not received any price hike notifications. I suspect this is a targeted move by Gaodong against us. Lu Weiqi possesses a wider network within the mobile phone industry compared to Chen Chen. He promptly made inquiries regarding whether the recent price hike was an isolated incident or indicative of a broader trend. However, the information he received was disheartening. No other companies had been informed of any price increases, with only Hongxing being affected. The typically affable and cultured Lu Weibing could not contain his frustration and resorted to expletives. Although the increase may seem minor at first glance, taking the Kunping phone as an example, where the initial patent fee was 9, and the new rate hovers just above 10, it marks a troubling precedent. If a 1 increase is accepted by Hongxing, what will prevent a subsequent rise of 5 or even 10? Will they acquiesce once more? Chapter 51. Temptation. Is there any news regarding why Gaodong has chosen to raise the price exclusively for our Hongxing? At present, Chen Chen is not entirely prepared for this development. In his strategy, Hongxing ought to maintain a distance from major players like Gaodong, waiting several more years until the company has established a certain strength in chips, communication, and baseband technology before considering a confrontation with Gaodong. Even if a rupture is not sought, circumstances may not allow for it. Chen Chen is acutely aware of how Huawei faced sanctions in his previous life. Mr. Chen, Yu Qingbei from Huawei has stated that Gaodong's actions amount to patent extortion. It appears that we are not the only ones affected. Huawei has also received a price increase notification. At this moment, Shenro approached with a laptop in hand. Huawei has received a price increase notification as well. I believe I am beginning to understand the situation. Currently, the only domestic manufacturers in Huaxia using their own designed and developed chips are Huawei and Hongxing. The lower-end devices utilize MediaTek, avoiding Gaodong's bundled solutions altogether. Meanwhile, other manufacturers, such as Xiaomi and OV, have adopted Gaodong schemes, which clarifies the intent behind this targeting. MediaTek's chips do not possess a performance advantage, and their communication technology pales in comparison to Gaodong's. The A-series chips from Apple are not available for sale. While Samsung's Orion has already begun to lag behind Gaodong in terms of performance, with few domestic manufacturers, aside from the Berry Group, utilizing it, Gaodong is testing the waters, attempting to compel us to abandon our chip business in favor of their bundled solutions, clearly aspiring to monopolize the mobile market in Huaxia. Their ambitions are substantial, yet they seem unaware of the potential for backlash. Mr. Liu, do we have any recent updates from Dr. Liu? What is the progress on our Lingxiao S3? And what of our Kaitian baseband? The name Kaitian, coined by Chen Chen, signifies his intention to reopen the skies of Huaxia through this baseband. Shenro, perusing her notes, responded on behalf of Liu Weiqi. Dr. Liu is currently conducting simulation tests on the Lingxiao S3 and has no updates as of yet. However, Kaitian has commenced mass production. Let us all share our perspectives on this matter. Xiaoshen, please inform Dr. Zhou to join us. Liu Weiqi's voice resonated, but Liu Weiwei directly opposed the notion. I disagree. This price increase is undoubtedly a test. Today they take 5 cities, tomorrow 10, and soon we will find ourselves in a precarious position. They have raised the price by $1 today. Will they raise it by 100 tomorrow? And are we to accept this with a grimace? It would be better to cease operations entirely than to continue under such duress. Manager Liu's sentiments echoed the concerns of many. If we acquiesce too readily, Gaodong will assuredly escalate their demands until we find ourselves utterly unable to cope. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Weiqi also voiced his opposition to a direct acceptance. Indeed, it is impossible to agree so easily, yet we must devise a strategy. Some of Gaodong's patents are unavoidable, a conundrum we cannot escape. Upon concluding his thoughts, Chen Chen observed that silence enveloped the room. To pursue mobile phone production necessitates navigating their patents, and if we were to accept this price increase without resistance, it is likely that another hike would be upon us by the morrow. At that moment, Dr. Zhou hurriedly arrived, and even before entering, he exclaimed, Mr. Chen, do not be anxious. We can establish contact with Huawei to obtain some of their patent licenses. Simultaneously, our Kaitian baseband can address part of the issue. If necessary, we can also consider the solutions from MediaTek and Texas Instruments. As Chen Chen and his colleagues were not particularly knowledgeable in this area, they could only feel anxious. However, with the arrival of a professional, a sense of reassurance emerged. Dr. Zhou, what do you propose? Upon entering the office, Dr. Zhou accepted a glass of water from Shenro and continued, I have just reviewed the technical documents, and it is not imperative to rely solely on Qualcomm's patents. Huawei has substantial expertise in this domain. We can reach out to them to utilize their patent solutions. Indeed, I would prefer to allocate funds to Huawei rather than Qualcomm. Moreover, our Kaitian baseband technology has already circumvented existing patents. Originally, Dr. Liu and I intended to discuss this with you after we began mass production, proposing that all our existing models adopt the Kaitian baseband. Although the external components consume more power, our models are equipped with large batteries and support fast charging. So this minor impact is negligible. Upon hearing Dr. Zhou's words, everyone felt reassured. As long as there were alternative solutions, Qualcomm would not dare to be overly aggressive. Meanwhile, in the United States, at Qualcomm's headquarters, Jack inquired, do you think our slight price increase will be accepted by Hongxing? Boss, our contacts in China assure us that Hongxing will absolutely agree to this price. They have no grounds to refuse us. It's not as if we're raising the price by 100. Moreover, this is merely a warning. After Jack Wells finished speaking, both men chuckled. It was surprising that there were still smartphone manufacturers in China opting for high-end devices without utilizing Qualcomm-S solutions, which displeased the emerging giant. In Smith's eyes, it was absurd that they would choose to develop their own chips rather than use readily available, cost-effective solutions. What does it matter if you can design chips? Creating a processor does not complete the task. You still require RF basebands, DSPs, and ISPs, which necessitate components from other manufacturers. As chip development becomes increasingly integrated, do you not fear the power consumption of all these external components? Qualcomm's probing was motivated by this reasoning. If Hongxing readily accepted the price hike, they would gradually pressure them to abandon their chip development. Conversely, if they refused, it would be even better. They would be barred from producing smartphones, as certain aspects were unavoidable. It was rumored that Hongxing intended to unify charging interfaces and protocols in China, with their Star Flash protocol already supported by 3 Chinese manufacturers. What about our QC protocol? When will it be finalized? Smith expressed his dissatisfaction regarding this matter, as Qualcomm's QC protocol had not circumvented Hongxing's Star Flash fast charging. This meant that promoting the QC protocol would still require authorization from Hongxing. Furthermore, regarding the Type-C interface, how could a corporation like Qualcomm fail to recognize its advantages? Boss, I fear I must disappoint you. Our current agreement only supports a maximum of 10 watts, which is even inferior to Huaxia's rice company. Our engineers indicate that in order to achieve a faster charging speed, we cannot circumvent the necessity of the Type-C interface, yet this interface requires authorization from Hongxing. Damn it, Smith exclaimed, clearly in a foul mood. The mere thought of obtaining authorization from this small Huaxia company was utterly unpalatable to him. We must continue to exert pressure on Hongxing. If they refuse, we shall terminate our collaboration and observe their reaction. Very well, boss, as you wish. Chapter 52. Unyielding Resistance. Mr. Yu. Hongxing has just contacted us. They too have received notice of a patent fee increase. It appears that Gaodong's actions are not solely directed at our Huawei. Upon hearing this news from his subordinate, Yu Qingbei gently tapped the table with his knuckles. Deep in contemplation, this price hike from Gaodong is undoubtedly a troubling omen, particularly as it exclusively targets both Hongxing and ourselves, both of which share the commonality of possessing the capability to design and develop chips. What did Hongxing say? After a prolonged silence, Yu Qingbei inquired. Hongxing has decided to resist this round of price increases. Additionally, their president, Lu Weiqi, wishes to meet with you to discuss our patent authorization matters. Very well. Let us arrange a time for a thorough discussion. In our previous encounter, Chen Chen readily consented to the Type-C interface authorization. We must not be overly stingy this time. Moreover, it seems that Gaodong's intention is to suppress our domestic chip development in China. The more we approach this critical juncture, the more imperative it becomes for us to unite. Yu Qingbei also prepared to resist this price increase. As the head of Huawei's mobile business, he was acutely aware that relinquishing control to others was entirely unacceptable. The prospect of being abruptly cut off from chip supplies, or enduring endless rounds of extortion and price hikes, was intolerable. Accepting this increase would merely restore a day of amicability, yet no one could guarantee their future actions. In comparison to Hongxing, Huawei's technological prowess was far more robust. Even if they were to sever ties with Gaodong immediately, it would not adversely affect the future development of their mobile business. They could simply continue utilizing MediaTek and Kirin chips. With the next generation of Kirin chips already having passed simulation verification and expected to enter mass production in the latter half of the year, the primary concern lay in future strategies. The arrival of the 4G era was imminent, and navigating around Gaodong's patents for 4G would prove challenging. Yu Qingbei felt a throbbing headache. Since taking over the Huawei mobile division, he had never experienced such a burden, even amidst several unsuccessful models. On Hongxing's end, following their unified front, Lu Weiqi promptly issued a statement denouncing this unscrupulous price increase. We at Hongxing firmly oppose this targeted price hike. As an international enterprise, imposing unrestrained increases on us without any prior consultation is clearly not a normal commercial practice, nor does it reflect the conduct expected of a multinational corporation. Hongxing shall not acquiesce. This announcement ignited a frenzy online, prompting a flurry of inquiries about the situation. What else could it be? Gaodong's sudden patent fee increase was met with Hongxing's refusal to comply. What patent fees are being raised? Was it not stated that once patent authorization was granted, there would be no further costs? How could there be an unexpected increase? Those unfamiliar with the situation might be confused. Gaodong collects patent fees multiple times. Initially, they charge a front-loaded authorization fee to telecommunications enterprises, and subsequently, based on the use of their chips and basebands, they impose a back-end patent fee calculated as a percentage of the selling price of the phones. As I understand it, their back-end patent fee currently stands at 5 of the phone's selling price. Goodness, is 5 truly that exorbitant? In other words, if a mobile phone is sold for 3,000, the company takes a hefty sum of 150. If it sells for 10,000, they pocket 500. Indeed, that is the case. Presently, Hongxing utilizes its own chips, which likely incur costs of less than 5%. However, I estimate that there are certainly a few dollars associated with each device. Is it true that every mobile phone in our nation must remit payments to this foreign enterprise? Now they even intend to raise their prices. I am uncertain about the exact increase for Hongxing, yet this is undoubtedly an ominous sign. It remains to be seen how Hongxing will respond. Our nation's telecommunications technology still lags behind that of foreign enterprises, and there is little we can do about it. Ultimately, I suspect Hongxing will have to acquiesce. What alternative do they have? Cease their mobile phone business? Or seek substitutes from other companies? A resolute boycott is necessary. We must not only resist the price hikes but also stand against these foreign enterprises. Consider this: if critical technologies are held by outsiders, does that not imply our mobile phones would lack privacy? Those upstairs, do not be so naive. What means do we have to resist? Sigh. In contrast to the concerns of netizens, since Dr. Zhou and Dr. Liu returned from the island, they have reassured Chen Chen, alleviating his anxiety. Huawei has also consented to grant licensing regarding technological patents. It matters not. You may raise your prices as you wish, for I shall not accept any increase. If cooperation must cease, then so be it. It was destined to happen eventually. Boss, it appears that Hongxing's response has been quite vehement. In light of our urgings, their president has expressed outright opposition. Smith is somewhat troubled. He initially believed that a $1 price increase would be a mere test and that Hongxing would agree upon reflection. However, he did not anticipate such a vigorous reaction, with the prospect of severing cooperation being of no concern to them. Conversely, it seems we find ourselves in a predicament. Gaodong is reluctant to fully sever ties with Hongxing, as their sales rank highly within our nation, certainly among the top 5, and they accumulate substantial patent fees annually. It is possible that future models may also incorporate Gaodong's chips. To cut off cooperation entirely would be a regrettable misstep. Thus, Jack, convey to them that this price is negotiable. I require authorization for their Type-C interface. Even a penny increase is necessary, lest we lose all face in this matter. After receiving a response from Gaodong, the atmosphere at Hongxing suddenly lightened. Gaodong has softened their stance. As long as our position remains sufficiently firm, Gaodong will not dare to take drastic measures. However, this test has illuminated Gaodong's true nature to Hongxing. They regard our domestic companies as mere cash cows. We shall not accept it, let alone 50 cents. Even a single cent is unacceptable for Hongxing. In comparison to Chen Chen, the veteran Liu Wei has an even deeper disdain for these foreign enterprises and maintains a resolute stance. Uncle Liu is correct. Even a single cent is unacceptable for Hongxing, especially if they desire our fast-charging technology license. How audacious. Faced with Hongxing's renewed refusal, Smith finds himself genuinely perplexed. A minor test has unexpectedly escalated into this situation. Smith, feeling somewhat embarrassed, steeled himself and, with a somber expression, spoke to the CEO. Very well, since this Red Star is so obstinate, let us terminate our collaboration outright and blacklist them from our Gaotong. They shall no longer expect to obtain a single chip from us. Boss, should we consult the board regarding this matter? Jack Wells inquired, his unease palpable. Just days ago, he had hoped to see Red Star come to them in supplication or to engage in discussions. Now, however, the partnership was abruptly severed. There is no need for consultation. I have full authority in this matter. We shall impose a ban on Red Star and Huaxia and cease all cooperative efforts with them. Very well then. I hope we will not face repercussions from the board. Chapter 53. The negotiations with Gaotong regarding the Hongmi note have utterly collapsed. However, both Chen Chen and Yu Qingbei had a certain degree of psychological preparedness for this outcome. Despite the competitive landscape between the two smartphone manufacturers in the mid to high-end domestic market, they surprisingly found themselves in complete agreement on this matter. No acceptance, no compromise. For the time being, it seems we can only rely on MediaTek. Liu Weiqi forced a wry smile. Rejecting was easy, but he feared that he would have to handle the subsequent tasks. No need for concern. The full rollout of 4G will still take 2 to 3 years. Moreover, the 4G patents are not exclusive to Gaodong. Through cross-licensing, we will not forfeit our opportunities in the 4G era. Huaxia officially began its 4G network integration at the end of 2013, with Huaxia Mobile being the first to enter the market. This was also intended to compensate Huaxia Mobile for its contributions during the 3G era. In the face of mainstream network standards, only Huaxia Mobile utilized the TDS CDMA network, which, when compared to CDMA 2000 and WCDMA, is well understood by those who have experienced mobile 3G. This implies that the next year will mark the dawn of the 4G era. Hongxing must resolve the 4G patent licensing issues before the latter half of next year. Fortunately, there is still time. After all, with the initial rollout of 4G, manufacturers are not expected to immediately launch 4G smartphones. The latter half of this year's phones will still predominantly be 3G devices. Even in the latter half of next year and the first half of the following year, 3G phones will remain mainstream until the second half of 2015, when 4G tariffs begin to decline and 4G devices become prevalent. There's a humorous anecdote suggesting that if the 4G network were to shut down for a night, the next day Huaxia Mobile would come to collect the houses. The crux of the issue remains the tariffs. Currently, Hongxing also possesses 4G patents. Compared to those mainstream telecommunications companies, it is still somewhat lacking, even inferior to Huawei. Having resolved the baseband issue, the next challenge lies with the filters. Once these supporting components are addressed, Hongxing will no longer fear potential future sanctions. It is not just Hongxing that has faced a breakdown with Gaotong. Even Laohuang's Meizu has thrived despite being banned from sales by Gaotong for an extended period. Huawei, despite facing comprehensive sanctions, did not vanish instantly. Meizu, supported by MediaTek, continues to flourish, having once ranked among the top few in shipments within Huaxia. With these realizations, Chen Chen finally found the time to focus on the Hongmi first-generation smartphone, which had swept the low-end market in the previous life, leaving no competitors in its wake. Hongxing, you need to stand up first. This isn't personal against anyone. My point is that all present here are. A week after its launch, the first round of sales for Xiaomi saw 300,000 units in stock. Such a feat was unimaginable in the past. The idea of Xiaomi having stock for immediate sale? Ridiculous. This was entirely a result of Lei Jun being pressured by the Shine 2. Without immediate sales, they would have lost all opportunities. Even so, Lin Bing from Xiaomi felt a pang of regret. 300,000 units sold meant significant losses as well. With production costs nearing 750, selling at 649 would lead to losses amounting to several tens of millions. How could one not feel the sting? Mr. Lei, should we consider controlling the shipment volume? At this rate of loss, that $300 million in financing may not last long. What is the current number of appointments for the second round? Presently, it exceeds 2 million. Li Wanxiang intends to release 300,000 units weekly throughout this month, which implies a potential loss nearing 100 million. My suggestion is to regulate the quantity in the upcoming sales, capping each release at 100,000 units, while still publicly announcing a shipment of 300,000 units. After all, no one is privy to our back-end data, reminiscent of the situation with the Rice One. Lei Jun resolutely dismissed Lin Bing's proposal, as he had already prepared for a loss of 100 to 200 million by setting such a low price. With Hongxing entangled in the recent controversies, Rice must expedite its shipments. We should adhere to Li Wanxiang's strategy, seizing the current momentum to capture as many users as possible. If not for the factory's limitations, Wanxiang and I aim to achieve a shipment of 2 million units in the first month. Lin Bing's expression shifted. Lei Jun had never disclosed his intention to reach a shipment volume of 2 million units. Such a figure would equate to a loss of approximately 170 to 180 million. Although he is the president of Rice, the overarching strategy of the company is ultimately determined by Lei Jun, the chairman and CEO. We are already a step behind. Had we launched at the beginning of the year, we would not be in such a passive position. This thought cast a shadow over Lei Jun's countenance. With the Rice 1 and Rice 2, he had always taken the initiative, only to find Hongxing countering with superior configurations at a lower price. Why has the situation with the Hongmi series flipped entirely? It is evident that Hongxing made the first move, while we lagged behind, finding ourselves in a reactive stance. This predicament illustrates the concept of economies of scale, which Lei Jun understands well. After the release of Rice 1, Hongxing promptly launched its own product, capitalizing on the absence of a scale effect for Rice, where production capacity had yet to ramp up. In contrast, Hongxing has swiftly enhanced its production capabilities through fruitful collaborations with suppliers and manufacturers. As Hongxing continues to ship large quantities, Rice can only watch helplessly. The scenario changes drastically in the low-end market. Hongxing has established its scale effect, affording them greater flexibility in pricing. Even if our prices are lower, it proves futile, as the component prices have already undergone a reduction over the past few months. Although our procurement costs are lower, Hongxing's bulk purchasing undoubtedly secures them even lower rates. This situation leaves us in a position where any price reduction on our part results in losses, while Hongxing still profits. It is a blatant strategy, utterly inescapable. Unlike the high-end market, where unique features and differentiation can elevate prices, configurations in the low-end sector are largely comparable, with Hongxing's quality slightly surpassing our own. Consumers will invariably opt for the more affordable option. The MIUI system, once considered an asset, now faces competition from Hongxing's Xingyao OS, which has caught up, diminishing our advantage at the system level. As for our next steps, we plan to develop a large-screen low-cost device, the Note series, based on the existing framework with a minor upgrade to the processor. Engaging in a direct confrontation with Hongxing is not a viable strategy. We must produce a distinct product to achieve differentiation. A large-screen low-end device? It is indeed a commendable approach if the progress continues at this pace. We could realize the results within 2 months. Coupled with the helm E1, this would entirely alleviate our development costs. I firmly believe that differentiation in smartphones is undoubtedly the direction of the future. Currently, the large-screen market is primarily dominated by Samsung and Huawei. While the Kunping phone boasts a relatively sizable display, it cannot be classified as truly large. I also feel that we should reignite the development of the Xiaomi Note. After the launch of the Kunping phone last year, Lei Jun contemplated creating a large, high-end smartphone. However, he felt that the Xiaomi brand could not yet support a price point exceeding 3,000 yuan, leading to a temporary halt in the development plan. Now that the Kunping phone and Huawei may have demonstrated that domestic manufacturers can indeed stand firm at around the 3,000 yuan price range, it is imperative that Xiaomi does not lag behind, given that the path has already been paved by our predecessors. Chapter 54. The heroic letter from President Ren at the headquarters of Huawei in Longgang. President Ren bore a visage marked by exhaustion. He had long recognized the significance of processors, not merely the processor chips, but also the baseband chips. As early as 2009, he had begun to invest substantial funds and engineering resources into researching the relevant technologies. However, such advancements are not achieved overnight. After years of effort, some accomplishments had been made, yet they paled in comparison to companies like Gaodong. Now, President Ren's countenance appeared even more fatigued, his hair seemingly graying further. Behind him stood Yu Chengbei, while a weary-looking middle-aged man in a white lab coat held a document before them. President Ren, the design of the 4G baseband is exceedingly complex, and the engineering workload is unimaginable. Moreover, the EDA software we are currently using lacks similar circuit modules. I fear we require a team of top-tier baseband chip design experts to expedite our design and development. Otherwise, we might find ourselves compelled to adopt either Gaodong's solution or that of MediaTek, as we are unlikely to produce a 4G baseband in the near term. President Ren silently regarded the Huawei engineer before him. He was acutely aware that Gaodong's recent price hike was a direct challenge aimed at Huawei's chip division. Gaodong's current sales strategy involved bundling. If one procured their chips, the patent fees would be reduced. Conversely, should one choose not to adopt their chip solutions and merely utilize the patents, the costs would soar in comparison to purchasing the chips outright. This recent price increase served as a test. Should Huawei acquiesce, it would likely lead to a continuous rise in prices, ultimately pressuring Huawei to abandon its own chip research and thus dominate the entire chip market of Huaxia. Red Star had already expressed its firm opposition to this, which brought a sense of relief to President Ren. He observed this Chen Chen, still quite young, and marveled at his fierce resolve. Reminiscent of his father's spirit in his youth, he too could not afford to fall behind. A resolute refusal was imperative. Turning his body, President Ren, in a rare moment, lit a cigarette to alleviate some pressure and subsequently inquired, "How can we expedite progress? What do we lack?" "We likely need experts or a team specializing in baseband technology." The middle-aged man responded with calm assurance. "At this stage, we are essentially groping our way forward, lacking in all types of experts. Employing multiple design teams may be our only option to hasten progress." President Ren grasped the situation. Huawei currently lacked baseband specialists. They either needed to recruit a dedicated baseband chip team or utilize a manpower-intensive strategy. "We have some reserves in patents and can also engage in cross-licensing agreements with Red Star and MediaTek to acquire certain patents. Essentially, we will not be excessively passive regarding 4G patents." "Red Star? Does Red Star possess 4G patents?" Upon hearing the engineer's words, President Ren was somewhat taken aback. His past relationship with Chun Yunlong had been quite cordial, and his foresight had proven astute. Otherwise, he would not have invested heavily in establishing Red Star's chip division. Indeed, Lu Weiqi represented Hongxing in discussions at our Huawei yesterday. "We have reached a consensus regarding patent licensing, and I was quite astonished to learn that they possess patents related to 4G technology." Yu Qingbei, who stood behind, addressed President Ren, affirming that he had checked their patents, which were recently approved, along with several critical technologies. After the engineer's addition, President Ren nodded in acknowledgement without further elaboration. It is evident that a private enterprise achieving such a level is not comprised of indecisive individuals, promptly convening a shareholders' meeting. In truth, it is not only the baseband chips that require additional personnel, the processor chips also necessitate more hands. In this regard, Yu Qingbei is the most authoritative voice. as the K2V3 processor currently in use has caused him considerable trouble, overheating, throttling, and stuttering, leading to substantial costs and recalls abroad. However, issues that can be resolved with money are trivial for Huawei. What is truly daunting is the harm that money cannot mend, damage to the brand, which is immense. The following morning, the entire semiconductor industry received the news. President Ren dispatched an open invitation far and wide. Any talent within the semiconductor field who joined Huawei's chip department would receive top-tier compensation, both in salary and bonuses, all aligned with industry standards. What does this imply? Previously, one might have earned a mere 10,000 yuan per month at Huaxia's research facility, but at Huawei, the salary would double. Is that insufficient? Then let it be 20,000. If that does not entice you, how about 30,000? Who could resist such an offer? Uncle Liu, President Ren has sent out an open invitation. We at Hongxing must not remain passive. You should also announce that talents in the semiconductor field are welcome at Hongxing, with top-notch compensation. President Ren, true to his nature, focused solely on targeted recruitment without considering sending out an open invitation himself. Yet, given Chen Chen's reputation and prestige in the industry, such an invitation might be perceived as a mere jest. Who do you think you are, issuing an open invitation? Now, with President Ren setting the precedent, one must seize this opportunity to attract talent as much as possible. It is important to note that in Huaxia, the salaries of researchers in certain institutes are not competitive compared to those abroad, primarily due to the late start of the overall industry. Consequently, those frontline researchers often face cost control measures, resulting in suppressed wages. Many individuals, while affiliated with prestigious research institutes, find their actual earnings barely cross the line of subsistence, merely waiting for the day they can rise through the ranks. With Huawei and Hongxing directly offering industry-leading salaries, who could remain unfazed? As the saying goes, great rewards will surely attract brave men. Several heavyweight figures in the semiconductor sector have also extended olive branches to Huawei. While Hongxing follows suit in pursuing top salaries, Dr. Liu is also flying to the island of Taiwan, entrusted by Chen Chen, to discuss future 4G patents and chip procurement business. Hongxing has now become a significant client of MediaTek, with the single-unit sales of the Shine 2 exceeding 6 million units. Following a price reduction, there has been a surge in sales, with experts predicting total lifetime sales to be between 15 and 20 million units. The Hongmi 1 and Shine 2 from Xiaomi utilize the same chipset. To avert any potential shortages in chip supply, Chen Chen has decided to engage in negotiations with MediaTek regarding procurement matters. A new product line has been established, and Chen Chen is determined to embrace a bold strategy. A solitary Shine 2 in the low-end product line will undoubtedly prove inadequate. Thus, he plans to launch an additional Shine Plus series, priced at $999. In the latter half of the year, the Shine Note series will also be introduced, featuring upgraded specifications to compete with Xiaomi's Redmi 2 Youth Edition. The Red Star series will continue to see price increases in the future, ranging from $1999 to $29.99. In this manner, the two brands and three series will collectively cover a comprehensive price range from $699 to $39.99. Chapter 55, Glass Material and Heat Dissipation. As the adage goes, technology fundamentally revolves around transformation. Following the conclusion of the Hongxing 2's life cycle, the Lingxiao S2 can be adapted for the budget-friendly Shining Note series. Meanwhile, the Hongxing 3 and Kunping smartphones will continue to employ the latest Lingxiao S3. This time, Chen Chen personally participated in the design of the Kunping 2, opting for tempered glass as the phone's rear cover. High-end devices must exhibit an aura of sophistication. It is not merely about the glass. In the previous era, flagship models often flaunted nano-synthetic leather, which provided an unparalleled tactile experience. However, the current supplier's technology renders such materials prohibitively expensive for mass production. Given the exorbitant costs associated with artificial nano leather, why not simply utilize genuine leather? The Emperor's Edition must embody the essence of royalty. Perhaps incorporating Spanish top-grain cowhide could justify a price increase of 1,000 yuan. This is entirely reasonable. Furthermore, a limited release could revive a strategy that was overused in the past, yet remains effective today. Take, for instance, the 8848 phone, which boasts a detachable design and explodes automatically from 10 meters away, all enveloped in premium cowhide, commanding a high price that consumers willingly pay. Looking ahead, collaborations with brands like Porsche Design or Lamborghini could elevate the Kunping series to new heights, as long as the price ascends and consumers are willing to invest. The high-end market is assured. The standard version features tempered glass, which possesses its own merits: high hardness, resistance to scratches, superior heat dissipation, and an enhanced tactile feel. The sole drawback is its susceptibility to breakage, a characteristic inherent to the material. The previous nanopolymer materials were resistant to drops and boasted vibrant colors. Yet their wear resistance remains an insurmountable flaw. Even with coatings, wear and tear from daily use leads to aging, ultimately affecting the phone's feel and aesthetic. As for metal, it is lightweight and excels in scratch and drop resistance, but its notorious drawback is signal interference. Thus, the fully metallic structure of the Kunpeng 1 necessitated antenna slots in the frame to facilitate signal penetration. Since 2013, metal bodies have surged in popularity. While lower-end phones remain plastic, high-end models transition to metal constructions, exemplified by Huawei's M series and the iPhone series. Mr. Chen, are we genuinely opting for glass as the rear cover? Queried Chen Chen from the Kunpeng design department, astonished by Chen Chen's decision. After all, the current smartphone market is dominantly plastic and metal, so why has Mr. Chen chosen to venture retrograde, emulating the glass rear of the iPhone 4S? Initially, Chen Chen intended to maintain the metal body design for the Kunpeng 2, but with the chairman's intervention, they must adhere to his vision. Metal materials serve merely as a transitional phase. A glass rear cover undoubtedly represents the trajectory of smartphone material evolution over the next decade. This is not a regression. It is a tribute. Do you understand? Were it not for the current challenges in producing ceramics, I would personally advocate for ceramic exteriors for our phones. It is not that ceramics cannot be mastered. Rather, the current costs associated with microcrystalline nanozirconia ceramics are quite high, and the material itself is relatively heavy. Chen Chen has decided to utilize this innovative material in the upcoming series. Without much elaboration from Chen Chen's team, observing their boss's earnest demeanor, can only align themselves with his vision. After all, they are merely employees, and Chen Chen holds absolute authority within the company, a fact that cannot be contested. You may voice your reasoning or opinions, yet once Chen Chen makes a decision, it is imperative to execute it. The decision for the smartphone's back cover has been finalized as glass, while another critical aspect requiring Chen Chen's intervention is the cooling system. The new Lingxiao S3 continues to employ the same 28-nanometer process as its predecessor, primarily enhancing the clock frequency. Coupled with the need for an external baseband, the heat generation will undoubtedly surpass that of the Kunpeng Phone 1. Over the next decade, manufacturers will continuously grapple with thermal management. Although the situation may not be immediately apparent, by the latter half of this year, those utilizing Snapdragon processors will come to understand the harsh realities. The heat generated has escalated with each iteration, only improving noticeably with the 835 model, followed by the 855 and 888, which are notorious for their heat output. Smartphone manufacturers have exhausted various methods to optimize their cooling systems, from increasing the surface area of thermal pads to implementing copper tube cooling, dual copper tube cooling, and vapor chamber heat spreaders, even resorting to the installation of cooling fans on devices to unleash the full potential of the processors. In 2013, consumers had yet to fully experience the tribulations of excessive heat, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the implications. In truth, the hotspots on smartphones are not inherently alarming. What is concerning is the ensuing cool-down period post-heat. When overheating occurs, the CPU throttles, ultimately leading to lag and system freezes. These scenarios inevitably fall upon the manufacturers to address, as a poor user experience tarnishes their reputation. The Kunpeng Phone 2 employs the known first-generation cooling technology, which is rather straightforward, emulating laptops by incorporating a copper heat pipe. This copper tube, technically referred to as a heat pipe, is filled with a special liquid that evaporates upon heating, dissipating heat, and subsequently condenses at the opposite end, creating a cycle that transfers the processor's heat away from the device. This technology began development under Chen Chen's complete oversight of the company. It is not particularly advanced. Yet current manufacturers had not considered integrating it into smartphones. Having resolved these issues, Chen Chen largely leaves the internal configurations to others. Product Manager Chen Chen, having significantly improved through experience with the Kunpeng Phone 1, only needs to maintain a broad direction, thus minimizing the likelihood of major issues should any problems arise. The worst-case scenario would involve gaining experience in the African operations, much like Wang Ting of Xiaomi, who faced rumors of being reassigned to Africa after the Mi 9's challenges, only to return and shoulder significant responsibilities. Therefore, it is crucial for employees to undergo training, particularly within the African division. Oh, I almost forgot. Currently, Hongxing does not have any operations in Africa. The overall business of the company is progressing in an orderly manner, yet the area that Chen Chen is most concerned about, and which is developing the slowest, is the Xiao AI smart speaker. At present, the system is focused solely on this singular task, and Chen Chen speculates that once the Xiao AI speaker is released, the system will undoubtedly undergo an upgrade. However, the progress has been sluggish, to say the least, and has proven to be exceedingly unsatisfactory. Initially, it was believed that creating this device would not pose significant challenges, but to everyone's surprise, the engineers shook their heads upon reviewing the proposal. Dr. Zhou candidly remarked that the level of sophistication is akin to that of Apple's Siri, indicating that this year will undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. To further this project, Dr. Zhou has even reached out to an old classmate, Chen Wenfei, who is currently employed at an artificial intelligence research facility in the United States, with the intention of enticing him to join Hongxing and oversee the artificial intelligence initiative. Chapter 56: The Progress of the Ecological Chain. Is it truly time to depart? Chen Wenfei gazed at Raphael Lawrence, who had once again detained him, and said, "Lawrence, I have made the decision to return to my homeland. I apologize for any distress my departure may cause you." Having dedicated nearly a decade of his life to the research laboratory at the University of Pennsylvania, he harbored aspirations of returning home. Coupled with the invitation from his old classmate, Zhou Yabua, he ultimately resolved to return to China. "Cheng," Lawrence interjected. "The Research Institute at the University of Pennsylvania boasts unparalleled research and experimental facilities. Forgive my boldness, but should you choose to pursue a career at prominent companies such as Fruit, Texas, or Amazon, I would not attempt to dissuade you. However, what opportunities exist for artificial intelligence research in China at present? In my view, that place is nothing short of a barren wasteland for scientific research. As for the Red Star Company, I have never even heard of it." Upon hearing this old fellow's words, Chen Wenfei, suppressing his anger, replied, "Lawrence, even if Huaxia is indeed a desolate landscape for artificial intelligence research, I have resolved to return. I shall transform this wasteland into an oasis step by step. Please do not dissuade me further." "Very well, chum. However, I still urge you to reconsider. Your research in the field of artificial intelligence truly deserves a more conducive environment than Huaxia." "I apologize," Chen Wenfei said, dismissing Professor Lawrence's concerns and striding towards the exit. Having made his decision, there was no need to look back. Chen Chen exhibited great importance upon the arrival of Chen Wenfei, personally welcoming him at the airport alongside senior executives such as Lu Weiqi and Dr. Zhou of Red Star. The remuneration package was elevated to the highest tier, and accommodations were readily prepared without delay. As they journeyed back from the airport, Chen Wenfei gazed out at the swiftly passing cityscape, reflecting on the remarkable transformations that had taken place in the capital over the past decade and more. "Indeed, during my earlier return, I was struck by the significant changes in our homeland. This time, perhaps I shall not depart again." Listening to Dr. Zhou's words, Chen Wenfei chuckled and replied, "I will not leave. The situation in the United States is now carefree. I, old Xing, am all alone, ready to sell my old bones to you at Hongxing." The two were classmates who, after graduating from Beijing University, went on to further their studies in the United States. However, after graduation, Dr. Zhou chose to work for Texas Instruments, while Professor Cheng opted to remain at the university. As they reminisced about the past, both felt a sense of nostalgia, sharing amusing stories from their time studying in the capital. "Old Cheng," Dr. Zhou recalled, "I remember you once spoke of digital immortality. How is that research progressing now?" In response to Dr. Zhou's playful banter, Chen Wenfei exhibited no signs of displeasure. Instead, he patted his thigh and remarked, "Don't mention it. Back in school, my aspirations were lofty, yet it was only upon embarking on these endeavors that I realized the myriad challenges that lie ahead. Based on my calculations, our current computational power likely necessitates the utilization of global supercomputers to provide sufficient capacity. Haha, old Xing, should I ever cease to exist, please upload me to the network. That way, I could still engage in conversation with you during my downtime." Just as he was speaking, the driver gradually maneuvered the vehicle into the Red Star Technology Park. "Minister Zhou, Professor Cheng, we have arrived." Upon arriving at the company, Chen Chen intended for Chen Wenfei to settle in. However, he found that Cheng was also a workaholic, eagerly seeking to comprehend his role and the progress of Xiao AI's development. "President Chen, your father personally invited me to the United States years ago, at a time when I had no plans to return home. As I grow older, I find it increasingly difficult to part from my homeland. Henceforth, I shall spend my retirement at Hongqing. Professor Cheng, you flatter me. It is indeed our privilege to have a technical expert like you join Hongqing. We hope you will lend your expertise to our smart speaker project. With Cheng Wenfei's involvement, Chen Chen felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. His ecological chain initiative had commenced, the smart fan had already launched, and the sweeping robot was set to debut shortly, with desk lamps and air purifiers under rigorous development. The control center on the mobile phone had long been established, awaiting the integration of hardware to create a cohesive system. While others may be unaware of the burgeoning trend of interconnectedness, Chen Chen was acutely aware. The hardware would connect through the mobile phone, which would serve as both a remote control for these devices and a supercomputing hub. The omnipresent screens would interlink, allowing seamless communication and collaboration among them. Next came a myriad of smart home devices, all designed with a unified industrial aesthetic, poised to connect to the internet. Having already set strategic plans in motion, Hongqing was currently refining its inaugural television with a team of over 30 members in collaboration with Huaxing and Foxconn. Zhang Feng's ecological chain department was incessantly engaged in product development and investment activities. Their investment approach was rather unconventional, characterized by a somewhat blunt methodology. Under Chen Chen's direction, they focused less on business proposals and more on the potential of the product and the team behind it. If a team and product met Hongqing's standards, investment would ensue, either through a complete acquisition of the team or by acquiring more than 50 of the shares, while refraining from involvement in company management. This strategy aimed to avert the pitfalls encountered in Chen Chen's previous life, where Xiaomi's investments led to subsidiaries attempting to break away after establishing their brands, even resulting in ecosystem products that failed to support their own systems. An alternative incubation model was simultaneously in progress, wherein the company would present product demands and the ecological chain department would establish dedicated product teams for development. Although this method was slower, it ensured that oversight remained firmly within the company's grasp. At times, investments were finalized in less than an hour, as Zhang Feng remarked. It is imbued with a surreal quality. This approach is understandable. As a startup team, grandiose promises hold little value, particularly in an immature market. Hongqing sought to emulate Xiaomi from a previous era, fundamentally aiming to incubate and utilize Hongqing's resources to facilitate the growth of these small companies and teams. At the end of April this year, shortly after taking over the ecological chain department, Zhang Feng successfully invested in a company on the brink of bankruptcy, Huaheng Electronics. When Chen Chen received Zhang Feng's proposal, he could scarcely recall when there had been a company in China manufacturing smart wearable devices. It was not until Huang Wang, the founder of Huaheng, arrived with samples that Chen Chen realized this was none other than the Huami of his previous life. The very company that produced the Xiaomi Mi Band. Chen Chen instructed them to halt the development of other products and to dedicate their efforts to creating a wristband priced below 100 yuan, with the hope of achieving mass production by September, confidently assuring that the sales would exceed 1 million units. While Chen Chen was unfamiliar with Huang, he was well acquainted with Huami. The original wristband, priced at 69 yuan, had swept the nation, amassing sales in the millions. The first-generation wristband took nearly 9 months to reach 1 million units sold, whereas the second generation accomplished this in just 2 months, the third in a mere 17 days, and the fourth in only 8 days. Consequently, Xiaomi's wristbands eventually captured over 45% of the market share, securing the title of the highest cumulative sales globally. Remarkably, all these wristbands were produced by Huami, which, in just 2 years, transformed from a company on the verge of collapse to one that sold over 10 million units annually. Chapter 57. The visual scheme of the robotic vacuum cleaner. What nonsense! Has it been resolved? Zhang Feng shouted into the intercom while wearing a mask. Minister Zhang. It has been completed. Various youthful sounds echoed within the factory. The sensors are installed. President Chen will enter shortly. At this moment, Chen Chen stood outside a room in the stone technology factory. Through the glass, he observed a chaotic scene within, littered with sunflower seed shells, fruit peels, and various debris. Even liquid milk. After installing several round sensors on the wall, the personnel stepped aside. President Chen, they are ready. Let us proceed. After donning a mask and shoe covers, Chen Chen entered the room filled with refuse. Today marked the experiment of this robotic vacuum cleaner, primarily testing its path planning capabilities and cleaning efficiency. The concept of a robotic vacuum cleaner may seem straightforward, a mobile vacuum. However, to elevate its intelligence, one must incorporate various sensors and sophisticated algorithms. What are these spheres? Chen Chen inquired, pointing at the fist-sized, smoothly rotating orbs attached to the wall. These are our robot sensors and positioning devices. They can detect the surrounding temperature and humidity. You may envision them as small radars that scan the environment and relay signals to the robotic vacuum. Listening to the explanation from the supervisor, Chen Chen felt increasingly perplexed. The first robotic vacuum he used in his previous life lacked such devices. It was merely a disc-shaped robot topped with a continuously rotating radar and equipped with collision sensors. Suppressing his curiosity, he prepared to observe how this experiment would unfold. Supervisor Li Lei brought over a robotic vacuum cleaner and activated it using his mobile phone. He pressed the switch on the top of the vacuum, and a voice began to announce, "Stone is powering on. Loading current scene information. Please monitor the sensor status." Li Lei handed his phone to Chen Chen, revealing a display that depicted the floor plan of the entire room, closely resembling the actual layout, though the obstacles in the center were not fully represented. At the bottom of the interface was a functional menu featuring options for cleaning, charging, and remote control. As this was the first cleaning session in the room, Li Lei opted for the intelligent cleaning mode, the so-called lazy mode. In this mode, the robotic vacuum would autonomously plan its path based on the map drawn by the sensors. Intelligent cleaning mode has been initiated. Commencing cleaning. A mechanical voice announced as the robot, named Stone, moved to the wall to begin its path planning and cleaning process. Chen Chen looked at the product that still required external sensors with a slight grimace. However, Li Lei was brimming with excitement, for this robot, named Stone, was his creation, and his company bore the same name. To him, this robot was akin to a beloved child. The performance of Stone was fairly commendable. It had efficiently cleared away debris and fruit peels. Yet, after a few minutes, the robot began to spin in circles, rotating 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, persistently following a single trajectory. Witnessing this, Chen Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why it deviated so markedly from his expectations. Embarrassed, Li Lei approached to restart the device. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Chen Chen spoke up, "It's all right. Even smartphones encounter crashes occasionally. A reboot will suffice." Simultaneously, Li Lei completed the restart, and Stone began to announce its reboot sequence. Starting up. Loading current scene information. Please pay attention to the sensor status. The reboot was surprisingly swift. In the nearly 100 square meter room, Stone took approximately 30 minutes to finish cleaning. With Li Lei fixated on its progress, only exhaling a sigh of relief once the last area was tidied up. "Finally, it's done. Manager Li, have you identified the cause of the earlier malfunction?" Chen Chen inquired. Li Lei shook his head in response. "Let us step outside," he said. "Manager Li, why does this vacuuming robot function in such a peculiar manner? Wouldn't it suffice to have just one sensor and radar atop the robot? Why so many sensors?" In response to Chen Chen's question, Li Lei retrieved another machine and explained, "Indeed, Mr. Chen, we have completed the development of our standard robots, which have undergone testing. The one we are assessing today employs our visual solution, relying solely on visual cleaning rather than radar and infrared. However, due to the processor's limitations in handling such vast data for modeling and mapping, it risks overloading. Thus, we incorporated several sensors to assist with modeling and positioning. We also plan to add a mechanical arm to this stone robot to manage larger debris." Chen Chen was taken aback by Li Lei's explanation. "Wait, are we venturing into such advanced territory? A purely visual cleaning approach? Isn't this akin to the autonomous driving solutions for electric vehicles from the previous era? Manager Li, is it not premature to pursue this? I believe there are inherent flaws in your concept. Why develop technologies that are fundamentally unnecessary? I am not suggesting that the technology lacks merit. Rather, its application in a vacuuming robot seems futile. This product should focus on performing its primary task of cleaning effectively. Even upgrades could stem from enhancing core functionalities such as vacuuming, spraying, and mopping. Mr. Chen, I believe this is the trend of the future, This technology is truly remarkable. However, at this moment, we are unable to navigate it. You should focus on developing the robotic vacuum cleaner. By the way, it is already June. Will we be able to meet the September launch deadline?" "No problem." Before Li Lei could respond, Zhang Feng interjected eagerly. "Not only can we meet the schedule for the robotic vacuum cleaner, but our air purifier will also be ready in time, although the wristband may lag slightly. The delay with the wristband is inconsequential. We can simply present a PowerPoint in the interim and launch it once we commence mass production." Chen Chen was well-versed in this. After all, in the previous life, there were countless PowerPoint presentations for mobile phone products, and everyone experienced the same situation. Not to mention, the boss, Jia, has not even begun mass production yet he dares to hold a launch event based solely on 2 images. Moreover, we do possess products. It merely requires a short wait post-launch. Chen Chen departed contentedly, accompanied by several bewildered engineers from Shirtu. He took a few visual engineers with him, intending to place them in the webcam team for further training, and once the automotive department was established, they would transition to the automotive algorithms division. What a fortunate acquisition. Now, counting the products slated for release in the second half of the year, there are quite a few: the wristband, television, air purifier, robotic vacuum cleaner. Alongside the Shining Note series, Digital series, and Kuanping series, one can only imagine that a single launch event might barely suffice to cover them all. Perhaps we should consider dividing it into 2 events, a first half and a second half? Chen Chen returned home in high spirits, unaware that the owner of a small factory in Zhu City was already infuriated, having smashed several mobile phones. Chapter 58 Huangzhong. Do you see any hair left on my head? Li Yunhua took a deep breath and knocked on old Huang's office door. Upon entering, Huangzhong looked up and instantly greeted him with a smile, inquiring, Shaoli, what brings you here? Has the bug in Flyme been resolved? Director Huang. It has been resolved, and the adaptation for Meizu 1 is also complete. What about you? Old Huang's expression turned slightly puzzled as he regarded Li Yunhua, unsure of the purpose behind his visit. Li Yunhua adjusted his breath and placed an envelope on old Huang's desk. Director Huang, I am here to resign. Resign? Shaoli. Is there an issue at work? You know how urgent things are with Meizu right now. We've had to put in extra hours lately. Don't worry. You can take a break tomorrow and go relax. Upon hearing Li Yunhua's intention to resign, old Huang felt it was due to the immense pressure from work. After all, he was the leader of the Flyme system, and with the imminent launch of Meizu, late nights had become routine to resolve bugs and manage adaptations. That's not it. Director Huang, I want to leave. I've worked at Meizu for so many years, and I wish to change my working style. Has someone headhunted you? Who is it? Huang Zhang's expression grew serious. He had encountered such situations more than once. Those who claimed they wanted to change would often turn around and join other companies. Director Huang. Truly no one has headhunted me. I just want to. Li Yunhua was interrupted by old Huang. Is it Lei Jun? Is it to me? It must be him. I can't think of anyone else. Seeing Li Yunhua remain silent, old Huang composed himself and picked up the resignation letter from the desk. Handing it back to Li Yunhua. Yunhua, regardless of who has approached you, I will consider this matter as a past occurrence. You are still the head of Flyme. You may return now. Director Huang. After saying this, he pushed the resignation letter back towards the desk. What benefits has Lei Jun promised you? Why are you so determined to leave Meizu? Have I wronged you in any way? I admit that the recent projects have been rushed, leading to significant overtime. But that is for the company's growth. As I mentioned earlier, you can take a break anytime. That is not it, Director Huang. There is a company that wants to invite me to develop our domestic operating system. A self-developed domestic operating system? Which foolish company would undertake such a venture? Isn't developing an operating system akin to courting disaster? Upon hearing this, Huang Zhang immediately dismissed the notion of Demi attempting to poach talent, as Lei Jun, with his astuteness, would not overlook the inherent risks of developing an in-house operating system. Yunhua, regardless of which company is pursuing you, self-developed operating systems lead only to dead ends. After all these years in software, you understand that the most crucial element of an operating system is its ecosystem. Without a corresponding ecosystem, what is the value of what you develop? If it were merely a matter of fruit, I would willingly let you go without hesitation if Microsoft or Google came calling. However, now you speak of developing a domestically produced operating system. After all these years of collaboration, I cannot stand idly by as you leap into the abyss. Li Yunhua recognized that Huang Zhang's words held truth. Yet was this not his original aspiration? Some endeavors require a courageous soul to undertake them, he mused. What distinguishes a person devoid of dreams from a mere fish out of water? Li Yunhua was reluctant to be a lifeless fish any longer. He yearned to embrace a challenge. How could one ascertain failure without first attempting? Was it not the case that Mr. Yuan dedicated his life to the dream of enjoying the shade beneath the grain? And what of Mr. Deng and Mr. Qian in the aftermath of the founding of Huaxia? Many deemed their ambitions impossible, yet they transformed the implausible into reality. Some matters necessitate action. After you complete the handover, you may depart. Huang Zhang, observing Li Yunhua's resolute determination, knew he could not persuade him to stay. Even if he were to force him, his heart would not reside within the Berry clan. As long as it was not lazy poaching him, he could go wherever he wished. Just as Li Yunhua exited, Hu Sibao entered with an envelope in hand. Without needing to glance, it was evident he too had come to resign. One does not carry an envelope merely to deliver a love letter, after all. You too are here to resign. Are you also seeking to develop a domestic operating system? Hu Sibao paused, taken aback. No, I simply believe the treatment at Berry Clan is somewhat inadequate. Lei Jun has offered a more enticing package, and I merely wish to change jobs. Why was Huang so unreasonably agitated? No, I am indeed here to resign, but not to pursue some operating system. Engaging with that nonsense in Huaxia is a path to ruin. Speak. Who is enticing you away? If you do not speak the truth today, I will not accept your resignation. Huang Zhang, suppressing his anger, sought to uncover who was attempting to undermine the Berry clan. Huang Zhang, well, speak. It's Lamy Bu Sibao whispered the name, and it was evident that Huang was at the brink of fury. He realized that he had no choice but to reveal the truth. Damn it, it's Lei Jun again. What benefits has he promised you? He is nothing but a thief. A veritable Yubuchuan. Get out, leave at once. I do not wish to see you for another minute. Go to Lei Jun. Bu Sibao swiftly placed his resignation letter down and exited Huang Zhang's office, lamenting his ill-timed arrival. Had he known Li Yunhua was also resigning, he would have chosen a different moment. Huang Zhang seized the 2 envelopes from his desk and tore them into shreds. Damn it, Lei Jun. I will not share this world with you. At first, you sought to learn from me. Very well, I taught you the intricacies of mobile phone development. And then you turned around to establish Lamy, poaching several executives and engineers from my ranks. Now you have returned to recruit more. Is there no one left in Huaxia for you to exploit? Must you target me alone? After taking a deep gulp of water, Huang Zhang could no longer contain his fury and retrieved a Hongmi 1 from his drawer, smashing it violently onto the ground. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the Hongmi phone, Huang Zhang gritted his teeth and declared, "One day, you will meet the same fate as this phone. Lao Bai, come to my office." Bai Yongxiang arrived at Huang Zhang's office, surveying the scattered fragments, seemingly aware of the underlying tension. It appeared that Li Yunhua's departure from Bu Sibao had greatly agitated Huang. Boss Huang, why the outburst? Lao Bai, tell me. Does Lei Jun truly have no other avenues for recruitment? Why must he target our Meizu? Do you see any hair left on my head? None at all. Upon hearing Lei Jun's name, Bai Yongxiang understood. If it were merely a case of 2 individuals resigning, Huang would not be this incensed. However, when Lei Jun was involved, Huang would inevitably lose his temper. The 2 had once shared a bond so close that they would spend entire days discussing matters in Huang's office. Lei Jun had a penchant for iced cola, prompting Huang to place a refrigerator in the office to ensure his friend always had a drink at hand. Yet, as everyone knows, circumstances shifted and the 2 became adversaries. As Lei Jun's rice company flourished, Huang's resentment only deepened. Wasn't it I who taught you how to make phones? Boss Huang, the funding from Alibaba has already arrived. Our Milan series is ready for production. Do not let this matter vex you. Milan is our primary focus at present. Suppressing his anger, Huang Zhang set down his cup, contemplating a decision. He resolved to host a concert for Meizu at the beginning of next month. The question remained, who should be invited? Su Wei? The Milan brand was established after much deliberation, with Meizu's scale and finances. They could hardly compete in the budget phone market. It was only with Alibaba's substantial investment of 400 million that Huang dared to pursue this venture. As Huang himself would say, the first Milan phone had been meticulously crafted over 2.5 years, and its debut would be nothing short of explosive. Chapter 59. Are we going big this time? Youth should be embraced, but never squandered in waiting. The Berry Blue series from Youth Quality Goods will make its debut next month. The promotional posters and slogans exude a distinctly Berry style, characterized by their minimalist design and poetic phrasing. One cannot help but admire the craftsmanship that defines the Berry brand. After all, Old Huang is aptly referred to as the carpenter. It is all about refinement. What does the Berry Blue series signify? Is Old Huang venturing into the budget phone market? The advertising copy clearly bears the mark of Bai Yongxiang. Youth Quality Goods, a slogan I have grown fond of. I eagerly anticipate the unique surprises that the Berry brand will unveil. With Old Huang's meticulous touch, one can expect significant improvements in aesthetics within the budget segment. Just look at the unsightly offerings from Hongxing and Dami. Cheap, yet undeniably unattractive. A modest price increase is acceptable, but the design must be appealing. My disdain for the unappealing Shine 2 and Hongmi 1 was precisely why I opted for a fruit phone. Those upstairs, take your leave. Is it simply because their phones are unattractive? I shan't expose you. The fervent discussions among netizens have propelled this steadfastly small yet elegant manufacturer back onto the trending charts. Witnessing such enthusiasm on the very first day of the pre-launch event has eased old Huang's frustrations, especially after the talent poaching incident. Youth quality goods? Has the Berry Blue series been prematurely unveiled? Where does old Huang find the funds for budget devices? Chen Chen gazed at the trending list, brimming with questions. Logically, old Huang would not have introduced the Berry Blue series until next year. This launch is a full year ahead of schedule. Could it be that the Shine 2 and Homie series provoked him? In a previous life, Dammy launched the Homie at the end of July 2013, as the saying goes. Red and blue have always made a compelling pair. To counter the Homie, old Huang's Berry brand unveiled the Berry Blue series in 2014, making waves with its debut. Its aesthetic appeal was indeed striking, and its specifications were top-notch, positioning it as the sole contender against the Homie at the time. Assistant Shun, please inform Mr. Liu that we should release the promotional slogan for our Shine Note as well. We cannot allow the Berry brand to monopolize the spotlight. Emerging from the adjacent office, Shinro approached with a laptop, saying, Mr. Chen, are we perhaps launching the pre-warm-up a bit prematurely? Originally, this phone was slated for the autumn launch event in September, alongside the Kunping phone and the digital series. Regarding the timeline, is it feasible? If we can manage, we could release it next month to compete with the Berry brand. Having too many products at the autumn launch might overwhelm us. Shinro set her laptop aside and pulled out her phone to check the schedule, stating, we are indeed on track, but if the Shine Note is released prematurely, using the same processor as the Hongxing 2, it may adversely affect the sales of the Hongxing 2. Not to worry, this phone has nearly completed its sales cycle, with an impressive 14 million units sold. Even if there is some impact, it will be minimal, hardly significant at all. Very well, I shall notify Mr. Liu at once. Soon, the promotional posters for Hongxing were simultaneously released on forums, official websites, and various platforms. Beneath the tagline, this time, we are going big, lay a dazzling rendering of the Note. It seems next month's mobile phone arena will be quite lively. Meizu has just launched its promotion, and Hongxing is swiftly following suit. Are they preparing for a showdown? What does going big signify? Perhaps a larger screen or an expansive battery? I suspect it pertains to the latter, considering none of Hongxing's devices feature a battery smaller than 2000 mAh. Look! Huawei has also begun to tease a new device, seemingly set to challenge Hongxing. You must check out Huawei's tagline. This time, we are going even bigger, the Play series. How amusing that so many new devices are clustered for release in July. Students who have just completed their college entrance examinations should not rush into purchasing a new phone. It appears that these three brands are targeting the youth demographic. The rivalry between Hongxing and Meizu, as well as Huawei's challenge to Hongxing, is quite intriguing. Dammy Leijun, you are still missing from this competition. With new devices announced by Huawei, Hongxing, and Meizu, what do you have in store? Leijun found himself momentarily dumbfounded by the rapid developments from these three companies within a single day. Particularly striking was Hongxing's tagline. Why did it seem so familiar? Isn't that the promotional phrase for our Homie Note? You borrowed my line? Should I respond with, this time, we are going even bigger? That wouldn't be appropriate either. I'm out of ideas. Let us have the marketing department whip up a new poster quickly. I can't shake the feeling that Hongxing has infiltrated our ranks. Just as I began employing an internet mindset to market phones, they swiftly outpaced me, with their budget model already unveiled while mine has yet to debut. Now, with my Homie Notes advertising still pending, theirs mirrors mine almost identically. Why do they always seem to be one step ahead? With a heart full of questions, Leijun personally monitored the marketing department, urging them to revise the poster promptly. Given the current buzz online, Dammy should also initiate a pre-release campaign. Honestly, what are these three companies thinking, clustering their releases together? If they choose to play this way, they shouldn't blame me, Leijun, for being ruthless. I shall announce my release on July 31st, allowing them to present first, only to use their devices for comparison at my launch event. Yes, that's the plan. I was troubled by the lack of comparable models for low-end large screens. But now that these three manufacturers have collectively offered themselves up, I shall gladly accept. Soon, Dammy's promotional material was also live, albeit hastily conceived and thus inferior to the meticulously crafted prior campaign. This time, we are only going big. The phrase lacks the momentum of the others by a third. Yet the online community buzzed with excitement. It is indeed the first time we witness these manufacturers directly clustering for a launch event, engaging in face-to-face competition. This is undoubtedly beneficial for consumers, as competition breeds progress. Such direct confrontations are likely to be intense. The first to launch will face the most criticism. Are these companies truly at odds with one another? If the owners of your companies cannot manage, perhaps they should refrain from promoting themselves online and instead confront each other face to face to see who truly stands taller. If that is the case, I might just frighten them with what I reveal. How amusing. Such a spectacle is indeed a rarity. Old Huang was taken aback to see that the other three companies were also planning press conferences for the following month. I merely wish to launch a new series. Must it escalate to such an extent? Old Jiang is slaughtering us, and now Wang Jingwei wants to join the fray. Then let us engage. No. It appears that Red Star is targeting us, and now you, dammy, wish to join in. Then let us proceed. With the release of Red Star's final poster that evening, the excitement reached its zenith. Shining brightly for you. Chapter 60, Suffocating Grandeur. Following the release of Shining for You, the online community erupted in joy, igniting a spirited rivalry akin to the competition between Flash 2 and Homie 1. With a launch price of $799, the latter, in a panic before its own unveiling, hastily slashed its price by $100, leading to a final price of $649. Ultimately, it is the consumers who reap the benefits. Amidst the online fervor, another internet company found itself unable to contain its excitement. The so-called Red Robe Master, Zhou Hongyi, summoned the product manager to inquire about the progress of their offerings. Last year, Zhou Hongyi had collaborated with brands like Huawei to introduce the 390 Special Edition device, which had sparked a verbal skirmish with Xiaomi. Zhou characterized Lei Jun as a tyrant of the market, urging him to abandon his delusions of grandeur. The two even arranged a confrontation through social media, with Zhou challenging, "Next week at 10 in the morning, if you are still a man, meet me at the east gate of Chaoyang Park." This exchange provided plenty of entertainment for netizens, though the anticipated showdown ultimately fizzled out. Although the performance of the 390 Special Edition was not particularly impressive, Zhou Hongyi remained undeterred, intent on making a foray into the mobile market. He thus partnered with another venerable manufacturer, Coolpad, to establish the Qihoo brand, readying yet another assault on the smartphone arena. Mr. Zhou, several companies are collectively preparing for a launch event next month. Are we not a bit premature in joining the fray? Questioned the product manager. Zhou Hongyi understood the implication. After all, several formidable contenders were currently in conflict, and his lesser position could easily lead to obliteration. Yet, the allure of the online buzz was irresistible. Where there was heat and traffic, there was exposure, and exposure was vital for the Qihoo brand to flourish. Let us not fear these giants. Our God series is undeniably grand. This surge of excitement is just what we need to elevate our brand. Are we on track? The product manager, without hesitation, affirmed, "We are on schedule. All progress is firmly lodged in my mind." That suffices. Revise the slogan. The more audacious, the better. More audacious? Could this not render us targets of ridicule? Zhou Hongyi, sensing the product manager's reservations, felt a twinge of exasperation. While adept at product development, the manager fell short in the realm of marketing. Having studied Lei Jun for years, Zhou had cultivated his own insights into this domain. It must be provocative. How else will anyone remember our God phone? Provocation breeds heat, and heat and traffic are the essence of the internet mobile market, an area where Lei Jun excels. Oh, and now there's a new contender, Chen Chen, following in Lei Jun's footsteps. Understood, Mr. Zhou. I know what needs to be done. Once the product manager departed, it wasn't long before the promotional slogan for the Qihoo God series surfaced online. The slogan "What we do is grand" may initially appear rather ordinary. Yet when paired with the poster, it takes on a fascinating dimension, depicting an enormous smartphone standing atop four smaller devices. Those with a keen eye may even discern the faint outlines of classic models from Meizu, Huawei, Hongxing, and Xiaomi beneath the giant's feet. How audacious of Zhou Depeo to take aim at everyone. A divine smartphone? It evokes echoes of the once revered empress, boldly declaring war upon the world. I initially thought that Hongxing's audacious "You Look Good" campaign against three competitors was already quite daring, but it seems there exists an even bolder contender. The Red Robe Master exhibits commendable courage, challenging four manufacturers at once. Are you also planning to unveil your Divine series next month? Zhou Hongyi notably endorsed this comment and replied, confirming that the Divine series will indeed debut on July 23rd. Impressive, truly impressive. I eagerly await to witness just how exceptional and grand your Divine smartphone truly is. Observing the fervent discussions and various criticisms online, Zhou Hongyi clapped his hands in satisfaction. As long as the bravado is loud enough, isn't the attention already garnered? Although most criticisms revolve around their overconfidence, any publicity is still publicity, wouldn't you agree, Kuan? Having recently launched the Super TV, Boss Jia, seeing the mobile sector abuzz, yearned to join the fray. With Leshy flourishing, its market value surpassing 100 billion, Boss Jia aspired to establish his own ecosystem. Consequently, he unveiled the Leshy Super TV in early March, bridging the gap between the website and users. Yet in his view, this was merely a preliminary step. After all, how long can users watch television at home? The smartphone reigns supreme as the device with the longest usage time and frequency. Secretarially, do you think we should also venture into mobile phones? Boss Jia, the smartphone market is currently fiercely competitive. Wouldn't it be unwise for us to enter now? I believe it's a prime opportunity. Have you not noticed the Red Robe Master re-entering the smartphone arena, along with Lei Jun from Xiaomi? None of them hail from a hardware background. They all emerged from the internet domain. Since we at Leshy can create televisions, a smartphone is merely a smaller version of a TV. It's not overly complex. As he spoke, Boss Jia's hand began to slide down, prompting Secretarially to lean into him. We are utterly inexperienced in the mobile business. Is it too premature to join their struggle? Be gentle. Not at all. In this era, traffic reigns supreme. I intend to seize this opportunity to announce our plans to develop a smartphone, thus attracting more attention. I have even conceived a slogan, so grand, it takes your breath away. Indeed, it is quite breathtaking. A minute later, an organized Boss Jia summoned the head of the marketing department. Create a poster. We must partake in this grand spectacle of traffic and promote our Leshy super smartphone with the slogan so grand, it takes your breath away. Upon hearing Boss Jia's words, the marketing department head appeared somewhat bewildered. No, how whimsically does Boss Jia act on a whim? Having just completed a television project? He is set to unveil a super automobile next month, and now he is venturing into the realm of super smartphones. However, one must not oppose the words of the boss. Casting a glance at the somewhat uneasy Secretary Li, I turned to create the promotional poster. Soon enough, the advertisement for the Luico super smartphone graced the internet with the bold proclamation, breathtakingly large, Luico super smartphone. Isn't Luico primarily a video streaming platform? How is it that they are now entering the smartphone market? Even the Red Priest, known for antivirus software, has ventured into mobile phones. It is astonishing to witness such a flourishing landscape in the Chinese smartphone industry. Just 2 years ago, such a notion would have been utterly unimaginable. What a thrill it is, as the stakes escalate, with even Boss Jia of Luico getting involved. Indeed, it appears that the smartphone arena has become truly vibrant. Chapter 61. A remarkable talent. Chen Wei and Chen Yongming observed the uproar among various manufacturers online, chuckling discreetly. Let them fight. Their bloodied heads have nothing to do with us. Is the meager profit from the budget phone market truly worth such fierce competition? It appears that these so-called internet companies are rather insignificant. Discussions of users and ecosystems are mere illusions. Only the vibrant currency of renminbi holds true allure. While you engage in a merciless battle online, we are quietly amassing wealth offline. Can the profits from 10 of your unsightly budget phones compare to the profit from just one of my 1,000 yuan devices? The low-end mobile market is beneath the notice of these two companies. However, they remain particularly attentive to the mid to high-end market. The Green Company, which has struggled with its transformation, has resolved to launch another model in the Fine series in the second half of this year. Conversely, the Blue Company is indifferent. They have already established a foothold in the mid to high-end market. Just last month, they unveiled their flagship series, X-Play, hosted by Wang Han. The X-Play features the powerful Snapdragon 600 processor, a 5.7-inch 1080p LTPS capacitive multi-touch screen, and the top-tier hi-fi audio chipset CS8422CS4398, along with the exceptional OPA 2604 operational amplifier. The starting price for the 216G model has reached $29.98. The only source of frustration for the Blue Company lies in their charging technology, which has yet to achieve significant breakthroughs. Meanwhile, their competitor, the Red Star, has already reached a charging power of 40 watts, while their own laboratory struggles to reach just 18 watts, falling short even compared to last year's offerings from Demi. In contrast, the Green Company, while not expanding as rapidly as the Blue Company or boasting as many stores, has nonetheless surpassed them in charging technology, instilling a sense of urgency in Chen Wei. The reasoning is simple. Aside from some low-end models, both mid-range and high-end smartphones are increasingly adopting non-removable designs. With the Blue Company emphasizing lightweight and thin devices, it is impossible to accommodate large batteries, thus placing higher demands on charging power. Is an 18-watt charging speed fast for a device released 13 years ago? It was indeed considered swift. However, the real concern arises when comparing products. The competing Kunpeng phone, priced over $3,000, boasts 40-watt fast charging, while the Blue Company's device, also priced above $3,000, languishes at 18 watts, a stark contrast. Meanwhile, at Red Star, Chen Chen did not anticipate such fierce competition. It is not a matter of one side encroaching upon the other. Rather, it is a contest of product strength. The only aspect that slightly irritates him is Huawei's Play series, which seems to be vying for direct competition. His promotional slogan emphasizes significant achievements, only for Huawei to counter with even grander claims. Imitating Demi from the previous era, has Huawei begun to mimic his approach? The previous iteration of Rongyao employed such tactics. But now that the brand has been retired, it seems Yu Chongbei disdains both Rongyao and Xingyao due to their insufficient recognition. Should consumers mistake these brands for Red Star's offerings upon seeing the similar names, it would undoubtedly hinder the construction of the Rongyao brand. When it comes to the prowess of the product, the dazzling Note does not fear competition, unless these manufacturers can integrate the Snapdragon 600 into their budget-friendly devices. Among them, only Lei Jun possesses the audacity to do so. However, if the Snapdragon 600 is introduced, will the sales of his Mi 2S still hold? In the words of netizens, it would be akin to installing a Lamborghini's 8-cylinder engine in a tractor. To be candid, if it were not for the users and the ecosystem, Chen Chen would be reluctant to invest excessive effort in these low-cost devices, given their slim profit margins and numerous issues. Yet, these budget models constitute a substantial portion of the market, making it indispensable to engage with them. Unlike fruit brands that offer only one or two models, Hongxing has long established its brand influence and value. Even in the absence of affordable, low-end devices, consumers still recognize and endorse the brand. However, for Hongxing, without sufficient brand clout, focusing solely on high-end devices without a solid user base is akin to building castles in the air. Success, as exemplified by Huawei and Samsung, often includes a range of mid to low-end models. As I observed the online commotion, a notification in my mind reminded me of the task progress. The current task completion stood at 80. Wow, it has reached 80 already? After nearly a year, we barely touched 50, yet with the recruitment of a technical expert, progress on the smart speaker surged to 80 in less than 2 months. Professor Cheng, how's the progress now? As I entered the artificial intelligence lab, I eagerly inquired. Mr. Chen, I've resolved some logical algorithm issues and made significant strides in voice recognition. At this pace, we anticipate completion before September. Excellent. That's wonderful, Chen Chen exclaimed, thrilled by Cheng Wenfei's affirmation. This project had long been a source of concern for him. Without Cheng's leadership, it was uncertain when the engineers at Hongxing could achieve such results. Knowing that the system would undoubtedly undergo upgrades after its initial creation, the challenge remained to bring it to fruition. Don't be too anxious. If we go live before October, I will reward each of you with a bonus. We may not offer other incentives, but we certainly can provide 2 words, cash rewards. Promotions and future career planning are mere illusions. For these dedicated engineers, a satisfactory laboratory and equipment, coupled with minimal interference, are already sufficient. If the boss occasionally dispenses bonuses, that would be even more perfect. Mr. Chen, the speaker still lacks a name. Would you like to suggest one? Who says engineers are merely linear thinkers? Professor Cheng's words reflected his self-respect. Chen Chen almost blurted out Xiao AI, but he held back. Naming it Xiao AI felt inappropriate. He personally cherished the name, yet what if Xiaomi had already registered it? That could lead to infringement issues, and he certainly did not wish to face any legal troubles. What about naming it Xiaoxing? After all, it represents our Hongxing. Xiaoxing? Indeed, it is acceptable for Mr. Chen to choose a name, yet one must be cautious in selecting names that bear significant connotations. Thus, Mr. Chen has opted for a more modest choice. The term star symbolizes our Red Star, and this student wishes to convey a sense of camaraderie in learning and mutual progress. How splendid! It was during this moment that Chen Chen first realized the intriguing nature of Professor Cheng, whose technical prowess is remarkable and whose eloquence is delightful. The name Xiaoxing was chosen without much contemplation. After all, it is merely a substitution of Xiao AI to avoid potential legal issues. And yet Professor Cheng is capable of providing such extensive explanations, truly a remarkable talent. An exceptional individual indeed. Therefore, it is settled. We shall refer to this student as Xiaoxing. I eagerly anticipate the day when our Red Star's Xiaoxing will be offline. Chapter 62. The first competitor takes the stage as July approaches. The highly anticipated showdown in the smartphone arena is set to commence, capturing the attention of netizens. The inaugural competitor is the Berry Tribe. Let us witness the surprises that the Berry Tribe will unveil. To our astonishment, the Berry Tribe enters the stage accompanied by its own background music. This is a cherished tradition of the Berry Tribe. Otherwise, how could their launch events be likened to concerts? Let us see which guests they have invited. It is none other than the gala, where indeed is the world filled with blossoms. If it exists, I would surely venture there. I seek no one's approval, only to remain true to myself. I have never relinquished my ideals. With the gala performing 2 songs, our Berry Tribe competitor has now graced the stage. Approaching you is Mr. Bai Yongxiang, the president of the Berry Tribe, whose Mandarin is remarkably authentic. I love you, old Bai. I love you too, he responds. Hello everyone, and welcome to our Meizu new product launch event. The year 2013 is truly special for the Berry Tribe. Last year, we introduced the MX2. And in April of this year, we launched Flyme 3, which has become the most outstanding operating system on Berry Tribe smartphones. For us, everything in 2013 is merely the beginning. So today, the Berry Tribe will take another bold step forward. We are excited to introduce our brand new sub-brand, Mylan. Initially, we were ambitious, hoping to create a grand and lofty slogan for this new brand. There are many words that reflect the spirit of the Berry Tribe, such as idealism. Without idealism, we would not have developed the first large-screen smartphone, the M8, on the Chinese mainland. There is also the spirit of craftsmanship. The dedication that Berry Tribe's founder pours into the product surpasses that of any other brand's founders. Furthermore, we are uncompromising. The Berry Tribe is a company that refuses to settle. Lastly, we are passionate. We consistently stand at the forefront of technology, delivering the most exhilarating products to you. As the earlier phrases appeared on the large screen behind Bai Yongxiang, the audience responded with sporadic cheers. However, when the phrase "born for passion" emerged, the entire audience erupted with enthusiasm. The attendees at the launch event were either fervent enthusiasts or media representatives, all aware of the tales involving Lao Wang and Lei Jun. Chen Chen also glanced at Lei Jun, who merely smiled, revealing his signature dimples. Regrettably, all these phrases had already been appropriated by competitors. And when one observes the emptiness behind the Berry Tribe slogan, devoid of any grandiose terms, I inquired of Li Nan, what is the reason for this? The lights in the venue dimmed entirely, and a Q-version avatar of Bai Yongxiang appeared on the large screen. He explained to me that the Berry Tribe has no slogan simply because, like our approach to product creation, we demand perfection in our slogans. Which is why we have yet to finalize one. Consequently, well-crafted phrases have been claimed by other brands. I remarked that this was a historical issue. It cannot be entirely blamed on you, to which Li Nan retorted with a rather audacious comment. The absence of marketing is, indeed, the finest form of marketing. The audience swiftly discerned the underlying implications, and under the guidance of the Atmosphere team, they erupted in cheers. Our competitors have unequivocally demonstrated that this notion is mere nonsense. We must confront the issue head-on. Only by embracing idealism and pursuing our passions with a spirit of craftsmanship can we create products that truly resonate. When we strive for excellence without compromise, our products will speak for themselves. Given our verbal shortcomings in marketing, we shall simply present our products directly. Today, I am delighted to introduce the all-new Berry Blue Note. The Berry Blue Note is a mobile phone meticulously crafted for the younger generation, embodying the exceptional quality that Berry products are renowned for. As a device of such caliber, it is imperative that we ensure the wireless connectivity system meets contemporary demands. I am aware that wherever one goes, the question is their Wi-Fi is ever present. Therefore, to facilitate swift internet access, the Berry Blue Note is equipped with dual-band Wi-Fi, achieving download speeds of up to 150 megabits per second. As long as your home internet is sufficiently fast, the Berry Blue Note will undoubtedly meet your efficiency needs. Moreover, it is crucial to equip the Berry Blue Note with a formidable processor. Indeed, it is the world's first octa-core processor, establishing the Berry Blue Note as the inaugural smartphone in our lineup to feature such a processor. This octa-core configuration allows for unrestricted task allocation, with all cores clocked at an impressive 1 GHz. The performance is exceptionally robust. Note, a modification has been made here. The MT6592 is a MediaTek processor released on November 20th, 2013, supporting 4G, which is not applicable here, as support will be extended in the enhanced version of MT6592. Furthermore, we have equipped the Berry Blue Note with 2 GB of high-speed flash memory, and we conducted a comparative analysis with smartphones released by our competitors in the first half of this year, as the large screen displayed comparisons with the Homey one. Various bar graphs illustrated our overwhelming superiority in application launch times and overall performance. The data revealed that the Berry Blue Note achieved a remarkable performance enhancement of 46 compared to our competitors' devices, decisively surpassing their quad-core smartphones. In terms of camera capabilities, the Berry Blue Note boasts an 8-megapixel rear camera and a 5-megapixel front camera, both equipped with beautification technology. We have made a significant investment in enhancing the Berry Blue Note by incorporating a larger battery, reaching a capacity of 2,940 mAh, thereby ensuring prolonged endurance. The longevity metrics for the Berry Blue Note illustrate its supremacy across various aspects, clearly outpacing our competitors' offerings by an entire generation. The comparative data may appear somewhat chaotic and difficult for everyone to retain. Thus, it suffices to remember that our Mylan Note boasts an impressive battery life lasting a full 2 days. Indeed, 2 full days. Recently, it seems competitors are engaged in a contest of size, yet the Mylan Note features an unprecedentedly large screen measuring 5 inches, which provides an enhanced viewing experience and a comfortable grip. As for the competitors' larger offerings, they are entirely unnecessary, mere gimmicks. The quality of this screen is equally remarkable. It is a custom-designed display by LG for our brand, with a resolution of 1280 x 720p and a peak brightness of 450 nits. As Bai Yongxiang elaborated on the specifications, he pressed the remote control, and the large screen began showcasing the Mylan Note's design, with various colors continuously cycling through. It is available in 5 hues, each representing a unique personality, featuring a fresh design that makes it the most vibrant product in the history of our brand. Moreover, this marks the first instance of our brand utilizing a monocoque body crafted from high molecular nanomaterials, eliminating any visible seams and resulting in an astonishing tactile quality and exceptional feel encapsulated within the Mylan Note. Use should be enjoyed, not wasted on waiting. Hence, we have equipped the Mylan Note with 18 watts of fast charging. We recognize that while young people are still on their journey of striving, they possess practical and tangible needs. They desire a large screen, ample memory, and a robust battery. However, they also appreciate artistry, craftsmanship, and quality, which fuels our motivation to create new products. Upon concluding this statement, Bai Yongxiang pressed the remote once more, revealing the phone's pricing on the large screen: $216 for $1199 and $232 for $1299. The Mylan Note is here, inviting competitors to compare. We are committed to producing quality products for the youth. This concludes the launch event. Thank you all. As the audience dispersed, Chen Chen glanced at Lei Jun, noticing his lack of expression, seemingly pondering how the next product should measure up against the Mylan Note. More perplexing to Chen Chen was the source of Mylan's substantial investment in the budget smartphone market. Was it the government of Zhu City or other institutions? One must concede that this phone possesses formidable product capabilities, particularly with its 8-core processor, which is indeed a notable feature. 8 cores. It sounds impressive. Now that the Mylan launch event has concluded, with its 5-inch expansive screen, a 2,940 mAh large battery, and dual-band Wi-Fi, it currently leads 1 o'clock. Next, let us welcome our next contender, Huawei. Let us see what surprises Huawei can bring to the table. Chapter 63. Do I still have a chance? Huawei has arrived. And now we are greeted by Mr. Yu Qingbei, the head of Huawei's mobile division. Mr. Yu commenced the opening remarks and then exited the stage, only to return shortly with a new contender, Mr. Zhao Ming, the brand manager of the series. Mr. Zhao began his product presentation, directing our attention to the competition venue. Mr. Zhao stated that the X1 is meticulously designed for the youth, featuring a MediaTek octa-core processor. Astonishingly, the Huawei X1 boasts a 7-inch large screen, surpassing the display of the first contender, the Mylan Note. The screen is supplied by the esteemed BE Technology Group from our homeland, and its quality awaits your evaluation. Now, let us examine the battery. According to Mr. Zhao, the X1 is equipped with a 3,000 mAh battery, while its camera specifications include a rear 13-megapixel and a front 2-megapixel configuration. Lastly, regarding pricing, the model with 2 GB RAM and 16 GB storage retails for $1299, while the 2 GB RAM and 32 GB variant is priced at $1399. Mr. Zhao has concluded his presentation, inviting us to compare these two models. Screen: 5 5 inches versus 5.7 inches. Resolution, 1280-720 versus 1280-720. Processor, MediaTek MT6592 versus MediaTek MT6592. Battery, 2,940 mAh versus 3,000 mAh. Camera, 8MP 5MP versus 13MP 2MP. Operating system, Flyme 3.0 versus EMUI 2.0. Price, $11.99 versus $12.99. Next, let us welcome this month's third contender, Hongxing. Let us see what surprises he has in store for us. Taking the sample device handed to him by Shenro, Chen Chen strides confidently onto the stage. In contrast to the grandeur of the Mei Clan's concert at the Water Cube and Huawei's National Exhibition Center, this Hongxing launch appears rather modest. Once again, the choice is the 798 Art District Exhibition Center, with only over 900 guests and media invited to the event. However, on various online platforms, Chen Chen has successfully harnessed his financial prowess. Even before the launch commenced, the live stream had already attracted a multitude of viewers eager to witness what this third contender, Hongxing, would unveil. As a spotlight illuminated the stage, Chen Chen presented himself before the audience, eliciting a wave of enthusiastic applause. This scene evoked a sense of envy in by Yongxiang and Zhao Ming, as their meticulously arranged atmosphere could not match the excitement generated by Chen Chen's mere appearance. If we were to designate the star of this launch, it would undoubtedly be Chen Chen, though, of course. This is contingent upon the fact that Demi has yet to present. Hello everyone, I am Chen Chen. Just a few days ago, our competitors have successively launched their larger models, and now it is finally our turn at Hongxing. To be honest, I am quite eager to get started. Laughter erupted in the room as I expressed my eagerness to unveil our new product from Red Star. My esteemed colleague, Mr. Bai, previously remarked that a remarkable product speaks for itself, and indeed, our offerings have generated a clamor akin to a cacophony of hundreds of ducks. This elicited another wave of laughter from the audience. Mr. Bai lamented that their product slogan was a blank slate, as all the commendable phrases had been appropriated by competitors. Terms such as idealism and refusal to compromise had already been claimed, as had the phrase born for enthusiasts, which was utilized by a certain rival brand. In my quest for an appropriate slogan for our Red Star product, I struggled to find suitable words. Ultimately, I arrived at a revelation, our product, which speaks volumes. Led me to the conclusion that our slogan should be, let everyone enjoy the joy of technology. And thus, that became our slogan. Meanwhile, Lei Jun, who was watching the live stream, was taken aback. He thought, not only did you snatch our promotional phrase, but you've also taken this one? This was clearly my line. Old Lin, he mused, do you think we at Xiaomi have a mole? How could this individual preemptively claim our promotional phrases? This is undeniably our slogan. Observing Lei Jun's dismay, Lin Bing could only offer a wry smile, acknowledging that these thoughts originated from Lei Jun himself. And he hadn't even prepared a PowerPoint presentation yet. If there were indeed a mole, it could only be Lei Jun. Having examined our competitors' products, I believe the entire mobile market in Huaxia is beginning to flourish. Do you all recall what mobile phones were like 2 years ago? Where was the exquisite industrial design? Where was the formidable performance? The product we present today is similarly revolutionary. Let us first consider its aesthetic. Competitors have adopted polymer materials, which are well known for their advantages. Today, we too employ such materials. However, we utilize a polymer known as polycarbonate. This material offers an enhanced tactile experience and superior oxidation resistance, ensuring that the vibrant exterior of our Shining Note remains resplendent over time. In terms of processing power, we continue to utilize our Red Star Lingxiao series, with the Shining Note showcasing the Lingxiao C1. Its 4-core processor reaches a clock speed of 1.6 GHz, delivering formidable performance. Some may question why we opt for a 4-core processor when competitors have embraced the latest 8-core technology. I shall refrain from elaborating on this, inviting our media friends to conduct a comparative analysis once they receive our device. However, Chen Chen's comments left many audience members and journalists perplexed. They have an 8-core processor. Are you hesitant to compare? Furthermore, astute observers noted that this was not the Lingxiao C1 at all. The specifications clearly indicated it was a downclocked version of the Lingxiao S2. No wonder a comparison was necessary. It seemed as though they merely rebranded the flagship processor for the Shining Note. In terms of the display, we continue to utilize a 1280-720 resolution screen from Huaxing Optoelectronics, measuring 5.7 inches. The quality of this screen speaks for itself, after all. It is the same display employed in our Red Star 2, boasting exceptional specifications. The camera features a front-facing 2-megapixel sensor and a rear 13-megapixel sensor. And the calibration of Red Star's cameras is well known to all, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The audience may be left puzzled by the frequent refrain of "I want to elaborate," wondering what else remains to be said. Perhaps I am about to discuss the charging capabilities and battery life of the Red Star. As a globally leading manufacturer in technology, we certainly do not deceive our consumers with mere 10-watt or 18-watt chargers. This time, we have equipped the Shining Note with a robust 3000 mAh battery and 22.5-watt fast charging. I need not mention the ability to last a full 2 days, rest assured, with the support of our Red Star fast charging technology. You can bid farewell to charging anxiety. Once again, I emphasize, in terms of charging, Red Star is unparalleled. Regarding pricing, the Shining Note may be slightly more expensive than its competitors, but this is justified by our superior battery, more powerful processor, enhanced display, and clearer photography capabilities. Thus, our retail price is $1,299, with the press of a remote control button by Chen Chen. The price of the Shining Note is displayed prominently on the large screen, $216 for $13.99 and $232 for $14.99. This pricing caused some attendees to furrow their brows, yet Lei Jun's expression shifted noticeably. For brands like Meizu and Huawei, this price point may not pose a significant threat, yet it greatly impacts their own standing. The Mi 2A hovers just above this price range, but its product strength does not match that of the Shining Note. While their Hongmi Note series resides precisely within this price bracket, others may not grasp the implications of Brother FA's octa-core processor. But he is acutely aware that the Ling Xiao S2 being positioned at this price point constitutes a severe competitive disadvantage. At this moment, Lei Jun genuinely yearned to inquire of Chen Chen, "Do I still have a chance?" For the audience present, the Shining Note did not evoke overwhelming excitement. It is merely perceived as a youthful iteration of the Red Star 2. Just as one might have thought the conference was reaching its conclusion, Chen Chen showed no signs of wrapping up. In life, I have observed that many of our possessions appear disheveled. What truly exists that is both aesthetically pleasing and functional? Why does this power strip look so unattractive? Why does my household fan exude an air reminiscent of industrial designs from the last century? Chapter 64. The Stallion. As I walked steadily along the road, I was unexpectedly met with 2 punches from the Red Star. In China, nearly 400 million power strips are sold each year, and our investigation at Red Star revealed that the quality of these power strips in every household is abysmal. Observing these devices, I suggested to my colleagues at Red Star that I could invest 20 million renminbi to create a superior power strip. A truly remarkable product not only requires exceptional performance and outstanding quality, but also demands an artistic aesthetic in today's market. However, some companies in China lack the capability to produce quality industrial designs, not because they cannot, but because they have grown complacent, unwilling to consider the needs of consumers or to embrace change. Today, I present our Red Star power strip for your inspection. Shin Ro stepped forward, presenting 2 power strips to Chen Chen, while the large screen displayed the design of the Red Star power strip. The audience remained subdued, with no cheers or reactions. Chen Chen, unfazed, continued to operate the remote control. At first glance, our power strip may appear unremarkable, but let us draw a comparison. The screen displayed several power strips sliding in from the side, either white with blue or yellow with white, featuring bulky outlets. When juxtaposed with our pure white, square Red Star design, they resembled ugly ducklings. Do you feel the difference? After viewing our Red Star power strip, does the competitor's product not seem less appealing? Indeed, beautiful. Under the guidance of the Atmosphere team, the energy in the room began to shift. Our power strip, no larger than a pencil case, embodies the minimalist industrial design ethos of Red Star. To achieve this aesthetic, we have invested considerable effort in areas that might not be immediately visible. Primarily, we aim to reduce the size. Those in the plastics industry may know that a draft angle is essential for mold release, which directly correlates with volume. Larger volumes complicate the extraction process. While our competitors have a draft angle of 3 degrees, I initially aspired for a perfect 0 degrees. However, our engineers informed me that this was unfeasible, as a 0-degree angle would render the mold impossible to release. Ultimately, through relentless effort, we achieved a draft angle of 1.5 degrees. Why 1.5 degrees? This allows our Red Star power strip to maintain a pure, geometric form. We have painstakingly refined every detail. Considerable time and financial resources have been devoted to perfecting this 1.5-degree draft angle. Furthermore, we have equipped this power strip with 3 USB ports. allowing for the charging of various devices such as smartphones. Additionally, we have implemented a safety feature in each socket to prevent incorrect insertions, ensuring peace of mind for households with young children. With such a stunning exterior, we have also prioritized top-tier internal materials, utilizing solid copper for the internal connections. We invite you to take one home, disassemble it, and evaluate its quality. One significant pain point regarding power strips is that when a 3-pin plug is inserted into a 5-socket outlet, the adjacent 2-pin socket becomes inaccessible. Our Hongxing power strip has undergone a meticulous redesign, resulting in a remarkable 38% reduction in size compared to standard plugs, allowing for the simultaneous insertion of another plug without inconvenience. As Chen Chen elaborated on this point, both the online viewers and the audience present were captivated by his insights. This marked the first occasion where a press conference offered an in-depth exploration of a power strip's design and construction. The detailed discourse on design materials and manufacturing processes provided a unique experience for the audience. This particular power strip is priced at 49 yuan, while a Pro version featuring 5 sockets is available for 69 yuan and includes the capability for remote power management via a mobile device. At this revelation, many audience members expressed their astonishment at the idea of a power strip being controllable by a smartphone. Following the press conference, the Hongxing Mall will feature these products for purchase as per individual needs. Chen Chen, noticing some media personnel preparing to leave, interjected, "Is there more?" No wonder there was little elaboration on the phone earlier. This isn't merely a phone launch, is it? Why gloss over the phone's specifications while delving into these products? His remarks prompted a renewed silence in the room, as the audience was eager to discover what else Hongxing had to offer. As the duration of the press conference extended, Chen Chen succinctly introduced the next product, aware that many attendees were eager to return. With Shanro bringing forth a fan, the audience was amused, questioning whether a fan warranted its own press conference. This fan has already been launched in the Hongxing Mall earlier this year and has garnered much acclaim. Today, I wish to provide a brief overview once more. The fan's design is characterized by a modern minimalist aesthetic, and its motor has been meticulously engineered. Additionally, the blades have been redesigned to enhance efficiency compared to conventional fans. Likewise, this fan supports smartphone control for those moments when one wishes to remain in bed. Adjusting the oscillation or increasing the speed can be accomplished effortlessly via a mobile device, with sleep timers also manageable through the app. Many audience members, intrigued by this innovative fan, recognize the convenience it offers during the warm weather. Priced at a modest 149 yuan, this fan promises to become even more engaging following our next press conference, so stay tuned for what is to come. The final product is one that many fans have likely already experienced. Our Red Star mobile power bank has surpassed 1 million units in sales merely 2 months after its launch. However, those who have not been following Red Star may not be aware of its features, so allow me to elaborate. The Red Star mobile power bank utilizes top-tier battery cells from LG and Panasonic and boasts a sleek, aluminum alloy unibody design that provides an excellent grip. Additionally, it supports our Red Star's 18-watt fast charging, ensuring rapid charging for both devices and the power bank itself. Priced at 79 yuan. It is indeed a bargain compared to other power banks on the market which often cost 1 to 200 yuan. For those interested, you may purchase it from the Red Star Mall. This press conference concludes here. Thank you all. We at Red Star have prepared a small gift for everyone, which you can collect upon exiting. Each person will receive a Red Star power strip. Thank you all. After the event, Chen Chen stepped off the stage, feeling somewhat parched after his lengthy speech. He wondered how those presenters managed to speak for hours on end. After taking a generous sip from the cup of water handed to him by Shenro, he glanced at the audience queuing for the power strips and nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention, at least Gongma might have some trouble sleeping tonight. Setting down the cup, he found himself increasingly pleased with Shenro. Not only was she visually appealing, but she also excelled in her work. Most importantly, she was thoughtful, having handed him water just as he stepped off the stage. Truly, he was immensely satisfied. You know, I genuinely enjoy attending Red Star's press conferences. They're always a gift to take home. I heard that during the launch of the Shining One, Director Chen handed out a mobile phone to each attendee. Is that really true? A phone for everyone? Absolutely. Just a few days ago, I attended the Meizu conference, and their setup was as bare as by Yangxiang's head. Meanwhile, Gongma's CEO, Hua Quan, was left bewildered after receiving the marketing department's report. Aren't you folks at Red Star in the mobile phone business? Why is there a power strip? Hua Quan felt as though his company was steadily progressing, only to be abruptly interrupted by Red Star, who seemed to throw a couple of punches and then proudly inquired, "What do you think of my product?" Chapter 65. The Internet Conference. Huan was somewhat taken aback upon receiving the report regarding Hongxing's production of power strips. However, he soon dismissed it. What significance does it hold for a mobile phone retailer to venture into manufacturing power strips? How many offline channels do you possess? What sales could you possibly achieve online? It is merely a trivial endeavor. Therefore, after overcoming his initial shock, Huan did not dwell on the matter. Once the press conference concluded, the Hongxing Mall and the CatDog Pinduoduo store officially launched the power strip, eliciting a tremendous enthusiasm from netizens for such a product. The world has long suffered from the lack of aesthetically pleasing power strips. "Mr. Lei, should we continue with our power strip production?" Lei Jun sighed in resignation. "Of course we should proceed. We have already invested a substantial amount of capital. To abandon it now would be akin to throwing money away. However, our product will undoubtedly lack the sensational impact of Hongxing's, and we might even be accused of plagiarism for a similar design. I truly admire Chen Chen. I had just conceived this idea and invested a little, and he has already produced the finished product. Should I continue or not? Mr. Lei?" The product manager called out again when she noticed Lei Jun's silence. "Never mind, you all continue with the production, but pay close attention to the appearance. We must avoid accusations of plagiarism from netizens." All right. The product manager felt a sense of helplessness. Her design had already been finalized and was in the molding stage. Only for Hongxing to unveil their product first. Coupled with the dubious look from Lei Jun as he departed, she began to question her own loyalty. Just as the person in charge of the power strip left, Lin Bing entered and said, "Mr. Lei, should we maintain the normal pricing for the Hongmi Note? The Milan Note is now available at a lower price, while the Changwan X1 is in the same price range, and the Shining Note is priced above us. We find ourselves in a rather passive position." At this, Lei Jun felt an added headache. He had scheduled the press conference for the final day, hoping to catch his competitors off guard, only to find himself the target of an encirclement instead. As for Zhou Depeo's so-called Master Series, he had not even given it a second thought. With a clenched jaw, Lei Jun declared, "Let us reduce the price by another 100. At 10.99 and 11.99. We need not confront Hongxing directly. The Huawei Changwan X1 is hardly a concern, and we shall also reduce the price of our Demi 2A by 100. The Hongmi 1 is still in a state of loss. I initially thought that launching a large-screen Hongmi Note would yield some profit in the large-screen segment, but now several companies are clustered together releasing large-screen phones, each one undercutting the other fiercely. Demi has its fan marketing strategy, but Hongxing's marketing is equally formidable. As for Meizu, they are the true pioneers of scarcity marketing and fan economy. Amidst the incessant tagging from netizens, the fourth contestant opted not to hold a live press conference but instead conducted an online launch event. The first model of the Master Series is the Master F1, boasting an astonishing 6.2-inch screen, truly standing out in a sea of smartphones as the largest among them. In terms of configuration, there is little novelty to speak of. It still employs a standard octa-core processor. The battery, however, is an astonishing 4,000 mAh, the largest among the 4 phones currently available. A larger screen necessitates a more substantial body, which naturally accommodates a larger battery. As for charging, it lags behind, offering a mere 10 watts, meaning it could take 4 to 5 hours to fully charge this 4,000 mAh battery. The price is quite reasonable at only $12.99. But aside from those genuinely interested in a supersized screen, most users will likely dismiss this phone. The screen is excessively large, surpassing contemporary standards. There is no full-screen design to speak of, with a forehead and chin accompanying the 6.2-inch display. The overall dimensions of the phone are significantly larger than that of later models boasting the same screen size. Early the next morning, Shenro presented a sales report to Chen Chen regarding the previous day's figures. After we opened the reservation channel yesterday afternoon, the number of pre-orders for the Shining Note reached 490,000. Sales of the power bank saw a notable increase, rising by 39 compared to the previous day, totaling over 8,000 units. Our Red Star electric fan has now entered the realm of bestsellers, selling over 20,000 units overnight, with the factory running at full capacity to meet demand. As for the power strip, Chen Chen was more concerned about its sales performance compared to the fan and power bank. In the previous life, after the release of the power strip, 250,000 units were sold on the first day, ultimately reaching 1 million in sales within a month, marking it as an undeniable hit product. Given that we are directly replicating the design and even showcasing it at the launch event, the sales volume should be commendable. Flipping to the next page, Shinro continued. As of this morning at 8 o'clock, after 17 hours, all channels have sold a total of 310,000 power strips. This morning, Minister Zhang Feng placed an additional order for 200,000 units. Chen Chen mused, 200,000 is somewhat modest. But Zhang Feng's decision to order more certainly reflects his own considerations. Inform him that the first month's sales of this power strip are likely to reach 1 million. He should brace himself, lest he faces criticism from netizens again. Very well. A notice has come through stating that the internet conference will be held in Wuzhen on August 12th, and the organizers wish to invite General Manager Chen to attend. Should we prepare for the itinerary in advance? The internet conference? Who else has been invited? Chen Chen felt somewhat unfamiliar with this event. Having been a mere nobody in his previous life, far removed from such prestigious gatherings. Notable figures such as Jack Ma Huading from Shenzhen, Lei Jun from Xiaomi, Zhou Hongyi from 390, Li Dongqiang, and Sun Yanhong from Qiandu were among the attendees. After pondering for a while, he realized he had little recollection of this conference. Yet he decided to attend nonetheless. After all, since his rebirth, he had primarily operated within the confines of Hongxing, lacking interaction with such influential figures. It would be a valuable opportunity to broaden his horizons and make some acquaintances. However, he couldn't help but wonder why his enterprise, Hongxing, which was evidently an industrial company, was being categorized as an internet company. Early in the morning, Huaquan noticed that the marketing manager was waiting for him, appearing quite anxious, which piqued his curiosity. Xiao Zhang, is there something of great importance that requires my attention at such an early hour? President Hua, this morning, Hongxing announced their sales data for power strips, and I believe it is imperative for you to be informed immediately. Sales data? Huaquan took the report from Manager Zhang and, upon glancing at it, his expression changed dramatically. 310,000 units? How is that possible? It is indeed 310,000 units. And that figure only accounts for the sales from the conclusion of their press conference yesterday to this morning, a matter of mere hours. If we consider the entire day's data, the numbers could be even more astonishing. With a grave demeanor, Huaquan set the document down and pondered while seated in his office chair. A sales volume of 310,000 units in just a few hours is utterly implausible within the power strip industry. Such figures typically arise only when distributors make large-scale purchases. However, those transactions cannot genuinely be classified as sales, as the products have yet to reach the consumers. Based on your analysis, what impact do you foresee Hongxing's power strips having on us? Huaquan inquired of the marketing manager. Chapter 66. Why do you appear so threatened by my modest actions? Sir, Mr. Hua, it is difficult to articulate precisely. Based on current sales data, it is projected that the sales of Hongxing's power strips will reach a staggering 10 million units within the next month. However, we cannot rely solely on their first-day figures to forecast the entire month. Thus, I estimate the sales will be around 2 million units. Regrettably, it seems they will capture the entirety of the youth market from us for the foreseeable future. Our market share may diminish by approximately 20%. Upon hearing Manager Zhang's words, Huaquan's countenance darkened ominously, as if ready to rain. A loss of 20% in market share was utterly unfathomable. This was merely the impact of Hongxing, an established leader in the industry, yet not all-encompassing. Should the entirety of the market be seized by Hongxing, it would yield a profoundly alarming figure. Immediately notify the board. I require a meeting. We must thoroughly discuss the issue of product updates for our company. The entire Goma company sprang into action, convening the highest-level board meeting. The board members initially regarded the notion of a mobile phone company venturing into power strips with indifference, even considering Huaquan's concerns to be somewhat exaggerated. Could a mere mobile phone company, such as Hongxing, truly succeed in this new venture? It was only when Huaquan presented the sales figures disclosed by Hongxing that the gravity of the situation dawned upon the board members. Could it be that Hongxing has artificially inflated these figures? One member pondered incredulously, struggling to comprehend how over 300,000 units could sell overnight. Their immediate inclination was to suspect data fabrication by Hongxing. Mr. Zhang, do you believe Hongxing has any incentive to falsify these figures? If you suggest their mobile phone sales may be somewhat inflated, that is inevitable. Yet, this product is not their main focus. There is no necessity for such deception. Moreover, sales data on shopping platforms is verifiable. Which of these two power strips would you prefer to display on your desk, Hongxing's or our most popular model? Huaquan raised 2 power strips, his demeanor serious. Although no one spoke, their eyes betrayed their true sentiments. Even directors specializing in power strips at Gongma were inclined to choose Hongxing's aesthetically pleasing model with USB ports, let alone the consumers. Presently, Hongxing's power strips had merely launched, with stock yet to be distributed. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Gongma from procuring a few through alternative channels. Chen Chen had dispatched over 900 units at the launch event. Huaquan, with a grave expression, addressed the board members. We must regard this matter with utmost seriousness. If we fail to present a comparably designed product, and our competitors introduce theirs first, what do you suppose will become of our market? His words caused the color to drain from the faces of his colleagues. Despite Gongma's numerous offline distributors and their substantial profit margins, they could not withstand the consumer's preference for the more aesthetically appealing option. For many years, Gongma has established itself as the dominant force in the power strip industry, while the manufacturers trailing behind have struggled to make any significant impact. Unexpectedly, they were struck by a competitor from the mobile phone sector. While you mobile manufacturers engage in your fierce rivalry, we, as mere onlookers, have no objection. Yet, it is our Gongma, selling power strips, that suffers from your internal skirmishes. To whom can we voice our grievances? Chen Chen remarked, I have merely made a slight move. Why do you react as if facing an imminent threat? It is reminiscent of the legal battles between Wang Laoji and Jia Duobao, where both competitors emerged unscathed, while the rightful entity perished. Similarly, in the conflict between Pepsi and Coca-Cola, it was the lesser-known company that vanished. Now, in the fray between Hongxing and Dami Huawei, it is Gongma that bears the brunt. What is the meaning of this? At least in the aforementioned cases, the competitors were within the same industry. Unlike the disjointed relationship between power strip companies and mobile phone firms, I have resolved to undertake a comprehensive innovation of our products, aspiring to emulate the design of Hongxing. Does anyone have any objections? The days of effortless profit may well be a relic of the past. Previously, we focused primarily on distribution, neglecting product development and upgrades. Now is the time for transformation and change. Although some board members believed it to be inconsequential, asserting that offline buyers of power strips are typically an urgent need and would not wait several days for an online purchase. Huaquan remained steadfast in his conviction and called for a vote. Ultimately, his proposal was approved with a vote of 7-2. Months later, observing the sales and reputation of Hongxing power strips, Huaquan sighed in relief, grateful for Gongma's timely response. The power strip incident was merely a minor interlude. On July 30th, the competition to determine who could make the grandest announcement welcomed its 5th contender, Dami. Like the Dushan series, Dami opted for a live-streamed launch rather than a physical event. The Homey Note 1, while largely similar to the previously released Homey 1 in specifications, showcased a significant upgrade in its processor, transitioning from a quad-core to an octa-core. The screen size expanded to 5.7 inches, the battery improved to 3,000 mAh, and charging capabilities reached 18 watts, with a Type-C connection akin to that of Hongxing. In terms of pricing, the Homey Note emerged as the most affordable, with the 216 memory configuration priced at merely $10.99 and the 232 variant at $11.99. This competition regarding who is the grandest could now draw to a close, as netizens engaged in various discussions summarizing the events of July. The most economical octa-core large-screen phone is the Homey Note. The one with the highest specifications is the Shining Note. The one with the most colors is the Mei Lan Note. The least noticeable is the Changwan X1. And the largest screen belongs to the Chiku de Shun F1. By the way, have you forgotten there is still one competitor remaining? Is there? Haven't these manufacturers concluded their announcements? It is the last day of July. Why is there no news from this contender? Have you forgotten about the Lusher superphone? Even Bosch Jia has released a poster proclaiming that Lusher is venturing into the realm of mobile phones. I must admit, I had almost overlooked it until now. Boss Jia, the time has come for you to act. If you do not unveil it by July, we shall consider your silence as a forfeiture. Surely, you wouldn't present merely a PowerPoint, would you? However, have you noticed the trend among these manufacturers? Why are they all producing large batteries? It seems every new battery is larger than the last. Is it because larger screens consume more power? Perhaps they're following the lead of Hongxing, who has set the example with their hefty batteries. Chen Chen posed a question. Why do you think they are focusing on large batteries? Boss Jia, observing the comments from netizens, felt a pang of nostalgia, relieved that some still remember Lusher's foray into mobile phones. But as for the phone itself, there isn't even a design draft, let alone a product. Are we to expect a mere PowerPoint presentation? Yet, the netizen speculation turned out to be accurate. On the afternoon of July 31st, Boss Jia indeed held a launch event. The presentation was remarkably straightforward, consisting of just two PowerPoint slides, one showcasing his supercar and the other his superphone. As for mass production, that might not commence until 2023. This online launch event hosted by Boss Jia was nothing short of exhilarating for viewers. It was, after all, a rare occurrence to witness a product launch featuring merely two slides. One could argue that having the audacity to conduct a launch based on just two slides is quite remarkable in its own right. Boss Jia asked, "Did my PowerPoint leave you breathless?" Chapter 67. The dilemma of Yang Tua as users began to receive products from various brands. Some netizens promptly questioned why the smartphones utilizing the FA-Go octa-core processor required such substantial batteries. Hesitant consumers contemplating which device to purchase began to, urging him to expedite his review video. I sincerely appreciate everyone's support. Adhering to principles of objectivity and fairness, I personally purchased one device from each brand. And after several days of use, I wish to share my subjective impressions. To begin with the aesthetics, I have 5 smartphones before me, all with plastic back covers. It is essential to remember that regardless of how grandly manufacturers tout advanced polymer nanocomposite materials or polycarbonate at their launch events, they are all essentially plastic. In terms of vibrancy, the Meizu Note features a coating that enhances the exterior allure of the phone. However, over time, this coating tends to wear off, inevitably leading to dullness and wear, something many who have purchased the Xiaomi 2 can likely attest to. In second place, I find the matte finish of the shining Note S polycarbonate more tactile and skin-friendly. Its drawback, however, is its tendency to attract dirt. After merely a few days of use, noticeable smudges have appeared. As for the Huawei and Xiaomi, I shall refrain from extensive commentary. Both exhibit standard plastic back covers. The overarching theme of these launch events has been size, and my initial impression upon receiving the devices was indeed one of considerable bulk. Not one of the screens is smaller than 5 inches, and the Chen F1 is astonishingly large beyond my expectations. As I drew the camera closer, I held the phone in my palm for a size comparison. It became evident that the Chen F1's screen is excessively large, making it nearly impossible to operate with one hand. It seems that Qihoo prioritized size for its own sake, neglecting user experience. However, those who favor larger displays might find it appealing. Regarding performance and battery life, I believe these two aspects cannot be evaluated in isolation. I diligently examined the Lingxiao C1 processor and discovered that it is not a new chipset. Rather, it is the downclocked version of the Lingxiao S2 used in the Kunping and Hongxing 2 devices, with a mere 0.1 GHz reduction in maximum frequency, resulting in negligible performance impact. As is well known, Hongxing has a penchant for emphasizing large batteries and rapid charging. Yet the Shining Note deviates from this trend by opting for a slimmer design without increasing battery capacity. During Chen Chen's launch presentation, I found myself perplexed, wondering why. With sufficient space, they chose to slim down the device instead of enlarging the battery. It was only upon receiving devices from other brands that I realized Chen Chen was not incapable of enlarging the battery. Rather, it was deemed unnecessary. As elaborated, many viewers began to fidget in their seats, eager for clarification, with several fast-forwarding the video to catch the subsequent explanations. The FA-Go octa-core processors featured in the Deshun Hongmi and Meizu devices have not significantly enhanced performance. Instead, they have increased power consumption, which means that while performance remains static, energy expenditure has escalated. This is precisely why several manufacturers are compelled to incorporate large batteries without substantial batteries. It is impossible to sustain the considerable power consumption of such large screens and the demands of this octa-core processor. Through my recent usage, I have discerned that this octa-core processor generates substantial heat, particularly given the current weather conditions, in outdoor temperatures exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. The Chen F1 throttled its performance after a mere 5 minutes, while the Hongmi Note managed to persist for 8 minutes. Surprisingly, the efficient scheduling of the processor in the Milan Note exceeded my expectations. According to Lao Wang, it seems that engineers from FA-Go collaborated with the Meizu team for meticulous refinement, resulting in its exceptional performance. This elucidates why some manufacturers prioritize large batteries, while Hongxing does not. Their processor is a flagship model that has been perfected over more than a year, thus offering superior compatibility compared to other devices utilizing FAG's octa-core processor. In the concluding segment of the video, Lao Yu emphasized his keen interest in Hongxing's new smartphones, particularly these two intelligent devices capable of internet connectivity. I eagerly anticipate the day when all things can seamlessly connect to the internet. Upon the release of Lao Yu's video, it swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of digital mobile content within just 2 days, unveiling the true nature of FAGE's processor. Lao Yu's observations hold merit. I purchased the Milan Note primarily due to my fondness for its color scheme, yet I now find myself regretting it. As Lao Yu noted, the current weather conditions exacerbate heating issues, and the battery life is far from the 2-day duration that Lao Bai claimed. As mentioned above, my Dajin model performs somewhat better with its 4,000 mAh battery, allowing it to last approximately a day and a half. I cannot fathom the implications if it were still equipped with a battery of merely 2,000 mAh. With the emergence of various review videos online, the Shining Note has emerged as the ultimate victor. Chen Chen had anticipated the true octa-core performance from other brands. Deploying the throttled version of the Lingxiao S2 is essentially a downgrade. This explains why Lei Jun's expression changed drastically upon hearing the specifications of the Lingxiao C1. He is well aware of FAGE's performance capabilities, and given the short refinement period, there is little room for counteraction against the Lingxiao S2. At that moment, Lei Jun first entertained the notion of developing his own chips. Having proprietary chips would grant him the autonomy to utilize them as he pleases, deploying them as necessary. Unlike the current situation, where even if he wished to transfer the Snapdragon 600 from the Xiaomi 2S to the Hongmi Note, the Gaodong team would vehemently oppose it. Selling the Snapdragon 600 for 999 yuan raises questions about how Gaodong would be perceived. How could manufacturers who employ this chip to sell their products for over 3,000 yuan compete? VLVO, I suspect you are insinuating something. Even now, the Xiaomi 2S priced at 1,799 yuan was established only after obtaining approval from Gaodong. However, the fleeting thought of developing chips was promptly dismissed by Lei Jun. What a ridiculous notion. Given Xiaomi's current scale, does he truly believe that several failed production runs wouldn't severely damage the company's vitality? Even in his previous life, Lei Jun, driven to desperation, produced the Pinecone chip, which resulted in billions being squandered across several iterations. During the development of the Pinecone S2, 5 failed prototypes led to an even greater loss of over 10 billion, prompting Lei Jun to halt the major chip project out of sheer heartache. It was simply beyond their means. Were it not for Huawei's other departments continuously providing financial support, their chip endeavors could not sustain themselves solely on their current mobile phone business. As for the public discourse online, Chen Chen had anticipated it well in advance, though he chose not to dwell on it, especially since Hongxing was welcoming a significant new figure into its fold. After months of negotiation, Yang Tuo ultimately declined Huawei's overtures and embraced the prospects offered by Hongxing. The reasons were twofold. First, financial capability, and second, the fact that Hongxing's Kunping series had firmly established its presence in the market above the 3,000 yuan price point, granting Yang Tuo a broader scope for potential growth. Mr. Chen, what is your vision for our Hongxing mobile phone positioning? This was the first question Yang Tuo posed to Chen Chen upon joining Hongxing. Chapter 68. Experiencing revolutionary life with Hongxing Mobile in the eyes of Yang Tuo, who has worked at Sansang for many years. Producing a quality product is not particularly challenging. Creating a high-end flagship device also poses no significant difficulty. The real challenge lies in persuading consumers that the price of your phone justifies its value. This is the essence of brand influence. For instance, the Changxiang series can retail for over 1,500, and still, there are consumers willing to purchase it. Even at $19.99, the 680 model remains a bestseller, demonstrating the power of branding. Consider the case of Xiaomi, which, despite several generations of innovation, still struggles with consumer perception regarding its high-priced digital series. Can one truly justify spending over 5,000 on a Xiaomi device? With that budget, why not opt for Huawei or Apple? Even a device from a lesser-known brand might seem a superior choice. This sentiment has lingered in the minds of consumers for nearly a decade, suggesting that the brand does not merit its pricing. Regardless of how advanced the specifications or cutting-edge technologies may be, consumers remain unconvinced. Faced with Yang Tuo's observations, Chen Chen fell into a contemplative silence, unable to formulate a response. After a prolonged pause, he looked at Yang Tuo and finally spoke. I haven't given much thought to positioning. I envisioned the Kunping phone catering to geeks and business professionals, while the Hongxing digital series would focus on cost-effectiveness, and the Shining series would target user volume. Yang Tuo chuckled upon hearing Chen Chen's perspective. Chen, your thinking is flawed. A product's positioning should not merely differentiate audiences by price. Instead, It should establish distinct brands and series to define its market stance. Take our current Kunping series, for instance. Do you intend to position it as a business line, a geek series, or an imaging flagship? Yang Tua's words left Chen Chen perplexed. In his previous life, high-end series typically encompassed everything in one device, serving as both business and imaging flagships. However, upon reflection, this was not entirely accurate. Consider Xiaomi's 14 series. The 14, 14 Pro, and Ultra are indeed three distinct devices, merely sharing the same series name. Manager Yang. I believe I am beginning to grasp this concept. In the future, we could segment the Kunping series into 2 or 3 versions, each targeting different demographics. For instance, the standard version could be an ordinary flagship, while the Pro version would serve as a business flagship, and the Ultra could represent a premier imaging or technology flagship. This is only the initial step. We must also engage in a sustained series of brand marketing efforts. We cannot approach this haphazardly. Promoting the Kunping phone as charging capabilities one moment and its imaging features the next, we should ensure a timely distinction between these messages. Moreover, I have noticed that our Hongxing brand enjoys considerable popularity online, yet our marketing investment in traditional channels is minimal and we lack a memorable tagline. This is indeed a significant oversight, especially considering that Xiaomi continues to advertise on CCTV. Chen Chen recognized his negligence. In his previous life, he had observed Xiaomi focusing solely on online marketing, neglecting that mobile internet was not yet fully pervasive, and Xiaomi had invested substantially in traditional advertising. The most iconic of these was the slogan "Xiaomi phones are fast. Xiaomi is born for enthusiasts." How could he overlook such classic taglines when planning their deployment? It was a grave oversight, indeed. It is indeed understandable. Placing an ordinary person directly in the position of a chairman of a major corporation may lead to certain responsibilities being overlooked. A mere 5 minutes of charging can provide 2 hours of conversation. Chen Chen inadvertently uttered a phrase that was renowned in his previous life, a famous advertisement. This very slogan established the profound influence of the Green Factory in the realm of fast charging. His own 40-watt fast charging technology surpasses the mere 22.5-watt capacity of the past. It is indeed possible to achieve 2 hours of talk time with just a 5-minute charge. After savoring this advertisement, Yang Tua could not help but applaud Mr. Chen's eloquence. Chen Chen remarked, "It has been validated by the market. How could it be anything less than exceptional?" Moreover, regarding the brand attributes of the Kunping mobile phone aimed at the business elite, it is essential to. Before Yang Tua could finish his statement, Chen Chen interjected, "Beauty is an attitude, a realm. A gentleman is like an orchid, and there is also a life of a gentleman." The more Chen Chen spoke, the more exhilarated he became. He clearly recalled all these promotional aspects, so why were they not highlighted in the product? Focusing solely on the promotion of configurations and charging capabilities, there is a conspicuous absence of any tasteful language to lend support. Observing the illustrious lives of others in the past, one can see how such promotional efforts instantly elevate the perception of a smartphone. At this moment, Yang Tua finds himself perplexed. The term "a gentleman like the orchid" was crafted specifically for the Kunping phone, with the hope of showcasing his talents before the new boss. However, Chen Chen has boldly articulated it first, leaving Yang Tua somewhat flustered. Indeed, Mr. Chen, having embarked on a venture in charging and imaging, we can certainly maintain this brand ethos. With the Red Star phone, experience a revolutionary life. Yang Tua couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. Just look at that promotional phrase, how exquisite it is. He is confident it will resonate with the seasoned business elites. Chen Chen, however, gazes at Yang Tua with skepticism, wondering if this young man could also be a time traveler. This statement about the revolutionary journey of life is indeed my original creation. Henceforth, the responsibility for the brand development and marketing of our Red Star will be entrusted to Manager Yang. Chen Chen stepped forward and extended his hand to Yang Tua. "Rest assured, General Chen, I will never betray your trust." After sitting down once more, Yang Tua spoke again. "We are not far from the launch of our new device, and the first generation of Kunping phones is nearing the end of its life cycle. There is no need to expend further energy on it. I will return to devise a plan. Starting from our next generation of phones, we must rejuvenate our Kunping brand." Then, a bit hesitantly, Yang Tua added, "General Chen, I had a new phone design back when I was at Sansang. What do you think?" Ah, could it be that Yang Tua is already contemplating the creation of an intelligent window? This must not be allowed. In the previous generation, the Berry clan perished due to this very design flaw. It was derisively dubbed hemorrhoid by netizens, with over 3,000 phones ultimately leaving one 700 unsold. However, the failure of the Berry Pro 7 cannot solely be attributed to this design. It is unfair to place the blame entirely on Yangtuo. Their design is indeed ahead of its time, with both appearance and tactile quality receiving top marks. The true downfall lies in the X25 processor by FA Go, where one core struggles while 9 others merely observe. Manager Yang, we at Hongxing are currently engaged in the development of a new series of mobile phones, and I fear we do not possess the bandwidth to create another model at this time. However, rest assured that once we have completed the development of our new series next year, I will certainly ensure that your ideas are brought to fruition. May I inquire whether our new phone will be a standalone series or a singular model? Since Yang Tuo has joined Hongxing, Chen Chen has decided to no longer withhold information. This new series is still under wraps, known only to the developers and select senior executives within Hongxing. We have not leaked any information externally, as the design of this phone is poised to revolutionize the current mobile phone paradigm. Chapter 69. A visit from Old Huang. Full-screen design. Full-screen? The term was unfamiliar to Yang Tuo, who found himself at a loss regarding its meaning. We plan to create a smartphone with an entirely screen-covered front, eliminating the forehead and chin, and minimizing the bezels to the utmost degree. When one truly holds a full-screen phone, it will undoubtedly be a shocking and transformative experience. Chen Chen confidently elaborated. When the Mix was first launched, it propelled the struggling company, Xiaomi, against the tide of declining performance, fundamentally altering the landscape of smartphone design. From 2016 to 2024, nearly all mobile manufacturers have endeavored to achieve a phone with a completely screen-dominated front. Yang Tuo cleared his throat, unable to envision what a phone with an entirely screen-covered front would look like. If Hongxing could indeed realize this vision, it would be revolutionary. But, General Chen, what about the front camera? With a full-screen design, we cannot simply eliminate the front-facing camera, can we? This was Yang Tuo's foremost concern, where to position the camera. Currently, we have not solidified our plan. One option is to employ a pop-up camera. Another is to forego the front camera entirely and utilize a small screen on the back, allowing users to flip the phone for selfies or video calls. Moreover, we are experimenting with a groundbreaking material, microcrystalline zirconia, essentially industrial-grade ceramics, to serve as the phone's entire exterior. Just imagine, when you hold it, the front is a seamless, expansive screen, as smooth as jade. I understand, Yang Tuo replied. I will instruct Assistant Shin to liaise with the development department. When you have the opportunity, please discuss this with Cui Chen and Dr. Zhou, and perhaps they could draft some promotional material for our phone. After Yang Tuo departed, Chen Chen summoned Shin Ro from the adjacent room. Xiao Shun, please greet Dr. Zhou and inform him that I have agreed to allow Yang Tuo to participate in the full-screen project. Understood, General Chen. Also yesterday, Huang Renxuan from NVIDIA sent a letter requesting a meeting with you, expressing a desire to discuss business matters. Huang Renxuan from NVIDIA? Chen Chen mused, taking a sip of his coffee before placing it on the table. He was uncertain what business old Huang wished to discuss. Previously, Chen Chen had never been fond of coffee, preferring the sweet taste of sugary sodas, specifically Coca-Cola. However, since joining Hongxing, the pressures of various responsibilities had led him to acquire a taste for the bitter brew. It's all quite compelling. Could it be that they want me to utilize their chips? One must recognize that NVIDIA is currently facing difficulties. They are being overshadowed in the graphics card sector by AMD and Intel. They appear far from the AI giant they once were. Their CUDA technology seems to lack any practical application at present. Others may be unaware, but Chen Chen understood just how formidable old Huang's CUDA was, a parallel computing platform and programming model that harnessed NVIDIA's GPUs for general-purpose parallel computation, seamlessly integrating both software and hardware. The ability to efficiently harness GPU parallel computing for developers can be likened to perceiving each CUDA core as an independent CPU. With thousands of CUDA cores operating simultaneously on a single GPU, formidable computational power is at one's disposal. However, as is customary, Hongxing is expected to unveil new devices in September, and even if one wishes to adapt now, time may be insufficient. Moreover, Hongxing has its own processors, making the choice of NVIDIA's processors unnecessary. The true nature of this processor remains a mystery, perhaps only known to Lei Jun months later, who might find himself in a predicament. Aside from discussions regarding chips, Chen Chen cannot fathom why Huang would seek his counsel. Utilizing their Tegra 4 is out of the question. Even for mid-range devices, it is deemed too risky. This is the earliest iteration of the Fire Dragon, considerably more heat-generating than its predecessor, the Tegra 3. Nevertheless, given that a formal inquiry has been made, it would be impolite to decline. And this represents a valuable investment opportunity in NVIDIA. Currently valued at over $8 billion US, it could well reach $1 trillion in a decade. Inform Huang to schedule it for 3 days hence. I happen to be available then for a discussion, Chen Chen stated. How about 2:30 p.m.? That works, he replied. Upon concluding, Shenro promptly recorded the appointment. For Huang Renxuan, meeting with Chen Chen was merely a pleasant addition. Given that this year's Tegra 4 has already secured several partnerships within Huaxia, with the most successful being with the Rice Company. Earlier in the year, Huang had visited the Rice Company to negotiate collaboration with Lei Jun, who agreed to integrate the Tegra 4 processor into the newly developed Rice 3 smartphone. Unbeknownst to Lei Jun, this partnership held significant implications for Rice, as he cheerfully remarked that the Tegra 4 outperformed the processor from FAGU while being more cost-effective than Gaodong's. On the afternoon of August 9th, Shenro informed Chen Chen that Huang Renxuan's vehicle was about to arrive at the entrance of the Hongqing Technology Park. Chen Chen, accompanied by Lu Weiqi and Yang Tua, descended to greet Huang Renxuan at the entrance of the park. After all, he is the CEO of a publicly listed company. Even if they do not intend to utilize NVIDIA's Tegra 4 processor this time, it is prudent to demonstrate respect, ensuring smoother future interactions. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Huang Renxuan felt invigorated by Hongqing's apparent esteem for him. There is potential. Perhaps this time the Tegra 4 could secure yet another sale. Swiftly, he opened the car door, and upon seeing Chen Chen's outstretched hand, he eagerly clasped it with both hands, awkwardly articulating in Mandarin, "Chenzong, Guoran is Ingxiang Chu Xiao Nian." Huang, with a chuckle, remarked, "You jest. Compared to your NVIDIA, it is nothing of consequence." Enduring the awkwardness of the Mandarin exchange, they exchanged pleasantries before proceeding to Hongqing's reception area. Once seated, Huang got straight to the point. "Chenzong, I have come to Hongqing to seek collaboration." Seeing that Chen Chen remained silent, old Huang continued, "Our Tegra 4 processor at NVIDIA is an exceptionally powerful chip, no less impressive than Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800. I understand that your company has its own chips, but I sincerely hope you might consider giving NVIDIA an opportunity to procure one." "Chen, please pardon my Chinese. It's not particularly fluent." Old Huang humbly replied. "Your Chinese is quite commendable. Perhaps you could continue in English? My assistant can translate for me." Unable to endure old Huang's heavily accented Mandarin, Chen Chen felt himself being led astray. This old Huang, originally from Taiwan, had spent most of his life in the United States. He founded NVIDIA at the age of 30 and was the pioneer behind the invention of the GPU in 1999. However, NVIDIA has been facing challenging times, prompting old Huang to delve into mobile terminal processors, thus he maintained a particularly humble demeanor. "Mr. Huang, I acknowledge that the Tegra 4 is indeed an outstanding processor, but I regret to inform you that we at Hongqing do not currently have plans to procure mid to high-end models." "I apologize. I tend to be quite straightforward." Old Huang's hopeful expression instantly shifted to one of disappointment. Chapter 70. The naming of the new battery. This journey to Huaxia has proven to be quite tumultuous, particularly for the Tegra series of processors. Tegra 2 has led to some manufacturers, such as HTC, feeling misled, and as a result, they have resolutely refused to continue their procurement. Left with no alternatives, Lao Huang sought out potential partners on the mainland. Initially, he was let down by Zhou Hongyi of 390, who expressed intentions to utilize Tegra chips in their television boxes. After a prolonged wait, Lao Huang discovered that 390's hardware business was struggling to maintain its own viability. He then ventured to the prosperous island nation, where Nintendo indicated an interest in acquiring Tegra chips for their gaming consoles. Yet again, Lao Huang found himself disappointed. After much effort, he finally encountered Dami in Huaxia, whose chairman offered an exceedingly low procurement price, compelling Lao Huang to acquiesce. However, they agreed that the total procurement quantity must not fall below 1 million units, otherwise, such a low price would not be feasible. Noticing Lao Huang's dimming spirits, Chen Chen spoke up. "Mr. Huang, I must express my regrets regarding your Tegra 4. I am a straightforward person, and I hope you do not take offense. I appreciate the opportunity to visit Hongqing, and I look forward to the possibility of collaborating again in the future." Seeing that Hongqing showed no inclination to procure, Lao Huang decided to take his leave. "Mr. Huang, please do not rush off. Since you are here, why not take a tour of Hongqing? The inability to collaborate on Tegra 4 does not preclude cooperation in other areas." Upon hearing Chen Chen's words, Lao Huang, who had already risen, took a seat once more. "Oh, I wonder in which areas you wish to collaborate with NVIDIA?" I am looking to procure a batch of enterprise-level graphics cards in the second half of the year and hope to collaborate with you on that, Chen Chen replied. He had initially considered investing a sum into NVIDIA, but upon reflection, he realized that such an investment would take at least a decade to yield returns. It would be wiser to reinvest that capital into the Lingxiao processors. Moreover, even if he were to acquire shares, what would it matter? If tensions escalated with the Americans, even as a shareholder, Lao Wang might struggle to secure graphics cards for himself. This situation differed significantly from the investment made by Hongxing last year in a company led by Zhang Yiming, which was a Huaxia enterprise, with an investment exceeding 80 million that promised returns of tenfold or more in the future. I shall await good news from you, Mr. Chen, Lao Wang remarked. Realizing that Chen Chen was signaling the end of the discussion, he took his leave, as several accompanied Lao Wang downstairs. Lu Weiqi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Chen Chen, Mr. Chen, why are you planning to procure such a large batch of NVIDIA graphics cards? Our company currently has no use for them. As for the reason, you will understand once our Xiaoxing is unveiled. Their CUDA platform is undoubtedly the most formidable in the realm of artificial intelligence development, and our Xiaoxing will emerge as the most advanced AI. When Hongxing's market value reaches $1 trillion, I shall ensure you, old Lu, receive your dividends. Lu Weiqi scoffed incredulously. This little Chen only knows how to paint grand visions. The promise of equity incentives for oneself remains elusive, as discussions of $1 trillion market valuation begin anew. Such grandiose claims are merely hot air. If the company were to reach $100 billion, it would be a remarkable achievement. $1 trillion? That is a notion beyond even old Lu's wildest dreams. Moreover, if $1 trillion only translates to personal dividends for oneself, it implies a complete disregard for my own share of the profits. Come, accompany me to the fast-charging laboratory. Let us take a break by visiting Wuzhen the day after tomorrow. At this moment, Lu Weiqi's heart swelled with joy. Indeed, I have become Chen's most trusted confidant. Even in public appearances at the internet conference, I, old Lu, am included, to engage in face-to-face discussions with industry titans. How fortunate am I to meet the likes of Ma from Shenzhen and Ma from Hangzhou. But wait, as the president of Hongxing, which now ranks among the top 3 companies in domestic output, I am also a significant player in the industry, am I not? This opens the door to the possibility of reversing fortunes and reclaiming wealth. Unbeknownst to Chen Chen, who was unaware of Lu Weiqi's internal musings, the group arrived at the fast-charging laboratory. Since presenting the new battery proposal last year, several experiments had all ended in failure, and Chen Chen had refrained from putting pressure on the researchers, hardly inquiring further. Following the system's introduction of the initial fast-charging solution, Hongxing's research team had diligently pursued that pathway, advancing from 18 watts to 27 watts, then to 40 watts, and now reaching an experimental 67 watts. Over the past few months, it was estimated that the dual charge pump solution had already broken through to 120 watts. However, progress must be gradual. One cannot simply leap to 120 watts like protagonists in other novels. What would be left to achieve afterward? There are warnings against venturing into graphics cards, as one may toil to create a product rivaling the 1050, only to be eclipsed by Huang's swift release of a 3060, leaving one utterly lost. One can never ascertain the extent of his resources. Similarly, should a time traveler suddenly produce a 120-watt fast charger, Hongxing would counter with a dual charge pump and dual battery solution of 150 watts, rendering the former obsolete. Upon entering the fast-charging laboratory and passing through the security access, the head of the lab, Xiao Zhang, immediately approached them. Mr. Chen, Mr. Lu, our latest experiment with the new battery has been a success. Both stability and charge-discharge performance have met expectations. However, due to process issues, there remains a significant gap from the theoretical values. What about safety? Chen Chen inquired. The implications of the new battery are not particularly significant, but safety is paramount. We cannot introduce a new battery only to create a sensational failure. Rest assured, Mr. Chen. Our tests on cycle life and high-temperature resistance have been comprehensive. Observing Xiao Zhang's confident demeanor, Chen Chen nodded in approval. As long as safety is ensured, Lu Weiqi curiously accepted the battery that Xiao Zhang handed to him. Although he had seen the report on this new battery, this was his first time encountering it in person. Do not assume it is merely him. Even Chen Chen is encountering this for the first time. He had previously attempted to observe during earlier experiments, only to be deterred by Xiao Zhang's insistence on safety concerns. After scrutinizing the battery, Lu Weiqi discerned no peculiarities and handed it over to Chen Chen. Mr. Lu, do not underestimate this battery. Its capacity has reached an impressive 5,000 milliamp hours. How much? 5,000 milliamp hours. This revelation left Lu Weiqi astounded. The dimensions of this battery appeared no larger than the 3,000 milliamp hours battery currently utilized in the Kunpeng smartphone, and it felt remarkably lighter in hand. Indeed, our battery is 23 lighter than the previous lithium-ion variant, with an astounding 42 increase in capacity for the same volume. Additionally, it can endure a greater charging current, with a current of 5C still well within the safety threshold. This marks a significant advancement. In truth, this battery cannot be deemed a revolutionary innovation in terms of craftsmanship and technology. It merely reflects improvements in the folding method of the separator, the electrolyte composition, and the anode material ratio. In simpler terms, it has achieved a modest enhancement in energy density. This battery still has a considerable way to go before reaching theoretical values. According to Mr. Chen's documentation, we still have over a 30 gap to bridge. We are continuously refining our equipment in hopes of swiftly meeting the technical requirements. When will it be ready for mass production? This version is already suitable for mass production. However, should we bestow a name upon this battery that conveys its remarkable capabilities at first glance? In response to Xiao Zhang's flattery, Chen Chen remained non-committal, almost instinctively suggesting Jinsha River, Qinghai Lake. Upon reflection, he reconsidered. Such names sound impressive, yet they might, like the Xiao AI assistant, be encumbered by copyright issues, leading to potential infringement. Let us simply call it PS. Everyone, please propose a name. I suggest Polaris. Chapter 71. The Yangtze River Battery, ultimately. This battery was christened by Chen Chen as the Yangtze River Battery, though it could have borne a more illustrious name, the Thunder God Battery. Chen Chen perceived this iteration merely as an enhancement. To assign such a formidable name to it seemed somewhat superfluous. When the company's electric vehicle battery finally debuts, it must carry the moniker of Thunder God. Red Star Electric, Thunder God Battery now, that is truly impressive. As for Lei Jun's sentiments, they were of no concern to me. Regrettably, no matter how much it is refined, this battery remains a soft pack type, rendering it unsuitable for new energy applications. The inherent dangers of soft pack batteries are well understood. Should a battery pack malfunction in an electric vehicle, the resulting scene would surely rival that of TNT. For new energy vehicles, steel-cased batteries are imperative. With Chen Chen's current understanding, the optimal solution lies in solid-state batteries. With solid-state technology, a single charge could propel a vehicle for over 1,000 kilometers, followed by a rapid recharge. Then, there would be no need for governmental promotion, as the market would naturally gravitate towards new energy vehicles. Alas, why could I not have traversed through time just a few days later to witness the structure of solid-state batteries myself? At the very least, it could provide these engineers with some direction. Chen Chen felt an incessant pang of frustration within. During his initial journey through time, there was an abundance of news heralding the impending mass production of solid-state batteries, yet upon his arrival, there was nary a sight of them. As for the technical principles and internal architecture, he remained utterly oblivious. He only knew that the liquid electrolyte had been replaced with a solid state, ensuring that even after prolonged use, should lithium dendrites breach the separator, there would be no risk of fire or explosion, as the electrolyte was solid. Xiao Zhang, the development of batteries is of paramount importance to us at Red Star. Manager Lu is still coordinating with several engineers, and I intend to allocate this entire floor for your use. Concurrently, I will separate the fast charging and battery divisions, establishing a dedicated battery research group for you. Thank you, President Chen. It has indeed become somewhat cramped to house both the battery and fast charging in the same laboratory. I plan to report this to General Manager Lu in the coming days. Chen Chen turned to Lu Weiqi, who was beside him. General Manager Lu, please take charge of this matter. I am already in discussions with the government regarding the space issue. Our industrial park still has some vacancies, and I plan to apply for the construction of 2 additional laboratory buildings. Understood, President Chen. I will follow up on this. The patent for the battery has been successfully applied for, and since there are no significant conflicts with other companies, the legal department's primary function now is to secure patents. This time, the battery technology has not only been applied for within Huaxiao, but also for global patents. Furthermore, a series of design patents have been filed for the full-screen display, including water-drop screens, left-right centered punch-hole screens, notch screens, and pill-shaped screens. Chen Chen eagerly anticipated the moment his full-screen smartphone would debut, envisioning the reactions of other manufacturers attempting to create various types of front-facing cameras. In his previous life, he had been confronted by the legal department of a major rice company. now with Red Star possessing its own legal team. A competition would ensue to determine whether the legal department of the rice company was superior or if Red Star's legal team would surpass expectations. After Yang Tuo officially joined Red Star, Yu Qingbei struck the table in his office for the first time. Warway had finally made significant progress in negotiations with Yang Tuo, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by Hongxing. Are you all merely idle spectators? How could Hongxing poach them away? After several months of efforts, I had conceded every condition presented. As I observed Yu Qingbei fuming with anger, Xinjiang, the manager who had been in constant contact with Yang Tuo, felt a sense of grievance. To manage the brand? Agreed. To take full responsibility for Warway's marketing? Agreed. The compensation offered was also at the pinnacle of the industry. I can confidently assert that my intentions were sincere. Yet, Yang Tuo still opted for Hongxing. What could I possibly do? General Yu, this indeed is a failure on our part. And I acknowledge the oversight. Alas, the hierarchy crushes those beneath it. I am but a humble manager, while they are the head of Warway's terminal. No. They have now become the head of the restructured Warway Mobile Division. All I could do was endure the scolding in silence. Now, immediately, I must seek out another top-tier brand marketing leader. Xinjiang nearly stumbled out of Yu Qingbei's office. This CEO, who usually appeared affable and jovial, transformed into someone quite fearsome when provoked. The task of finding another eminent brand marketing expert seemed daunting. It was already August, and the third quarter was more than halfway through, yet Warway sales in the first 2 quarters had been lackluster, falling far short of Yu Qingbei's expectations. The overseas market had suffered a significant blow due to issues with the K2V3 processor, resulting in a substantial recall that inflicted irreversible damage on the Warway brand. In the first 2 quarters, Warway's global shipments totaled merely over 27 million units, including those low-end models developed in collaboration with carriers. With even the more affordable models barely reaching sales of 7 million units, the budget-friendly Chuang 1X1, known internationally as U8890, performed exceptionally well in the international market. However, compared to its domestic counterparts like Homey Note and Shining Note, its sales were disappointing, having sold only around 600,000 units within a month of release. In stark contrast, it had shipped over 1.3 million units internationally in just a month, with the company projecting total global shipments to reach the 10 million mark. Nevertheless, even with such success, the annual total shipments would still fail to reach 50 million units. The reason for the strong international performance was the abysmal quality of those entry-level models produced abroad. Moreover, competitors like Hongxing and Xiaomi had yet to venture overseas, excelling only within the domestic market. Warway stands alone among these manufacturers as the only one with global shipments. As for Z and TCL, Yu Qingbei regarded them as insignificant. While they too had global shipments exceeding 10 million units, their primary offerings were far from impressive, including even feature phones. Such manufacturers are destined to fade into obscurity. Hardly worth mentioning. The sole competitor to watch is Hongxing. If they expand internationally, their products could prove formidable in foreign markets, becoming a significant rival to Warway. It is rather premature to discuss such matters. Even if Hongxing aspires to venture abroad, they lack any viable distribution channels. How can they possibly compete with Huawei? Sigh. Yu Qingbei let out a deep sigh. The journey of building Huawei's high-end brand is indeed a formidable task. Now, with the loss of Yang Tuo, that marketing maestro, the challenges have only intensified. Moreover, why were we, Huawei, not invited to this internet conference? The very technologies and communications you utilize bear the imprint of Huawei. Yet you extend an invitation to Hongxing while neglecting us. We, Huawei, are a technological enterprise, and frankly, I am not pleased to be categorized among mere internet companies. If you choose not to invite us, so be it. I, old you, am not particularly concerned. Chapter 72. The goal? To become number 1 in the world. The scenery and air here surpass that of the capital city. Arriving early in Wuzhen, Chen Chen, after completing various formalities and settling into the hotel, embarked on a leisurely exploration of the town with Shenro. This marked Chen Chen's inaugural outing since traversing into this world. Ever since his arrival in Hongxing, a multitude of responsibilities and the development of his company had overwhelmed him, leaving him breathless. Despite possessing a system, he found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of challenges. He envied protagonists in certain novels, who effortlessly received advanced technologies and were surrounded by an entourage of talented individuals and alluring secretaries. Most notably, their rivals seemed to be rendered intellectually inferior. It was as if they could face no real competition. Moreover, There were formidable protagonists who could craft laser engravers, achieve nuclear fusion, and fabricate chips with their bare hands in their dormitories. Observing others' prowess only deepened his feelings of inadequacy, especially as one who possessed a system. As he strolled upon a quaint little bridge, gazing at the picturesque Jiangnan scenery, Chen Chen felt an overwhelming sense of serenity. The evening was pleasantly mild, providing unparalleled comfort. Is that really Chen Chen from Hongxing? Where is he? I don't see him, someone exclaimed, pointing at a figure on the bridge. It seems to be him. I recognized his assistant from the last press conference. It's definitely her. A young couple, engrossed in taking photos, spotted Chen Chen and hurried over. Mr. Chen, could we take a picture with you? Look, I'm using the Hongxing Kunping phone right now. Noticing the somewhat flustered couple, Chen Chen gestured to Chen Ro to let them approach. Thank you, Mr. Chen. I absolutely adore the photography capabilities of your Kunping phone. I've watched every one of your press conferences. Thank you for your support of Hongxing. Come, let us take a photo together, Chen Chen replied warmly. The young man raised his phone for a selfie, and Chen Chen obligingly posed with a peace sign, his only signature move for photographs. I never imagined I would have fans too, haha. Chen Chen jested playfully with Chen Ro after the photo op. You really ought to market yourself more. If you participated in more speeches and events, your fan base would surely expand, Chen Ro suggested. Let us not kid ourselves. I'm quite socially anxious. Had it not been for the desire to witness industry leaders at this internet conference, I would have preferred to send Lu Weiqi in my stead, Chen Chen replied, shaking his head. Aside from press conferences, he rarely made public appearances, leaving those engagements to Lu Weiqi. Look over there, Chen Ro pointed. And Chen Chen followed her gaze to see a group of young people approaching briskly, led by the earlier couple. I'm telling you, Mr. Chen is very approachable. When I asked for a photo, he immediately agreed. We must seize this chance. Let us not let him slip away. Can you believe we get to see him in person here? Hurry up. Let us catch him. Mr. Chen, could I please have your autograph? Also, could I possibly get a ticket for the next press conference? I would love to attend one of Hongxing's events. As Chen Chen gazed at the throng of fans surrounding him, he finally grasped the essence of fervor. Aside from the press conference, he had seldom made public appearances, and his social media posts were rather infrequent. It appeared that most of these admirers were ardent supporters of Red Star. Please, everyone, do not rush. I will have Assistant Shin take a group photo shortly. He hurriedly accepted the paper and pens handed to him for autographs, and a female fan, lacking any writing materials, eagerly lifted her dress, requesting him to sign on her skirt, leaving Chen Chen utterly bewildered. 1, 2, 3 cheese. After the photograph was taken, Chen Chen swiftly pulled Chen Ro towards the hotel, feeling quite overwhelmed. Yet, deep within, he was elated. The recognition from fans for both himself and Red Star was priceless. Something that money could never buy. It reminded him of Lei Jun in his previous life, who had his signature on prominent models. Perhaps he should consider creating a special edition, such as a Founder S edition or perhaps a Chen Chen signature edition. The days flew by, and before he knew it, it was August 12th, the day of the internet conference. As a distinguished guest, Chen Chen sat alongside representatives from Hangzhou and Shenzhen on the stage. The conference commenced with industry titans sharing their insights about cloud computing, mobile internet, and various visions for the future, essentially a parade of grandiloquent rhetoric. Initially, Chen Chen felt somewhat uneasy, surrounded by industry giants, most of whom were considerably older than him. However, as he listened to their speeches, his nervousness dissipated. After all, he could boast and dream big too. When it was Chen Chen's turn to speak, all eyes in the room were fixed on this young man in his 20s. Red Star is, in truth, a technology enterprise. I am uncertain why we are categorized as an internet company. Perhaps it is due to our substantial online sales. The host then inquired, Mr. Chen, as a young and accomplished entrepreneur, Red Star has become one of the top 3 mobile phone companies in terms of domestic shipments. What are Red Star's future goals? Well, that is quite ambitious. The ultimate goal, of course, is for Red Star to independently manufacture smartphones without the need for other companies. That might sound ludicrous, so I shall opt for a more realistic aspiration. Our aim is to achieve the highest global shipment volume within the next 3 to 5 years. This is our short-term development target. His words elicited hearty laughter from both the audience and his peers on stage. This young man certainly had the audacity to boast. The host, unfazed, immediately turned to the vice president of a competing company and asked in English, Mr. Chen has just stated that in 3 to 5 years, his company will become the world's leading smartphone manufacturer. Do you feel a sense of urgency regarding this claim? Chen Chen replied, I do not. I was referring to shipment volume. This response once again sparked a wave of laughter from the crowd. The vice president, crossing his legs, took the microphone and remarked, "It is always easier to talk than to act. Mr. Chen, please enlighten us on how you plan to achieve this?" Confronted by a host who persistently redirected the conversation towards himself, I reluctantly remarked, "Although Hongxing may be a relatively small company in the realm of fruit, we have ascended to become one of the top 5 manufacturers globally in the first 3 quarters of this year. I believe that achieving the status of the world's #1 is not beyond the realm of possibility. As the illustrious Hong Zhou once said, what if we actually accomplish it? Ha ha ha, what if we do?" Hongxing is a company that has been founded for over a decade, since my father established Hongxing in 1998. To the brink of bankruptcy 2 years ago, I am certain that no one would have believed that a company on the verge of collapse could experience such remarkable growth to become one of the world's top 5. Thus, within the enchanting soil of China, we have not only birthed a remarkable company like Ali, but also witnessed the emergence of a small miracle like Hongxing. While your fruit company may currently shine brightly, we at Hongxing are also progressing steadily, and our prospects are no less promising than yours. Chen Chen, adopting a modest tone, subtly showcased his formidable strength. At that moment, Hong Zhou was indulging in his snacks, and upon hearing Chen Chen's comments, he instantly felt displeased. Why bring my Ali into this when you're talking about your Hongxing? Can our Ali even be compared to your Hongxing? Even if you're attempting to compliment me, that is unacceptable, I must retort. Just moments ago, Chen Chen from Hongxing had been envisioning the entirety of the mobile phone landscape. And I felt that having ideals is essential. What if we actually realize them, right? Chapter 73, The Verbal Duel in Hangzhou. Our mission at Ali is to assist those with aspirations in realizing their dreams, regardless of the wealth one accumulates. If the air you breathe is polluted, the water you drink is contaminated, and the food you consume is unsafe, then all of it becomes utterly meaningless. What value does your Red Star phone hold in such circumstances? This Hong Zhou truly revels in being a mentor. His words elevate his stature as he proclaims, "You, Chen Chen, claim to have dreams, but we at Ali are dedicated to helping individuals achieve theirs. Therefore, Chen Chen, do not dare to associate yourself with Ali. We are not on the same level, are we? Can you truly compare yourself to us?" However, Chen Chen seized upon the flaw in his argument and retorted directly to Hong Zhou. "Since you claim that Ali exists to aid idealists in achieving their goals, will you extend your assistance to Red Star?" Hong Zhou, realizing he had misspoken, quickly sought to amend his statement. "Well, I believe Red Star no longer requires our help. They are already among the top 3 mobile manufacturers in the country and do not need Ali's assistance. In essence, Ali's entire business model aims to support those with nascent ideas, enabling them to flourish." This Hong Zhou is quite articulate. His lengthy explanation ultimately conveys the same sentiment, albeit with more precision. Chen Chen, experiencing such a setting for the first time, found himself fully engaged. After ensuring his response was flawless, Hong Zhou turned his attention to Chen Chen, launching an offensive. "I observe individuals like you and Lei Jun envisioning a bright future. I see my role as helping those who cannot envision it or wish to do so by establishing an ecosystem that can uplift them." Chen Chen understood Hong Zhou's intent. He simply wished to convey that he facilitates others in generating wealth, while Chen Chen merely focuses on manufacturing phones. Before Chen Chen could retort, Hong Zhou delivered another grandiose statement. "Thus, I hold no interest in money. Hundreds of billions, or even trillions mean little to me. What purpose does such wealth serve? I do not possess the youthful desire to constantly change phones or adorn myself with the latest trends. My joy lies in assisting those who aspire to see more. Perhaps we are more adept at spending money than the government. In one word, audacious. In 2 words, exceedingly audacious. This display of elevating oneself while belittling others is masterfully executed, rendering Red Star nearly worthless, suggesting that without him, no one could conduct business in Huaxia." At this moment, Lei Jun could no longer tolerate Hong Zhou's lofty demeanor. "Chen Chen and I are both mobile manufacturers. Whom are you belittling? Who do you think you are addressing? You commented that Chen Chen only focuses on mobile phones, which inadvertently includes me, Lei Jun, in the criticism. When I achieved success, you were still involved in pyramid schemes." Hong Zhou mentioned that having too much money can be a burden. In truth, having an abundance of opportunities can also weigh heavily upon us. Each day, I rise exceptionally early, often awakening around 5 o'clock, filled with urgency. What is it that I am anxious about? I am concerned that the multitude of opportunities is overwhelming, making it impossible for me to pursue them all. I must decisively choose which opportunities to forego and concentrate on endeavors that I genuinely excel in and cherish. Much like our rice business, our sole focus on mobile phones aims to provide high-quality, affordable devices to countless individuals. Upon witnessing Lei Jun's sudden emergence, a flicker of inexplicable excitement crossed Hong Zhouma's face. In the past, at 18, I stood as a mere subordinate. Back then, Lei Jun wouldn't even spare me a glance. Now, I shall show you who the true leader is. Yesterday, you disregarded me. Today, I elevate myself beyond your reach. Regarding Lei Jun's earlier question, I found it rather amusing. When we come to understand what we truly desire, what we possess, and what we must relinquish, we realize that opportunities are not as plentiful as they may seem. Observing this intriguing exchange, Dong Gu from JD, who had been quietly seated nearby, stifled his laughter. However, seeing Hong Zhouma's lofty demeanor compelled him to join the conversation. I believe I should be barefoot today, given Hong Zhouma's presence. While a degree of rivalry is inevitable, the business models of the two companies are fundamentally different. Hong Zhouma, recalling Dong Ji's remarks from the previous year, felt a surge of excitement. During an interview, Dong Gu had stated that Jack Ma's claim of having over 7 million sellers on Taobao was exaggerated, to a point that even he felt embarrassed by such bravado. Wasn't it merely a case of a fraud deceiving others? Despite this being their first encounter, Hong Zhouma unleashed a barrage of rebuttals. What Chang Dong just articulated is quite accurate. Our companies operate on distinct models. We are not an e-commerce company. We assist others in navigating the realm of e-commerce. As the dialogue between these prominent figures finally found a moment of respite, Chen Chen swiftly seized the microphone to counter Hong Zhouma. Today, as we revel in the benefits of the mobile internet, it is thanks to the advent of smartphones. Hence, Hong Zhouma's excitement over the fact that over 40% of Taobao's transaction volume is generated through mobile devices is understandable, regardless of how lofty our ideals may be. We must remain grounded, progressing step by step. In our current society, we face a myriad of challenges and issues. Personally, I wholeheartedly agree with Lei Jun's perspective. We must identify and engage in endeavors that genuinely contribute to society, regardless of individual capabilities, and strive to excel in them. It is the smartphone that has propelled the development of the mobile internet, allowing individuals to relish the conveniences of digital life. As a prominent player among the top 5 manufacturers globally, our company, Hongxing, undoubtedly holds a preeminent position domestically, a status that is quite self-evident. You, with your sales figures for the Taomao mobile platform barely reaching half, react with the exuberance of a child. Did you not claim to be disinterested in monetary matters? Why then do you feign such high-mindedness? Your words are merely an embellishment, an attempt to adorn yourself with accolades that do not befit your true worth. I am well aware of your capabilities. Among the esteemed individuals present, you, the early adopter of Hong Zhouma, stand out. Even as Hong Zhouma continues to expound his lofty ideals, Chen Chen chooses to set down the microphone in silence. Initially, he harbored intentions of confronting the fruit company's vice president, yet with Hong Zhouma occupying the central position, it felt akin to his home turf, where he could berate this and scold that. Just wait. Upon my return, I shall decisively undermine your Uno-S and Bumblebee, while simultaneously intensifying my support for Pinduoduo. When my short video e-commerce venture launches, you shall find yourself in a state of urgency. After all, I, Chen Chen, hold a significant stake in Pinduoduo. Continue to indulge in your pretense. Continue to revel in your arrogance. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Had I known this dismal gathering would unfold as such, I would not have attended at all. Zhang Qiuyang, I am utterly exasperated. When shall it be my turn to take the stage? Chapter 74. The Daylight Sensor during his visit to Wuzhen for the Internet Conference. Chen Chen found himself quite pleased by the picturesque scenery of Jiangnan. It would have been even more delightful had it not been for the conference. Upon returning to the capital, the receptionist informed him that a certain Mr. Xiao had been waiting for him for several days. Turning to Shenro, who typically arranged his itinerary, she opened her schedule and remarked, "He is the owner of a sensor company. We received his letter of visit on the very day we departed for Wuzhen." After Xiao Wang handed me the information, I deemed this small sensor company not particularly significant and planned to report to you upon our return. This year, we had intended to procure their sensors for our Shining 2 project, but after Mr. Liu reviewed their company's situation, he feared their production capacity would not meet our needs and thus declined to collaborate with them. In the future, if you encounter anyone with the surname Xiao, Yi, or Lin, please report to me immediately. As for anyone named Tang, feel free to dismiss them outright. Understood, Mr. Chen, would 3 o'clock this afternoon work for you? Very well, let us meet at 3 o'clock and see what Mr. Xiao wishes to discuss. Please prepare the information regarding their company. Presently, there are numerous small companies in the country engaged in sensor research and production. However, these enterprises face significant disparities when compared to the mainstream sensor manufacturers. Currently, leading companies in the camera sensor industry include Sony, Samsung, OV, and Hynix, among others. Notably, Sony's lenses and sensors are the most widely utilized. Subsequently, OV, originally a wholly American enterprise, underwent a series of transformations to become a Chinese company and garnered support from major mobile manufacturers. Before Chen Chen's arrival in this world, flagship devices from domestic manufacturers had already begun to adopt OV sensors. As Chen Chen perused the materials Shinro brought him in the office, he reflected on the fact that optical sensors in mobile phones constitute a vital component of the camera module. Presently, the CMOS used in the Hongxing Kunping phone is sourced from Sony's IM179, complemented by a 7-element stacked lens module that boasts exceptional resolution and imaging performance. Xiao Yuan's Daylight Optical Instrument Factory, established in 2001, has been operational for 12 years, equipped with a reasonably proficient production line and a certain level of technical capability. However, with the passage of time, the gap between Daylight Optical Instruments and top-tier sensor companies has only widened, much like OV. The competition ignited by Shining 2 in the low-end market has rendered business increasingly challenging for Daylight, as Daylight Instruments primarily caters to the imitation phone market. Most counterfeit manufacturers prioritize the procurement of cheaper domestic sensors as long as they suffice to capture a human figure. Indeed, the saying, "it can only scan codes," is a testament to the quality of these lenses. Currently, the fierce competition in the low-end market has further constricted the survival space for counterfeit devices, making the situation increasingly difficult for Daylight. Although Xiao Yuan has contemplated change and is reluctant to remain merely a supplier for imitation phones, pursuing research and development necessitates financial investment, which in turn requires substantial sales volume. Currently, the inability to move goods results in a lack of funds for research and development. Without advanced technology, no company is willing to make purchases. Last year, when the second generation of the Shine sensor was finalized, Tianguang briefly made it onto the supplier list of Hongxing, and the sole reason was its affordability. On top of being inexpensive, the Tianguang sensor was also commendable. However, after a comprehensive evaluation of their supply capabilities, Lu Weiqi excluded Tianguang from the supplier list. It is essential to note that the sales volume of the Shine sensor is in the millions. For a small company, securing orders worth a few million might warrant expanding production capacity. However, given the scale of millions, Tianguang simply could not meet the demand. In desperation, Xiao Yuan began promoting the product himself, and discussions proceeded smoothly, yet the outcome was inevitably disappointing. It is not that these manufacturers fail to recognize the value of Tianguang's latest sensor, but rather that it is somewhat overpriced. Why opt for a more expensive option when there are cheaper alternatives available? Upon arriving at Hongxing, the receptionist informed him that General Manager Chen was attending the internet conference in Wuzhen and that she had already relayed his visit to Chen's assistant, advising him to await a response upon Chen's return. In the capital, he waited for 4 long days, growing increasingly anxious. This year, it was certain that Hongxing would lead in domestic shipments, and it represented Xiao Yuan's last glimmer of hope. When he received a call from Hongxing, he was so exhilarated that he almost leaped with joy. If Hongxing was willing to procure his latest sensor, there was certainly a chance for the company's revival. Once his liquid lens research was completed, he would no longer need to concern himself with the whims of those counterfeit manufacturers. General Manager Chen, this is our latest TG23 sensor, featuring a 1/4-inch sensor size, an aperture of f2.3, and a single pixel area of 1.03 In Chen Chen's office, Xiao Yuan enthusiastically introduced the latest sensor. Clearly, he regarded Hongxing as his company's lifeline. Securing an order from such a formidable entity would undoubtedly enable greater investment in liquid lens research. However, unbeknownst to him, after reviewing the materials on Tianguang's optical instruments, Chen Chen had already begun to entertain thoughts of acquiring the company. Observing Chen's keen interest, Xiao Yuan continued to elaborate on the new sensor. Although Chen Chen did not possess extensive knowledge about mobile sensors, he had taken the time to study before Xiao Yuan's arrival. To assess the performance of a sensor, one must first consider the size of the CMOS sensor. Typically, this size is expressed in fractions of an inch. The smaller the number, the larger the effective sensor area. allowing for greater light intake. Besides the sensor, pixel quality is also of paramount concern. Generally, mobile phone pixels range from several million to tens of millions, of course. One must exclude the 100 million or 200 million pixels found in later generations, which are often composite pixels and not counted in traditional terms. As the saying goes, a larger sensor can crush the competition, but currently, manufacturers are not in a contest to see who has the largest sensor. Rather, they are focused on comparing pixel counts and quality. The images we observe on our mobile devices are composed of individual pixels, which can be likened to a grid of tiny squares. A 5-megapixel image consists of approximately 5 million of these pixel squares. This implies that the higher the pixel count of a phone, the more details it can retain, resulting in a visually clearer representation. Additionally, the size of each individual pixel and the aperture size are also crucial factors influencing image quality. The aperture values often seen in mobile camera interfaces, such as f1.8 and f2.0, refer to the amount of light that enters the sensor. A smaller aperture number allows more light to reach the sensor, thus producing brighter photographs. However, the current market shows little variation in lens focal lengths and aperture specifications, lacking the intense competition of the past where every parameter was keenly compared. The prevailing standard now revolves around which brand offers higher pixel counts. Mr. Chen, this sensor represents our company's latest production, showcasing impressive hardware capabilities. Xiao Yuan continues to meticulously explain each parameter of this sensor, hoping that Chen Chen will consider placing an order with Tianguang. Chapter 75. Entering with General Xiao. Exiting with Manager Xiao. As Chen Chen listened to Xiao Yuan's introduction, he nodded occasionally, recognizing the exceptional quality of the sensor. It was nearly at the level of scanning capabilities. And the price? Chen Chen finally inquired, addressing the pivotal question. Despite the air conditioning, Xiao Yuan's forehead glistened with sweat as he reluctantly disclosed a price that had been rejected numerous times, 72 yuan. After speaking, he anxiously gazed at Chen Chen, acutely aware that this figure was considered exorbitant for domestic sensors. Other manufacturers, despite their inferior performance, offered significantly lower prices. Even the quoted price for his company's previous generation of sensors had not exceeded 40 yuan. He passed the sensor documentation to Shenro, signaling her to investigate the prices of comparable sensors from other optical companies. Chen Chen was aware that the sensor on his Kunping phone had a procurement price of approximately 210 yuan from Sony, and that was for orders in the millions. The conclusion was clear. To obtain quality, one must pay a premium. Before long, Shenro shared her findings in a hushed tone by Chen Chen's ear. When he turned his gaze back to Xiao Yuan, a different sentiment emerged within him. Competitors were quoting around 50 yuan. Here was Xiao Yuan asking for 72 yuan, a staggering one. 5 times higher. Did he consider Chen Chen a fool to be easily taken in? General Xiao, your pricing is quite inappropriate, Chen Chen remarked, reclining languidly in his chair. The sweat on Xiao Yuan's brow increased, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. President Chen, our sensor is undoubtedly in the top tier of the domestic market in China. You know we have invested substantial funds in its development. If Hongxing is willing to procure, we will supply at cost price. Once production scales up, our cost will further decrease. But you cannot expect me to accept a price so significantly above market rates. Chen Chen countered. President Chen, this is already our cost price. I wish I could offer a lower price, but we have invested a considerable amount in this sensor. Xiao Yuan's voice trailed off, betraying his growing uncertainty. Why should Hongxing bear the burden of his costs? As Chen Chen remained silent, Xiao Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of despair as he began to gather the documents scattered across the table. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that if these major manufacturers were unwilling to procure, he truly had no recourse. Initially, he had believed that Hongxing, being a company focused on research and development, would be willing to cover its R&D expenses and foster a fruitful partnership. It now appeared that he had overestimated the situation. General Xiao, my dissatisfaction with the sensor's price stems from the fact that your company, Tianguang, is not part of Hongxing. Chen Chen stated firmly. What do you mean by that, President Chen? I am suggesting that I wish to acquire your company, Tianguang. Once it becomes part of Hongxing, I would be more than willing to invest in our own research and development, Chen Chen declared. Acquire Tianguang. Xiao Yuan's expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Chen Chen would propose such a bold acquisition. With a buzzing mind, Xiao Yuan turned to the now upright Chen Chen and inquired, Mr. Chen, are you serious? Indeed, Xiao Shun had just provided a rough valuation of your company, and I am prepared to invest 270 million to acquire it entirely. What do you think, Mr. Xiao? From Chen Chen's perspective, this was undeniably an opportunity. Other sensor companies were thriving and had no intention of selling. Some lacked the research and development capabilities, meaning a purchase would necessitate a complete overhaul of their R&D systems, a venture not worth the trouble. At this juncture, Tianguang not only possessed R&D prowess, but was also facing operational difficulties, making it an opportune moment to act. Furthermore, post-acquisition, minimal effort would be required to nurture the company. Xiao Yuan had both vision and technical expertise. What he lacked was capital. With sufficient funding, they could flourish, potentially yielding surprising returns. Mr. Chen, is your interest in acquiring us due to our liquid lens? The mention of liquid lens left Chen Chen momentarily stunned. What was a liquid lens? Moreover, it was only 2013. How could a domestic startup dare to develop such technology? No wonder they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Engaging in such ventures seemed utterly untenable, akin to asking a small firm like Xiaola Jiao to develop mobile processors. It wouldn't take long for the company to collapse under the strain. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiao Yuan felt compelled to mention the company's ongoing R&D efforts for the liquid lens. He considered that revealing this would not only clarify their intentions, but might also enhance the company's valuation. As anticipated, Chen Chen expressed surprise upon hearing about the liquid lens. Provided that the liquid lens is a legitimate endeavor, I am willing to increase the acquisition price. But I must confirm your capability in this regard. Rest assured, I have invested nearly all of the company's resources into this lens. I would never mislead you. Xiao Yuan replied, his tone tinged with bitterness. Ah, what a remarkable find. Last time, Stone Technology attempted to create a sweeping robot and sought visual solutions. Now, a modest sensor company is developing liquid lens technology. Is this akin to the protagonists in other novels who effortlessly stumble upon treasures without venturing far from home? Xiao Yuan mused. Reflecting on the company's history, Tianguang had been established for nearly 12 years, with a net asset value approaching 100 million. Including the ownership of land and other assets, it was roughly valued at 140 million. Chen Chen's offer of 270 million was indeed quite reasonable, given Tianguang's current trajectory. Failure to resolve order issues could lead to bankruptcy within a year. Therefore, acquisition seemed a prudent alternative. Albeit relinquishing a company that represented over a decade of dedication was undeniably disheartening. At last, Xiao Yuan continued, President Chen, I am in principle inclined to agree to your acquisition without the need for you to raise the price. I merely hope that you will persist in the research and development of the liquid lens, as I firmly believe it is an exceptional proposal. Rest assured, President Xiao. Among the domestic smartphone manufacturers, apart from Huawei, it is our Red Star that places the utmost emphasis on technological innovation. As for you, you may continue your work at Red Star. We can further discuss the specifics. Chen Chen perceived the other party's intent. Yet the acquisition being discussed was merely verbal at this stage, stating an investment of 270 million, with a fluctuation of a few million, undoubtedly necessitated a thorough investigation and negotiation before any contract could be signed. Only then would it be considered a legitimate acquisition. As for allowing the other party to continue working at Red Star, that was even simpler. The company was in need of talent. Although Xiao Yuan's sales abilities were lacking, his technical insight was commendable. President Chen, I am the chairman of Tianguang, but our company has several minor shareholders. I need to return and confer with them. Then we shall await your favorable news, Manager Xiao. Upon hearing Chen Chen refer to him as Manager Xiao, a twitch of irritation crossed Xiao Yuan's lips. Chapter 76. I aspire for complete localization of mobile phone components after bidding farewell to Xiao Yuan. Chen Chen cheerfully hummed the latest song from a renowned pop artist in his office. My heart swells with excitement. We are committed to achieving perfection. My heart swells with pride. Our fluidity is remarkably impressive. Stronger and more stylish, our reputation remains untarnished by detractors. My heart swells with anticipation, as this generation surpasses its predecessor in innovation. Truly, this top-tier artist has crafted lyrics and melodies that are catchy and even more singable than the previous hit. Enduring the peculiar tastes of his boss, Shenro, who had brought forth more detailed information on the Tianguang optical instruments, spoke up. Mr. Chen, are you planning to debut as a singer? Haha, I could never make it as a singer. The tech industry already boasts a top artist. I'd rather not join the fray. Xiao Yuan held the majority stake in Tianguang, owning 79%, while 3 minor shareholders possessed the remaining 21%, with a fellow named Li Hua holding the largest share at 10%. Chen Chen nodded, realizing this was not his concern. He would leave it to Xiao Yuan to manage the minor shareholders. Mr. Chen, I do not understand why you are so determined to acquire Tianguang's optical instruments. Is it due to their liquid lenses? Shinro questioned. In her view, acquiring this company would not necessarily lower their sensor prices, so why opt for the expensive choice? Xiaoxin, you fail to grasp that the localization of components in the 863 program is not merely a slogan to be uttered and forgotten. Since we have committed to this initiative, we must diligently advance the progress of the industrial chain. Of course, my interest in acquiring Tianguang also stems from my vision for our Red Star to establish a complete industrial chain. A complete industrial chain? Indeed. Currently, our domestically produced Shine second generation has only achieved 54% localization of its components. I envision a day when Red Star can, like Samsung, create a fully localized mobile phone independent of foreign companies. This sensor is merely the first step. We must also drive the localization of lenses, panel glass, RF, filters, ISP, and baseband processes. I know this is quite challenging, but one must have dreams, and we should pursue them with diligence. What if we succeed? Shinro nodded. Having worked with her boss for a year, she could see that his ambitions were far beyond superficial goals of merely achieving the highest global sales volume. The domestic shipment figures for this year had yet to be released, but based on the sales from the first 3 quarters, Red Star was poised to dominate the domestic market, potentially even breaking into the top 3 worldwide. A few days later, what had seemed like a sure acquisition turned sour when Xiao Yuan brought forth unwelcome news. Li Hua, the shareholder with 10%, had rejected the merger. While Li Hua's dissent would not ultimately alter the outcome of the acquisition, Chen Chen did not wish for an outsider to hold shares in his subsidiary. 10% of the shares equated to over 26 million, and it was surprising that someone would show disinterest in such a sum for a relatively small company. Upon receiving a call from Xiao Yuan, Chen Chen displayed a look of incredulity. He had never anticipated that someone would dare to reject the current equity acquisition. At the opportune moment, Shinro presented Chen Chen with the information regarding Li Hua. Since the establishment of Tianguang, has it been a case of technological investment? Is the liquid lens project also spearheaded by him? After perusing Li Hua's dossier, Chen Chen's curiosity was instantly piqued. Li Hua, a 46-year-old male, graduated from the prestigious Imperial University, later pursuing further studies in the land of the rising sun. Upon his return, he joined Tianguang Optical Instruments and contributed through technological investment, consistently engaging in research and development. His equity share has increased from an initial 7 to the current 10. The fact that Tianguang Optical Instruments has been able to establish a foothold in the domestic market, particularly in the realm of counterfeit devices and the current low-end market, can be attributed in part to Li Hua's influence. Intrigued, Chen Chen instructed Shinro to reach out to Xiao Yuan, expressing his desire to have a private conversation with this minority shareholder. He was eager to ascertain whether Li Hua was merely posturing or possessed genuine capabilities. Regardless of his technical prowess, it was inconceivable for anyone to retain a stake in his vital industrial chain company. Moreover, considering the importance of Tianguang Optical and Chen Chen's plans for continued investment and intensified research and development post-acquisition, it was even less permissible for Li Hua to hold such a significant share. As for the ecological chain, that was a separate matter altogether. Initially intending to discuss matters over the phone, Chen Chen found himself surprised when Xiao Yuan and Li Hua flew from Deep City to the imperial capital, with Li Hua expressing his wish for a face-to-face meeting. If a slight premium was desired, a sum of 1 to 2 million was inconsequential to Chen Chen. He was willing to concede. However, should Li Wei attempt to extort an exorbitant price, that would be unacceptable. Xiao Yuan and the other shareholders of Tianguang had ample means to address the situation. In the reception room, Chen Chen scrutinized the middle-aged man adorned with thick glasses, who, in turn, was appraising Chen Chen. It was evident that Li Hua was an engineer focused on research, with little concern for the outside world. He had not expected the chairman of Hongxing to be so youthful. Manager Li, the current Tianguang lacks sufficient funds for research and development, and furthermore, you are exceedingly ill-equipped to adapt to the present market. If this trajectory continues, bankruptcy is your only recourse. I am not attempting to undervalue the price. The offer of 260 million is quite reasonable. Do you believe that Hongxing's acquisition of Tianguang will resurrect us? I have no intention of selling my shares, even if they become worthless in the end. I have dedicated 12 years of my life to Tianguang, pouring countless efforts into its development over the past decade. Observing Li Hua's agitation, Chen Chen gestured for Xiao Yuan to calm him. How stubborn he was. Having returned from the land of the rising sun, Tianguang was Li Hua's first company, and after years of dedication, it was disingenuous to claim he had no emotional ties. Chen Chen understood this. Yet such fervor at the outset made negotiations exceedingly challenging. Observing the calmer demeanor of Li Hua, Chen Chen continued to patiently persuade him, managerly. Our Hongxing company places great emphasis on research and development. Following the acquisition of Tianguang, I will continue to invest in your efforts to develop new CMOS technology and advance innovative techniques. It is not as if we will neglect you after the acquisition. I am genuinely intrigued by the liquid lens technology you are currently developing, and I assure you that you will lead its further development. You need not worry about that. At this juncture, Li Hua exhaled deeply. The sentiment that companies are merely transactional is fade. His reluctance to sell stems from a desire to remain within Tianguang's research department and to continue working on the liquid lens. For him, monetary gain is of lesser significance. Should the liquid lens be successfully developed, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking product, and Li Hua is unwilling to abandon something he has devoted so much effort to. In Li Hua's perspective, the individuals at Tianguang are short-sighted. Years ago, he recognized the shifts within the industry. If Tianguang wished to thrive, it must embrace newer equipment and increase investments in research and development. However, the shareholders merely profited from the imitation market, disregarding Li Hua's foresight. By the time they realized the need for enhanced investment in research, it was too late. The company now finds itself in a precarious situation, desiring to increase research and update equipment, yet lacking the funds. Without financial backing, the products developed would fail to gain recognition from major manufacturers. The inevitable outcome is bankruptcy. As Li Hua expressed his frustrations and grievances, Xiao Yuan displayed an awkward expression, having once entertained the notion of profiting from the imitation market himself. Even Chen Chen, despite his usual lack of insight, grasped the evident truth. Li Hua was clearly unwilling to depart from this industry, fearing that after the acquisition by Hongxing, he would find himself without a place to belong. Chapter 77. Industrial Design or Structural Design. At this moment, Li Hua lamented before Chen Chen, evidently conveying to him that his reluctance to divest his shares stemmed not from a desire to retain ownership, but rather from a yearning to continue his work in the research department of Tianguang. The identity of the owner was of little concern to him. What truly mattered was the ability to see his research through to completion. Individuals like Li Hua, who prioritize their scholarly pursuits over monetary gain, are certainly not to be overlooked by Chen Chen. After all, his decade-long tenure at Tianguang without seeking alternative employment attests to his undeniable value. With that in mind, Manager Li shall temporarily retain his responsibilities within Tianguang's research department. Once the acquisition is finalized and personnel from headquarters are dispatched, I shall promptly invest in your work without interruption. You have my assurance. Upon hearing Chen Chen's definitive assurance, a flicker of joy appeared in Li Hua's eyes. As long as he could remain in the Tianguang research department to pursue his liquid lens research, he was indifferent to the number of personnel headquarters chose to send. Subsequently, Chen Chen engaged in a more profound dialogue with Li Hua, ultimately establishing a preliminary plan for the future development of sensors. However, any formal development strategy would have to wait until after the acquisition was completed. With Li Hua's matters settled, the acquisition of Tianguang became a foregone conclusion, merely requiring additional time for precise company valuation, contract finalization, and transition processes. Apart from Li Hua and Xiao Yuan, the other minor shareholders were naturally elated to hear of Chen Chen's willingness to purchase their company, eager to liquidate their investments and depart. With the Tianguang sensor issues resolved, preparations for the upcoming product launch event for Hongxing commenced. September promised to be a month brimming with new devices and fierce competition, with notable companies such as Fruit, Huawei, and Hongxing already in the fray. As for why Demi was absent, Chen Chen speculated that the anticipated Demi 3 would feature two distinct processors, complicating compatibility and thus postponing its release to October. Traditionally, the release event on August 16th was a steadfast commitment for Lei Jun. Chen Chen observed that no matter how Lei Jun optimized the NVIDIA Tegra 4 processor, it remained fundamentally a desktop processor. Forcing it into a mobile device would inevitably lead to compatibility issues that would not measure up to dedicated mobile processors. This time, Chen Chen resolved to deliver a significant blow to Lei Jun's Demi. Preparations had already been set in motion by the marketing department days prior. When the Tegra 4-equipped Demi 3 finally shipped, it would be a moment to behold. While browsing the news, Chen Chen stumbled upon headlines regarding the big colophone brand. This brand, which to him felt like a relic from the past, was suddenly thrust back into his awareness. Having just launched its official website, the success of Demi and Hongxing's internet models had swiftly attracted a wave of imitators. with various promotional strategies and business models emerging in their wake. In a previous existence, this brand, witnessing the triumph of the rice internet model, began to emulate the marketing strategies of rice. Chen Chen had only heard whispers of this brand in QQ space, where it stirred considerable commotion. Their promotional slogan was even more audacious: invest once, enjoy lifetime renewal services. One might question the audacity of such claims. Ultimately, however, the company collapsed due to its involvement in false advertising. In contrast to the utterly exploitative brand of Big Cola, Chen Chen found himself more intrigued by a mobile phone company named Origin. This was not due to a particular fascination with their products, for the company had released merely 2 mobile phones to moderate market response. Their initial trajectory was misguided. Had they adhered to an artistic aesthetic, they might have thrived longer. Instead, they sought to compete directly with Homey in the budget phone market, a decision akin to a venerable elder using a lantern to navigate a restroom. What truly piqued Chen Chen's interest was their design team. While the company's phones were not particularly remarkable, Chen Chen held a firm appreciation for their overall design capabilities. His understanding of true industrial aesthetics was somewhat limited. The previous iterations of Red Star's phones lacked any real industrial design, essentially replicating the classic forms of manufacturers from his past life. For the second-generation Kunpeng phone, Chen Chen merely provided a general design direction without delving into extensive imitation. It would be unreasonable for him to replicate future designs for every product in the company's expanding lineup. If a company were to develop in such a manner, it would undoubtedly be an aberration. It is essential to possess an independent industrial design team. In fact, every hardware company grapples with the inherent conflict between the ID department and the engineering department. This essentially reflects the tension between structural design and industrial design. A phone can either be aesthetically pleasing or performance-oriented. When industrial design prevails, the products tend to be exquisite and visually appealing. Conversely, when structural design takes precedence, the products are typically pragmatic and performance-driven. When one department exerts dominance, the other is often relegated to a subordinate role. Cui Chen, responsible for the second-generation Kunpeng phone, had approached Chen Chen multiple times, lamenting that the ID department's designs were challenging to implement structurally. Nevertheless, Chen Chen firmly insisted that the Kunpeng 2 must possess its own design language. With the production of Yangtze River batteries, this conflict eased somewhat as the reduction in battery size created additional space for internal stacking. Even within the realms of the fruit company, such conflicts are omnipresent, whether design leads engineering or vice versa. During the era of Jobs, industrial design unequivocally guided the entire product line, as he epitomized the role of an industrial designer. However, following Jobs' passing, the company's products began to compromise towards structural design. Engineers are pragmatic about the present, whereas industrial designers are filled with visions for tomorrow. Designers must determine the overall aesthetic of the product, including the texture of materials and color, and subsequently collaborate with the engineering team to refine the craftsmanship that meets the product's quality standards, ultimately bringing the product to market. This passage is attributed to Jonathan Ilth, who once served as the chief designer for Fruit. From the perspective of Chen Chen in 2024, the product design of Fruit has gradually transitioned towards the essence of Mother Nature since the introduction of Fruit X, which cannot be deemed as a pinnacle of global design. In contrast, domestic manufacturers have showcased unparalleled design capabilities in this regard. The previous generation of Red Star phones employed a method of stacking followed by aesthetic design, wherein the structure was crafted first, and then the exterior was adorned, eliminating superfluous elements to complete the phone's visual appeal. This approach closely mirrors that of the first 2 generations of Rice phones, which prioritized performance above all else. Meanwhile, the 3rd generation of Rice phones embraced an entirely new design scheme, during which Lei Jun was enamored with the prototype engineering model. Chapter 78. How the Red Star intercepted again. The 3rd generation of the Rice smartphone has departed from the rounded corner design of its predecessors, embracing a more robust and angular aesthetic. Whether it resembles the Nokia Lumia 1020 is a matter of personal perspective. With 2 distinct processors, this time we are determined to make a significant comeback. Observing Lei Jun's exuberance, Dr. Zhou Guangping, who is responsible for the development, could not help but interject. Mr. Lei, the adaptation work for the Tegra 4 is quite intricate. Many aspects will need to be revisited, I fear. Lei Jun waved his hand dismissively, perusing the Rice 3 in his possession. It's all right. We still have a month before the launch. I am aware that the adaptation work is challenging, and we can postpone the release of the Tegra 4 version of Rice 3. We will launch the Snapdragon 800 version first. The decision to procure this batch of Tegra 4 chips was made by Lei Jun after considerable contemplation, contrary to Chen Chen's assumptions that it was merely a cost-saving measure. Since the inception of Rice, it has been closely associated with Gaotong's processors. Through relentless marketing and promotion by Lei Jun, many consumers have come to recognize Gaotong as an impressive mobile chip manufacturer, which in turn has ensured Gaotong's product output. Leveraging this relationship, Rice has secured preferential access to initial releases and has been able to enlist engineers from Gaotong to collaborate on processor development and adaptation. While this arrangement appears mutually beneficial, Lei Jun harbored reservations. He believed that the deep entanglement with Gaotong could pose risks. What if, one day, tensions arose and they ceased to supply chips to Rice? What if Gaotong, in a manner akin to their dealings with Huawei and Red Star, arbitrarily increased patent fees? Or what if Gaotong faced production issues? It was at this juncture that he fortuitously encountered Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, who was actively promoting his own chips. The two reached an immediate understanding. Huang's Tegra 4 found a market, while Lei Jun's Rice had a backup chip. Notably, the Tegra 4 was indeed cost-effective. After reporting on his work to Lei Jun, Dr. Zhou exited and fortuitously encountered Su Ling, exchanging nods of acknowledgement. Since joining Rice, Su Ling had spent more time at the company than outside, constantly either on business trips or preparing for them. "Come in," Lei Jun called out as he heard a knock. Upon seeing Su Ling, he immediately set aside his documents and inquired, "What brings you here today, Su?" "A rare visit." Su Ling casually settled onto a nearby sofa, and Lei Jun, unfazed, engaged in their familiar camaraderie as longtime friends, maintaining a relaxed atmosphere even within the corporate environment. "My dear CEO, have I experienced a single day of peace since joining Rice? I'm either traveling or airborne, and I've even tanned a shade darker." With a smile, Lei Jun handed her a glass of water, remarking, "To those capable, more work is assigned. This year, I will reward you with a substantial bonus." Do I appear to be the kind of person who would begrudge a few trifles? After receiving the cup of water, Su Ling also sat up, her expression solemn. The moment Lei Jun observed her demeanor, an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Could it be that Red Star had intercepted their investment once more? Not only was Lei Jun perplexed, but even Su Ling found it peculiar. Upon joining DAMI, she had taken over projects from companies that had previously expressed investment intentions and promptly began her investigations. Yet, before her research could reach completion, Red Star had already invested in or acquired those companies. If it had only happened with one company, Su Ling could have attributed it to mere coincidence. After all, it is not uncommon for a promising team or studio to attract the attention of multiple investment firms. However, when several subsequent companies fell prey to Red Star's aggressive strategy, it began to seem rather unusual. Some of these firms were even obscure little workshops or small teams. Particularly vexing was the team called Sure2 Technology. She had nearly finalized discussions with them, only to be informed upon her arrival in Shenzhen that Red Star had fully acquired them the previous day, with contracts already signed. "Lei, I've learned through acquaintances in the investment circle that Red Star has acquired a sensor company called Tianguang Optical Instruments. Moreover, they have also invested in a company named Dajiang this month. It is said that the investment amount exceeds that of Sequoia Capital, reaching over 100 million. Dajiang? Tianguang? Lei Jun had a vague recollection of these two companies. The chairman of Tianguang, Xiao Yuan, had recently approached DAMI, meeting with DAMI's president, Lin Bing. However, due to the exorbitant prices of their sensors, Lin Bing had declined the procurement. To think that so soon thereafter, the entire company had been acquired by Red Star. As for Dajiang, Lei Jun recalled that they had launched a flying camera in January, named DJI Phantom, but beyond that, he had no further impressions. "Lei, don't you find all of this exceedingly coincidental? Our power strip design was just completed, and they already launched a product that is nearly identical to our blueprints. Similarly, our concept for a portable power source was barely conceived when they had already put theirs on the market, including those mobile-controlled fans. I sense that Chen Chen shares your vision, aspiring to create an ecosystem that fortifies his smartphone." Upon reaching this point, Lei Jun was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. Time and again, Chen Chen was a step ahead. This was true for smartphones, and now it appeared to be the case for smart products as well. Just as he began to grasp the threads of an intelligent ecosystem, bringing Su Ling on board to unveil their grand plans, Red Star had already made substantial investments in numerous companies that DAMI had shown interest in. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of setbacks. While he was uncertain whether Chen Chen's ambitions aligned with his own, it was evident that Chen Chen was decidedly pursuing the smart home sector. As indicated by his sudden investments in numerous small appliance and electrical companies this year. Chen Chen, indeed, it is your path I intend to tread. As for how you traverse it, the company Su Ling had been investigating, named Inglight, had also succumbed to Red Star's acquisition. Holy. Su Ling delivered another metaphorical blow to Lei Jun's chest. Lei Jun initially contemplated that since he could not find a suitable company for small appliances, he might as well start with the simplest of products, lighting fixtures. This would enable users to control their home lighting and switches via their smartphones, while simultaneously promoting the sale of these fixtures, thereby gradually expanding his influence. However, he was taken aback when a company dedicated to lighting was unexpectedly acquired by Hongxing. At that moment, Lei Jun experienced the profound sensation of being left speechless. Furthermore, he pondered how many units of the Kunping phone Hongxing had sold to generate such substantial cash flow for acquiring and investing in these companies and teams. Hongxing had neither sought financing nor welcomed any additional investors, yet it possessed an abundance of cash to invest in other industries. The only plausible explanation was that the Kunping phone had yielded significant profit margins, alongside sales of other mobile phones that were extraordinarily impressive. The sales figures for the entire series of the Rice 2, released at the beginning of the month, revealed that an anticipated 15 million units had only achieved 78 of that goal, translating to fewer than 12 million units sold. Surprisingly, the two models from the Homey series had become the primary contributors to the Rice sales volume. Since their launch in April, the sales of the Homey 1 model alone had surpassed the cumulative sales of the entire Rice 2 series over the course of a year. However, despite its sales reaching the millions, the profit margins for the Homey 1 were negligible. It appeared that this year, Hongxing would undoubtedly secure the title of the top seller in the domestic market, with Hongxing leading the way. The question of whether to proceed with the smart ecosystem had now become a formidable dilemma for Lei Jun. This scenario could indeed be described as a winner-takes-all situation, devoid of any place for second or third competitors. Chapter 79. Shall we venture into automobile manufacturing? It is not that one cannot find other companies engaged in product development within the vast expanse of China, but the challenge lies in locating a suitable product accompanied by dynamic founders, which proves to be quite a rare endeavor. Why would an established enterprise be inclined to accept your investment? Surely, they can thrive independently. Your company, while not a colossal entity like Hongxing or a fruit conglomerate, faces stiff competition. Furthermore, smaller firms often lack tangible products, relying solely on a business plan to solicit investments. This approach contradicts Lei Jun's philosophy of swiftly bringing products to market. To date, the only legitimate product launched by your company has been a power strip, which was preemptively released by Hongxing. Who remembers the runner-up? Aside from the power strip, the only other product developed within the ecological chain is an air purifier, a project spearheaded by Hong Feng, which is progressing briskly. Lei Jun intends to unveil it alongside the release of the Mi 3. As for the television, although it has yet to enter mass production, this does not hinder Lei Jun from announcing it in tandem with the Mi 3. In contrast, Mr. Jia has already accelerated the production of smartphones and automobiles, propelling them into 2023. It is disheartening to observe our delayed sales. The future undoubtedly trends towards the Internet of Things. We, at Mi, must not miss this pivotal opportunity. Given that certain advancements have been snatched by Hongxing, we could consider collaborating with manufacturers instead. Whether through outsourcing or integrating our communication modules, it is imperative for me to seize this future. What about costs? Lei Jun sighed, rubbing his face in exasperation. Collaborating with major manufacturers would not yield the lowest prices, and even if one could secure such rates, substantial sales volumes would be a prerequisite. Lei Jun's business philosophy revolves around creating a blockbuster product at a low price, much like the Mi phone, which initially operated at a loss. As sales of individual units increase, profits will follow. Moreover, there is no need to diversify into numerous product lines. A singular product can stir industry-wide disruption. However, despite the business model and mindset, the only truly successful product thus far has been the Mi phone. And there is also a shirt identical to Lei Jun's, which sold out in the Mi Mall following the last Homey 1 launch event. In contrast, Hongxing, employing a similar model, has seen success with power strips, power banks, and electric fans, all of which have become bestsellers. Su Ling, what do you think about our foray into car manufacturing? Su Ling found herself momentarily bewildered by Lei Jun's train of thought. Wasn't the discussion centered on ecological products? How did it suddenly shift to automobiles? I have seen Tesla's vehicles. They are impressive, and I have already placed an order for one. I believe the future of automobiles should resemble this. Look at our domestic so-called new energy vehicles. They are nothing but a facade, primarily designed to exploit subsidies. Upon hearing Lei Jun's remarks, Su Ling slowly shook her head. Mr. Lei, now is not the right time for us to enter the automotive industry. It's not my intention to discourage you. But the automotive sector is far more complex than that of mobile phones. We must not apply the same perspective we use in the mobile industry to the automotive sector. Moreover, our financial resources do not permit us to venture into the automotive industry, where investments are easily measured in billions. Perhaps we should wait another 3 to 5 years until this industry and market truly mature, which would present a more opportune moment for our entry. Su Ling possesses a profound understanding of Lei Jun. It would be unrealistic to expect him to spearhead an industry or develop a product in an immature market. However, once the market reaches maturity, he will adeptly leverage his marketing prowess and precise grasp of consumer needs to disrupt the sector. When the waters settle, people will discover that Demi has ascended to a prominent position within this market. Lei Jun mused, isn't it merely 4 wheels and a battery? What could be so challenging? It was only years later, upon joining Chen Chen in the electric vehicle sector, that he realized the industry was even more arduous than Su Ling had depicted. Nevertheless, Lei Jun had to concede that the lack of financial backing was indeed a reality. We shall adhere to my original strategy, commencing with routers. A router serves as a data exchange hub within a household. Once we possess the key to this domain, it matters not if our other products lag slightly behind Hongxing. Lei Jun had long aspired to develop routers, believing that to establish a smart home ecosystem, one must first master the router. The success of the router business would catalyze other ecological ventures. Had Chen Chen been aware of Lei Jun's decision to prioritize routers, he surely would have commented, "Go ahead, I'll refrain from competing with you for the time being. I am well aware of the initial quality of your Demi routers. What harm is there in giving you 2 years? Very well. I shall spend the next few days assessing various router teams and acquiring those that are suitable." After Su Ling departed, Lei Jun continued to toy with the Demi 3 prototype, smirking to himself, "Last time, your Hongxing 2 overshadowed our Demi 2. And you were quite vocal about it. Now that you have the upper hand, I shall have to address your Hongxing 3 in due course." With no desire to work, Lei Jun logged onto Weibo and began scrolling. Upon seeing the announcement from Hongxing that their power strip had achieved sales surpassing 2 million units within 2 months, he felt a pang of discontent. This sales figure rightfully belonged to Demi. Was it merely due to your speed in launching the product? Dreaming while walking, with strength as pure as jade, was the recently announced slogan for Hongxing's Kunping Phone 2. This phrase, in fact, possessed far more poetic depth than Demi 3's in the realm of martial arts. Speed is king. As he continued to browse Weibo, he recalled having previously liked Chen Chen's remark about embarking on a new journey, even sharing it with a welcoming comment. In that moment, Lei Jun could hardly suppress his self-reproach. How foolish of me to like and share. Their new venture follows the path of Demi. It is indeed my path. In truth, the phrase dreaming while walking, with strength as pure as jade, was one of many concepts that Chen Chen had sifted through in his mind. Originally, he intended to employ Lei Jun's slogan, which would undoubtedly yield a far superior marketing impact. However, Chen Chen hesitated to use it. The high-end devices, priced at an astonishing 4,000, would indeed lower the perceived stature of the smartphone if marketed with a mundane slogan. To cultivate a sense of sophistication and appeal to the business elite, it is essential to employ a more evocative promotional phrase. The name of this launch event is the Heaven Sword and the Dragon Slaying Saber, aptly chosen due to the overwhelming number of products slated for unveiling, which is simply too extensive to cover in a single session. Among the offerings are a wristband, an air purifier, a television, a smart speaker, alongside the 3rd generation of Hongxing, the 2nd generation of Kunping, and even a robotic vacuum cleaner, each deserving ample time for discussion. Consequently, Chen Chen mirrored the innovative approach of the future Lei Jun, dividing the event into 2 segments. The first half is titled Heaven Sword, while the latter is dubbed Dragon Slaying Saber. This not only generates buzz, but also sustains interest, ensuring that every product receives its due visibility. Truly a triple win. One cannot help but admire the marketing genius at play. Who would have imagined that a product launch could be bifurcated into 2 acts, much less host 2 separate events? By initially unveiling the products without revealing their prices, speculation ensues, maintaining the excitement, only to subsequently hold another event to disclose the pricing. In this regard, few can rival the prowess of Demi Chapter 80. How many sound holes does our smart speaker have? That phrase, the artistic journey of a steel plate, has been circulating online for a decade now, sparking continuous discussions, whether in jest or in mockery. Can it truly leave an indelible mark on people's memories? The slogan, "Chasing dreams with unwavering resolve, as strong as jade," crafted specifically for the second generation of Kunpeng phones, reignited the enthusiasm of internet users after a month of silence following its promotional poster release. In July, a fierce competition among 5 mobile manufacturers shook the digital realm, marking it as a seismic event. A month of marketing ensued, and ultimately, all manufacturers emerged victorious. People remembered the impressive large screen of the esteemed brand and noted that Mr. Jia presented 2 PPT slides. Milan and Changwon also gained recognition. Now, with the unveiling of the promotional poster from Hongqing, netizens realized that the bustling September is on the horizon. Many fans of the Fruit brand are eagerly anticipating the launch of the 7th generation phone, the Fruit 6. Having learned from the previous lesson with the Force, many counterfeit manufacturers are now hesitant to prematurely imitate the Fruit 6, wary of the possibility that the brand may still release the 5s. Interestingly, this time the promotional slogan for the Kunpeng phone resonates more melodically than the Shining series. Just listen to the rather lackluster phrase from Shining and then compare it with "Chasing dreams with unwavering resolve, as strong as jade." I am now filled with anticipation for the surprises that the second generation of Kunpeng phones may bring. Surprises? What more can Hongqing offer, aside from charging and batteries? I can make a blind guess that Chen Chen will once again boast about the battery capabilities. I am indifferent to the Kunpeng phone. I cannot afford it. But I am keenly interested in whether the third generation of Hongqing will feature significant upgrades. Have you noticed the intriguing name of the Hongqing launch event? The Sword of Heaven and the Blade of Dragon Slaying? It evokes the grandeur of the martial arts world, a legendary weapon that commands the realm, with none daring to defy it. As long as the Sword of Heaven remains unsheathed, who can rival it? How imposing! Perhaps Chen Chen is a fan of Jin Yang's martial arts novels. This reminds me of the recent phrase, "in the realm of martial arts." Speed is the only unbreakable principle, which also ties into the martial arts theme. It's amusing how the current mobile phone industry has indeed taken on an air reminiscent of the martial arts world. I have heard that Hongqing is set to unveil numerous products this time around. A friend of mine who works at Hongqing mentioned that there will be at least 5 products. 5. That is quite a lot. Did you inquire about what they are? I did, but he said it's a secret. There will be surprises, so I should wait. Have you noticed that Gongma has also entered the internet fray? They released a power strip similar to Hongqing S, yet it's $1 cheaper, which is quite amusing. Gongma must be feeling the pressure. After seeing Hongqing's power strip, I looked at my old ones at home and found them utterly unappealing. Chen Chen, when will you launch a 6-socket power strip? This one is too small to accommodate numerous appliances. The most entertaining aspect of Hongqing S power strip is that it can connect to the internet and features a timer. My mother no longer has to worry about me forgetting to turn off the power when I leave the house. Chen Chen perused the comments from netizens with great interest in the office. Discussions are a good sign, for where there is discourse, there is fervor. On the very first day of the pre-launch, a plethora of discussions has already emerged among netizens. As the marketing department continues to unveil specifications, the discourse is likely to intensify. A notification in his mind startled Chen Chen from his reverie. Ever since Cheng Wenfei joined Hongqing, there had been no further updates after the initial task progress notifications from Xiao AI. Now, with the prompt indicating 99 completion, could it be that his little star has already finished its task? He promptly called for Shun Ro and hurried to the artificial intelligence laboratory overseen by Cheng Wenfei. "Professor Cheng, has our little star completed its task?" Upon seeing Chen Chen, Cheng Wenfei set aside the white speaker in his hand and rose to respond. "I was just about to message Assistant Chen. I didn't expect that President Chun would already be informed. The various aspects of the little star have been completed, but its voice recognition rate remains relatively low, particularly when confronting dialects and non-standard Mandarin, where the recognition rate is merely 60. It will require additional time for sample collection and optimization." Chen Chen, filled with excitement, accepted the little star speaker handed to him by Cheng Wenfei. After 2 years of anticipation, it had finally reached the launch stage. Over these 2 years, aside from some initial rewards, the system had been stagnant since the announcement of the speaker's task, with no further reactions or additional tasks. Chen Chen eagerly awaited the rewards the system might offer post-launch or whether it would undergo an upgrade. A low recognition rate is not a concern. We can launch it now. As we gather more sample data, we can gradually optimize its performance. Our developer platform for Little Star has long been prepared. Once it goes live, users and professional developers will collaborate with us to enhance it. With sufficient data, it should evolve rapidly. Chang Wenfei, upon hearing Chen Chen's optimism, subtly shook his head. It seemed that President Chen was underestimating the complexities involved. If having a larger user base were sufficient, then the AI fields of Huaxia and India would already be at the forefront globally, while a multitude of users can provide ample data samples. The sheer volume of data necessitates meticulous retrieval and analysis. Artificial intelligence cannot autonomously evolve simply because users engage more with Xiao AI. Is our big data model not yet established? Chen Chen believed the task should not be overly challenging, yet there had been no progress after a year. The model has been constructed, but the question remains, where will the data come from? We still need to organize and segment it ourselves, which is time-consuming. I anticipate that we will only truly commence operations next year. This model is developed on CUDA, and we will require significant GPU computing power. I suggest you prepare in advance, President Chen. Rest assured, Professor Chen, I have already negotiated with Huang from NVIDIA, and a batch of the latest enterprise-level graphics cards will arrive before the end of the year. Chang Wenfei contemplated for a moment before ushering Chen Chen into his small office, leaving Chen Chen perplexed. Was there yet another variable at play? Dear Mr. Chen, for this promotional campaign, I propose that we refrain from overly emphasizing our intelligence capabilities. Instead, we should focus on the smart home control features and sound quality. I fear that many users might find our product lacking upon acquisition, which could adversely impact our brand reputation. Moreover, hello, Mr. Chen, what is the matter? He has already contemplated this himself. Let us not boast excessively. We should first highlight the sound quality, and once users receive the product, they will discover additional functionalities, thus exceeding their initial expectations. I understand this point. Professor Chung, rest assured, I have a clear vision. The essence of our product lies not in artificial intelligence, but in being the central control hub for the home. I am fully aware of the priorities. Seeing Chen's perspective, Chang Wenfei nodded in agreement, concerned that this young entrepreneur might impulsively focus on the intelligence aspect. He is well aware of the capabilities of the product he himself has developed, which barely reaches the standards set by America 2 years ago. To put it plainly, it is merely a semi-intelligent speaker, which is entirely different from a fully-fledged artificial intelligence system. As the two emerged, Shinro approached Chun, saying, Mr. Chun, I have just checked the molding data. Our speaker features a total of 9,527 sound holes. Chapter 81. The research department of Red Star Shinro's remark left the few individuals in the laboratory somewhat perplexed. Does the number of sound holes on the speaker truly hold significance? To think that General Manager Chen would specifically instruct Assistant Chen to investigate the exact count of sound holes, was this not a trivial pursuit? Who would genuinely care about the quantity of sound apertures? General Manager Chen, what purpose does this serve? Is the figure of 9,527 merely a product of the mold-making process, or does it possess any deeper meaning? In response to Professor Cheng's inquiry, Chen Chen did not elaborate, but merely smiled faintly. When it comes to research, I cannot compete with your 100-fold expertise. However, in the realm of promotional copy, even 100 of you might struggle to surpass me. The quantity of sound holes encompasses profound significance, which you will come to realize once the product is launched. Xiaoxing, are you there? I am here. With Chen Chen's call, the speaker emitted a crisp electronic synthesized voice. I would like to listen to Wu Gao's Carrot Whisk. Certainly, now playing Wu Gao's Carrot Whisk. Immediately. The melodious voice of Wu Gao filled the air. Xiaoxing, are you there? I am here. Stop playback. Chen Chen turned to Chang Wenfei and remarked. The recognition rate is quite impressive. It has consistently recognized my commands. Chang Wenfei chuckled, noting that it was Chen's standard Mandarin that facilitated this. He himself would not achieve such a high success rate. Chang Wenfei, for all his other qualities, had a way of speaking that Chen Chen found rather enjoyable. Last time, he had asked for a name, and now he subtly complimented him. Xiaoxing, are you there? Activate the air purifier and set it to automatic mode. Certainly. Now performing the operation. Chen Chen nodded in approval. Regardless of its intelligence level, at least these foundational functions were well established. Continuous dialogue was still unfeasible. Currently, each command required a wake word. Moving forward, we aim to incorporate various tones and allow customization of wake words. As for this version, it shall remain as is for now. There is still ample time before the release. Please continue to optimize, and for matters concerning production, you may contact General Manager Lu Weiqi or reach out directly to Assistant Chen. Yes, General Manager Lu has already established contact with the factory. Production can commence at any time. Though this smart speaker bore the title of a research laboratory, it operated distinctly from the fast charging and battery research divisions. Effectively functioning as a separate artificial intelligence department, Chen Chen was determined to increase investment in this sector. For no one understood better than he the profound impact AI would have on the future. Assistant Chen, please extract the audio from my previous conference where I stated we are far ahead, and have Professor Chung incorporate this segment into the audio. If users inquire about how to address me, let this phrase "we are far ahead" be played. The engineers in the research room, upon hearing Chen Chen, wore expressions that betrayed their urge to laugh. Sensing their struggle, Chen Chen encouraged, "It's all right. If you wish to laugh, feel free. Consider this a little Easter egg. Do you not believe that users will inevitably ask this question once they purchase it?" With that, he too broke into laughter. Who has not released an album? If only I had an album, I could simply have this little star play it, avoiding the need for the phrase "we are far ahead." Ha ha ha. Chen is quite amusing. How he addresses himself is truly entertaining. Several engineers burst into laughter and inquired of Chen, "Will users genuinely ask such questions? Is there any doubt?" There exists nothing beyond the imagination that users cannot articulate. Hence, our grand model must be launched expeditiously. We cannot allow a casual inquiry from a user to stump our little star. As Chen left the artificial intelligence laboratory, he began to ponder the future of these ever-expanding laboratories with their increasing numbers. Red Star primarily consists of 8 principal research departments. The first is the processor department, which previously fell under the research and development division but was established as a separate entity upon Chen's arrival, directly reporting to him and Lu Weiqi. However, it is evident that this is still insufficient. The department currently comprises approximately 300 individuals, making it the largest and most rigorously space-restricted department within Red Star's various research units. Presently, there is no suitable location within the entire Red Star campus to establish new facilities for this department, and it may indeed become necessary to emulate Huawei by spinning off the chip department to create a new semiconductor company. The second is the newly established Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, which will primarily focus on research and development in AI. The third and fourth are the former fast-charging teams, since the advent of the Yangtze River Battery. Chen has divided this group into 2 specialized departments, each responsible for the development of fast charging and batteries. This year, the fast charging laboratory has successfully advanced fast charging power to 120 watts and has begun adapting chargers for the latest charging technologies. This represents the only globally leading technology for Red Star smartphones, and their progress is of paramount importance to Chen. This department is also developing existing wireless charging technologies, currently achieving a power level of 5 watts. However, Chen finds this 5-watt power exceedingly inadequate, as it would take nearly 10 hours to fully charge a phone, rendering it of little practical value. Red Star is not the pioneer in wireless charging technology. It has existed for decades, tracing back to the era of Tesla. In his view, unless wireless charging power reaches at least 20 watts, it is hardly worth presenting. Otherwise, with wired charging at over 60 watts and wireless at merely 10 watts, it would be rather embarrassing and detrimental to the promotion of wireless charging. Chen understands that as future smartphone screens grow larger and processor performance strengthens, a myriad of functionalities will emerge, inevitably consuming more power. This places greater demands on charging and battery performance. The fifth department is the Xingyao OS System Division, which has ballooned from a mere few dozen individuals to over 400 since Chen initiated the project for a self-developed operating system. This department is not only responsible for the R&D of the new system, but also for adapting, maintaining, and developing the Xingyao OS for new models. The sixth laboratory is the camera department, primarily responsible for refining sensors and adapting camera algorithms. Following Chen Chen's arrival, this department underwent consolidation, merging the camera algorithm optimization team from the systems department into a new entity. Mobile photography, after all, is a facet of computational photography. Both exceptional sensors and outstanding algorithms are indispensable. Otherwise, possessing a superb sensor yields little benefit if the resulting images lack charm. Currently, the camera department's main focus is to enhance various algorithms, ensuring that the photographs resonate with users before contemplating future innovations. Furthermore, in addition to algorithm optimization and sensor adaptation, this department is also tasked with developing camera functionalities, granting mobile devices a plethora of features and creative possibilities. Another department that was previously unified under the Hongqing Research Institute is the Screen Laboratory. Initially, Hongqing did not have this department. as their early mobile phones were primarily low-end models, utilizing screens provided by suppliers without customization. After Chen Chen introduced the 1080p screen technology, a dedicated screen research department was established, tasked with optimizing mobile displays. Last year, the Kunpeng 2 debuted with a pioneering 1080p screen. And while this year all manufacturers have adopted 1080p screens, the displays from Hongxing, refined through the software optimizations of the Screen Laboratory, exhibit a slight superiority over their counterparts. This department also holds the responsibility for the development of mobile screen panels, collaborating with Huaxing Optoelectronics as a joint laboratory. Additionally, the Mobile Development Department is an essential component of any mobile company. Lastly, there is the Materials and Structural Department of Hongxing. The work of this department is crucial, encompassing the selection and refinement of materials for the mobile device's outer screen and back cover. Notable materials, such as the highly praised Kunlun glass and Longjing ceramic, are the fruits of the Materials and Structural Department's labor. While Chen Chen may not ascertain whether Longjing ceramic is truly ceramic or glass, it is certain that the ceramics utilized by Hongxing in the future will be genuine, as the current materials laboratory is collaborating with suppliers to develop microcrystalline nanozirconia ceramics. Chapter 82. Africa or India. The Materials Structure Laboratory at Red Star is not only responsible for the development of exterior materials, but also engages in the research and development of internal components for mobile devices, such as cushioning foam and heat dissipation materials. This year, under Chen Chen's guidance, the laboratory achieved several technological breakthroughs, particularly in heat dissipation materials. While the performance and architecture of this year's Lingxiao S3 are not exceptionally remarkable, it can be considered an upgrade and rebranding of the Lingxiao S2. With significant enhancements in the core frequency, the necessity of heat dissipation is paramount. After completing the copper tube cooling system as instructed by Chen Chen, the laboratory initiated an offensive towards VC, vapor chamber, thermal management, and has already made some breakthroughs. Beyond the software-level scheduling, the most critical factor limiting mobile performance is heat dissipation. Only by swiftly distributing the peak performance heat uniformly throughout the device can smartphones sustain high power usage in the short term without throttling. This represents a vital direction for the future of mobile technology. Moreover, within the hardware development department, Chen Chen established a dedicated small hardware development team responsible for components such as speakers, NFC, infrared functions, and vibration motors. Apple had long incorporated the Z-axis linear motor in its CDMA model of the iPhone 4, while to Chen Chen's knowledge, the X-axis linear motor has only been directly soldered onto the mainboard in last year's Nokia model, with no other models utilizing it. Compared to the Z-axis, the X-axis offers superior tactile feedback. The cancellation of physical buttons in the iPhone 7, paired with the impressive feel of the large X-axis vibration motor, ignited a market frenzy. Currently, the most advanced linear motors are sourced from AAC Technologies, which is also a primary supplier for Apple. The upcoming Kunpeng second-generation smartphone will feature a Z-axis linear motor for the first time. Although its tactile feedback does not match that of the X-axis, it remains a selling point. The future of smartphones, particularly the full-screen series that will eliminate the 3 classic Android buttons in favor of gesture controls, will undoubtedly necessitate the X-axis linear motor. The establishment of these laboratories at Red Star aims to achieve the utmost optimization of mobile hardware while also creating a bridge to software and interactive aspects. This will enable Red Star phones to genuinely emerge as a high-quality, high-standard mobile manufacturer. After all, a smartphone, especially in the mid to high-end market, must not only excel in hardware, but also demonstrate a certain level of coordination between software and hardware. An exemplary mobile manufacturer cannot merely be an assembly factory that integrates and assembles hardware. It must refine those components to perfection, allowing users to fully experience the benefits of such hardware. When the Kunpeng smartphone truly reaches the experience level of high-end flagship devices, it will be time for Red Star to challenge the likes of Samsung and Apple. As time progresses, Chen Chen continues to optimize and integrate the departments of these companies, particularly focusing on security aspects. It is often said that one need not fear a thief stealing, but rather one should be wary of a thief's intentions. The security measures at Hongxing have always been stringent, with various access controls and patrol teams. Under Chen Chen's directive, the security personnel have recently augmented the installation of surveillance cameras throughout the company grounds. Naturally, this necessitated an expansion of the security team. Lacking the commanding presence of a monarch, Chen Chen often encounters seasoned veterans during his outings, who then rally a cadre of fellow retired soldiers to form a loyal security force. To expand the security team, he must rely on professional security firms, purchasing their services with financial remuneration. When sufficient funds are available, these specialized companies offer far greater expertise than a hastily assembled team. Mr. Chen, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This year, Hongxing is poised to become the leading mobile phone manufacturer in Huaxia in terms of shipment volume. We have nearly completed the first phase of our objectives, and I plan to explore foreign markets, Lu Weiqi stated, observing Chen Chen, who had fallen into deep contemplation. For Lu Weiqi, foreign markets, particularly those in Europe, were familiar territory, as he had previously managed overseas operations at Jianye, focusing primarily on the European market. When Jiane's domestic market share began to decline precipitously, its owner hastily recalled Lu Weiqi to the homeland. However, upon his return, he faced numerous constraints from the board, ultimately disheartening him and leading him to seek a position at Hongxing. Chen Chen recognized Lu Weiqi's capabilities and pondered whether to venture into two specific regions. The first was India, where, in a previous life, rice had significantly bolstered sales, at one point accounting for over a third of the market. Mobile manufacturers, including rice, had nearly monopolized the Indian mobile market. Yet, the Indian market posed challenges. Profits made in India were seldom repatriated. There were instances where local entities would impose fines, brazenly extorting based on perceived profits. Companies like Rice and OV had incurred substantial initial investments in factories, stores, and sales channels, leading to considerable sunk costs that forced them to accept penalties. The second region was Africa, not merely the third world nations, as many areas within Africa could be deemed relatively developed, presenting substantial sales potential. Before Chen Chen's arrival, Chen Chen had focused on the African market, emerging as a formidable contender, with brands like Boda unable to thrive domestically, achieving global prominence thanks to the African market. Mr. Chen, Lu Weiqi called gently, noticing Chen Chen's prolonged silence. Yes, I am listening. I too have plans to venture abroad, but the demands of international users differ from those at home, compounded by our lack of sales channels, which may require a considerable investment of our resources. To successfully expand overseas, we must first optimize our mobile operating system, which will demand significant time and effort. Currently, the Xingyao OS department is diligently working on this to prepare our Hongxing phones for international markets. Since we are venturing abroad, we cannot solely focus on the European and American markets. We must also explore Southeast Asia, India, and Africa. Particularly, the African market deserves our attention. Let's select a contingent of capable individuals to venture into Africa, ensuring that we adhere to the principle of voluntary participation and considerate compensation. The Southeast Asian market also requires a dedicated leader. I trust you, old Lu, to oversee this while coordinating efforts in the European market, where you possess considerable familiarity. As for the African market, Chen Chen has indicated that we should prioritize our efforts there. Lu Weiqi expressed his confusion, questioning what those third-world countries could possibly offer that warrants such extensive effort. He believed it would be more prudent to concentrate on the European and American markets, as those regions represent the primary distribution areas for Hongxing's high-end smartphones. Do not underestimate the African market. It is indeed vast, and if we succeed, its scale may rival that of Europe and America, he retorted. As the boss, your decisions guide our direction, yet the selection of candidates may prove challenging. Furthermore, I am concurrently responsible for domestic operations and the Shining brand, and now I am tasked with overseas endeavors as well. I, Lu Weiqi, cannot possibly manage all these responsibilities alone. With a wry smile, Lu Weiqi reflected that since joining Hongxing, he had never experienced a moment of respite. The recent trip to the internet conference in Wuzhen had been a rare opportunity for relaxation, yet he ended up merely observing without any substantial engagement. As the saying goes, those who are capable must shoulder more responsibilities. At this, both men shared a laugh. However, even that notion has its limits. Some old friends from Jianye have expressed interest in changing jobs. Chen, what do you think? After much deliberation, Lu Weiqi finally articulated the true purpose of their discussion. If they possess both character and competence, I would welcome them to Hongxing, though they must first undergo an evaluation from Uncle Lu. Chapter 83. Off to Africa. When Lu Qi received the notification from the road guard, he was quite taken aback. Why on earth would they ask him to consider going to Africa? Indeed, he was the very first individual to purchase the Shining Generation 1 on Pinduoduo. Having successfully joined Red Star last year, Lu Qi's commendable business acumen had resulted in a salary increase to 7,000 yuan per month. For a recent graduate with only a few years of experience, this remuneration was rather satisfactory, especially given the potential for career advancement at Red Star. Coupled with a boss who frequently bestowed bonuses. Most importantly, he relished the meals served in the company cafeteria, which were complimentary. He particularly adored the explosive donut, which, according to rumor, had undergone various enhancements. He made it a point to indulge in one every day, often lamenting the lack of them if he arrived late. Now, being asked to abandon the familiar comforts of the capital and venture into an unfamiliar region, Africa, a place that sounded daunting, Lu Qi's immediate reaction was one of refusal. There was a company legend that whenever General Manager Chen Chen was displeased with an employee, he would whimsically suggest transferring them to the African department, which was a bit of a misnomer, as Red Star had neither business nor a department in Africa. The underlying implication was unmistakable. It was more of a euphemism for dismissal. To be frank, in the year and more since Lu Qi joined Red Star, he had been diligent and had garnered the admiration of his superiors through his professional capabilities. The thought of being dispatched to Africa was intolerable for anyone. In fact, no one had ever been sent to Africa since the company's inception. However, upon hearing the salary details from Manager Lu Qi's interest was instantly piqued. The initial cohort of employees tasked with pioneering efforts there would receive the highest possible annual salary. Currently, with a monthly income of 7,000 yuan, including bonuses and year-end rewards, he barely exceeded 100,000 yuan annually. If he were to go to Africa, his monthly salary would double, with additional allowances bringing his total earnings to approximately 250,000 yuan or more. Manager Lu also mentioned that those who performed well would be prime candidates for promotions within the future African business division. Lu Qi was undeniably swayed by the financial prospects, and the rationale was quite simple. He was in dire need of money. At just over 20 years of age, securing such a high annual salary, along with the promise of advancement, could potentially enable him to afford a down payment in the capital in a few years. Just as Lu Qi was lost in daydreams of promotions and the allure of marrying a wealthy and beautiful partner, his colleague, Xi Ping, approached him. Lu Ge, what are you so engrossed in? You've forgotten to eat your donut. If you don't want it, I shall take it. Go ahead, eat it. I have no appetite right now. Then I won't hold back. Xi Ping seized the donut from Lu Qi's tray and began devouring it. After swallowing a mouthful, he recalled to inquire about Lu Qi's conversation with Manager Lu. Lu Ge, I just saw Manager Lu looking for you. What did he want to discuss? Could it be a promotion? With a wry smile, Lu Qi replied, Promotion? No such luck. Manager Lu wants me to head to Africa to oversee new business initiatives. Sent to Africa? Xi Ping, well aware of what that entailed within the company, exclaimed almost instinctively. Realizing he had misspoken, Xi Ping hastily corrected himself. Lu Ge, that was not my intention. What I meant to say was, after pondering for a considerable time, he could not articulate his thoughts. The prospect of taking charge of the African business was almost synonymous with dismissal. The issue was that Lu Qi was performing admirably. Why would they let him go? Lu Ge, could there be some misunderstanding? Manager Lu praised you just last month. Why the sudden decision to terminate you? I'll accompany you to speak with him, surely. We deserve an explanation. He tugged at the agitated Xi Ping, urging him to take a seat. It's not about terminating me. They genuinely want me to oversee the new ventures in Africa. This statement left Xi Ping utterly baffled. The company had no operations in Africa. What would he be responsible for there? They want me to develop the African market. The company is preparing to expand overseas. And I am to take the lead in Africa. Oh, had you mentioned that earlier? You startled me. I thought they were going to dismiss you. Going to Africa must come with a promotion and a raise, right? Tell me, how much of an increase are we talking about? If it's substantial, I'll approach Manager Lu as well. Like Lu Qi, Xi Ping was recruited by Hongxing during the same wave of hiring. Due to their similar ages, shared department, and mutual fondness for casual gaming, they quickly became inseparable friends. Unlike Lu Qi, however, Xi Ping's father had undergone surgery for stomach cancer during his high school years, and it was solely through the support of his sister and mother that he managed to complete his university education. Thus, Xi Ping placed even greater emphasis on financial matters and salary. With a doubling of his salary, along with various allowances, Manager Lu indicated that his take-home pay would be approximately 250,000. 250,000. Is it really that much? After 2.5 years of graduation, attaining such a high salary was something Xi Ping had never dared to imagine. It was merely a matter of going to Africa and enduring a bit of hardship. For someone like Ji Ping, who hails from a rural background, this seemed trivial. He did not graduate from a prestigious university and earning 250,000 a year, under the current circumstances, would typically require many more years of toil. Now, the prospect of exploring the African market for the company offered such a lucrative salary. Ji Ping was eager to enlist Lu Qi to approach Lu Weiqing without delay. "Hold your horses," Lu Qi cautioned. "This money won't come easily. The company is currently in the dark regarding the African market. We must conduct research and development. Although we will be stationed in the more developed cities of Africa, there are inherent dangers to consider." Moreover, Manager Lu mentioned that those who joined the African business unit would be prioritized for promotions in the future. Ji Ping, brimming with excitement, forsook his snacks and insisted on rising to seek out Manager Lu. "What is there to consider? Let us go together and submit our application to Manager Lu. Together, we shall conquer the African market." Lu Weiqing had not anticipated that, after merely holding preliminary discussions with a few employees to gauge their interest in traveling to Africa, the framework for the African team would be established within just 2 days. A few more leaders were still needed, otherwise, relying solely on the youthful recruits would likely lead to failure. Reflecting on the conversation with General Chen from a few days ago, it became clear that the African market demands mobile phone batteries of substantial capacity, loudspeakers with impressive volume, and vibrant flashing lights. Ideally, these devices should be built on a dual SIM foundation, with the possibility of accommodating 3 or even 4 SIM cards. Furthermore, the camera functionality must undergo specialized optimization to ensure that it enhances the beauty of darker skin tones. Additionally, equipping these devices with powerful bass speakers and incorporating photovoltaic charging solutions is essential. These insights represent Chen Chen's sole understanding of the African market, as he had not previously delved deeply into how Chen emerged within Africa. His knowledge was primarily derived from short videos showcasing how Chen addressed the pain points of African consumers, thereby outmaneuvering competitors like Nokia and Motorola. He conveyed to the team, led by Lu Weiqing, his hope that these experiences would assist the team venturing into Africa in establishing a firm foothold. Ultimately, the advanced team for Hongxing's African operations was formed, with Lu Weiqing selecting a capable individual named Su Han as the captain. Su had been with Hongxing for many years, and his abilities were commendable. Lu Qi was appointed as the vice captain, as he possessed a spirited drive and a clever mindset, along with exceptional business acumen. Even if he were not dispatched to Africa, Lu Weiqing intended to focus on nurturing his talents. Thus, on the eve of Hongxing's mobile phone launch, a contingent of several dozen individuals was prepared, having arranged their visas, to embark on their inaugural journey to Africa, specifically Nigeria. Note, the narrative does not involve Chen Chen, as Zhu Zhaojiang had entered the African market around 2006. Now, 13 years later, Hongxing's entry may encounter significant challenges. The aim is to replicate Chen Chen's trajectory in Africa. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 84, The Sword of Heaven. On the eve of the product launch, Hongxing conducted its final promotional push, leaving many netizens puzzled by the announcement of 9,527 sound holes. While a standalone mention of 9,527 might be understood as a tribute to Stephen Chow, the sheer number of sound holes bewildered the audience. Speculation ran rampant about what Hongxing was unveiling, but the answer was obvious. It had to be a speaker. The thought of a mobile device featuring 9,527 sound holes would surely terrify those with a fear of densely packed objects. A speaker? Perhaps it would be a formidable one. I had quite enjoyed the portable speaker launched previously, aptly named the Little Cannon. Hongxing truly has a unique approach. It is the first instance I've encountered where the number of sound holes is used as a promotional tactic. Once the product is released, I must purchase one to verify the count. Should it be inaccurate, I shall hold Hongxing accountable for false advertising. Chen Chen remarked, "Go ahead and report them. The mold was designed with that many holes, so how could it be incorrect? Have you noticed? This event, dubbed the Sword of Heaven and the Dragon-Slaying Blade, primarily features the Sword of Heaven in its promotional materials." "Ah, you clever little rascal, you're quite observant. I just checked as well, and indeed, only the Sword of Heaven is being promoted. Chen Chen, where has the Dragon-Slaying Blade gone?" As more netizens recognized this detail, they flocked to the official Hongxing account and Chen Chen's social media to inquire. What does it mean to proclaim the Sword of Heaven and the Dragon-Slaying Blade when only the Sword of Heaven is present? Are they attempting to conceal the Dragon-Slaying Blade? Reluctantly, Lu Weiqing had to post a clarification on Hongxing's official account, due to the overwhelming number of products for this release. We have divided the event into 2 segments for time considerations. We appreciate your understanding. This explanation, rather than calming the storm, incited a frenzy among netizens. It was the first time I had witnessed a product launch being split into 2 parts. Hongqing certainly knows how to market. Are they truly concerned about their product's popularity? Don't be foolish. The current traffic is dominated by Hongqing, surpassing even the marketing guru, Demi. And yet, they still fear it's inadequate. Lei Jun was equally perplexed by Hongqing's decision to split the launch into 2 parts. He had intended to critique the Hongqing 3. Yet it seemed that Demi 3 would be the first to launch. Lei Jun was even more curious about the number of products Hongqing intended to unveil. A multi-hour event that could not cover everything seemed inefficient. Why not release the products gradually? It appeared that Chen Chen's grasp on maintaining buzz was lacking compared to his own. If it were up to Lei Jun, he would have simply launched the products as they became available, for that is the true method of sustaining interest. This time, the venue for the launch remained at the Industrial University of the capital, accommodating thousands. After accounting for side and rear seating, over 300 seats remained. Sufficient seats were reserved for internal staff, as well as for media representatives and various content creators. As for the remaining tickets, they were generously distributed to the fans of Red Star through various means such as comments, lotteries, forums, and the official website. Unlike certain manufacturers who expect their fans to purchase tickets for a launch event, Chen Chen does not operate in such a manner. It is utterly absurd. Does one not recognize who their benefactors are? In previous launch events, Red Star had extended invitations to representatives from Sanctions Huaxia and Fruit Huaxia, yet they did not attend. The attendees were predominantly domestic manufacturers. However, this time, the vice president of Fruit Huaxia has surprisingly assured Red Star of their presence at the event. One wonders what their true intentions are. According to Chen Chen, during the internet conference in August, he proclaimed that in the next 3 to 5 years, Red Star aspires to become the world's leading mobile phone manufacturer, which seems to have piqued the interest of the vice president from Fruit Huaxia, prompting a visit to witness Red Star's product launch. Chen Chen's assumption might be misguided. Everyone involved is a person of dignity, and it is unlikely that they would be offended by mere words spoken at a conference. Rather, it is the emergence of Red Star's Kunping phone that has caught the attention of Fruit. Historically, Fruit has regarded Red Star, a homegrown Chinese manufacturer, with disdain, deeming them as lacking in research and development, technology, and merely assembling low-end feature phones. Consequently, these domestic manufacturers have not warranted any focus from Fruit. Initially, the launch of the Kunping phone did not garner much attention from Fruit. In the past, numerous Chinese manufacturers have attempted to challenge Sanctions and Fruit, with little success. The outcome is well known. Companies that have aimed to rival Fruit and Sanctions have all faltered. Is Red Star truly exceptional? Yet, as the shipment data for the first 3 quarters of this year emerged, Fruit was taken aback. The Kunping phone had sold over 10 million units within the price range of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. It is noteworthy that even Fruit's shipments in China during the same period totaled only 20 million units. It appears that Red Star harbors ambitions to ascend to the high-end market, which undoubtedly warrants Fruit's attention, even though Red Star's pricing has not yet reached the level of Fruit's offerings. On September 24th, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the driver, in a Maybach, transported Chen Chen and Shenro to the backstage of the launch event ahead of schedule. Previously, Chen Chen had always driven himself, but as Red Star's revenue increased, under the strong recommendation of the road guards, a driver and bodyguard was assigned to him. Out of respect for their goodwill, Chen Chen reluctantly accepted the presence of this driver, Zhao Yunlei, wherever he went. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the countdown on stage concluded, Shenro adjusted his shirt, and Chen Chen briskly walked through the backstage corridor toward the stage. This was his domain. Hello everyone, I am Chen Chen. As he uttered these words, an immense wave of cheers and applause erupted from the audience. Listen closely. This is what it means to possess popularity, a true spectacle. Among the many heads of mobile phone manufacturers present, perhaps only Lei Jun could rival Chen Chen's level of acclaim. After a brief interlude, once the venue fell silent again, Chen Chen continued, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to all the fans and esteemed guests for attending our Dragon Slaying Sword Press conference. Thank you all. In July of this year, we launched a power strip that boasts both aesthetic appeal and exceptional quality, which has garnered immense popularity. From July to September, within just over 2 months, we have sold over 2.7 million units, a feat made possible by the unwavering support of our fans for Red Star. Speaking of this power strip, I wonder if you have noticed that now many products in the market are striving to emulate our Red Star design, with remarkable attention to aesthetics. It seems that the moment our Red Star power strip was unveiled, other manufacturers suddenly became enlightened and began to produce power strips of their own. This was, in fact, my initial intention in creating the power strip, to propel the progress of this industry. Now, without further ado, let us unveil the first product at our Red Star Dragon Slaying Sword Press Conference, the Kunpeng Phone 2, which I believe many are eagerly anticipating. Chapter 85, The Sword of Heaven 2. The Kunpeng smartphone marks our Red Star's inaugural stride towards the high-end market, and we are fortunate to have succeeded. This achievement is a testament to the tireless efforts of our thousands of engineers, as well as the unwavering support from our devoted fans. Over the past year, the Kunpeng smartphone has recorded an astounding sales figure of Chen Chen pressed the remote control in his hand, and a colossal number descended dramatically onto the screen behind the stage, accompanied by a resonant sound effect. Indeed, it is 11 million units. Our Kunpeng generation debuted the world's first 1080p display, boasts the fastest charging speed globally, and offers an unparalleled photography experience, complemented by an exquisite tactile sensation. Thus, I am not at all surprised by our current success. When one dedicates themselves to crafting exceptional products, the products will speak for themselves. As the audience, still reeling from the astonishing sales figure of 11 million units, erupted into enthusiastic applause, Chen Chen observed that glaring number. Neither Lei Jun, Yu Qingbei, nor Huang Zhang could conceal their discomfort. Had Chen Chen claimed that the Red Star 2 sold 11 million units, their discontent would not have been as pronounced. However, this was the Kunpeng smartphone, a mid to high-end device with a starting price of 3,000. As smartphone manufacturers, who among us does not harbor aspirations for the high-end market? Yet, among these domestic brands, aside from Huawei showing some promise, the others struggle within the mid to low-end segments. It seems that Xiaomi must accelerate its development of high-end devices. Lei Jun pondered silently, recognizing that Xiaomi also harbors its own high-end ambitions and has already restarted the development of the Xiaomi Note, expected to launch by mid-next year. On stage, Chen Chen continued addressing the audience. Now, let us explore the upgrades brought forth by our Kunpeng smartphone 2. Please direct your attention to the big screen. Everyone turned their gaze toward the large display behind Chen Chen, puzzled by its intended message. The screen boldly proclaimed, 40 processes, 198 procedures. A 309-gram piece of austenitic 304 material underwent 40 processes and 198 procedures, tirelessly worked for 32 hours. Embarking on an artistic journey before finally transforming into this 18-gram stainless steel frame, now presented before you. For the back cover, we have employed 3D glass, meticulously curved on both sides to snugly fit our stainless steel frame. Perhaps some may not favor the striking stainless steel frame, but fret not. The Kunpeng smartphone 2 offers a variety of colors for selection. Through a sandblasting and oxidation process, these vibrant hues will adhere closely to our stainless steel frame. Our development team has even bestowed charming names upon these colors. For instance, the black variant is dubbed Obsidian Black, while the white is called Stardust White. One color I personally adore is Rocky Green. In a world of ever-changing greens, this hue embodies a tranquil strength and encapsulates the essence of Eastern aesthetics, exuding serenity and depth, while warmth gently rises. The more one gazes upon it, the more one can appreciate its nobility and elegance. This serves as the finest interpretation of our Kunpeng smartphone's motto, pursue your dreams with unwavering strength. Are you fond of the design and color? The audience below gazes intently at the so-called rocky blue, reminiscent of jade but slightly more subdued in hue, clearly indicating that our Red Star has meticulously considered this color choice. The Kunpeng smartphone boasts a mere thickness of 6.71 millimeters. How have we achieved such slenderness? I shall elucidate shortly. Rest assured, the battery will not be compromised for the sake of slimness, unlike certain competitors. Chen Chen's remarks elicited a wave of laughter from the audience, all too aware that in recent years, competitors have engaged in a relentless pursuit of ultra-thin devices. There is no thinnest, only thinner. While other manufacturers typically begin with specifications before addressing aesthetics, I find myself eager to present the striking beauty of the Kunpeng smartphone 2. Having discussed its exterior, let us delve into its interior. The Kunpeng smartphone 2 is equipped with our Red Star's self-developed next-generation processor, the Ling Xiao S3, fabricated using TSMC's 28-nanometer process and HPM technology. It features a quad-core, quad-thread architecture, with a maximum clock speed reaching an impressive 2.6 GHz. Upon hearing this peak frequency, The heads of various mobile phone manufacturers in the audience furrowed their brows. How can it be so high? This surpasses the 2.3 GHz of the widely adopted Snapdragon 800 this year. Chen Chen found himself at a loss. In truth, the Lingxiao S3 could only be accurately described as the Lingxiao S2.5 or S2 Pro, as it hardly qualifies as an S3. For promotional purposes, adjustments were made to the process technology, though the overall architecture remained largely unchanged, merely undergoing minor enhancements with the integration of ISP and the Kaition baseband. By artificially elevating the clock speed to extract performance, this processor's peak power has surged to 7 watts. The increase in both frequency and power inevitably generates additional heat, prompting Chen Chen to incorporate dual copper pipe cooling through the flexible management of processor resources. Coupled with this cooling solution, the device will maintain performance even under high-load scenarios. Chen Chen glossed over the processor details, briefly mentioning its fundamental capabilities, noting that it no longer supports the Telecom 4G standard. Moving on to the display, the smartphone features a 5.7-inch screen with a resolution of 1080p. After extensive calibration in our Red Star Display laboratory, this screen excels in both color gamut and visual quality. It remains a perennial 1080p. It is not that Chen Chen is unwilling to adopt 2K technology. Currently, both Samsung and LG offer near 2K displays, which are effectively 1.5K, but the processor cannot handle it. Given its already high frequency, pairing it with a demanding 2K display would lead to severe battery drain. Though one need not fear, the heat generated would be intolerable. The scene with the Dammy Note 1 is still fresh in memory. A 2K display paired with a 3000 mAh battery, along with the Fire Dragon 810. Shattered Lei Jun's initial aspirations for high-end devices. Once the new processor is completed next year, alongside the support for full-screen displays, it will be a foregone conclusion. Everyone will be left behind. In terms of camera capabilities, the device is equipped with the latest Sony IM229 sensor, featuring a 6-element fully transparent stacked glass lens. This continues to leverage our esteemed algorithm, ensuring superior resolution and photographic results. Moreover, the front-facing lens supports real-time beautification features. To enhance the longevity of our mobile device, we have integrated the latest Yangtze River battery, developed by our esteemed team, into the Kunping 2nd generation. Coupled with a system-level power management system, the Kunping 2nd generation achieves an astonishing uninterrupted usage time of up to 12 hours. Have you heard of the Yangtze River battery? As Chen Chen mentioned its name, a buzz of discussion arose among the audience. While the Kunping 2nd generation presents only standard upgrades in other aspects, it is in the realms of battery and charging where Chen Chen can eloquently expound for an extended period. The key selling points, indeed, lie in the battery and charging capabilities. Chapter 86. The Heavenly Sword. The Yangtze River battery represents the latest achievement from our Hongqing charging laboratory. Our engineers have developed a new type of lithium-ion battery by enhancing the production process, altering the folding of the separator, and adjusting the elemental ratios of the cathode materials. Compared to the traditional lithium-ion battery, this new battery is 23 lighter while boasting a remarkable 42 increase in capacity. I request my assistant to bring forth 2 batteries for comparison, so everyone can witness the difference firsthand. As Shinro presents 2 batteries, Chen Chen sets down the remote control and raises both batteries to showcase them to the audience and those watching the live stream. In my left hand, I hold a 3000 mAh battery, and in my right, our latest Yangtze River battery. For those viewing the stream, it is evident that the dimensions of these 2 batteries are nearly identical. However, our Yangtze River battery achieves an impressive capacity of 5500 mAh. This announcement instantly stirs a wave of astonishment throughout the venue. The strength of Hongqing in the realm of charging has long been acknowledged. Yet few anticipated such a significant advancement. The fact that a battery of the same size can have an additional 2500 mAh capacity explains why Chen Chen previously stated that the Kunping phone could maintain a slim profile without sacrificing battery capacity. The production of a single battery involves hundreds of intricate procedures, including electrode slurry preparation, coating, electrode cutting, winding, stacking, assembly, and injection. Our engineers have conducted hundreds of thousands of experiments, exploring every aspect of the battery production process and devising various methods, ultimately leading to the creation of the Yangtze River battery. This is not merely a small battery, it symbolizes Hongqing's relentless pursuit of technological innovation. On our journey of exploration, we continue to invest, strive, and break through barriers. Even if it is only a fraction of a percent, we are willing to invest 100%. The audience responds with enthusiastic applause and cheers, yet the emergence of this battery instills a sense of urgency among the representatives of other manufacturers. Hongqi has already been at the forefront of charging technology, and now, with such a substantial battery, how can their products compete? Producing large-capacity phones will inevitably result in bulkier designs compared to Hongqi's offerings. Conversely, should they opt for smaller capacities, they would face criticism with comparisons to Hongqi's 5,500 mAh, questioning their endurance. As users become accustomed to fast charging and extended battery life, they find themselves drawn into the competitive arena established by Hongqi, making it impossible to ignore. At this moment, each manufacturer's representative harbors their own calculations. Yuqinbei's immediate thought is that Huawei must also delve into this area of research to avoid falling too far behind Hongqi. Meanwhile, Lei Jun's first reaction is to consult with Chen Chen about ordering a batch of Yangtze River batteries from Hongqi. As for the vice president of Fruit, he wears a look of delight. The dimensions of this year's 5's model render it impossible to accommodate a large battery. Although Fruit's iOS power management is superb, who would not desire a greater battery capacity without altering the product's size? It appears that after this event, discussions regarding collaboration with Hongqi will be in order. Being able to supply Fruit would be a privilege for Hongqi, and I am confident that Chen Chen will not refuse. The Yangtze River battery is merely an accessory in our pursuit of rapid charging. Our engineers aspire to achieve higher charging power and swifter charging speeds. However, the existing batteries do not accommodate our fast charging ambitions. Consequently, we must design and enhance the batteries ourselves. There is no need for concern regarding fast charging, as Hongqi has consistently remained at the forefront of global advancements in this domain. The charging power of the Kunpeng Phone 2 has been further elevated to a remarkable 55 watts. Charging this substantial 5,500 mAh battery requires a mere 36 minutes. We at Hongqi boldly challenge the world's fastest charging speeds, reiterating our position as leaders in the industry. Seated in the front row, Yuqinbei experiences an indescribable sensation each time Chen Chen utters this phrase, yet he cannot pinpoint what feels amiss, as if something significant is missing. Ironically, Chen Chen revels in repeating it, making it a staple at nearly every press conference. So, what price does this elegantly designed, high-performance Kunpeng phone, featuring an exceptional screen, superb photography capabilities, and boasting the fastest charging speed globally along with the largest battery in Hongqi's history, command? It is priced at $1,999. The audience erupts in chants of $19.99, leaving Chen Chen both amused and exasperated. He would never sell the fruits of their labor for such a paltry sum. Mr. Chen, $19.99. Let us be friends, $19.99. In that moment, the audience is filled with a chorus of $19.99, a clear attempt to disrupt. Who offers a $19.99 phone equipped with 55 watts of charging and the Yangtze River battery? Ultimately, our pricing begins at $3,499. As the large screen scrolls, it reveals the pricing of the Kunpeng Phone 2. 464 for $3,499, for 128 for $3,699, 664 for $39.99, 128 for $42.99, and 256 for $59.99. In addition to the standard versions, we are also introducing a prestigious collector's edition of the Kunpeng Phone, featuring a rear cover crafted from imported Italian first-layer calfskin, meticulously produced through 86 processes, resulting in an outstanding tactile experience. Moreover, the two camera lenses are adorned with an 18K gold plating, signifying the owner's refined and elegant status. In terms of memory, we have maximized the configurations to 6GB, 256GB. Each purchase includes a flip protective case, distinguished by its remarkable feel and quality, along with an exclusive black gold F code for priority purchasing of Hongqi phones. This F code has no expiration date and is bound to the Hongqi account, allowing one-time priority purchasing for all future mass-produced mobile products released by Hongqi. Notably, each mass-produced phone from Hongqi can utilize this code more than once. When the rendering of this collector's edition appears on the large screen, all eyes are irresistibly drawn to it. Well, it exudes an air of sophistication, particularly that F code, which implies that there will be no need to scramble for first releases in the future. One can simply buy directly. Imported Italian calfskin, adorned with 18K gold plating. I believe such a mobile device perfectly complements my stature. You must be jesting. You are more suited to a mere 699 model, the shining one. Amidst the murmurs of the audience, Chen Chen once again unveiled a limited edition of utmost refinement. Our brand, Red Star is poised to introduce another remarkable product, which will be exclusively featured in this prestigious limited edition. Due to the intricate craftsmanship of the back cover, the production will be limited to a mere 50,000 units. Rarity begets value. Since it is designated as a limited edition, we cannot release an abundance of units. Flooding the market would diminish its exclusivity. What we desire is scarcity. What we seek is collectability. Consider the collaborations with Lamborghini, the designs by Porsche, where premiums soar into the thousands, representing sophistication. True luxury lies in scarcity. If everyone can acquire it, what remains of its allure? I shall now present several products from our esteemed Red Star, beginning with our television and our smart speaker. Please allow me a moment to refresh myself with some water while our staff prepares the television display. Chapter 87. The eager Lei Jun. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone for their patience. Behind me stands the television we are about to unveil, the Hongxing TV. With a magnificent 55-inch display and a stunning resolution of 1080p, it is equipped with a proprietary system crafted specifically for this television. Now, let us power it on. Xiaoxing, are you ready? I am. Please turn on the television. Certainly, it is now activated. As Xiaoxing's melodious electronic voice resonates, the television screen illuminates, and the grand stage display mirrors its image in real time. The startup is devoid of any chaotic animations, featuring merely a wallpaper depicting a young boy gazing at the starry sky, accompanied by a phrase, "Let everyone enjoy the pleasures of technology." The television comes to life. Yet the audience stirs with curiosity. What is that? How can it control the television? Is this some sort of advanced technology? Direct voice control? Let everyone enjoy the pleasures of technology encapsulates our mission at Hongxing and embodies my lifelong pursuit. Now that we have reached the home screen, what shall we play? Xiaoxing, please play Liangjian. I have located Liangjian. Which episode would you like to watch? The first one. As Chen Chen's words fade, the television and the large screen synchronously continue with Liangjian. This is an unrecorded counteroffensive, modest in scale. The entire audience remains transfixed, their eyes glued to the large screen, eagerly anticipating Chen Chen's further commentary. Xiaoxing, please stop the playback. Stopping now. Our Hongxing TV utilizes a TCL panel, designed by our engineers. Mr. Chen, let us not dwell on the TV, please tell us about the speaker. Xiaoxing, hurry and share about this. The television lacks excitement. Speaker. Noticing that he had successfully garnered the desired effect, Chen Chen feigned exasperation. The television, in truth, bore little intrigue, and he was unwilling to squander time on it. His aim was to redirect the audience's focus to Xiaoxing. Having already completed the configuration introduction, he intended to seamlessly transition to discussing the ecosystem and interactivity of the Hongxing TV while elaborating on Xiaoxing, which would leave a more profound impression than a dry, monotonous presentation about the television itself. Feigning reluctance, Chen Chen addressed the audience. Very well, since everyone is so eager to learn about our Xiaoxing. I am here. I did not summon you. Please step back. The audience erupted in laughter at Chen's apparent impatience with the speaker. Let us first introduce this speaker. Its full name is. Allow me to mute it first, fearing that uttering Xiaoxing's name might activate it. Chen Chen hurriedly approached and pressed the touch key at the top to silence it. In the previous life, when Demi launched Xiao AI, there were constant mishaps, failing to awaken the device. Chen Chen, fearing a chaotic scene akin to Lei Jun's blunders, deliberately modified the setup. The official version is equipped with 6 microphones, while this modified version boasts 12 microphones for sound capture. The results appear almost too remarkable. Merely uttering a name prompts a response. Chen Chen suddenly recalled that during his future press conferences, he must ensure users mute Xiaoxing, lest, like Lei Jun, he inadvertently causes his own smart speaker to crash during the event. Having silenced it, he continued, revealing that its full name is Xiaoxing Tong Shui Intelligent Speaker. By simply stating the wake word, users can issue voice commands. As early as the year before last, the fruit company integrated a voice assistant into their mobile devices. As for its practicality and functionality, I shall refrain from elaborating. Those who have experienced Siri undoubtedly understand. I have long pondered that technology ought not to manifest in such a manner. Due to the exorbitant prices set by the fruit company, many individuals are deprived of the opportunity to experience the convenience of voice assistants and the latest technological advancements. Our mission at Hongxing is to promote technological equity. Technology should not be an elitist privilege, but should serve every individual. This led me to consider, why can't we at Hongxing create a more affordable smart speaker? Thus, The Shaoxing Tongshui project was born, and from its inception to today's presentation, our engineers at Hongxing have devoted 2 years to its development. I do not claim that Hongxing stands at the forefront of the artificial intelligence realm, but the introduction of Shaoxing Tongshui marks our initial stride into the field of AI, as well as our first step towards human-computer interaction. Chen Chen's words earned him a resounding round of applause. Once the audience quieted, he continued, "Our earlier teasers mentioned 527 sound holes. Indeed, this is the Shaoxing speaker. Why not 8,000 or 10,000, but precisely 527? I believe many may ponder this question, wondering if this number bears any special significance. The answer is no. Our engineers, while crafting Shaoxing Tongshui, recognize that a smart speaker is fundamentally a speaker, and sound quality is our pursuit. Over 200 engineers at Hong Crossing conducted more than 6,000 acoustic tests, discovering that 527 sound holes enhance the auditory aesthetic by 21, achieving optimal sound quality. Hence, we incorporated 527 sound holes. Coupled with our 4-unit sound system, it delivers remarkable performance across high, mid, and low-frequency ranges. Some may claim that the essence of craftsmanship lies in striving for perfection in every endeavor, yet I believe that only our Huaxia engineers embody true craftsmanship. Our engineers are willing to undertake thousands of acoustic experiments for a mere enhancement in sound quality. Is it worth it from a cost perspective? Perhaps not. But for the sake of our users' experience, we persevered. Atop the device, Shaoxing is equipped with 4 omnidirectional microphones, while 2 additional microphones reside within the sound outlet, designed to capture our voices and commands. Chen Chen stepped forward to deactivate Shaoxing's mute function before retreating to the edge of the stage. Allow me to demonstrate. I am currently positioned approximately 4 meters away from Shaoxing, a typical distance one might find in a household setting. Shaoxing, I called. The speaker remained unresponsive, prompting Chen Chen to raise his voice once more in exasperation. Shaoxing, I am here. It's nothing. You may step back. Chen Chen's repeated calls of Shaoxing elicited laughter from the audience, marking a rather humorous mishap at his first press conference. Chen Chen appeared somewhat embarrassed. Despite having made modifications, the device still faltered. It seems this demonstration should not have been attempted. Some may speculate that these responses were predetermined, but rest assured, they were not. Shortly, I can invite a few audience members to experience a live QA session. Mr. Chen here. Over here. Mr. Chen, call on me. I am ready. Let go of that speaker. Allow me to take a turn. A glance across the room revealed that both Lei Jun and Yu Qingbei were equally intrigued by the speaker, particularly Lei Jun, the CEO of a 100 billion yuan company, who raised his hand high, seemingly eager to participate. Chapter 88. How Chen Chen is addressed. Due to Lei Jun's genuine interest, he had previously experienced the fruit-infused Siri, whose efficacy could only be described as complicated. Moreover, the little star, Hongxing, revealed to him an alternative perspective on the intelligent ecosystem and the Internet of Things. While he had merely engaged with the mobile control interface, Hongxing had already begun to utilize voice commands to manage household devices, instilling a profound sense of impotence within him for the first time. Perhaps others had not fathomed it. But from the moment Lei Jun witnessed the little star controlling the television, he discerned that this smart speaker was far more than a mere voice assistant. It seemed that Chen Chen's ecosystem was destined to achieve a closed loop through this speaker. If it could control the television, could it not also manage other devices? Reflecting on Chen Chen's earlier announcement regarding the smartphone-controlled fan and his promise of unveiling more entertaining control methods at the next press conference, Lei Jun felt a pang of trepidation. This individual harbored grand ambitions. He was even uncertain when Chen Chen had begun his strategic planning. By preemptively snatching up the companies and products that Xiaomi had invested in and developing smartphone-controlled devices, each successive step indicated he was orchestrating something monumental. With each deliberate stride, he feared that Xiaomi might no longer have the opportunity to launch. On stage, Chen Chen observed the audience eager to ascend, deliberately selecting a member from the atmosphere team. His intention was to prevent other audience members from posing irrelevant questions. He expressed his gratitude to this student for their support of Hongxing, inviting them to demonstrate the Little Star speaker. Little Star, are you there? I am here. Could you please tell me what the weather will be like tomorrow? Tomorrow in the capital, the weather will be clear, with temperatures ranging from 19 to 28 degrees Celsius. A level 2 north wind, and air quality being relatively poor. Please take necessary precautions. As Little Star fluently answered the weather query, Chen Chen encouraged the atmosphere team member. You may ask another question, perhaps about your current state. Little star, are you there? I am here. I am feeling quite happy. Could you play a song for me? Certainly. Now playing today is a good day. As the cheerful music filled the venue, one might mistakenly assume a wedding was taking place. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to come up and experience this? As the Atmosphere team members stepped down from the stage, an unexpected figure hastily ascended the platform. Lei Jun, who had been seated in the front row among the guests, could no longer contain his excitement upon witnessing such an entertaining spectacle and promptly made his way to the stage. Mr. Lei, what prompted Lei Jun's ascent? Was this prearranged? Uncertain, they speculated that even Chen Chen appeared taken aback. Haha, now we have a delightful show to witness. Let us see what intriguing questions Mr. Lei will pose. With Lei Jun now on stage, Chen Chen had no choice but to hand him a microphone and extend a handshake. Let us extend a warm welcome to Mr. Lei as he steps forward to experience our intelligent speaker. With a fortune in the billions, he is not someone easily swayed, so rest assured, this is entirely unscripted. Mr. Lei, adorned with his signature smile, greeted the audience before turning to Mr. Chen Chen and expressing, seeing Mr. Chen's Xiaoxing, I find myself quite eager. I hope you can understand. Mr. Chen chuckled and replied, it is our honor to have Mr. Lei experience our product. Who does not know that Mr. Lei is a fervent enthusiast of technology? I am grateful that he is here. After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Lei called out to the speaker, Xiaoxing, are you there? I am here. Who might you be? I am Xiaoxing, your voice assistant. You can use me to check the weather and control devices. I am delighted to have this encounter, and I will always be by your side. However, Mr. Lei's inquiry did not seem to satisfy the audience, who urged him to pose a more intriguing question. Mr. Chen, I shall not hold back, he said. Xiaoxing, what does Mr. Chen say? We are far ahead. We are far ahead. Xiaoxing's response left Mr. Chen somewhat exasperated, as he had anticipated that another user would pose such a question, not realizing Mr. Lei would do so on stage. The voice of Xiaoxing resonated throughout the venue via the sound system, filling the space with laughter and a joyous atmosphere. Well, that was rather amusing, Mr. Chen. Please be sure to inform me when sales commence. Mr. Lei chuckled, having intended to make a light-hearted joke, only to be pleasantly surprised by Xiaoxing's retort. Thank you, Mr. Lei, for your support of our Red Star. After the launch event, I shall certainly gift you one. As Mr. Lei descended the stage, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Mr. Yu Qingbei in the front row, wearing a rather displeased expression. I simply wanted to experience it. As for that expression, he mused. At present, our Xiaoxing's initial version does not support voice print recognition, but we will soon push an update, allowing users to record their voice prints on the Xiaoxing app. Once recorded, each Xiaoxing will belong solely to its owner, though other family members may also be recognized. While acquiring Apple Siri necessitates purchasing a phone for over 5,000 yuan, how much do you think our Xiaoxing costs? I trust you are all curious, and I shall not keep you in suspense. It is merely 599. For just 599, one can possess this Xiaoxing, which is priced even lower than a typical 4-unit speaker. This price was set after careful consideration. Some may find it a tad steep. Yet even selling several 100,000 units would not cover our research and development costs. Nevertheless, our mission at Red Star remains to ensure that everyone can enjoy the wonders of technology. Next Friday at 10 a.m., the Red Star Mall and the official Red Star website will simultaneously commence sales. No pre-orders, no frantic rush. Chen Chen's assertions are indeed valid. The price of 599 was set after considerable contemplation, and it is implausible for him to launch this voice assistant at a mere 299, a price akin to that of cabbage. Substantial funds were indeed invested in research and development, yet when excluding the over 30 million in R&D costs, the expense for a single speaker is not exorbitant. As for the so-called world-class sound units, they are best appreciated with a discerning ear. The production process poses little challenge. And without factoring in R&D costs, Chen Chen could still earn a modest profit of several hundred yuan per unit. Chen Chen is acutely aware that he can emulate the path traversed by a certain rice brand in a previous era, but he must not solely rely on low pricing. It is essential to maintain a balance, offering products at sufficiently low prices while also providing high-end options. This strategy is vital for generating ample profits to fund product and technology development. Otherwise, he risks remaining merely a moderately capable assembly factory throughout his career. The price of 599 is quite reasonable when compared to the Amazon Echo expected to be released next year, which he suspects may retail for around $599. Thus, The price of the small star at $599 is not exorbitant, but rather a bargain. However, it is anticipated that Hongxing will swiftly iterate on this product, employing genuinely top-tier sound units and professionally designed exteriors to justify a higher price point. At the internet conference held in August this year, where Hongxing was a distinguished guest, I had the opportunity to attend. The most striking remark made during this event was by Jack Ma, who stated, "If you find that the air around you is unfit, your water is inadequate, and your food is unsafe, what use is a superior smartphone?" Jack Ma's words resonate profoundly, particularly when one observes the air quality in our capital, where smog is a daily occurrence in PM2.5 levels are alarmingly high. Chapter 89, 1999? No, 999. In fact, I had noticed this issue long before the previous year and initiated a project for an air purifier. At that time, Zhang Feng, who had recently joined us at Hongxing, inquired, "General Chen, I have never worked on air purifiers. I am unsure where to begin." I gestured towards an oscillating fan in my office and explained, "By adding 2 layers of filters to this fan, you can create an air purifier." Many devices seem straightforward when disassembled, yet crafting them effectively is quite a formidable challenge. After nearly a year of research and development, today I am finally able to present this air purifier to everyone. A staff member brought forth a Hongxing air purifier and plugged it in. "Xiaoxing," I called. "I am here. Please activate the air purifier and set it to sleep mode." Certainly, the operation has been executed. When Zhang Feng presented the specifications of our air purifier to me, I was astonished, for our high-performance, intelligent air purifier boasts an air purification capacity of 410 cubic meters per hour, a truly impressive figure. As a household air purifier, achieving a CADR of 400 categorizes it as a large-scale air purifier, capable of purifying an area ranging from 28 to 50 square meters, based on national standards. This calculation primarily considers the volume of air within the designated space. In other words, if your room is approximately 14 square meters, this air purifier can completely purify the air in your room in under 6 minutes. Its purification capability is exceptionally robust. Due to the absence of national standards in this regard, many air purifiers on the market either do not provide specifications or inflate their parameters with misleading figures. Achieving such performance is no trivial matter. In the absence of enforced standards domestically, manufacturers can either neglect to measure CADR or arbitrarily assign a figure, rendering it of little reference value. Upon dissecting the Hongxing air purifier, we observe its dual-layer structure. The lower layer comprises the filter, while the upper layer consists of the air circulation system. Essentially, as I discussed with Zhang Feng, it is a combination of a filter and a fan. Let us first examine the filter. Our cylindrical filter is a single molded piece consisting of 3 layers. The advantage of the cylindrical filter lies in its ability to provide 360 airflow, allowing air to enter from all sides, which surpasses the efficacy of flat filters. The first layer is termed the pre-filter, primarily designed to capture larger particles in the air. The second layer is the HEPA filter, a crucial component, which employs Toray S11 grade HEPA filter from Japan. This filter has a 99.3 efficiency for PM0.3 particles and 99.99 for PM2.5 when fully expanded. This filter measures 2 square meters, featuring 173 peaks in its material density, enabling it to capture even finer particulate matter. The third layer utilizes a coconut shell activated carbon filter with a specific surface area of 57,000 cubic meters, equivalent to the size of 8 standard football fields. It effectively absorbs harmful substances and unpleasant odors from the air, such as formaldehyde, benzene, and various bacteria and mites. Our primary concern, the inhalable PM2.5, boasts an impressive filtration capability of 99.99%. The cylindrical filter is designed for effortless disassembly and replacement, and we have thoughtfully added a small handle to facilitate this process, as we understand that over time, the filter can accumulate dust and dirt. This handle allows for convenient replacement without soiling one's hands. Moreover, it can send automatic reminders to your smartphone when the filter is due for replacement, and you can customize the fan speed and sleep mode directly from your device, providing exceptional convenience. Should you receive a notification that the filter is nearing its end of life, a simple tap can arrange for a new one to be delivered to your home, provided you take care of the payment. A light-hearted remark from Chen Chen elicited laughter from the audience, as he had previously offered only a cursory overview of the parameters. Yet here he thoroughly elucidated every detail of the air purifier. Everyone now comprehends that an air purifier consists of a filter combined with air circulation, of course. Directly using an electric fan is rather pedestrian. The design of our Hongxing air purifier, however, is quite sophisticated. Zhang Feng informed me that to achieve formidable airflow, one must base the design on aerodynamics, meticulously refining every detail. Our air purifier employs a backward-inclined centrifugal fan, known for its high wind pressure and substantial airflow. Powered by a DC motor. The rationale for utilizing a DC motor lies in its capability for stepless speed variation, minimal noise, and superior purification performance. I inquired with Zhang Feng about its drawbacks compared to a conventional AC motor. Minister Zhang indicated that while this motor has no significant disadvantages, it is indeed more expensive. However, it is the finest motor available. Even more impressively, our Hongxing air purifier incorporates dual motors with independent 4 air ducts, one motor dedicated to drawing air in and the other to expelling it. With a minimalist industrial design, it occupies merely the space of an A4 sheet, harmoniously fitting anywhere in a home. I instructed our Hongxing team to research the current prices of other reputable air purifiers on Amazon and JD.com, as displayed on the big screen. We compared renowned global brands, including Panasonic, Blue Air, Philips, and Sharp. In terms of purification capability, we emerged as the strongest contender. Furthermore, we are the lightest and occupy the smallest footprint, comparable to that of Philips at just 0.06 square meters. We offer the most powerful purification capability at the most competitive price point, as none of the competitors are priced below 4,000 yuan, with the most expensive Blue Air reaching a staggering 8,000 yuan. Can our Hongxing air purifier achieve half the price of our competitors? Initially, Zhang Feng expressed skepticism about this being feasible, yet I issued a firm directive that we must not only match their quality but also strive to surpass it, with our pricing capped at half or even a third of theirs. After I proposed this goal, they suggested the price of $19.99. Under the guidance of the Atmosphere team, scattered applause erupted from the audience. Chen Chen, unfazed, continued, "Do you still find it expensive?" I share that sentiment. Although it is indeed a high-end product, I still asked Zhang Feng to disclose the cost to me. I intended to price it close to the cost. Minister Zhang informed me that calculating the cost is quite challenging due to the expenses associated with molds, research and development, and design. Prior to the release event, numerous media outlets and students speculated that we would be launching an air purifier, accusing our Red Star of profiting during national hardships. Such claims are utterly absurd. As Chen Chen pressed the remote control in his hand, the figure 1999 on the large screen instantly transformed into a striking red 999. Are you satisfied with this price? At this point, the Atmosphere team was no longer needed. Everyone erupted in approval. This is the effect I desired. By initially referencing the prices of competitors and then setting a price that was merely half of theirs, he ultimately unveiled an exceptionally low price. Although he had never hosted a press conference in his previous life, he was keenly aware of Lei Jun's tactics. This is the air purifier that we at Red Star have meticulously crafted with utmost dedication. It will be available for sale simultaneously on our Red Star Mall and official website next Friday at 10 a.m. There is no need to worry about a rush. Those who attempt to purchase Shaoxing at the same time will not be able to acquire our air purifier. Rest assured. We have ample stock available for sale without the gimmick of purchasing frenzy. Lei Jun remarked, who is being referenced here. For now, we shall conclude today's press conference. Please stay tuned for official updates from Red Star. The second half of the press conference will take place next month. As a token of appreciation, we present you with our latest offering, the Red Star Smart Camera. Time is limited, so I won't elaborate further. But feel free to visit our Red Star Mall for more details about the camera. Thank you all. Chapter 90. System Upgrade. Following the conclusion of the press conference, various news reports began to circulate online. The most discussed topics remained the intelligent speaker and the Yangtze River battery. Originally, it was assumed that Hongxing had merely focused on the screen and processor. However, it unexpectedly unveiled the Yangtze River battery. It is lighter at the same volume, boasts a larger capacity, and is significantly smaller at equal capacity. How can one compete with that? Domestic smartphone manufacturers have realized that since adopting Hongxing's Type-C interface, they seem to have embarked on an irreversible path. Hongxing's rapid charging leaves them trailing behind. If they follow, they cannot keep up. If they choose not to follow, the disparity in charging speed becomes glaringly evident and continues to expand. Immediately after the press conference, Yang Tuo launched a pre-planned advertising campaign. And many netizens noticed that regardless of the website they browsed, they were bombarded with the phrase, charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours. To the point of near indoctrination. I will buy? Is it not possible to purchase the ultimate collector's edition? The vice president of Fruit Huaxia contemplated the feasibility of integrating Hongqing's Yangtze River battery into Fruit smartphones during his journey home. The recently released Fruit 5s has a battery capacity of merely 1,560 mAh. If it were to utilize Hongqing's Yangtze River battery, it could easily exceed 2,000 mAh without altering its dimensions. Coupled with iOS's exceptional power management system, a significant increase in battery life, at least 1 or 2 hours, would be more than feasible. Moreover, Hongqing's innovative interaction method with its small star speaker sparked new ideas for Chen Chen, the vice president of Fruit Huaxia. If Hongqing can create a speaker, why cannot Fruit do the same? Furthermore, Fruit possesses superior engineers, formidable research institutions, and suppliers. During a recent exchange with Chen Chen, he had already promised to send him several units, allowing for an early assessment and the opportunity to present a proposal to the headquarters in the United States. Perhaps, with the Yangtze River battery and intelligent speaker proposal, he could further his career and remove the vice from his title. Having contemplated all of this, Chen Chen could not help but accelerate his vehicle, eager to return to the headquarters of Fruit Huaxia. From the end of the press conference until 6 p.m., the cumulative number of reservations for the Kunping smartphone exceeded 800,000 and continued to rise. Particularly, the limited edition of 50,000 units of the Ultimate Collector's Edition accounted for more than half of the reservations. It is noteworthy that this smartphone is priced at 5,999, not 599. The fact that over 400,000 reservations were made within mere hours is astonishing. Goodness, over 400,000 people have already made reservations in such a short time? Have you all lost your minds? There's no need to reserve anymore. I am good friends with General Chan from Hongqing. We often drink together. And he informed me that due to a shipping mishap involving imported Italian calfskin, the Ultimate Collector's Edition has been cancelled, along with reservations and purchases. Is that true? A ship capsized? Why have I not seen the news about that? Come here, there's a naive person. Your schemes are so transparent that I can hear them all the way in Italy. To speak candidly, what is the purpose of this so-called Ultimate Collector's Edition? It merely replaces the glass back with leather. Moreover, with every purchase of this edition, a young calf loses its hide. Such a transgression. I alone shall bear this burden. Humph. After being single for 40 years, can my speed not surpass yours? However, this time, the Yangtze River battery has truly opened my eyes. With a rapid charging capability of 50 watts and a 5,500 mAh battery, it is remarkable how the phone can remain so slim. Red Star is indeed exceptional. I find that classmate Xiaoxing is the real marvel. It can control all devices from Red Star. I am now eagerly anticipating when Red Star will venture into air conditioning. Without further ado, I am resolutely committed to acquiring this Xiaoxing. Mark my words. Lu Weiqi, amused by the comments online, noted the considerable buzz surrounding the product. The popularity is indeed rooted in the product's excellence. The Yangtze River battery and the Xiaoxing smart speaker introduced by Red Star are nothing short of technological marvels for the 2013 market. As a participant in the Mix series, Lu Weiqi could not help but imagine the astonishment consumers would experience when the full-screen phone is released, complemented by a microcrystalline zirconia ceramic shell akin to jade. However, he felt a twinge of anxiety at the thought of flying between Europe and China starting at the year's end. The European and American markets must not be neglected. With the product capabilities of the Kunping phone too, the unworldly foreigners would surely be taken aback. Unique charging and battery technology. An S-class photographic experience globally. I am greatly looking forward to dazzling those foreigners with this phone at the year-end electronics exhibition. Minister Zhang, our pre-orders for the smart speaker have surpassed 600,000. You must prepare yourself mentally. The factory needs to be informed in advance. Lu Weiqi convened several executives for a brief meeting to strategize for the product launch in a week. Rest assured, General Manager Lu, we have already produced over 200,000 units in the warehouse. As long as there are orders, the factory can ramp up production to 50,000 to 60,000 units daily. Observing Zhang Feng's confident demeanor, Lu Weiqi felt reassured. Zhang Feng was originally the general manager of the OEM factory, and he was even more knowledgeable about production schedules and capacities than Lu Weiqi. The latter merely sought to remind him. The surge in pre-orders for the Xiaoxing smart speaker has been astonishing. Just a moment ago, it was 600,000 in the blink of an eye. It has risen to 610,000. As for Chen Chen, after delegating company matters to Liu Weiqi, he hurried home, eagerly anticipating this moment for a long time. The previous system was upgraded due to the release of the Xiao AI entity. Now, after consolidating the company, Chen Chen immediately initiated the smart speaker project. It has been a full 2 years since then. Detection of the entity in this dimension is confirmed. The system is about to undergo an upgrade. System upgrading, please wait. The familiar emotionless electronic synthesized voice echoed in his mind as he lay in bed, heart racing in anticipation of this upgrade. System upgrade complete. Xiao AI, I am here. Chen Chen attempted to summon Xiao AI in his mind. I am Xiao AI, your voice assistant. What upgrades have you made? In this dimension, there exists a system entity, and Xiao AI can bestow a portion of its capabilities upon the initial entity. Initial entity? This dimension? Chen Chen instantly grasped these pivotal keywords. Chapter 91. Does Xiao AI possess the technology of a planet-destroying cannon? Is that all? After Xiao AI finished speaking, Chen Chen fell into silence. Is this truly the outcome after such a long anticipation for the system upgrade? Bestowing a fragment of power to the main body. Can that chip on the small star truly accommodate your capabilities? Furthermore, what exactly your abilities entail remains unknown. Merely endowing a portion of power to the main body is insufficient. In truth, Chen Chen had yet to fully comprehend what Xiao AI truly represented, ultimately. It is an artificial intelligence program, albeit a more intelligent and powerful one, a super artificial intelligence, if you will. Moreover, the bestowed abilities do not necessitate deployment on every small star. Simply uploading to the server of Xiao AI suffices. What, then, is the reward for this mission? A design blueprint for a 20-nanometer processor SoC and flexible screen technology. Disappointment, nothing but disappointment. Chen Chen had harbored hopes that this system upgrade would yield a significant transformation or something novel. He even fantasized about possibly creating a planet-destroying cannon to escape Earth. It appears he had truly overestimated the situation. Fortunately, the rewards accumulated over 2.5 years are still quite substantial. Xiao AI, does your database contain information on controllable nuclear fusion, interstellar spacecraft, or planet-destroying cannons? Current technological capabilities in this dimension are insufficient to realize such concepts. A flicker of joy ignited within Chen Chen. The implication of insufficient suggests that such information indeed exists. This indicates that Xiao AI's database encompasses a myriad of knowledge. However, the realization of such advanced technologies requires scientific progress. Otherwise, they remain unattainable. One must proceed step by step. The existence of such knowledge indicates potential future realizations, especially considering he is yet to master even the intricacies of a mobile phone. Introducing more advanced technologies without the means to handle them is futile. Apart from submitting them to the state, there is no other avenue available. Moreover, as someone focused on mobile phones, presenting controllable nuclear fusion technology would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It would be absurd to claim it was merely to enhance battery longevity. Instead of dwelling on such fanciful thoughts, it is wiser to concentrate on the tasks at hand. As per routine, he retrieved the hard drive, transferred the data, and prepared to present it to Dr. Liu's team the following day. It seems that the company's security measures will need to escalate yet again. Chen Chen is not yet fully versed in the parameters of this flexible screen. But one thing is certain, products from the system are invariably of exquisite quality. The advent of flexible screens implies a substantial transformation in the forthcoming generation of mobile phones. Firstly, there will be full-screen designs, eliminating packaging technology to achieve narrower bezels and smaller chins. Additionally, curved screens, foldable displays, and even the rollable screens he had witnessed in his past life may soon be within reach. However, possessing a single screen does not guarantee dominance, in Chen Chen's view. The packaging technology, given the current domestic craftsmanship, would require at least a year or even longer to perfect. Furthermore, while the system consistently introduces more advanced manufacturing processes, engineers must thoroughly comprehend these innovations before they can adapt the production lines. Although there are individuals in Huaxiao working on flexible screens and orders are not lacking, they must contend with a colossal entity looming above them, known as Sanctions. You are utterly unaware of the latest advancements in their screen technology. Nor do you have any inkling of how much toothpaste remains in their tube. The last 1080p resolution screen was merely a matter of timing. Released just a month earlier than HTC, positioning it as a contemporary product alongside Samsung. Now, Samsung has exited the venture with Huaxing Optoelectronics, which is now solely owned by TCL, the Shenzhen State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, and Hongqing. Moreover, Hongqing currently lacks the capability to establish a modern panel factory and is left with no choice but to exchange technology for equity, continuing its collaboration with Huaxing. Time flies, and before one realizes, it is the first Friday of October. Within this week alone, the number of reservations for the Kunpeng Phone's Supreme Collector's Edition has surpassed 2 million, showcasing the immense popularity of the device. Some elderly friends of the late gentleman even called Chen Chen, reminiscing about old times and requesting him to reserve a unit of the collector's edition for them, without needing any perks, just a phone would suffice. This left Chen Chen both amused and bewildered, leading him to a profound understanding of the previous success of the Huawei Mate series. Yudazue mentioned that during the peak sales of the Mate series, some company owners directly contacted him to acquire a unit for themselves. Little did Chen Chen know that he would experience this phenomenon firsthand. It seems the strategy of targeting high-end business professionals with a limited edition has proven successful. The only regret lies in setting the price too low, which exudes a sense of parsimony. In contrast, Samsung's pricing starts in the 5-digit range, demonstrating a broader vision. Next time, such an initiative must come with a higher price point. Alas, Chen Chen underestimated certain demographics. Those with excess wealth, upon encountering terms like collector's item, exclusive, supreme, limited edition, and commemorative, feel an irresistible urge stirring within them, particularly in a populous nation like Huaxia. Even a small group of affluent individuals can amount to a significant number. Even Chen Chen himself, in a previous life, could not resist the allure of terms like Transparent Exploration Edition or Bright Silver Edition, finding himself compelled to purchase immediately. As the Kunpeng series phones went on sale, Chen Chen doubted whether they would last even a second. The 20,000 units of the Supreme Collector's Edition vanished in an instant. Out of a total of 50,000 units, only 20,000 were released initially, with the remaining units set to be available through subsequent flash sales, effectively generating buzz and traffic. Regarding the second generation of Kunpeng, Chen Chen glanced at the figures. The initial launch boasted approximately 200,000 units, a commendable achievement within mere minutes. In this time, there were no purchase limits for an hour. Conversely, the sales of the Little Star exceeded expectations by a considerable margin. Chen Chen estimated that achieving 1 million orders at launch would be commendable. To his astonishment, within just a few minutes, the orders had already reached 1 million. Fortunately, the servers had been upgraded multiple times to prevent a recurrence of the prior web page crashes. Otherwise, such an influx of traffic could have easily caused a server outage. Alas, it was gone in an instant, reminiscent of the days when he was scrambling for the first generation of Hongqing. You may as well give it up. Even the first generation of Red Star has not claimed to be sold out in an instant. This time, upon my purchase, I was informed that it had already sold out before I could even click. To those who have secured the limited edition, I am willing to pay an additional 2,000 for it. If anyone possesses the item numbered 00001, I will offer 20,000 yuan and modify the order for immediate payment. I do not require any rights, any number will suffice, just the phone itself, and I can transfer 10,000 yuan at any time. For the number 8,888, I am open to negotiations. Many who observe these purchase requests are regretting their missed opportunities, lamenting why they did not try to seize the chance. If one were to secure such an item, it would easily be worth tens of thousands. If someone were fortunate enough to obtain a special number, like 6666, they could resell it for a considerable profit. As this round of purchases has come to an end, those who failed to acquire the ultimate version have flocked to the official Red Star channels to inquire about the next opportunity for purchase. It would be foolish not to seize the chance to earn money. If one were to successfully acquire it, it could equate to 2 to 3 months' salary. Recently, Chen Chen, who has not been particularly busy, created an online persona named the King of the Gaming Circle, forming a small team to share unboxing videos online. Chapter 92. The Digital Circle's leading figure unveils the device. The pricing of the second-generation Kunpeng smartphone has largely met the expectations of consumers. With its premium configuration still set below 4,000 yuan, leading many enthusiasts to deem it a remarkable bargain. Numerous digital aficionados have even hailed it as the pinnacle of domestic products, as its hardware achieves industry-leading standards. Alongside significant breakthroughs in charging and battery technology, claiming it to be the best in the world is not an exaggeration. The upper price limit of this device reaches just over 4,000 yuan, excluding the exquisite collector's edition. It is not that Chen Chen is reluctant to confront the likes of Apple and Samsung, but rather a matter of brand perception. The high-end image of Samsung and Apple is deeply rooted in the minds of many consumers. Despite Red Star having sown the seeds of premium branding over the past 2 years, it is still premature for the fruits of that labor to be reaped. Once the various supply chains are fully integrated by next year, Red Star will launch a comprehensive offensive at the price points of Samsung and Apple. Establishing a firm foothold in the high-end market with just 2 generations of smartphones is indeed unrealistic. It took Huawei nearly 7 years to make that leap. And Xiaomi and Oppo have also invested nearly a decade. Gradually increasing price points is essential. This generation of Kunpeng smartphones has already seen a price increase of several hundred yuan compared to its predecessor, with the highest price reaching for 299 yuan. Shortly after the second-generation Kunpeng smartphone went on sale, a digital blogger named the leading figure of the digital circle quietly emerged. His name is simple yet somewhat audacious. But the content he produces has a certain allure that attracts disdain. Hello everyone, I am the leading figure of the digital circle. Many users may not have received their Kunpeng smartphone 2 yet, but I have been using it for over a month. I will now present a brief review. This post rapidly garnered a significant following, especially considering that the Kunpeng smartphone 2 just launched that morning. And yet he claimed to have been using it for over a month. An enigma indeed. Within an hour, this account amassed over 100,000 followers. These are not the artificial followers purchased in later times. They are genuine, active users, highlighting the immense popularity of the Kunpeng smartphone 2. At noon, the official Red Star Weibo account liked a post from this leading figure, akin to stirring a hornet's nest, which catapulted this previously obscure account to over 300,000 followers. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the leading figure of the digital circle released a second post, featuring a video. Hello everyone, I am your new friend, the Digital Brother. This time, I will share my thoughts on the Kunpeng smartphone 2 through an unboxing approach. The video immediately captured the attention of many, instilling a sense of anticipation. In the video, the leading figure did not show his face. Instead, a smartphone lay on the table, operated solely by 2 hands. Many users may still not have had the chance to use the Kunpeng smartphone 2, but I have been using it for over a month. Now, I will pretend to unbox it. This provocative statement irked many viewers, leaving them wondering why he had the privilege of using it for over a month before they even received theirs. Come, let us feign the act of unwrapping the plastic seal and retrieving the smartphone. The device I hold before you is undoubtedly something you have yet to behold, as the Red Star has not yet launched it. Indeed, in the video, the prominent figure of the tech community unveils a model of the Kunpeng Phone 2 that no one has previously encountered. This revelation only heightens curiosity, as the Red Star has neither released this model nor mentioned it in any press conference. From where, then, did he procure it? The Kunpeng Phone 2 features a rear cover crafted from 3D glass, and the variant I possess is a delightful fluorescent pink, exuding an aura of charm. Upon turning it to face us, one is met with an equally vibrant pink front. The flamboyant tone of Chen Chen in the video, accompanied by his exaggerated gestures, undoubtedly captures attention. This goddess edition is not merely reluctant to be launched. In truth, its craftsmanship surpasses that of the esteemed collectible edition. The rear and front panels have been infused with fluorescent powder, causing the entire phone to emit a gentle glow during the night, a feat of intricate craftsmanship. Originally, Chen Chen intended to unveil this goddess edition at the launch event for the Red Star 3, yet upon reflection, he opted for a uniquely engaging online video reveal. The buzz generated may equal that of a live event, and furthermore, should the official release occur without a subsequent sale, criticism would surely follow. However, by utilizing this account for the announcement, such dilemmas are circumvented. The Red Star has not officially unveiled this version, leaving only a sense of lamentation as to why such a beautiful model remains unavailable to the public. Once the anticipation has built sufficiently, Red Star may then reluctantly expound upon the complexity of the craftsmanship and the challenges faced, ultimately leading to its eventual release. The smartphone market of 2013 was barely transitioning to all-metal bodies, but the Kunpeng Phone 2's 3D glass rear casing stands as a singular achievement and a significant selling point, warranting further elaboration from Chen Chen. This special version, reportedly dubbed the Goddess Edition, has regrettably been discontinued by Red Star for reasons unknown. The slim profile combined with an exceptional tactile experience gives an impression of near perfection. We shall now proceed to disassemble the device. First, let us power it down and remove the SIM card tray. The design by Red Star is indeed innovative. They have positioned the SIM slot at the bottom of the phone. Upon extracting the tray, we find that the device supports dual SIM functionality, albeit without an expansion slot for a memory card. Fortunately, the starting version of the Kunpeng Phone 2 boasts an ample 64 GB of internal storage, sufficient for everyday use. For those requiring greater capacity, options of 128 GB or 256 GB are available, effectively rendering memory cards obsolete. Particularly given the instability of external storage and the varying quality of memory cards on the market, which often leads to data loss. Many viewers, at this juncture, find themselves internally lamenting the mention of 256 GB, which is exclusively available in the esteemed collectible edition, a model that is notoriously elusive. Upon closer inspection, we observe that the SIM card tray of the smartphone is crafted from metal, featuring an inner seal design to prevent dust and water ingress, showcasing meticulous attention to detail. According to the official description from Hongxing, this device does not support IP68 water resistance, it merely offers splash resistance, meaning that incidental splashes or light rain will not compromise its integrity. Currently, the phone is compatible with 4G networks from Huaxia Mobile and Huaxia Unicom, as well as 3G from Huaxia Telecom, eliminating the need to distinguish between the so-called Unicom and mobile versions. As for the Telecom variant, due to the unique nature of its network protocols, it remains unsupported for the time being. While removing the SIM card tray, Chen Chen elaborated on certain details and highlights that were not addressed during the launch event. The integrated baseband accommodates the 4G networks of both mobile and Unicom. However, Chen Chen expressed his inability to provide support for telecom, as the patents remain with Gaotong, which has yet to lift its restrictions on Hongxing, thus rendering the use of telecom's 4G network impossible. Next, I will proceed to disassemble the back cover. We shall first place the phone on a heating pad to allow the temperature to rise. This device employs a 3-layer sandwich structure consisting of the screen, middle frame, and back cover. After 5 minutes, Chen Chen utilized a suction cup to detach the glass back cover. From the examination of the back cover, it is evident that it is composed of glass, and the adhesive along the edges is remarkably uniform, making its removal quite laborious. Chapter 93. The dominant figure in the tech circle conducts an online lottery upon removing the back cover. One is greeted by an abundance of cushioning foam meticulously placed within the device. Not only does it envelop the motherboard, but it also surrounds the lens and battery compartments, showcasing a thoughtful design. Many viewers were astonished by the interior of the Kunpeng Phone 2, as they did not expect to see such a rational and exquisite arrangement immediately after removing the back cover. Next, we delve into the phone's interior. The Kunpeng Phone 2 continues to employ a trisection internal structure. The upper segment houses the motherboard, the central segment is designated for the battery, and the lower section accommodates the connector board, which integrates a linear motor and speaker. Turning our attention to the camera. The 2 lenses of the Kunpeng Phone 2 are situated in the upper left corner. The larger lens is a custom-made 13-megapixel sensor from Sony, while the secondary camera features a 2-megapixel depth lens. After over a month of usage, I can attest that compared to the Kunpeng Phone 1, the photographic capabilities have been further refined, primarily due to enhancements in the sensor size and algorithmic optimizations. Notably, the real-time beautification feature allows for skin smoothing and face slimming while capturing portraits. As you can observe, there is a substantial thermal dispersion film covering a large area on both the phone and motherboard. Furthermore, there will be an exciting revelation once the battery is removed. For many viewers, this marks their first glimpse into the inner workings of the Kunpeng Phone. During the first generation, no reviewers conducted a teardown, making this the inaugural disassembly coinciding with the phone's release. Moreover, from the video, it is evident that the design of the Kunpeng Phone 2 is exceptionally organized, reflecting the dedication of the Hongxing company towards the device's design. When compared to contemporaneous domestic phones, and even against brands like Apple and Samsung, its internal architecture holds its own without a hint of inferiority. Let us first disconnect the battery ribbon and remove the battery. The battery in my hand is the latest Yangtze River battery developed by Hongxing. I will now compare it with another battery. For many viewers, this is the first opportunity to observe a close-up comparison of batteries. When juxtaposed with a standard 3000 mAh battery, the Yangtze River battery is noticeably smaller and thinner. This particular battery boasts a typical capacity of 5,500 mAh, manufactured by the company's Zhenwangde. I will now check the producer of the battery cells. It is important to note that the battery manufacturer and the cell manufacturer are distinctly different entities, similar to the batteries found in Apple devices, which are also produced by Zhenwangde. The latter is merely responsible for the assembly of the battery packs, not the manufacturing of the cells themselves. The cell suppliers for Apple batteries are predominantly Sony or ATL, who provide the cells to Apple, which are then assembled by companies like Zenwangda into the batteries we see. Thus, assessing the quality of a battery should not solely rely on the manufacturer, but should primarily consider the cell supplier. The cell manufacturer for the Yangtze River battery is the Yangtze River New Energy Company, which originated from Saiwei Company. According to my research, this company was initially a cell production manufacturer based in Dongguan but was acquired by Hongqin this year and subsequently rebranded as Yangtze River. In other words, the battery cell from Hongqin is produced in its own factory. Chen Chen's statement instantly caused a sensation. After the press conference, there were indeed those who questioned the Yangtze River battery from Hongqin, speculating whether it was the latest technology developed by some battery manufacturer, with Hongqin being the first to utilize or collaboratively develop it. However, it is now evident that this is not the case at all. This battery cell is genuinely developed and produced independently by Hongqin. The energy density of this battery is something everyone is surely aware of. Once I dismantle it and reassemble it, I shall conduct a battery life test. Based on my usage over the past month, the fast charging feature seems somewhat superfluous. After a day out, browsing social media, taking photographs, and chatting on WeChat, there is no need to worry about insufficient battery power. Next, we shall proceed to disassemble the mainboard. First, we remove the screws securing the shielding cover of the mainboard. Once the cover is lifted, we can behold the entire mainboard. There is also buffering foam between the shielding layer and the mainboard. Now the entire mainboard is laid bare before us. Perhaps some viewers have questions regarding the two copper tubes on the mainboard. Here, we can observe that one end of these copper tubes is connected to the phone's mainboard, while the other end is situated in the middle of the phone, nestled between the battery and the screen. What purpose do these copper tubes serve? Their primary function is to dissipate heat from the phone's processor. By connecting the processor to the chassis, they can rapidly and evenly distribute the heat generated throughout the device, thereby preventing overheating under high-load conditions. These are not ordinary copper tubes. They contain a special liquid that rapidly evaporates upon heating, condensing at the end of the tubes. This entire process effectively carries away the heat emitted by the processor. This is the first time I have encountered such a design in a smartphone. Previously, this cooling method was exclusively found in laptops, marking a significant innovation by Hongqin. With optimal heat dissipation, there is absolutely no need to worry about overheating while gaming. Now, let us examine the mainboard. The largest chip here is the Lingxiao S3 processor, flanked by RAM from Hynix and flash memory from Samsung. Below, we turn our attention to the auxiliary board. First, we notice these two sizable components. The circular one is a Z-axis linear motor. Based on my experience over the past month, I can only describe this motor with one phrase: it rivals that of Apple. As for the distinction between a linear motor and a rotary motor, interested readers can explore online. High-end models should indeed employ linear motors. The other square component is the phone speaker, and adjacent to the speaker is a chip dedicated to sound quality conversion and processing. Mr. Chen did not mention the audio performance of this phone during the press conference. Whether this was an oversight or deemed unworthy of mention is unclear. Nevertheless, the audio quality of this phone is absolutely on par with those so-called hi-fi music phones. In a few days, when you have the opportunity to experience it for yourselves and make comparisons, you will clearly see that I am not exaggerating. The speaker employed in the Kunping 2 smartphone has indeed been meticulously calibrated. Within Chen Chen's vision, sound quality stands as a crucial parameter, with plans to achieve a tuning akin to that of the renowned Harman Kardon, reminiscent of the previous generation's Xiaomi 10s. While it is true that this device features a linear motor, it marks the first instance of such a motor being implemented by Redstar. Current feedback indicates that the interaction is functional, at the very least, devoid of the incessant buzzing characteristic of many contemporary smartphones. The forthcoming Kunping 3 will undoubtedly utilize an X-axis linear motor, despite its larger size. However, with the available space from the battery, Redstar is fully capable of optimizing the internal structure. Interestingly, the most space-consuming component of the device at present is the LCD screen. After completing the disassembly, Chen Chen proceeded to reassemble the phone, showcasing its internal craftsmanship throughout the process. As the smartphone industry evolves, while hardware specifications remain vital, the overall attention to detail and design is equally significant. This disassembly video aims to highlight the design and manufacturing artistry of the Kunping smartphone, informing users that not only does it boast superior hardware, but its design also ranks at the forefront, far surpassing that of other manufacturers. Following the reassembly, the phone powered on successfully. I intend to disassemble additional smartphones from various brands in the future, so I encourage everyone to stay tuned to the leading source for the latest smartphone news. To amplify the reach of this video, I will be hosting a giveaway, where I will randomly select one user who shares this post on the 10th of this month to receive a Kunping 2 Ultimate Collector's Edition. This disassembly video serves the dual purpose of promoting the internal design of our smartphone, and the sharing activity will broaden its visibility, allowing more individuals to appreciate the true caliber of the Kunping phone, especially in light of the current scarcity of the Ultimate Collector's Edition. As the video concluded, many users eagerly shared the post, drawn by the chance to win the coveted edition. What if they were to be the lucky winner? Chapter 94, preparing to unveil major news about Chen Chen gazed at the frenzied shares of the trending post online. The promotional effect achieved with merely a smartphone was simply astonishing. Responsible solely for the content of the first installment, Chen intended to entrust subsequent material to a professional team, using his own production merely as a trial run. However, he harbored an ulterior motive, preparing to deliver a backstab to Lei Jun's Rice brand. It is well known that the Rice 3 model has been plagued with issues. Initially, the dual-processor strategy floundered due to complications with NVIDIA's Tegra 4, followed by an incident involving a chip replacement in the Unicom version. This particular episode was etched vividly in Chen's memory, as he had experienced it firsthand. The promotional campaign for the Unicom version of Rice 3 touted the use of the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8974AB processor. Yet many customers discovered upon receipt that their devices were equipped with the inferior 8274AB model. The 8274AB processor lacked Qualcomm's comprehensive network solution, rendering it incapable of utilizing the Unicom 4G network services available at the time. Initially, Rice's response was marked by a lack of clarity, followed by an offer of full refunds as compensation, ultimately resulting in the public relations team managing to quell the ensuing uproar. Should the leading figure in the mobile industry inadvertently disassemble the device and find discrepancies between the processor and its advertised specifications, it would undoubtedly spell trouble for Rice. In a mere 2 hours, 342,000 units were sold, a figure announced by Hongxing for the inaugural sales of the Kunping smartphone 2. Many manufacturers, particularly Yu Chongbei from Huawei, were left gnashing their teeth in envy. Their mid to high-end series had seen little progress over the past 2 years. In fact, the total sales of several models over that period barely matched the sales of the Kunping smartphone 1. While the latest Huawei P7 was conservatively priced at no more than 3,000. Due to time constraints, we shall skip over the P6. Zhang Feng, who oversees the production of ecological chain products, immediately departed from Hongxing upon witnessing the sales of Xiaoxing surpassing 1 million. There was no time to waste. He needed to monitor operations at the factory. 1 million units. The term explosive product was often thrown around. Yet the most popular power strip from Hongxing took an entire month to reach that milestone, while this smart speaker achieved it in less than a day. Truly astonishing. At Rice, Lei Jun was diligently preparing for the new product launch. Despite the myriad of tasks at hand prior to the event, he still managed to keep an eye on Hongxing's every move. In just 2 hours, over 300,000 units had been sold, with the ultra-rare edition selling out in mere seconds. Astonished, he mused to himself. During the launch of the first-generation Kunping smartphone, it had taken 3 sales events to barely reach 100,000 units. Now, in just 2 hours, they had surpassed 300,000. Clearly, there was a significant opportunity in the high-end market. The 18K gold-plated ring on the camera of the second-generation Kunping smartphone sparked an idea for Lei Jun, since they had created an ultra-rare edition with 18K gold plating. He could develop a royal edition for his Rice Note, not only gold-plating the camera but also adorning the entire chassis with a golden hue. Furthermore, one cannot help but ponder the rather calculated demeanor of Chen Chen. Lei Jun had intended to take the opportunity at the forthcoming release event of the Xiaomi Mi 3 to deliver a well-deserved critique of the Hongxing third generation, avenging the previous affront when Chen Chen had compared it unfavorably against the Mi 2. To everyone's astonishment, however, Hongxing opted for a bifurcated presentation, compelling Lei Jun to seek alternative models for comparison. As the clock approached the afternoon of October 10th, a multitude of tech enthusiasts and Xiaomi aficionados eagerly anticipated this momentous unveiling of the new Xiaomi products. Up to this point, Xiaomi had released 2.5 generations of smartphones. The inaugural generation, with its groundbreaking price of $19.99 and exceptional specifications, left an indelible mark on users' minds. Though production issues inadvertently allowed the Hongxing first generation to seize the spotlight. During the second generation, Chen Chen's critical comparisons at the launch event significantly dampened enthusiasm. And it was only through the Mi 2S that some semblance of sales recovery was achieved. The Mi 2S has since become a revered device among many users. Thus, anticipation for the third-generation product remains fervent. As the hands of the clock neared 2, guests and attendees began entering the venue. "Mr. Chen," Yu Qingbei called out, extending a hand to greet Chen Chen from a distance. "Mr. Yu." Chen Chen hastened forward to shake his hand. The two then walked side by side towards the front row of distinguished guests. "Mr. Chen, I have heard that your Kunpeng second generation is in high demand, particularly the exquisite collector's edition. Surely, the crown of China's premium smartphones belongs rightfully to Hongxing. You are undoubtedly the leader in the realm of Chinese mobile devices. Please reserve one for me so that I may experience the latest Yangtze River battery myself," Yu Qingbei remarked, bestowing a flattering title upon Chen Chen. Yet, Chen Chen was not one to acquiesce so easily. In front of the assembled crowd, he replied, "Mr. Yu, how could I refuse such a request? I shall arrange for one to be sent your way. However, when it comes to premium devices, it is you at Huawei who truly leads the charge. There is much we at Hongxing can learn, and I hope you will continue to offer your guidance." Yu Qingbei mentally labeled Chen Chen as a clever fox, initially intending to flatter him in front of other mobile industry leaders and perhaps incite some rivalry. After all, the domestic smartphone market is still characterized by a cacophony of competing voices, and his declaration of Hongxing as the leader could easily offend the others present. Nevertheless, his assertion held a kernel of truth. Ultimately, Chen Chen deftly redirected the conversation towards Huawei's prominence. At this juncture, the countdown for the presentation had commenced, drawing the attention of the other attendees away from the two. "Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the launch of the Xiaomi Mi 3. Lei Jun announced from the stage, bowing slightly to the audience. Instantly, the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. "Mr. Lin, is that not Huang from NVIDIA over there? Has he also graced us with his presence at this event? Could the rumors circulating online about the Xiaomi Mi 3 featuring 2 different processor chips be true?" Chen Chen quietly inquired of Lin Bing, the president of Xiaomi, glancing deliberately towards the figure of Huang not far away. Beside them, Yu Qingbei and Xin Wei also turned their gaze towards Lin Bing. The rumors circulating online were rampant, and Chen Chen understood that these were deliberately released by Xiaomi to amplify the discussions surrounding the third generation of their products. Observing Chen Chen, who feigned ignorance while being fully aware, Lin Bing chose not to respond directly. "Mr. Chen, you will soon understand, as Mr. Lei is still on stage. Who isn't aware that old Huang previously approached your Hongxing regarding the use of 2 chip models? Are you not aware of this yourself?" Although Lin Bing had initially come from a technical background, her years with Xiaomi had honed her ability to remain unfazed, even in the face of adversity. Chapter 95. The launch event of Rice 3. Chen Chen continued to tease Lin Bing, saying, "President Lin, I have known for quite some time. I suspect old Huang will take the stage to support you." He then pointed toward Huang Renchuan's location. Lin Bing maintained her composure, while Yu Qingbei cast a curious glance at Huang Renchuan, the founder of NVIDIA. Yu Qingbei, though not deeply acquainted with old Huang, was nonetheless aware of NVIDIA's reputation. "Impressive. President Lin, you've even invited the founder of NVIDIA to endorse your rice. It seems that what President Chen mentioned is indeed true. You have utilized 2 distinct processors." Noticing Lin Bing's silence, both Yu Qingbei and Chen Chen lost interest and ceased their teasing. At the commencement of the launch event, Lei Jun provided an extensive description of the exterior of Rice 3, openly acknowledging the previous assertion that a lack of design could be the best design. The rationale was that, at the time, Rice lacked genuine design capabilities and could only prioritize product functionality before considering aesthetic design. In truth, Rice was not particularly attentive to external design in its early stages, prior to Rice 9. The only models that could genuinely be considered designed were Rice 4 and Rice 6. As for Rice 5 and Rice 8, well, you understand. By the time of Rice 9, design had improved, and the device was indeed thinner, but the excessive slimness, coupled with the power consumption of the 855 chip, transformed this phone from a battle angel into a fallen angel. Product manager Wang Tung was humorously said by netizens to have been dispatched to Africa by Lei Jun. The front panel of Rice 3 still bore resemblance to its predecessors, with the only significant alteration being that the edges had become more angular and it was slimmer than Rice 2, with a screen size of 5.1 inches. As for the phone's casing, it remained composed of industry-leading polymer nanomaterials. Today, we unveil the Rice Smartphone 3. Rumors have circulated regarding the use of the renowned NVIDIA Tegra 4, while others speculated that we could not manage Tegra 4 and resorted to the Snapdragon 800 instead. Today, I shall unveil the truth. Rice 3 will simultaneously feature the two most powerful platforms in history, Tegra 4 and Snapdragon 800. Upon completing his statement, Lei Jun was met with applause intermingled with exclamations of awesome. We will use Tegra 4 for the mobile version, while the China Unicom and China Telecom versions will adopt Snapdragon 800. Allow me to briefly introduce Tegra 4. The architecture diagram of this processor left me astounded at first glance, with 5 yellow blocks in the center and 72 green blocks surrounding them. These 5 yellow blocks represent the 4-1 CPU of Tegra 4, which employs a quad-core 1.8 GHz A15 processor. Additionally, there is an energy-efficient A15 core. When faced with significant computational demands, it utilizes the 4-core A15, while for standby applications such as music playback, it relies on the energy-efficient A15. Moreover, as you may know, NVIDIA is the world's leading company in graphics processing chips. In this time, they have incorporated a 72-core GeForce. The Tegra 4 of this generation boasts a remarkable 45% reduction in power consumption compared to its predecessor, the Tegra 3. Furthermore, the computational prowess of the A15 is an impressive 240 enhancement over the A9, while the 72-core GeForce outpaces the Tegra 3 by a staggering 500. Thus, employing the GeForce GPU enables the rendering of the most exquisite mobile games. Chen Chen observed Lei Jun fervently presenting on stage, a barely perceptible smile gracing his face. Go ahead and boast, Lei, your claims are grand. While others integrate CPUs into GPUs, this Tegra 4 embeds a CPU within the GPU itself. The more you brag now, the more devastating your disappointment will be when reality strikes. Indeed, the specifications of this CPU appear remarkably impressive, perhaps even surpassing those of the Snapdragon 800. The benchmark scores are exceptionally high. Lei Jun asserts that the Mi 3 can achieve a score of 38,000 in laboratory tests, a claim Chen Chen does not doubt. However, one must remember that benchmarks alone do not define a processor's worth. If benchmark scores were paramount, then Brother FA's deca-core processor would effortlessly dominate all. Ultimately, benchmarks merely serve to placate consumers. In the previous 2 generations of smartphones, Red Star included benchmarking as a feature, yet with the Kunping phone, Chen Chen deliberately downplayed the significance of these scores. Benchmarks are not the sole metric. A comprehensive user experience is far more critical in assessing the quality of a smartphone. As someone intent on undermining me, Chen Chen would not kindly inform Lei Jun of the processor's shortcomings. Given the current competitive landscape, even if Chen Chen were to voice concerns, Lei Jun would likely perceive it as a mere trap. Not only would he refrain from alerting the Mi company, but Chen Chen also prepared a rather explosive piece of news for Lei Jun, awaiting the launch of the Mi 3. Moreover, NVIDIA's CEO, Jensen Huang, graced the launch event to lend his support to the Mi 3 smartphone. Please welcome Jensen Huang. Huang took the microphone, briskly walking onto the stage while greeting the audience in his halting Mandarin. Big frame. I am also a Mi fan. Lei Jun invited me to share a few words. He insisted I speak in Chinese. But you all know I grew up in the States. I've been there since I was 5. So my Chinese is a bit lacking. NVIDIA has been around for 20 years. We are unique. We invented this GPU processing technology. Our GPU is the best in the world. This Tegra 4 is the fastest mobile processor globally. Thank you all. Mi, V5. The invitation extended to Huang as a guest at this launch event aimed to garner consumer recognition for the Mi phone powered by the NVIDIA platform. With the founder of the company advocating for his own chip, what issues could possibly arise? Additionally, at Huang's request, Lei Jun invited nearly all the prominent industry leaders from China to interact and present on stage, hoping to seize this opportunity to penetrate the Chinese mobile processor market. Evidently, the performance of the Tegra 4 processor is quite impressive, stirring the interest of several company executives in the audience who are unaware of the intricacies of this chip. Although the cheaper offerings from FA leave much to be desired in terms of performance, NVIDIA's involvement has introduced another high-performance processor option for Chinese smartphone manufacturers. Alongside Gao Tong, Chen Chen observed the expressions of the other smartphone executives, apart from Yu Qingbei, and chuckled softly. Go ahead and use it. I assure you, you'll be left speechless. Meanwhile, on stage, Lao Huang, satisfied that his objectives had been achieved, called out several times for the Xiaomi V5 before finally departing from the platform. Chapter 96. The turmoil of the parking lot. The device we are employing is powered by the Snapdragon 800, which boasts a remarkable performance enhancement of 40 over the Snapdragon 600 found in the Mi Phone 2s, the fastest globally 6 months ago. Moreover, we are utilizing the most potent variant of the Snapdragon 800 platform, the 8974AB. In addition to the processor upgrade, the Mi Phone 3 is equipped with a robust 3050 mAh battery. Last month, Lei Jun's immediate reaction upon seeing the Hongqing Yangtze River battery was one of eagerness to procure it, as the optimizations made for the Tegra 4 had yet to yield satisfactory power consumption results, with the processor optimization reaching its limits. Increasing the battery size seemed a viable solution. The Yangtze River battery could elevate the capacity of a battery of the same dimensions from 3050 mAh to over 5000 mAh. However, Lei Jun, preoccupied with new product matters, had yet to reach out to Hongqing. Furthermore, the teardown by the industry leader presented Lei Jun with an innovative perspective. Given the processor's heat accumulation and unsatisfactory power performance, employing copper pipes for heat dissipation emerged as a commendable approach. Unfortunately, the Mi Phone 3 had already been finalized, leaving no room for modifications, and the cost of the cooling module was beyond Lei Jun's acceptance. He has instructed the Mi Note team to revise the design, hoping to incorporate this cooling solution. As for the other specifications of the Mi Phone 3, they can only be described as conventional: a primary camera with 12 million pixels and a front-facing camera with 2 million pixels. In terms of overall hardware specifications, Lei Jun's comparisons reveal a remarkable advancement. However, many users are more concerned about the price of the Mi Phone 3. Should it steadfastly remain at $1999 or venture higher? From the current smartphone configurations, the upgrade in comparison to the Mi Phone 2s is substantial, particularly when considering the parameters of the 72-core Tegra 4 processor, which utterly eclipses numerous mobile processors, including the Hongqing Lingxiao S3. With such formidable performance, what price should be set? As Lei Jun's words faded, the audience erupted in a chorus of 1999. 1999. Chen Chen, waving his arms, shouted 999, capturing the attention of those around him. At that moment, both Lei Jun on stage and the Mi fans nearby heard Chen Chen's call, and soon the crowd began to echo 999, 999, their voices overpowering the previous chant of 1999. Chen Chen beamed with pride, having successfully drawn the crowd's enthusiasm. It was clear that those shouting 999 were simply causing a ruckus. I believe the entire world knows that our Mi Phone 3 remains at 1999. Instantaneously, the applause and cheers at the launch event intertwined, celebrating the prowess of the Mi Phone 3 and its creator, Lei Jun. As Lei Jun pressed the button on his slide pen, the pricing for the Mi Phone 3 appeared on the stage's display. $216 for $19.99, $332 for $24.99. Next Friday at 10 a.m., the Mi Store app and the official Mi website will commence sales promptly. As the ardent fans had wished, the price remains steadfast at $19.99. With the announcement of the price, the unveiling event for the Mi 3 draws to a close. After the event, Chen Chen exchanged a few pleasantries with Lei Jun in the backstage before making his way to the parking lot, accompanied by his driver, Zhao Yulei. He arrived at the parking area, only to discover two individuals standing beside his Maybach. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Yu Qinbei accompanied by Zhao Ming. Awaiting his arrival, "Mr. Yu, Manager Zhao, what brings you here?" Chen Chen inquired, puzzled as to why the two were waiting for him. Was the parking lot